Welcome in Pokemon fans from all over the world. We are live right now in New Orleans, Louisiana for, of course, the biggest international tournament of all time, the North American International Tournament. My name is Juancho Saldana. I'm a representative for the TCG.
I'm David Partington. I'm the representative for the video game Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
My name is Pedro Carrizo, and I'm here representing Pokemon Go.
My name is Jake, aka Spraggles, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, and I'm representing the one and only Pokemon Unite.
You must, folks at home must be wondering, we're starting the show a little bit early, but this is the Countdown Show. Welcome in. This is where we're going to be defending our games a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to be brawling with each other a little, figuring out which game is best. Unite will come out on top, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, but yeah, we'll be brawling for it.
VG has a big history there, so I think we know all the tactics to beat the game that is definitely on top.
I don't know, folks at home. There's 3,000 TCG players on the hall right now, so I have a lot of backup.
Yeah, we're kind of new, but we walk like 20 kilometers a day, so we're prepared. You know, we're prepared.
You have the energy, I feel that.
Yeah.
Pokemon Unite competes in teams of 5. 5 Pokemon Unite players could take down 5,000 TCG players. They're just not organized.
So we're doing the debate of 5 Pokemon Unite players against 1,000 Lions.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Who's winning?
No, but it absolutely astounds me how many Pokemon players have really come together for this big tournament. I mean, I was doing the math by myself for TCG. There's 3,000 players in TCG just now. 3,000 Masters. There's even more juniors and seniors. That means there's over 180,000 cards being shuffled simultaneously as we play together. And you just know all these players have multiple decks, right? So I'm sure there's like 1 million, give or take, cards in the venue.
Oh my God.
And they said, when would that math be useful in real life? Well, you just saw it right there. This is why you go to school, everybody.
Yeah. 100%. And with that, I want to talk about the season, this tournament, the North American International Tournament. Let's talk about everyone's format.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a really exciting format here for Pokemon Unite. We have 2 tournaments going on this weekend. So day 1, we're going to find out who our North America champion is going to be, the 3 representatives heading to Worlds for North America. And then tomorrow, we have the final stretch, which is like a last-ditch effort for some of these teams to qualify. It's a wild card slot. Any team could sign up here and make it all the way to Worlds on Saturday. It's going to be insane.
Wow. Well, we in Pokemon Go have a double elimination bracket, which makes things a lot more tenser. You know, it's a lot harder. That means that if you lose 2 times, you lose. So you need to stay winning. And if you go on the losers bracket, you need to defeat the actual champion 2 times. So it's a lot harder, but makes it totally worth it when you're in the finals and you can turn things around. So people are really hyped for that. We have a couple of updates, moves. So we are eager to see if these new Pokemon would enter the meta or not.
In VG at the moment, we have, for the last just month and a bit, been in Regulation Set G, which is a really exciting format because it means that everyone can use 1 really powerful, restricted legendary Pokemon. But what's been really interesting is that in the last couple of weeks, we've had multiple regional level events where the victor has been Calyrex Shadow Rider, such a strong Pokemon. And at the moment, that's what everyone's trying to plan for here in NAIC. We need something that beats this Pokemon, especially when competitive with Clefairy. So really excited to see what beats this duo.
Competitive Clefairy. Some words I wasn't too sure I heard right.
Yeah, it doesn't work for our game either. Competitive Clefairy, it's just not there.
No, but for sure, for TCG anyway, this is going to be, we have the latest set, Twilight Masquerade. It honestly just released, and this is going to be the first and only North American tournament in this format. So this is the only opportunity that these players will be able to use these cards, well, by themselves before the new set comes out. Because the next time we have a big tournament is going to be the World Championships. And just before Worlds, there's another set. So a lot of players have a lot of things to prove that they are essentially the best player in this format, right? In the Twilight Masquerade. Again, there's so many new cards, which really led into so many new decks. There's a lot of things like the Ogre Pawn EX or not useful just yet, but it's only because the North Americans haven't had a shot at building a deck with Dragon Ball EX just yet.
Okay, right. There's a lot to play for here, there, Honcho. Oh my goodness. Okay, I might just sidle over and watch a little bit, but Fiji's still where it's at, by the way. I'm sorry.
No,
yeah, your games sound amazing, but Pokemon Unite really is where you need to be. I don't know if we're supposed to be fighting over which game is best. They really didn't tell us to do that. In fact, I bet they're discouraging it right now.
No. 3,000 players. Come on, let's go. Let's make some noise for TCG. No. But you know what? We're here. Oh,
Yeah,
let's go.
be careful.
We're here for, everyone, every Pokemon enjoyer, especially the folks at home. That's why, hey, you know what? We're giving stuff away.
Yeah.
I think we're going to start with something for the VGC folks at home.
We are. Now, I've already mentioned Calyrex Shadow Rider is doing very well here, so you probably want something that resists Astral Barrage, or even better, immune to it, and Porygon 2 is a great Pokemon to pick for that. And as you can see, Neil's done one with this incredible duck back in EUIC. And as you can see, it uses Trick Room. It's so bulky, and it makes use of Terra Blast in and out of Terra as well. So if you want a reliable Trick Room Pokemon but maybe your restricted already spent on something that isn't Calyrex Ice Rider, Porygon 2 is a great option. So get it on your team with that code below.
Ooh, Porygon 2. Easy code there. Gotta write that down. I want that in my team as well.
Yeah,
it's very generous of you to give that away.
Yeah,
that's really
right,
nice of you.
I mean, Nils had a little chat, and he was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, I'll make 1,000 of those and more."
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. I have one in my pocket right now. Pretty generous. Yeah.
Everyone should though. It's everyone's favorite duck. It's my absolute favorite.
I just love how Porygon 2 has been just the mainstay instead of something like Porygon Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with the Eviolite, it makes it really, really strong. And that's why Clefairy is also really good with that Eviolite too. So Eviolite Pokemon seem to be the play at the moment when compared to those restrictors.
I like it, I like it. But you know what? I believe we're also giving stuff away for the TCG.
Ooh.
You know, like I did talk about the Ogre Pond EX, Twilight Masquerade, and all that jazz. And I can't think of anything better than to give, you know, we love our rarities. This is the secret rare version of the Ogre Pond EX, the Teal Mask Ogre Pond, excuse me, which is used in a very new competitive deck. You're gonna need 4 of them. We're gonna help you out, give you 1. And yeah, it's an easy code, Teal Dance, NAIC24. Make sure you grab it. I mean, hey, then this is, of course, for Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. If there's one thing TCG players like, it's those high rarity cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love what you were telling me before about how this is the only time we're going to see this format here in North America, and then things change completely for Worlds. That's so exciting.
Yeah.
I love that. I love watching high-level players have to adapt to that.
Oh, 100%. It's like, it's almost a test in itself, right? It's there's skill in deck building and then a skill in playing the game. And it truly, truly tests that your skill in both aspects just for this tournament.
Yeah. And I gotta say, that Ogre Pond art is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, I feel like I'd get distracted just by that and really wouldn't play the game very well.
I drew it. I drew it.
Oh my God,
wow.
you're so talented, dude.
I need
What?
one signed.
You're so
I
talented.
have to
yeah.
tell everyone I did not draw it. I understand. No.
I fall for it,
That
yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I
fall for
won't
it,
do that again. Thank you. Production.
Well, sign my Ogre Pond EX anyway.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I really wanted.
No, definitely. It's a very powerful card. Again, something you should be able to see down on the floor. And I mean, you know what? It's you're gonna need 4 of them. So getting 1 definitely helps out. And with that, I believe we're also giving away stuff for Go.
Yeah, we're all feeling really generous today. And we're here celebrating M.E. Wheel's victory at EOIC with his Altaria. We're giving away, if you stay a little bit on Twitch, a special research that will give you access to one of his signature Pokemon on that victory Altaria, and a lot of good items and resources to maybe prepare for next PvP season, maybe next Play Pokemon season, or maybe Worlds, because you have TMs, Stardust, and different Pokemon, maybe Candy too. So this will help you prepare for future competitive tournaments.
That's a lot of stuff. All I'm giving away is a card.
That's a cool card.
It's a cool card, but you're giving the stars out there. The
Yeah.
Stardust.
Huge. Stardust was huge. Very huge.
Choose Stardust fun, yeah.
What about for Unite? What are we giving away for Unite?
Nothing at all. Wait a minute. Actually, we are. We have some of the best drops we have ever had for Unite. First off, we have a code right now. NAIC 2024, or as my casting partner Doopsnax calls it, NICE 2024. You're going to get the opportunity to play as the team that won this thing last year for North America, TTV. You've got their rental licenses for their Pokemon, a rental Hollowware for Gardevoir, and that beautiful UCS sticker. But that's not all. If you order right now, you are also going to receive 11 gold emblems and a possibility to get a Unite license from a selection of 20 Pokemon. These Twitch drops will be available throughout the weekend. There are some amazing gold emblems there. We have Lugia, which is a huge pickup. If you do not have it, it's going to complete some amazing sets for you. So really the best drops we have ever had for Unite. You're welcome. They asked me if I could do it. I'm like, okay, I guess. So I set it all up.
Yeah,
so you're welcome, everybody.
Are you feeling a little jealous? We give away 1 card, 1 Pokemon. He gives away an entire
Yeah.
team.
Really just stole it
Don't
at the end
do
there.
that to yourselves, okay? You guys are
No.
fantastic. You're wonderful. Don't do that. Yes, I went above and beyond, but you guys did great too.
He needs to make up for the lack of Pokemon
Yeah,
Unite.
yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm furious.
No, but you know what? That all of these drops, it does help all the newer players out there, if you're players at home playing any Pokemon game. I know I'm writing that down. I'm going to go ahead and try out to be the next VGC champion, the next Unite champion, next Go champion maybe. But you know what? There is a certain group of people I really do want to talk about, and it's going to be the best of the best players we have to watch out for here at NAIC. And how about we start with Pokemon Go?
Okay, let's go. There's a lot of players that you need to watch in this tournament. And I choose one of each region to comment. First of all, the favorite, maybe the best player at the world at this moment, Dumbuck. He's been winning non-stop tournaments, so you need to watch him because he's totally capable of winning the whole thing. Then you have from EU, Inadequans, one of my favorite players and co-caster. He has the ability of create really creative teams and use Pokemon in different ways and win with them. And at the end we have from Latam, from Brazil, L&DS, where Jeff, he holds one of the biggest records of undefeated streaks ever, and he's definitely one to watch.
Sounds like a bunch of amazing people. But hey, you know what? TCG players are not slacking here. I want to talk about some of the most amazing TCG players we have out there. Again, let's start with Ian Robb. Again, there's so many amazing North American players. I could have chosen someone like Azul GG, a lot of regional champions, but I believe there's no one else that wants this tournament more than Ian Robb, because he was the closest to get it last year. He got second place at NAIC, and he used that drive to really have an absolutely amazing season, almost multiple top 8s, top 16s throughout all the regionals. But I'd be, of course, I also have to talk from EU. Probably our best player in the game, in history, some would argue, Tord Reklev, just because he has 5 international championships, and he's gunning for his 6th for this one. You know that. I mean, he's essentially gotten the playset. He's gotten one of each, and then one extra one for EUIC. You know, Tord, if you need to, if you want to trade your spare, let me know. And of course, there is Brent Tonneson over at the Oceania. He is a player that has been traveling all over the world. He is your favorite player's favorite player, but right now I think he really has made a name for himself to just be, hey, you know what, your favorite player. He's made day 2s and probably almost every tournament he's been to. But and honestly, you never know. He's won the Melbourne Regionals. He's over there in Stuttgart, rocking it as well. So then you see him in LA. He's all over the place, and I'm sure he's going to make a name for himself here at NAIC.
Well, let me tell you a bit about the VG players that we've got going on. So I've got 3 in mind who I think everyone should kind of know a little bit about. Has anyone heard of the guy on the left, by the way? Like, anyone know?
No.
Anyone know
No,
who he is?
that's an unknown in the
Wolfay.
community.
Yeah, maybe, was that an error there, maybe? I don't know, yeah. I don't know.
Well, that name's not yet. He's not going to stick around. I'm sorry.
So, yeah,
I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, just in case, this is Wolf Glick, by the way. He's the 2016 World Champion and a previous North American International Champion, 9-time Regional Champion, and 2-time previous North American Nationals Champion as well. So, and 2 of the regional championships have been this season on top of that too. So unfortunately, he is someone we're going to have to watch a little bit more closely to see what World Champ difference that makes to everybody here at NAIC. Alex Gomez as well is from Spain. He is a very hot pick right now because he came all this way last year and took the win away from the North American region as well, doing it for the EU crowd. So we really want to see if he can do it again this year. And Juan Salerno from Argentina is a really up-and-coming, very much younger player from the LATAM region who's been doing really well recently. And it actually had a win at Buenos Aires special event as well with the Calyrex Ice Rider, the not so much popular pick that everyone needs to prepare for. So, I don't know who's going to be doing it, but these 3 are definitely ones to watch.
Definitely. I think for Unite, you'd say it'd be a group more than 3. I think you're going to be introducing like 15 people.
Yeah, there are so many players to talk about with Unite, but I want to highlight 3 teams that you will see. An amazing story behind Orange Juicers and Luminosity that we will get more into on broadcast. These teams were kind of together, then they broke up and pulled different members of around the community and formed super teams, which has been really amazing. A real Romeo and Juliet story. I've been told many times that does not apply to this, but I keep saying it's a real Romeo and Juliet story with these 2 teams. Luminosity, your former world champions with possibly the best player ever on them. Overlord, they're amazing. Orange Juicers, the young upstarts who are coming to take the crown. And then Nemesis, the most consistent and best team in North America throughout the year. It's amazing. It's going to be a crazy day.
I know there were some exciting storylines for Unite, but I wasn't imagining Romeo and Juliet or Shakespeare there.
And everyone tells me I'm wrong. They say it just doesn't apply in this situation. It's just the only Shakespeare you know, Jake.
That's for sure. Okay, with that, I do want to remind folks at home, probably the most important thing. follow us on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you can't watch Pokemon unless you're here on YouTube with /Pokemon or on Twitch /Pokemon as well. I've been loving the Twitch integration as well on Twitch.
Yes.
They have a chance to really vote and get Twitch drops and all that jazz.
Yeah, and I do have to say, make sure you're following Pokemon Unite on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. We have our own space for our games, so make sure you're watching us over there.
Definitely a lot to watch out for. Make sure you really have, those 4 screens open for all of us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, have 4 screens open, maybe even a 5th, just
Why
watching
not?
a show you love, something nice like The Office. You've got that on too. I'm just saying, keep yourself entertained this weekend, but I think we're going to keep them pretty entertained because we have some amazing games coming up.
No, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Just make sure you put TCG on the bigger screen.
No.
On the white screen on the TV, right?
Not the bigger
No.
screen.
It's really hard to read the cards, okay?
Video game has the word video in
That's
it.
a fair point.
It's right there. It's already there for you. Yeah, it's the Switch screen. You got the Switch as well. You can be playing at the same time. So I think we've got it there. But
Yeah. No, maybe grab some popcorn, grab your cell phone, put up a lure, capture some Pokemon, prepare for next tournament. And I gotta say, and I start with my Unite here partner, that we got a live game. This is second by second, action. So
Yeah.
this is jab-back action.
Yeah.
No shade, guys, but
No
the
shade
action
at
is
all.
right
The
here.
action is just insanely
Yeah.
good over
Like
here.
the-
Watch Unite. I
Yeah.
think that would be the way to go.
You know what? You don't even need screens to enjoy TCG. Just need your cards, you play it out, you can pretend you're playing against some of the best players out there. Just saying, you just need a webcam. So.
I didn't feel like a great defense of it, but you know what? I appreciate your trying.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't compete with the newfangled technologies of the phones.
Come
You just
on.
need your cards. You
I
need a
mean,
booster pack and that's
I'm gonna
it.
help you right there. There's TCG Online you can play.
Yeah, there is Pokemon
Yeah,
Trading
there is,
Card
yeah.
Game Live, and make sure you use the Ogre Pond code to make a brand new deck and all that, right?
Yeah.
Can you watch VGC from the Switch?
You can still definitely play it, and you can open up the Nintendo eShop and buy plenty of other games at the same time as well. So yeah, you've got multiple screens going on. Definitely, you can obviously hook it up to your TV with the HDMI cable. So loads can be happening with the Switch, and of course Scarlet and Violet, and we've got all the DLCs on top of that, and
Yeah.
the Porygon 2 coming in too. So VG is definitely the place you want to be.
Yeah, let us know in the chat, how is your setup hooked up? Are you using an HDMI cable or something else? Let us know right now. We're very excited to find out how everyone plays their game.
Hey, man, you can enjoy TCG on a CRT. Again, we just use cards here. We're very low tech.
You could enjoy it on a CRT. Absolutely. Yeah. Another huge bench for TCG.
Yeah. You play on top of the CRT, right? No?
Very nice.
I do want to talk about something else a little bit. Just what Pokemon are you guys expecting to really do well in your events?
Oh, I really want to talk about Tyranitar just for a second. Tyranitar has been amazing. It recently got some huge buffs in our game. We had the Japanese regionals, and they're one of the best regions in the game. They were not playing it, but I expect to see it make waves here. I guess ironically, it will make waves here at NAIC because it's got the sand tomb and everything. It really doesn't do a lot with waves.
It's a sand wave, right? When you do the attack.
I'd like to think so now. Yeah.
What about for Go?
I would love to see a Shadow Charizard today. I love that Pokemon. I mean, I know it's cliche to say Charizard, but it's really cool, and the Shadow makes it even cooler and deals a lot of damage. So I would love to see that on the first place.
Hey, I love Charizard. Gen 1. Gen 1.
Gen 1. No.
Well, speaking of Shadow, obviously Shadow Calyrex Rider. I've been shouting about this entire time. But unfortunately, one of the best ways to deal with it is be the faster Calyrex Shadow Rider to outspeed it because it's very weak to its own Ghost-type moves as well. So I think not only are we going to see a lot of maybe Terapagos, which might kind of help against it, but a lot of just faster Calyrex Shadow Rider, or ways to make it even quicker, because at the moment it's just so consistent. And I can't think of any solid way to really deal with it right now, but I hope our players out there certainly can.
Well, it's like they always say, you need to fight Calyrex Shadow Rider with Calyrex Shadow
Yeah.
Rider.
That's what
I
they
believe
say.
that was
Yeah,
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I believe that was in Romeo and Juliet.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
later in it, but yeah, it was definitely in there. Pretty possible.
To be or not to be a Shadow Calyrex.
Yeah. Hopefully with a better
Calyrex.
ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's for sure. That's kind of scary to think that in VGC, it comes down to who has the faster horse.
Yes.
And you can only be so fast, what, 250, right? But
Exactly.
Yeah.
But for TCG, again, I talked about how we have the latest set coming out, Twilight Masquerade, and with the latest set means, hey, you know what? You guys have nice updates and all that, a little bit of changes, but hey, our updates are like a lot of cards, almost 100 cards probably, and not everyone is usable, but something I do want to keep an eye on is, again, it's Heel Mask Ogerpon with the Raging Bolt. I know that has been doing really well over in Japan, but yeah, I mean, it's very powerful. You get to just do almost infinite damage on as long as you have enough energy. But something I do want to talk about is the Dragapult EX. Dragapult, again, it almost is a mascot as well of the set, but it hasn't been doing well at all. Surprisingly, I mean, some people are doing well with it. It's getting a lot of hype, but it's not perfect. People are really hyping up this card. But I always just say it's because we haven't had a chance yet here in North America to really make the perfect 60. And that's exactly what I expect from players down here today, is a deck to copy paste the perfect Dragapult EX deck.
Yeah, I have faith in Dead Dragapult. I really like its design, so hopefully it does well today.
We also have a Dragapult problem, where Dragapult seems pretty good, and no one's been able to make it work in our game also. So I think, look, I'm not saying Dragapult needs love from the developers or something like that, but someone's got to figure out what's going on with this Dragapult situation.
They might like VG better, because Dragapult's very good in our game. No problems going on here.
I want Dragapult in Go, please. Please, give it to me. It's not available yet. I want it. Please.
Don't worry. Once it releases, then you'll realize we have to fix it a little bit.
Yeah, I feel kind of left out right here. I don't have it yet.
It's okay.
One day.
You'll get Dragapult.
One day.
I know you'll get Dragapult.
You will.
I'm positive. Come on.
One
Believe in
day,
yourself.
one of our games will shoot a Dreepy your way from its face and land in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, hopefully. Sooner than later, yeah.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. With that, again, there's so much Pokemon action to be had this weekend. Is there anything else you guys are excited for here in NAIC?
I mean, I want to talk a little bit about the final stretch real quick. Again, tomorrow for Unite, we're having teams who have one last shot to make it to Worlds. They've got one match. You're going up against every single great team left in North America, and someone is going to claw their way through all of those squads and qualify for Worlds. It's just that really exciting story where you could have someone who maybe couldn't get it together throughout the earlier part of the year, or a new team that gets formed, and then they find their way to Honolulu and they could win the whole thing. It could be amazing.
Love that when that can happen, yeah. In VG at the moment, we've got so many restricted Pokemon that can really come out and of nowhere, honestly. And last week we had the Japan National Championship, which was really exciting because there's always something new that crops up there. The Japanese seem to have like a unique way of like looking at the video game and how to play it. So a lot of people have probably looked at last week and seen what they can kind of use. And something that really came out of that, which was really cool, was a Kyogre team, which obviously sets the rain, right? But it was paired with like a Tornadus, which had Snowscape to set the snow. So with Terra Ice Kyogre, it could go for the Terra Ice, get the snow defense boost, and make the blizzards it was going for really accurate and really powerful as well. So it was a snow team, but it was a Kyogre team.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else is going to think of that.
So creative.
And it came second.
Yeah.
Wow, that's something I've never seen. Again, I like to play a lot of VG as well, so normally, if you're bringing Kyogre, you want it to rain. You're going to use water-type attacks, but making it snow, an Ice Kyogre. Okay, so
thinking outside the box.
Next regional form, Pokemon, we're making notes,
I think it was top cut at least anyway. Top cut at least. But it's very strong, obviously. And there were so many players throughout the nationals that had got whittled down to this very point here, across all the global challenges that had been going on throughout the season as well. And they had multiple qualifiers as well, so this was kind of the first opportunity for them to really show it. And now so many of them are now qualified for the World, so we'll see them later in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it just gives me so much anxiety, so I would say, just because this is a lot of players' last chance to qualify for the Pokemon World Championships. There's, again, I've said this time and time again, 3,000 players are here trying to fight for that dream, trying to fight for that chance to become a Pokemon master, and it can happen. You really, really can get your invite by playing here at NAIC. You could go home with, $20,000 plus a bunch of packs and everything. Dreams will come true in the Pokemon trading card game, in the Pokemon games in general.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting, isn't it? You know, like you were saying, a lot of players are going to find out they're going to Worlds this weekend, which is amazing.
Yeah.
It is.
Hawaii ticket sales just going up.
It's
I think it's starting to get really expensive. Yeah.
Yeah. And I gotta talk about something about Go. There's been lately, like just like a couple of weeks ago, this week we had the last update, moved update. So there's a lot of Pokemon that are getting a spotlight right now. The Typhlosion finally got Thunder Punch for coverage, and we finally see a debuff on Skull. So Whiscash is not that powerful right now. But I want to see if that's really the case. Maybe people are going to bring it anyways. Or maybe it's finally Quagsire time, because I'm a Quagsire boy. Yeah, I love my Quagsire, yeah.
Hey, you know what? We're all experts in all our respective fields, I think, here.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yeah,
That's the first time anyone's ever said that about me. That's huge.
So I'd like to put everyone on the spot.
Okay.
Here.
Oh
my gosh.
I want to get everyone's hot take. What do you think is, not something people are expecting, but will maybe do well here at the North American International Championships?
Okay, maybe I want to go with maybe not expecting is a little out there. I think Phalanx, which just came to our game, could be really huge, but a lot of teams are pretty wary of it because it has some really strong counters. So in Unite, you're able to draft against your opponents, you're able to pick away Pokemon from them or ban Pokemon. If you see a Phalanx on the other side, there are a lot of great opportunities to counter this thing, but I do think it's also really amazing. Also, if I want to give a hot take, I don't think Mimikyu is it. It's just not it. I love it, but it's not it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Phalanx is very fair. Isn't that like multiple Pokemon in one?
I did pick like 6 Pokemon. Yeah.
It's the entire Unite team right there.
Yeah, exactly. I would put my hands on fire, for Shadow Bastion maybe. It's not a flexible Pokemon. It's a wall. Literally, it's a wall. It's the stone wall. It's not that flexible. But in later tournaments, it had a great, score at the end. It put so much pressure to the opponent's team, not necessarily because you use it, but because the presence of him in the team makes me think not twice, like 3 or 4 times what I'm gonna use, because if he aligns correctly, my opponent aligns correctly, it's Bastion on, then it's over. So I need to be extra careful, and now it did so well last week. I think people will bring it a lot more.
Okay, well,
If you say Shadow Rider Calyrex one more time,
one more time. We'll kick you out right now.
You've said it a lot.
Okay, but can I say Incineroar? Incineroar. I think Incineroar's going to be good this
Say
weekend.
Ice Calyrex. Ice Calyrex.
Yeah, Ice
To
Calyrex.
change it a little bit.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah, like either way, like I don't know what horse I'm going to back, honestly, but Ice Rider is a great call, to be fair. It's really been consistent, honestly, and everyone's had to kind of respect it as an option because it's the go-to Trick Room mode at the moment. So that's probably why it hasn't taken many wins just yet. So I think it's always going to do well, but instead of something that's going to fly under the radar, I think it's going to be something like Lunala or maybe Necrozma Dawnwings, which we've never seen until, again, Japanese Nationals last week as well. So we'll have to see. I think there's so much potential for and room for creativity here. I honestly can't call it.
I mean, I like those picks. I would have been surprised if you said something like Cosmog. That's a restricted Pokemon, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Restricted to the lower tables, maybe.
Hey, if you win at NAIC with something like Cosmog, don't you just make a name for yourself for the entire Pokemon history?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, there's 2 different ways to play this game, I suppose. Yeah, if you want to go Cosmog, go for it. Because, name is strong.
Yeah.
I mean, not gonna lie, I can't think of anything better than winning a tournament with a deck people don't really expect.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You really do make a name for yourselves. I guess for a hot take for the trading card game, Lugia V-Star. No, everyone knows Lugia V-Star is a great deck, but I've been playing a lot of that Monkey Dory control. So it's a new card as well, Monkey Dory from Twilight Masquerade. You're essentially playing no Pokemon that can really attack. All you do is sit on the bench, and there's a Frostlass with an ability that hits everything for damage with anything with a Pokemon ability. And all you do is hit your own Monkey Dory and move the damage over, and not really attack, which is a very interesting way to play Pokemon. Typically, you want to knock out the opposing Pokemon, but this way, you're just hiding behind some walls, you're using your Mawile to get something stuck in the active while all your Monkey Dory's just hitting stuff on the bench. It's not the most competitive deck, but I've been seeing some results with it personally. Might lose my career now after I've said this. Hopefully none of you guys are in trouble as well with your hot takes.
Oh yeah, well I'll
Monkey
be
Dory
fine.
stocks right now
Yeah.
plummeting.
Is there a Pokemon that you would really love to see, but you don't see played too often? Like we have a pretty big roster in our game, but obviously not thousands like VGC, not thousands, but like 1,000 Pokemon now.
There is now, right? Yeah.
So I'm curious, is there something that you would love to see and you just don't get to see played often?
Yeah, for me anyway, it'd be Murkrow. I'm a little bit biased because did rather well there at the previous tournament, but Murkrow actually has a place in this meta game right now. It's got that prankster ability, which a lot of other Pokemon have, like Whimsicott and Thundurus and Tornadus. So it can offer like prankster Tailwinds, and Taunts, and Thunder Waves, but namely Haze, because Haze is a move that completely eliminates all the status changes on the field, and what Calyrex Shadow Rider sometimes does. It's like it doesn't come on.
You can't talk about it anymore.
We need to kind of squash that out. So like Haze
Stop
Prankster
him.
can do that.
Yeah. For me, I would love to see more plant-type Pokemon. Right now, Skarmory is really strong, so I would love to see Venusaur, for example, come back, or maybe Trevenant. Trevenant as a Ghost-type Pokemon is really strong because fighting types on Pokemon Go are really strong, so I would love to see Trevenant come back in this tournament.
Wait, guys.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? There's a lot of noise coming out. Is that drums?
Is it?
What?
Yeah, I hear something.
Cymbals?
Yeah.
What's
horns
happening?
and everything? It's a little noisy.
Hey!
Good morning, Pokemon fans from all over the globe. I'm Anna Prosser, your host, and I'm so excited to be here at the New Orleans Convention Center in New Orleans, Louisiana. This is the final international event of our 2024 season. This is set to be one of the biggest Pokemon events ever, and we're so excited not only for the competition, but to watch our competitors solidify their invites to Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. Our prize pool has topped $500,000. And for many here, that's actually just the cherry on top to the coveted Pokemon trophy they could win by the end of this weekend. Over 4,000 trainers are here in New Orleans this weekend, and we're about to kick things off across Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game. Pokemon Unite will be hosting 2 events this weekend, with the first capping off our NA Regional Finals later today. The other titles are gearing up to battle all weekend in order to reach Championship Sunday. Now, it's time for our competitors to make your way to the play tables. For everyone else, stay with us as we go into our pregame show or take some time to walk around the event. Make sure you don't miss any of the action by catching it all on Pokemon.com/play and join the conversation using hashtag PokemonNAIC. Most importantly, if you're watching along on Twitch and YouTube, don't forget to follow that channel. Now with that, it's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championships.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their favorite cards, leveling up Pokemon, and diving into exhilarating side events. Amidst this festive atmosphere, the true highlight remains the intense and exhilarating battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are attending, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokemon International Champion. The stage is set and excitement fills the air as history unfolds before our eyes. Get ready to see the amazing skills and strong will our trainers wield in the upcoming Pokemon battles. Last year in Columbus, we saw a familiar face in Pokemon Go.
I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game and I didn't think I was gonna win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
Got the power go through! One time, taking this fifth game and is your North America International Champion!
For VG, Berna came out on top.
Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion.
I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
Last season, TTV was all the rage.
Let's see if they can make this happen. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. The points are going. 64 points going for TTV.
This could be it.
TTV wins it.
It took everything within us to make it happen, and we're just so glad we're here.
And finally, Cyrus Davis made history with their Game 3 top deck.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery. Rapid strike search for the Tower Waters. Attaches the water energy. And
winning this event means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game.
As we head into NAIC, the competition is vast. It's going to take courage, strength, and strategy for any contender to triumph over their rivals.
Oh, we're going to see the Rick and Ball, but no! It was decisive! And the Jets
season.
Another super rod. This is going to be massive. Dragonite outrages into the floor base.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to the 2024 North America International Championships. It is a breathtaking Friday morning here in the Big Easy, and we can't wait to bring you all of the action that's going to unfold this weekend. I'm Speedy's Chief 2, here with the one and only Amanda Lundberg.
Yeah, so excited to be here. You know what I love most about this competition? You call it the Big Easy, but I think it's going to be anything but here for all of these competitors. And the main thing about it is there are so many competitors competing for different things. There are competitors who are trying to get their world's qualification to compete in Honolulu. There are trainers who are trying to reach the top of their leaderboards to get that travel award or travel stipend. And then there are trainers who they already have both of these things. They're just looking to maintain a title. They're looking for that clout, that deserved recognition for being the best there is.
It's all about making a statement, right? A lot of these trainers want to prove that they can become an international champion. Let's take a look at our championship points breakdown, though, so we can kind of get the groundwork. First place, winning it all here in New Orleans, will net you 500 championship points. That is enough to qualify you for the World Championships, of course. Second place, 400, all the way down to the 64th slot will net you 130 championship points, which means that there's a lot of incentive here to battle it out. No matter if you have a rough start, stay in the tournament, fight through that loser's bracket if you have to, and try to get those points.
Absolutely. A typical regional will award you 200 points. We're going way above and beyond here at the North American International Championship. And like you said, 64th place, still taking home 130 points is huge. Not only are they taking home points, there are prizes galore as well. Look at this first place, not only 500 points, $5,000 as well, going all the way down to 400 in the top 25 placement.
I'm telling you, I mean, if you need a little bit of extra cash to get to Honolulu, Hawaii, or maybe you just want a really nice meal here in New Orleans, we can help you do that. Just go ahead and place in that top cut. That being said, it's going to be really exciting. We have a really interesting meta, though, and there's a lot of questions about it. Like, how is it going to develop? Will these changes in the Shared Sky update make a difference? Let's take a look here at our top usage and see what these trainers are using in their own battles.
Yeah, we were going from points to prizes all the way to Pokemon here as well. In Los Angeles, the last regional competition for North America, Annihilate was at the top of the board there with 62.5% in usage. Right behind it, Shadow Gligar. I mean, I basically tied there. Look at that. And kind of some surprise picks going on as well. And Umbreon made it in that top, and Azumarill as well. Things that we're not seeing quite as often.
It's interesting because the Umbreon, the rise in Umbreon, I should say, started in the Asia-Pacific region, but it's made its way globally. Let's flip over to Bologna and take a look at that meta as well. You know, we kind of call this a mix-up from time to time. This more feels like a shuffle, right? We've got some of the same Pokemon at different spots, but also some surprise candidates like you mentioned, Amanda. Skeledirge at 33%, Shadow Magnezone cooking in EU. What's new, right?
Yeah, what is going to be new? Look, the Shadow Quagsire also making its way into that top 12, but these aren't the only top 12s we're looking at. There was another international championship back in April, the European International Championship in this World of Wonders meta. We're seeing a pretty similar lineup as well. I don't know. Shadow Gligar, you think it's still going to be the top here in New Orleans?
So what's actually interesting is if you look at the second row, Altaria down there at 25%, that usage has ballooned since EUIC. And I feel like that is kind of what is going to differentiate NAIC from EUIC, kind of the rise and ebb and flow of some of these Pokemon like Altaria that make Gligar more difficult to use, make neutral picks like Whiscash more difficult to use. We might see a lot of Dragon and Ice action this weekend.
I mean, you're talking about a lot of Dragon action, but you know what Dragons really hate is that Fairy-type Pokemon, and there have been some Fairy-type Pokemon that recently got new additions of movesets in this Shared Skies update. We're talking about like Pokemon like Wigglytuff, like Clefable, some of these Pokemon that maybe we'll be even seeing here in this actual tournament.
Look at you, Amanda. We got Clefable here on the screen.
It's like a used future site.
Right? It just gained access to Swift, which is a normal type charge attack. It's a low energy cost, more accessible, right? Because Clefable typically will run the Fairy Wind fast attack, which is very fast with energy generation. In my mind, the question really comes down to, if you're going to take one of those charge attack slots for Swift, then what do you place in the second slot? Meteor Mash, Psychic, even Dazzling Gleam. Gleam. These are all really good options, and I think these trainers, or Moonblast as well, these trainers have to decide how they're going to equip their Clefables.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the team composition too. What are you trying to target with that Clefable? Another one that learns Swift is that Wigglytuff we were talking about. Because it is a normal and fairy type Pokemon, it does get that same type attack bonus. And it just paces a little bit quicker than the Icy Wind or Dazzling Gleam. But both of those attacks are so good. Is Swift really going to be a replacement? I know for a fact we're going to see some Wigglytuff in this tournament, and I will be very interested to see if anyone is actually using this updated moveset.
Talking to players, I almost feel like the Disarming Voice is still going to be the way to go. But let's pivot over to a Pokemon that might be meta-relevant for the first time in the Championship Series. Think fast, Typhlosion's coming at you, especially the Shadow version, because Typhlosion just gained an invaluable coverage attack in Thunder Punch.
Yeah, it's going to be able to hit back at those water-type Pokemon. Also, I mean, it could already do pretty well against the Skarmory, just being able to do a little bit better. Only 2 Incinerates to be able to get to that Thunder Punch. I think that we're going to see quite a few of these very meta-relevant Pokemon, and I'm really excited to see what Typhlosion can do in this Shared Skies update.
Fire has always been a unique typing in the Championship Series. We've got a lot of Talonflame, a lot of Skeledirge. A new Fire-type Pokemon added to the meta might be a real game changer, especially when you look at Pokemon like Mantine, Palasha using it to quite a high level in EU. That Pokemon Typhlosion can almost one-shot the Mantine with a Thunder Punch, and it's not even same type attack bonus. Its attack set is just that ridiculously high, so I definitely think there's a ton of potential for it, but lots of obstacles as well that it needs to look out for it.
Yeah, so another Pokemon that I want to bring up, I just want your opinion on it.
Sure.
Satitan.
Satitan, maybe a wild card we're going to toss in here. Satitan looks to throw its weight around at NAIC with the new Body Slam charge attack. It also has a powdered snow, right? That's the most important update. That's going to give the Satitan a ton more flexibility. It's almost going to be similar to like a Frostlash style approach. 2-turn powder snow allows you to build to the Body Slams very quickly. Amanda, be honest. How good do you think it's going to be?
I think it's definitely gotten better now that it has reached Powder Snow, but if you look at the meta, sure, it's going to be able to hit those Glygars. I mean, maybe it's really good for bench presser, but one of the most popular Pokemon right now is that fighting type Pokemon. It also has a ghost typing, Annihilate, and Satitan does not want to see that at all. Not only is the ice type damage not going to be doing much, those Body Slams are just going to tickle that Pokemon.
There's a lot to gain, but also a lot to lose, right? And if you get into one of those negative matchups, it can be very, very tough. A lot of trainers are going to look to avoid those negative matchups because they are on their road to Worlds, trying to make it to Honolulu, Hawaii. Let's take a look here at our Championship Point leaderboards and see who is the furthest along in that race. Dunebug97 at 1,559 championship points. That's enough for 3 trainers to qualify, Amanda.
Yeah, and he's not the only one that's above that 1,000-point threshold. We saw Rise to Occasion. He just won that last one in Los Angeles as well, putting him above, putting him into 3rd place. We see a lot of great players out of pocket here this weekend. I think Onion Frank as well, Buckeye Fitzy. There are so many players here. And just a reminder, the top 8 is going to get that travel award, so there's a lot to compete for. You know what, Speedy?
Yeah.
I just want to point out something about these players to watch, because all of these players have made Pokemon Go history.
Yeah, you're
Rise
right.
to Occasion is the first trainer who has won a regional title in every single year of our Pokemon Go Championship Series. Dunebug, 3 in 1 season, and it's actually the only trainer to win a regional, win an international championship, and our world champion of last year.
In the Masters Division, right? All those trainers, like you said, are incredibly talented, but there are also a lot of trainers that are looking to break through, have those special moments, and make their dreams come true here at NAIC. Mushroom Queen has been so consistent. I'm so excited to see what she does here in New Orleans. Bopper is such a fun story, coming over from the Video Game Championship Series to Pokemon Go. First trainer this season to top cut with the Guzzlord, so he's opening those ultra wormholes everywhere. And Pranov as well, a trainer that we cannot wait to see how he performs this weekend. But you know what? There are also some EU trainers that made the trip across the Atlantic, so let's take a look at those players and see how they stack up. This is our leaderboard, though, from the entire region. Palasha, cooking in EU at 1,111 championship points.
I mean, I think Paula was a big reason why Shadow Magnezone actually made such a big impact over in Europe. Quickly followed behind by Colin 6, Statustan. All of these players very well known, and I think that the one fun thing about the actual European region is I mean, the championships are over for most of them, but there are a couple of those trainers who have come over to NAIC, so they have potential to climb the leaderboards even more, make some special names for themselves. We have 2 special event champions in this list. Aziz Weilis winning the first championship series of this season, and Adequin's winning in the Netherlands, and Trip Tondo, who was a top cut person in Lille.
Zimy Weilis, one of the only trainers to win a regional championship with Venusaur, and Inadequate's pioneering that Giratina Origin form and Wigglytuff team. With that being said, as we move on, we have our Latin America region, LNDS Hard Jeff up there at 1,129 points. If you remember, the first trainer to ever have a perfect record at a regional championship in Curitiba. He did it 2-0 all the way through the bracket. Not a single game loss, Amanda. Not a single game.
Yeah.
And then he followed that up by winning the Latin America Internationals. And he's here as well.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely incredible. He's not on the players to watch because, let's face it, everyone knows that name by now. But some of these trainers, they've definitely already qualified for Worlds, but they are people who you need to be watching this weekend. Javier, V20, Elendia Steiner, and Zardy.
Exactly right. One of the best trainers from Brazil, Zardy, pioneered Shadow Dragonair in seasons past. Cannot wait to see what he does with the meta here. But Amanda, you and I made our own predictions. Let's take a look at those as well, because we have some ideas about what might be powerful. I'm going to slot Dugong as my #1 pick. I think that is definitely core meta relevant. I also have a couple of grass types. I think the grass types are going to make a resurgence. And then Shadow Quagsire, which was definitely popularized in LATAM by a trainer named Distinct.
Yeah, I know I'm being very unoriginal picking that Shadow Gligar, but I do think it's going to be very popular in this tournament, even with this update, especially because of the Thunder Punch like Typhlosion, things that I might be able to hit back hard. For Alligator, I thought was going to really make a name for it
splash, right?
Last, but it didn't really. But now I think it's going to. And you can also see that Alpha Phoebe, DeFi, and Swagron, they also have gotten some picks as well. Let us know what you guys think about those picks. I saw there was a Shadow Quagsire on that list, and I know a lot of trainers are thinking of bringing that.
I was listening to Swagron. He was sitting in this chair just a few moments ago. He said Shadow Bastiodon might be a pick as well. So make sure to type in the chat which Pokemon you think is going to find success. It's controversial, right? But a bold take. Let's take a look at our trainer picks as well, because we think these trainers have what it takes to go all the way. I'm going with Rise to Occasion, right? He's one of the only trainers that has reliably defeated Dunebug. He's coming off of a great win in Los Angeles, and he's one of the best team builders around.
I know. In the pre-show, they were talking about hot takes. I know my trainer prediction is probably a little bit of a hot take, because this is a trainer, of course he's very good, but he is a European trainer, and I think a lot of people in North America definitely want to keep the crown here in the States.
Exactly right. We're going to see what he can do and how he performs against a very, very stacked field here at NAIC. But you know what? We have some awesome Twitch drops for everyone at home. So even if you're not here in the venue, make sure to connect to your account and get these awesome rewards. Let's take a look here at our first drop. This is from the video game. We have Niall Dunlop's Porygon 2. Check out these moves as well. Terra Blast, Ice Beam, Recover, and Trick Room. If you notice, there's a little trickery going on in that code on the bottom right.
Yeah, it does say NIC Trick Room, but you gotta pay attention. It's maybe going a little bit binary like a Porygon there with those 1s and 0s in the place. So yeah, if you're watching, make sure to go ahead and use that to be able to get that Porygon 2 used by the champion there, Nils Dunn. But that's not the only ones that we're actually giving. We're also giving away Twitch drops for the card game. It's basically, I mean, easy to do, guys. You just gotta watch and earn.
Exactly. Watch and earn. That Roaring Moon is a immensely powerful Paradox Pokemon that has made its way into the TCG. Make sure you pick up those awesome rewards. But we're not done yet, Amanda, right? This is the Pokemon Go channel, right?
Right. We know what you guys want.
We know what you want. If you want to play like M.E. Weedle, make sure to engage in this research. Get M.E. Weedle's Altaria, as well as some charged TMs, which I know our co-casters will appreciate, some fast TMs, and some Stardust and candies as well.
Yeah, Stardust is going to be big, especially for the PvPers. It takes so much Stardust to build up a lot of Pokemon in this. And also, Altaria is one Pokemon that needs 400 candies to normally evolve. So being able to get one already evolved is very big for new players. But make sure to do the research tasks, because you can get some of those candies as well.
Amanda, are you going to convert any rare candies for yours? Or have you caught Swablu in the past?
I have caught enough Swablu in the past. My rare candies are being used more for the more Master League Pokemon. Those are legendaries. But I mean, I'm not arguing. Anyone who wants to use it's your XL candies, guys. Use it on what you want.
It's a wise investment, right? Make sure you make that time investment to get your account connected. As you can see down there, the Twitch drops will be active. Just make sure it's enabled for your particular account. But I think, Amanda, there's so many other ways to get involved, to follow us, to post, to get your post shared on the official broadcast. Make sure to follow us across all of these channels, right? On X, @PlayPokemon, Twitter, and, YouTube and Facebook/Pokemon, as well as Instagram. I heard that we're also live on TikTok and Instagram.
That's awesome. You guys got to make sure to follow. You don't want to make Sprigatito any more sad than it already is. Make it a bit happier. Follow the channel. Make sure you're following all the action. These games are going to be absolutely phenomenal.
Make sure to use that hashtag as well. Get involved. We would love to hear from you at home, and we want to know what your NAIC experience is like. Amanda, I think that's all for us. We're going to toss over to two of our dear friends, Alpha Phi, D-Phi. Take us into these battles.
All right, thank you so much, Speedy's Chief and Amanda, for that opening. It's been interesting. I don't know about you, Stephanie, but I have plenty of charge TMs and fast TMs. I felt like there was a little bit of shade coming across.
Yeah, he said our fellow co-casters will appreciate it. Well, I've got 200 of each. I don't know what's going on in your item storage, but I'm fine, honey.
And I don't know if you noticed, but they didn't even talk about our picks, our caster picks for the weekend. Tapu Fini on both of our teams. I had Guzzlord and Mantine, I think are going to be really dominant picks here, especially after we're going to see the downfall of Lantern, hopefully from the meta.
Yes, and Quagsire is my #1 for this weekend. I am so excited to see a different Mudboy, a different water ground type, maybe make a bit of a resurgence. It has amazing coverage with Stone Edge to be able to hit back against Altaria, something that Whiscash could never do. Maybe with Blizzard, but it abandoned that attack a while ago.
And it's been a while since we've had our last IC, so let's take a moment here to look at the format.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend from New Orleans, Louisiana. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go until only 3 trainers remain at the end of Day 2. On Day 3, Championship Sunday, our trainers will compete in the final matches until a champion is crowned. Matches are best of 3, except for winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of North America International Champion? Will Wurach be able to defend their crown? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live.
Thank you so much, Pedro, for that fantastic overview. Swaggeron is our host this weekend, and I am so excited to have him on the team.
Yeah, it's going to provide a unique glance at the meta that we have here. Of course, each region providing different takes on what they think is meta. He's going to be coming here from LATAM, and here is the meta itself. Annihilate, still the king of the meta. Counter so powerful, 49%, basically 50% if you squint, that rounds up to 50. And then Shadow Gligar, like you had mentioned, going to be top king as well.
And not a single Whiscash in sight in this top 12, but I do see that Shadow Quagsire coming in, rounding out the top 12, rounding out, I think, in that 10th spot. Definitely, again, Stone Edge to be able to hit back against the Flyers is such a key coverage attack for that Shadow Quagsire.
And it's so interesting to me that I feel like the changes affected Whiscash significantly less than it did Lantern, yet we still see Lantern in the top 12 usage. I'm really curious to see how many of those are still running Spark and how many of those have opted to use Water Gun instead.
Water Gun has a lot of, it can hit differently against certain Pokemon. Definitely a Gligar, especially a Shadow Gligar, gonna be a little nervous to stay in that matchup being attacked with Water Gun. Just like Tapu Fini uses Water Gun, by the way. I'm excited to see how far Tapu Fini makes it into this tournament.
I'm sure we both are, and it really, using Water Gun really swaps up matchups like you're talking about. Gligar going from a more neutral matchup to a very dominant matchup. You can, as Lantern, you can very comfortably take a dig from a Gligar. It's doing resisted fast attack damage, so you're not really threatened all that much by those wing attacks. So Water Gun damage going to the Surf, you're basically threatening a knockout at that first charge attack.
That's fantastic. So we're going to see definitely a mix-up. There weren't a ton of attack changes and updates in this most recent seasons, but I think the ones that were used were going to be very impactful this weekend.
And I think that's like one of my favorite things about meta changes is you see these minute changes. Maybe Psychic's damage is lowered by just a little bit, and then Metacham's gone from the meta. Of course, that was also because Annihilate was introduced, and Annihilate beats Metacham in most typical matchups, but it's so interesting how little changes can have large effects on the meta. And here are going to be our first two trainers to take us into the meta. We have Rogue Leader and Derp Ficus.
Yes. So I would say Rogue Leader, this is their 5th tournament here in the 2024 season. Still looking for a real breakout performance. You can see their team on the bottom. Still going to rely on that Shadow Whiscash. Says, you know, I don't think it's done in the meta quite yet.
Yeah, I still can't get past the fact that it wasn't even in the top 12. Shadow Whiscash had been in the meta for so long, ever since the damage increase to Scald, as well as the increased debuff chance. Of course, that debuff chance has been lowered back to where it once was. It's still a really hard-hitting move. You still can throw Scald in resisted matchups and do comparable damage to Mud Bomb. It's still very, very potent and powerful.
Yes, I described Scald as an attack. It's like a really nice cake, like the original Scald with the original debuff. I love cake too, but when they increase the Scald chance up to 50% a coin flip, it's like they piled just frosting on the cake. It was too much frosting, Alpha Phoebe. It's too much.
What kind of frosting? Was it sugar-based frosting or cream cheese frosting?
Cream cheese frosting. Far too much.
Ah, that's tough because I love cream cheese frosting.
Oh.
But you know those like little mini cupcakes you get with like a cupcake and then about a cupcake size worth of frosting on top?
That's what that was.
That's what it was, and that's just way too much frosting.
So we cleared off some of the frosting, and now it's a perfectly proportioned cupcake once again.
Speaking of frost, like our codecasters mentioned in the intro, I'm really interested to see how ice types develop in this meta. Of course, Lantern being good against the ice types because of its water typing, resisting that ice type damage, opens up a little bit of wiggle room. But one of the Pokemon that Lantern answers best is Skarmory. Skarmory also beats ice types now, especially more than ever, because it's running Steel Wing as its fast attack. And there aren't too many Pokemon in the meta that bring steel type damage to the game. You know, interestingly enough, another one of those was Clefable, with Meteor Mash as one of its charged attacks, and it's really interesting what steel type damage can bring to a meta in terms of beating ice types.
There's another steel type I see on the right-hand side of the screen that we're going to be digging in. I see a Shadow Magnezone.
Oh.
Definitely popularized by Paula over in the European region. Just dominating the circuit over there with her Shadow Magnezone. That can do a little bit of steel type damage as well, but I think everybody is waiting for the boom, the wild charge that is able to just one shot, one hit knockout so many different Pokemon in this meta.
Yeah, Pokemon Go is so interesting because very frequently, depending on the moves themselves, you actually want to throw the resisted move as opposed to the neutral move, Wild Charge being one of those, because Wild Charge is just significantly more potent than Mirror Shot in terms of the total damage it does. Another one that we were talking about not that long ago before the show was Typhlosion. Incinerate, fast attack damage, while resisted, still does more damage output than something like Shadow Claw, which is so neutral across the board. It's why you'll see most Typhlosions this weekend, I think, running Incinerate over Shadow Claw, even though Shadow Claw gives you really interesting matchups against something like our most potent Pokemon, most commonly used Pokemon, Annihilate in this meta.
Yes, I have been running Typhlosion in the Go Battle League, and it has been crazy to throw 2 Incinerates and be at a charge attack every single time is bananas. Let us know in the chat. Let us know on socials. Are you loving the new updates for the attacks? Are you using Typhlosion? Are you using something else? Let us know.
Yeah, I always love the beginning of a season in the Go Battle League. You can run more interesting team compositions that maybe you wouldn't want to use at the end of the season when you're maybe making that leaderboard push or that final push towards Legend. There's a lot more flexibility in the early meta, especially as people are still trying to figure out exactly which Pokemon are going to be top dog.
The top dog is right. I don't see any dog-like Pokemon on the list for Rogue Leader or for Derp Ficus. I see a bunny in Azumarill, though.
A bunny and a monkey, and that monkey might like those bananas that you were talking about earlier.
Yes. So Annihilate definitely being one of the favorites this weekend. Certainly the favorite counter user. Many teams are opting, though, to run without a counter user. For example, Rogue Leader, not one in sight. Instead, running Double Fire with Mandibuzz and that Shadow Gligar.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a deep dive into Rogue's team. Because we are now in the open team sheets, we can see the fast attacks and charge attacks that they are running. And no real surprises here. Across the board, we're seeing the expected fast attacks and charge attacks. Psycho Cut, Grass Knot, and Moonblast is probably one key pick from Cresselia. You have options for Moonblast as well as Future Sight. Mandibuzz, I feel like we've been seeing more and more commonly Snarl and Dark Pulse as opposed to Snarl and Foul Play. You, of course, also have the ability to run Air Slash, but with fewer fighting types in the meta, I feel like, and also fewer grass types in the meta, I feel like Air Slash is less common.
Let's take a look at, again, probably the two most common Pokemon, Shadow Gligar and Annihilate, over on the side of Derp Ficus, and that Shadow Magnezone that I am so excited to see if it is going to pop off like it has been in Europe. We haven't really seen that performance for that Pokemon here on this side of the pond. Quagsire also with that Aqua Tail and Stone Edge coverage that I have been so excited to see. Which Mudboy will prevail? Will it be the Whiscash? Will it be the Quagsire? Who knows?
I'm a bit biased myself. I love Quagsire. Quagsire is just a derpy dude, and I love that for him. I do agree, Aqua Tail Stone Edge is really great coverage. Able to pace to this Aqua Tail so quickly, 4 mud shots each and every time you actually somehow manage to outpace Whiscash, which has been the king of outpacing other Pokemon. 5 and then 4 mud shots to Mud Bomb. And frequently, one of the things I really love about Whiscash's energy generation is that if you go for a Scald and then you go for a Mud Bomb, it's 6 and then 4. You don't actually have to do 5 to do that first Mud Bomb after throwing a Scald. And 2 hard-hitting charge attacks, one with the potential ability to debuff your opponent within just 20 turns. That's 10 seconds. Bananas.
All right, let's go ahead and see these Pokemon go bananas in this match. We are heading down to the field of battle. We have Whiscash into Skarmory.
And this is game number 1 of the North America International Championship. We see an immediate switch out into that Quagsire, and it is the battle of the Mudboys. And because Quagsire only requires 4 mud shots, Derp Ficus can get a return on the investment from that switch out. We are back to turn equivalents and immediate counter swap by Rogue Leader after that first Aqua Tail.
And you were talking about debuffs earlier. We are going to start seeing them fly. Dugong is going to be throwing a lot of icy winds. Derp Ficus is going to go for the heavy hitting move first, and a shield, very good by Rogue Leader, because this is going to be the heaviest hitting attack once these debuffs start to connect.
I do like this for Ficus. Being able to pull that shield, you're very comfortably able to survive at least one Icy Wind. That second one might threaten a knockout, but I believe you're going to get to a Stone Edge. So you pull the shield, you're going to have taken this Dugong deep into the yellow. I don't think it's quite going to be into the red yet because of that debuff.
Yeah, so just under that half health mark, we're going to see another Icy Wind. Ficus has to decide, am I going to stay in this matchup? No. Decided this Quagsire has already been debuffed. I'm not going to spend the resources on it. I'm going to bring in my Annihilate and just start ramping up energy. And perhaps ramping up that bonus, the boost.
We'll have to see. It's going to get an Icy Wind hit here. Great no shield from Ficus because it's more likely that Rogue Leader's going to throw the lesser hitting charge attack there. Drill Run would have done a little bit more damage. We see the Shadow Ball thrown because there's a debuff. Rogue Leader no shields. The Shadow Ball takes the Gligar down to about health. In comes the Skarmory again. 2 shields, but now Scald is not going to have a 50% chance to debuff. It's only about 30% now.
Let's see, will we get a debuff? No, we're looking for that about 1 in 3 we are gonna see actually connect. We're gonna see a Scald number 2. Will we see a debuff here?
And 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but it comes through. Scald shielded up, does get the drop this time. Almost 2 Brave Birds loaded from Ficus. Sky Attack coming through. I like this. You don't want to drop your defenses quite just yet. The question becomes, will Ficus be able to switch out and maybe catch a Scald? No, the switch clock is not up. Another shield will need to be used here.
Yeah, so going to use the shield, but the switch timers are up now, or will be up shortly in just a few seconds. So Ficus going up to an attack, and after this attack, the switch timers will be available for a catch or a knockout.
Very importantly, I believe the Skarmory is outside of Dig range. Dig is going to be single resisted, and it's actually going to be same pacing, but Rogue Leader, recognizing that it's really close and he would need extra energy to take out the Annihilate afterwards, tries to overfarm, unable to. Sky Attack coming through, giving game 1 to Ficus.
Congratulations, Ficus, on the knockout and the first win of the first game of NAIC. Let's go ahead and give it up for Ficus. We have another game to go, though.
Yeah,
the first is always exciting.
The first is exciting. It's a great way to start the day. Really great understanding of how he wanted to play that team, baiting out the Pokemon that's going to be weak to Annihilate, even though you're revealing all 3 of your Pokemon early on, able to ramp up on energy, land a Shadow Ball because Rogue Leader had not wanted to shield. Here we see it actually in the replay, this big farm down. Either charge attack not going to threaten enough shield advantage, importantly, from that Quagsire, allowing the Skarmory to sweep here in the end.
Yes, Ficus actually, again, number 9 in Hartford last season. We haven't seen Ficus at all in the 2024 season, and he shows up here at the final tournament.
Yeah, and Hartford was one of the largest North American tournaments. Of course, it was really only overshadowed by NAIC last year, so that's a really impressive run at one of the largest tournaments in North America.
Yes, and we are really excited to see will Ficus claim the first round victory here that is being shown here on the broadcast. Let us know what you think in the chat. Who is going to win this first streamed match?
I believe, I guess I'm not 100% sure because I'm not looking at Twitch chat right now, but usually we have predictions going on, so hopefully people have been able to wager some of those channel points and really put out who you think is going to win. Let's talk a little bit more about that Quagsire. I really loved Ficus putting in that pressure, forcing shields away from Rogue Leader, allowing that Skarmory, which if you look across the team, is pretty safe. The only Pokemon it doesn't want to see is that Registeel. And, you know, if you look at the rest of Ficus's team, you've got the Magnezone, you've got the Shadow Gligar, you've got Quagsire, you've got Annihilate. There's so many Pokemon that really just hard beat that Registeel.
Yeah, I don't think I would bring a Registeel. That would be a really tough choice to bring in a line of 3 against Ficus's team. I'm also, again, just interested if Rogue Leader maybe bringing the Cresselia to have a little bit of that grass charged attack coverage to scare the Quagsire a little bit could be a choice.
Yeah, Cresselia does look very solid into most of the team. It's going to be able to beat the Quagsire. As you said, Azumarill a very great matchup. It needs to avoid the Skarmory again, but we'll see how much Derpficus leans into that Skarmory here in game number 2. It's actually another really strong lead. Azumarill into Mandibuzz, one of the worst matchups for Mandibuzz.
Now, bringing in that Shadow Whiscash, generally, when the attack drop was around 50%. You can just throw Scalds into it and hope for the debuff, but here just going to go straight for Mud Bomb.
And I imagine Derpficus is going to throw a charge attack. I do like Play Rough here, a little bit more damage. Going to pull the shield from Road Leader, and now I think Derpficus can comfortably switch out into another Pokemon if he wants to. I would really like to see him save this Azumarill for that Mandibuzz because it's such a dominant matchup.
And we are going to see another Mud Bomb connect against the Azumarill, but the Azumarill is just fine. It's just under half health. Azumarill being known as one of the more bulky Pokemon in the Great League format. Derpficus is going to preserve that last little bit of Azumarill's health.
And now he's been forced to shield, so we have shield parity back. This Whiscash should... It's going to be really close. I don't think it's going to quite pick up a knockout, but it might be able to reach one more Mud Bomb because Play Rough just doesn't quite do enough damage. 2 Mud Shots, Mud Bomb comes through. This is going to potentially threaten a knockout.
Yeah, so does Derpficus really value that shield or that switch advantage? Azumarill hangs on!
One more Mud Shot, and switch advantage is won by Rogue Leader, and now Derpficus no longer has his best answer for that Mandibuzz. Of course, still having access to Stone Edge on this Quagsire is possibly the reason why, but if you look at the back, it's Skarmory versus the Shadow Gligar, and Derpficus, he's stumbled into a late game that's going to be really, really strong.
Yeah, and here it is, Quagsire with Stone Edge, super effective. There is not a lot that can take Mandibuzz down into even close to that half health range, Mandibuzz being so bulky, but it doesn't have really hard hitting attacks. Even Dark Pulse doesn't even quite knock Quagsire down under half health.
Yeah, one more Dark Pulse would have not been enough to knock out Rogue Leader, not quite threatened by the Stone Edge as well. You see that Mandibuzz is still in the green. Shielding up is a great call, though, especially because, unbeknownst to him, there's a Skarmory leering in the back for that Shadow Gligar. Shield comes up for Derpficus. I think he's comfortable recognizing, okay, I might outpace to another Stone Edge. It's just 2 Mud Shots away. Great knowledge there, not over farming. That could have potentially meant that the Mandibuzz would have gotten off another Dark Pulse, which at this range might have threatened a knockout.
And Derpficus bringing in the Skarmory, going to get a little bit of energy on it, and there is the Shadow Gligar. Skarmory does not need a lot to be able to threaten the one-hit knockout. Gligar's going to throw a dig, but it's just not going to cut it. Even with that 20% boost Gligar gets being as a Shadow, it's not very effective. You can't dig, you can't use ground-type attacks against a bird, something that's flying in the sky.
I mean, you can try. It just might not be very effective. And in comes the Sky Attack. This is going to do a lot of neutral damage into that Shadow Gligar. Second dig coming through, not even going to remotely pick a knockout here. And like I had mentioned before this game started, Registeel would have been so strong in this end game, but the team composition that Derpficus has been running, interestingly enough, it was actually ABA weak to Registeel. Azumarill on Ice Beam and Play Rough would have been so weak to Registeel. You don't have any neutral damage in those charge attacks, but interestingly enough, Foul Play coming through. This is going to be, or Dark Pulse, excuse me, going to be enough to pick up the knockout into the Skarmory, but the Quagsire still plenty healthy, and no Aerial Ace reached in the end game from Rogue Leader. It's going to take a 2-0 loss here to Derpficus.
Holding up that Wooloo like a trophy and then going for the handshake. Derpficus, congratulations on this winners round 2 for Group A. Congratulations on winning the first stream match of NAIC 2024.
And we have plenty more where that came from. It's a long day. We're just getting started, and there are going to be more and more intense battles as we move through them. meta as we've moved through the tournament. We've seen one not Shadow Quagsire, standard Quagsire already. I'm excited to see how the day progresses if we continue to see more and more of that Pokemon.
Yes, Quagsire turning out to be the mud boy of choice, the winning mud boy, at least for this first game. But like you mentioned, Nick, we have such a long way to go. Rogue Leader actually bringing that Shadow Whiscash both games. Derpficus bringing the Quagsire both games, really highlighting their mud boy. But I agree with you from earlier that Skarmory was definitely the key, I think, in winning the matchups.
Well, neither of those Pokemon are quite square, but let's see how they squared off in the replay here. Going back into game number 1 here, Mud Bomb into Azumarill. Oh, excuse me, this is just game number 2. Able to win switch advantage with 1 extra Mud Shot after that Mud Bomb.
And we see the knockout here with the Dark Pulse, but the Mandibuzz is just so low, 2 Mud Shots, and it's gonna be enough for the knockout there. And again, I love that shot of the Wooloo being held up in celebration. I love Wooloo, it is such a little friend.
And I wish that its evolution double had more play. We've seen it come in and out of the meta, but you know, if you're going to use a normal type that learns Body Slam, Vigoroth is just a little bit more potent. Counter as a fast attack instead of double kick just paces a little bit more evenly to those Body Slams, and they actually both have pretty solid coverage. Wild Charge is able to hit a Skarmory significantly harder than Rock Slide would from the Vigoroth, so honestly, Maybe I would like to see it come back into the meta a little bit.
Yeah, I like to think of Wild Charge because it gets that static electricity from all of its fur. So very, very excited. That's how I like to imagine Double being able to throw that attack.
What about its other charged attack, the Dark one?
That I don't know. I don't have a metaphor for that. Maybe it just has a bad day. It's making it cloudy and rain.
Okay.
But I like the Wild Charge.
It's taking its dark energy into the into doing that dark charged attack. All right, I like the idea there.
I'm full of ideas.
Me too. I have great ideas all the time.
All the time. All the time, chat. If you remember any great ideas from Alpha Phoebe, you let us know. In the chat right now, I would love to go back and read them.
Of course. And we are getting our next set of trainers ready up on stage, but we have a little bit more time as they're getting comfortable, as they're getting ready. Let's go and think a little bit more about what we have in terms of events going on in Pokemon Go. We have the Slumbering Sands event, Slack Off. We were just talking about Vigoroth. It's going to be wearing a visor, keeping it safe from the heat.
Yes, I am so excited to be able to catch and train a new Vigoroth for this event. It's got that drip, it's got that style. I am so excited for it. And then, because you just mentioned Vigoroth earlier with that counter damage and Body Slam, it is a great Pokemon to use. Also really excited to see Shiny Kamala coming back into the game. It's been kind of difficult to encounter, so I am certainly very excited. It starts today, that event starts today, but we have to wait a couple of days for this one, Nick.
And it's actually going to be, for Kamala, it's going to be its shiny debut, which is very exciting. But as you mentioned, a couple days into the future is going to be June 2024 Community Day for none other than Goomy. I love Goomy. I love its evolution. I love its evolution family. We have strong event bonuses. Double catch candy, 3 times catch Stardust, twice the chance to get XL candy. Those are significant bonuses that will allow you to, for the first time, get that shiny Goomster. Actually, I don't think it's the first time Shiny Goomy's been in the game, but a great time to get a Shiny Goomster.
It'll be my opportunity to get a Shiny Goomy because I don't have one yet. What you can go out there and get, trainers, are those Twitch drops. Watch and earn. By watching this event on Twitch, you can play like me, Weedle, and have that Altaria on your team. You'll also get those charge TMs and fast TMs to be able to put the correct moves on your Altaria and then and some Stardust as well. Who doesn't love Stardust?
And maybe our co-casters could use those fast TMs and charged TMs. You never know.
You never know. We'll have to do a little competition. Who's got the most TMs in their storage? I bet it's me.
I don't actually want to do that competition because I frequently discard them from my storage because I have too many, but we'll ignore that fact.
Oh no. Alpha Phoebe out here discarding charged and fast TMs. What do you think about that, chat?
Hopefully I don't get too much shade. That's okay. You know, I like to have my storage open for Pokeballs because that's what earns the dust. And that's what I need the most in the game, even though actually right now I think I'm sitting pretty comfortably.
All right, and our trainers are just starting to get comfortable on the stage. We're going to be heading down very shortly to see who we've got coming up next. That first battle was very exciting. Again, we saw the dominance of the Skarmory in the back, and Rogue Leader just not willing to bring in that Registeel because there were too many hard checks. But you could have had the Registeel hiding in the back, I think, to be able to surprise that Skarmory. If you could have kept it well hidden, perhaps that would have been an opportunity for Rogue Leader.
Yeah, and you think about the meta, and one team compositional style that we see people often vying for is a two-shielded Pokemon in the back that can sweep through a team. And depending on the team compositions that people bring, it switches between different type of Pokemon. Those games, it happened to be Skarmory, because Skarmory had only one hard check, that Registeel, and Registeel was really tough to bring. That can often be something like an Annihilate, or it could be something like a Talonflame if your name is Valor Ash. You know, different trainers pick different Pokemon and they design their teams around different Pokemon to play in different ways. I think another Pokemon that is sometimes treated this way is even Shadow Magnezone. You give that Pokemon two shields and an energy advantage into two Pokemon, and it can sweep backlines.
Well, I have a little bit of hidden information, Nick, going into this next match. I happen to know the trainer sitting on the right. That is Team Magma Tyler. And I also know what team he's running. So do you want to dive in and talk a little bit about his team while we're just getting sorted? Because there's a couple of really interesting picks on there.
Yeah, Venusaur and Dunsparce are two Pokemon that haven't had a ton of play in recent times. You know, a few not decades ago, but a few slumbers ago, Dunsparce was somewhat meta-relevant. It has really great coverage in Rock Slide and Drill Run, and it's been a long time since we've seen it here in the meta. And interestingly enough, you know, I think this meta is a little bit more comfortable for it because it's not as Metachamp focused. You have Annihilate as being the counter user of Want in the meta, but its hard-hitting charge attack is Shadow Ball, and you don't want to be using that against Dunsparce. Like similarly to Umbreon, you know, you don't want to use Psychic, you don't want to use Shadow Ball, and that's why Umbreon really thrives against those two fighter types. Dunsparce is going to do better because, you know, Shadow Ball hits for double resisted, whereas Psychic would hit for neutral, so Metachamp was a significantly more dominant matchup there.
Yes. I remember Dunsparce was very popular in the meta. That was very polarizing. People either loved it or absolutely hated it. It was the meta that really revolved around a trio of Pokemon, the Trevenant, the Lantern, and the Noctowl together. And Dunsparce kind of came in as kind of an interesting answer because it could do a lot of neutral work against all of those Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think into the meta right now, it still has a lot of neutral play. Of course, its fast attack rollout is not going to be quite as potent against a lot of the ground types that we see being dominant in the meta right now. Gligar it's neutral, of course, but something like Quagsire or Whiscash, it's going to be resisted, and I think maybe because of the upsurgence of those Mud Boys, that's why it's kind of teetered away from meta relevance, but in its charge attacks, it still has that amazing coverage.
Yes. Also something we don't often see, I believe we talked about this in Los Angeles when I was with Amanda, we don't see often grass-type Pokemon in this meta really at all. We see Lickitung a lot with Power Whip, we see Cresselia with Grass Knot, but we don't really see any Pokemon that are true grass types. I believe Venusaur won one of the first tournaments in this season and then really hasn't been seen since.
I think, if I'm remembering correctly, Pittsburgh was actually superior.
Ah.
Yes, and you know, you're totally right. Venusaur was very prevalent in that meta, but you know, if you're thinking about those charge attacks that those two Pokemon have to hit against each other, Venusaur has Sludge Bomb, which is extremely potent, but it takes more Vine Whips to reach, whereas Aerial Ace is significantly quicker. It's only 5 compared to 7 Vine Whips, and I think that's why Superior ended up on top. And I think those the Superior pick was really brought to the forefront by Out of Pocket and Wadaj. I believe they both might have used that in Pittsburgh. You know, at this point, Pittsburgh's basically been a year ago at this point.
It has been. But what is happening now? Let's focus on the now. And what we have now are 2 trainers in front of us, Sceptile Ice 25 and then Team Magma Tyler. We were able to chat a little bit about Team Magma Tyler's team, but let's start talking about Sceptile Ice's team.
Yeah, so he's running a Azumarill, Shadow Gligar, Vigoroth, Skeletor's, Chargebug, and Cresselia. So a pretty common team. If my eyes don't deceive me, keeping 6 Pokemon in your head, I think it's tough. So please excuse me if I'm wrong, but that looks like, oh no, Skeletor's is not on the Lyle Jeff's team.
I don't believe so, no.
It's a slight alteration of the Lyle Jeff's team, because I know that has Azumarill, Chargebug, Shadow Gligar, Vigoroth, and I believe Cresselia. Maybe Cresselia is different too, but oh, Lickitung. It has Lickitung, right? I'm pretty sure it has Lickitung. So no bulky normal type. We have that faster pacing, body slam spamming Vigoroth, which is so neutral into the meta, minus that Annihilate. But we are ready for game number 1 of the second match of this first day of NAIC. It's going to be another Mandibuzz, this time running Air Slash and not Snarl.
Yeah, so really going to be out there. Air Slash, I'm not really sure what the coverage is going to be that's going to get you on Sceptile Ice's team that Snarl wouldn't do just as well.
I think the really only Pokemon would be Azumarill, because you're going from resistant to neutral, but I still don't think it's enough to really overcome that matchup at all. Vigoroth, an amazing safe switch, going to be able to land a Rock Slide, take a Foul Play, and able to launch another Rock Slide here. Team Magma Tyler has the opportunity to shield here, opts to no shield, loses the Mandibuzz, and is going to need to figure out a way to remove this Vigoroth from the field.
The best Pokemon to clear others off the field is most certainly a Swampert. It does so well at being able to knock things out.
And a really interesting occurrence happened here. That was a charge attack tie, but Sceptile Ice had gone 1 counter over Body Slam, and Team Magma Tyler happened to go 1 fast attack over a Hydro Cannon as well. Very interesting. We're going to see that now Hydro Cannon is going to outpace, because Body Slam is 5 to each Body Slam, whereas Mudshot into Hydro Cannon is 5 and then 4. Hydro Cannon coming through, going to be more than enough to knock out, but in the back, we have 2 Pokemon that are extremely weak to this Swampert. The Swampert doesn't have any residual energy. In comes the Shadow Gligar, but it's going to get outpaced to the Hydro Cannon.
And a Hydro Cannon from a Shadow Swampert is most certainly going to sting, so Sceptile Ice puts up a Protect Shield.
Shield goes up. Damage does not come through. He does have the opportunity to try to catch Aerial Ace coming through before another Hydro Cannon can be landed. Team Magma Tyler now opting to shield this Shadow Swampert. It's on its last legs. A great catch by Sceptile Ice to keep that Shadow Gligar in this game. Hydro Cannon going to do about 50%. Oh, actually a little bit more, because it's that Shadow variant.
Yes, and now we're going to start to see Dunsparce flopping around on the field, chucking rocks over to the other side. Super effective fast attack damage, but Chargebug is just so consistent. It's going to be able to push out those X-Scissors very quickly.
Team Magma Tyler needs to be careful here, because if he gets this Dunsparce too low, he's not going to have enough gas in the tank to take out that Shadow Gligar in the back. 2 Rock Slides loaded, 1 more Volt Switch, then one more rollout, then a Rock Slide will take out this Chargebug. But how many wing attacks will it take to knock out the rest of this Dunsparce?
We will have to see, because a Rock Slide is going to come through first. This is going to hit for neutral damage, Gligar being a ground and flying type Pokemon, and that just doesn't look like it is going to do enough. Will Dunsparce get to another attack? Not quite. There is that Swampert in the back, but it is energy dry, and that Gligar is at a move.
So really the outcome of this game came down to Sceptile able to catch that Hydro Cannon into the Charge Bug, even though it did so much damage, able to shore up some health, shore up some time for that Shadow Gligar to do the work it needed to do in order to take that game #1.
Yeah, this is Team Magma Tyler's second ever official tournament experience. The last time we saw him was NAIC 2023, and he had the Dunsparce on his team back then as well. Could it be a bit of a signature pick for this trainer?
It must be that. And if you're looking at the team, I think maybe Venusaur as well. If Venusaur was on that team at last NAIC as well, maybe that could be a signature pick. But for now, we'll say Dunsparce. Going back into that game, I think it's really interesting because Team Magma Tyler was in a great spot. Sceptile had safe swapped that Vigoroth, which is going to be so potent into that Dunsparce. But here we go, back into the replay. Rock Slide able to knock out the Mandibuzz, and I think it's a bit unfortunate that that Mandibuzz was knocked out with the amount of energy it had.
I like here, Sceptile is nodding as that Hydro Cannon hits. I think already kind of starting to see the path to victory play out before him.
And it's really important in that mid game to try to find that path, because it can be crowded around by bushes and shrubbery and trees, right? But if you're diligent and you take a machete and hack your way through, you'll be able to find a path, because that's one of the greatest things about Pokemon Go, is that there are so many potential avenues to a win. Let's go into game #2 here. Vigoroth into Registeel. This is not as clear of a matchup because the Vigoroth needs to use shields, whereas the Registeel does not.
Team Magma Tyler using his Dunsparce as a swap here to be able to just try to get as much neutral damage into the Shadow Gligar as possible. Hoping to maybe find for Registeel, maybe connect with the Charge-a-Bug in the back. I'm not sure. Registeel doesn't really have a clear target on Sceptile Ice's team.
I think potentially that Azumarill or Cresselia, but neither of them on his team right now. Rock Slide going to be reached after the second dig, unfortunately. Great timing by Sceptile. This is going to threaten a knockout once again into Team Magma Tyler's Dunsparce, and he doesn't have any Pokemon in the back that apply fast attack pressure into the Shadow Gligar.
No, neither one. Lock on for the Registeel or Mudshot for the Shadow Swampert. Neither one is going to provide fast attack damage. So opting for that charged attack damage with Hydro Cannon. However, Gligar has some energy. It is going to outpace. However, Shadow Swampert can handle an Aerial Ace, I think, from this range. Shadow Gligar certainly cannot handle a Hydro Cannon. That gets washed off the field. And now we're going to see Vigoroth, and we're going to see a counter into that Registeel, bringing out this mid-game matchup of Charge-a-Bug into Registeel. Honestly, out of the three, I think this is the best spot for Registeel.
It's a bit tough. Definitely better than that Shadow Gligar, but
yes,
you don't threaten a knockout. And I'd be surprised to see Sceptile Ice utilize a shield here, and being able to lower down the Registeel in health for a clean counter down is going to prove really impactful into that Shadow Swampert, where if you build up some energy in this matchup, you're going to outpace the 3 charged attacks because the pacing between Shadow Swampert and Vigoroth are so similar. The second charge attack comes through. We're going to see likely another discharge thrown off here. This is going to be really close to threatening a knockout. I actually don't think Sceptile Ice wants to knock out. Team Magma Tyler getting energy on that Shadow Swampert would be a win condition. He actually throws the discharge here. I don't know the energy, the relative energy between that Vigoroth and the Shadow Swampert.
I'm not sure either. That Charge-a-Bug is very low in health. I think one Mud Shot might knock it out, but that Vigoroth is going to come in first. And here's where we're going to start to see those Protect Shields being deployed. The problem for Shadow Swampert are those counters are really going to start to add up.
2 shields on both sides. Swampert just getting to the first Hydro Cannon. I think Sceptile Ice is in an amazing spot here. Vigoroth able to outpace to the second charged attack here. The question is the third, and it looks like almost 3 behind, going to build up to back-to-back body slams here, shielding up this next Hydro Cannon. No catch available for Team Magma Tyler. It actually didn't matter if that Charger Bug survived that matchup because there was so much extra energy on this Vigoroth.
Yeah, this Vigoroth is known for having energy. You bring it into a matchup and it can just do so much work for you. The Vigoroth here is going to knock out Shadow Swampert and effectively knock Team Magma Tyler down into the loser side of the bracket.
That was incredibly well played by Sceptile Ice, managing the energy on that Vigoroth, not necessarily carrying all that much exactly where his Pokemon lined up there. A lot of neutral play across the board. And then the energy on that Vigoroth gotten from those other matchups was able to really catapult him to a victory there in that endgame because of the outpacing of that Swampert.
Yeah, I really think Sceptile Ice, I think that pacing is really the key there for that Vigoroth. Just being able to get your charge attacks, get to them very, very quickly and put pressure on your opponent. I was really thinking of that end game matchup where Swampert, it's getting to its Hydro Cannons pretty quickly, and that is a devastating charge attack to have to tank really on almost any Pokemon. But those counters just kept adding up because there were both shields on both sides in that end game matchup.
Yeah, I'm curious to think about if that Swampert could have gotten more energy in some intermediate matchups. I think potentially if Team Magma Tyler did a bit more farming once the Vigoroth initially switched in, he might have had an opportunity, but if the Vigoroth stays in as well, he could have always shored up that energy as well.
Well, you're talking about this, Nick. Let's go ahead and see it play back before us. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of that last game.
So dig into that Dunsparce to secure that switch advantage. Hydro Cannon more than enough to knock out that Gligar. In comes Vigoroth. You see the Vigoroth has more energy already, so even if Team Magma Tyler had stayed in to gather more energy and like throw a Hydro Cannon, it would not have actually impacted this end game. Body Slam coming through, securing that game, and even thinking about it, that Gligar that he needed to throw a Hydro Cannon at in order to knock out, I don't think Team Magma Tyler could have even farmed up an extra energy against that because it would have gotten to an Aerial Ace, and had an Aerial Ace landed, even though you're absolutely correct, it doesn't threaten a knockout, it threatens a potential future counter down from that Vigoroth.
So if you want to play like Sceptile Ice, be sure that you are out there playing that Slumbering Sands event. Get yourself a Vigoroth with a visor. Get that drip, get that style going. I absolutely love this event for that. I'm going to be out there looking for a really good Vigoroth to use out there in the Go Battle League, in competitive tournaments. It's such a fun pick, even though Annihilate is currently the counter user of choice. Vigoroth is still really fun.
And so poignant. We are enjoying the summer weather here in New Orleans, and it's warm. It's a little bit too humid, but that's okay. And you know, there's got to be sandy beaches somewhere near us. So maybe if we get some extra time, we can go roam those beaches, catch some Slumbering Vigoroth.
Definitely. We've got the Mississippi River right out here in New Orleans, and it has been definitely a little bit sweaty, even more sweaty. Actually, I think the matches are sweatier. What do you think? Is it sweatier outside or sweatier here in the arena with these very awesome battles?
I think maybe not quite yet, but by the end of today, those battles are going to get so sweaty up on stage. You're going to see people having to wipe their faces with rags as they're tapping their phones, going crazy.
I know, I am so excited. We're going to be narrowing this bracket down. Again, it's double elimination, 2 losses and you're out. So these trainers are fighting for their tournament lives out there. Right now we're displaying the winner side of the bracket though. So these trainers, they can breathe a little bit easier knowing they've still got 1 loss that they can have before they are knocked out. But it is a tough road on that loser side of the bracket. It's sometimes it feels it's twice as many battles.
It definitely feels that way. And, you know, we're showing a handful of matches up on stream. Don't forget, there are hundreds of people out there still playing their matches on the floor. You know, there's so much that we show on stream, but there's also so much action to follow along. If you, I believe if you type !bracket, you can get access to that challenge bracket and see exactly how the floor matches are playing out as well. And that's one thing that I really love to do.
Yeah, and it's so much fun to go to these tournaments, and even if you're not here to compete, you can spectate and keep up with what's going on in the bracket. There are lots of fun side events to do. I love playing some of the side event games. Sometimes there's little scavenger hunts to do for Pokemon Go. I want to start being able to play some of the TCG side events, get myself a good Charizard deck, and be able to do some of those side events next season.
Yeah, I know that you do love playing that TCG mobile game. I see her almost playing it a little bit more than the Go Battle League.
Oh, definitely not. That is certainly untrue. Stop slandering me out here, Alpha Phoebe.
But yeah, it's a great point that you bring up about spectators. I know our good friend and co-caster, Wholesome_, is out there spectating, having a wonderful time, enjoying, you know, interacting with the crowd and enjoying the overall experience. You're right, there's so much to do here. You know, not too long ago, you and I were walking in a New Orleans parade. It was a blast of a time.
That was so much fun, that opening parade, to have that fun, that music. This New Orleans is the birthplace of jazz. Jazz music is so exciting here, and being able to have just a taste of some of that, like that brass, that big band music here in New Orleans was such a fun way to start the morning.
So we had, I think, 3 members of that parade. We had a peacock lady, we had a man on stilts, and we had a reflective dude. That's what I'll call him. Of those 3, who would you like to be?
The peacock.
Ooh.
I love the flash. I love the feathers. That was really, really fun.
All right, production, make it happen. I would love to be the reflective guy.
Ooh.
I feel like, you know, just not being able to be seen, just like being shiny and all, that'd be a lot of fun.
That's very different. I'm looking for someone to be seen, to have the spotlight, and Phoebe's looking to cover his face.
No, don't look at me.
All right. Our players are already down on the stage. Let's go ahead and take a look. I want to see some more sweaty battles. And on the left, we have Polymers Up, who is going to be running again. We're seeing that Whiscash, but I am most excited there to look at that Typhlosion we mentioned, because I have been playing the Go Battle League, Alpha Phoebe, and I've been playing a lot of Typhlosion. It is so much fun. But on the right, I'm interested to look at Ivy Pips. Ivy Pips bringing that bulky Lickitung, just like Polymers Up is as well. But also bringing the Cresselia, the Dugong, a lot more meta staples here on the side of Ivy Pips.
And it looks like, if we're looking at the team sheet, it is a Water Gun Lantern, which would spell disaster for that Shadow Typhlosion. It doesn't happen that often, but Shadow Blast Burn, even to something that has a water typing such as Dugong, because it is sub-ice typing, it does so much neutral damage. I'm a bit of an aficionado of fire types myself, but it's so much fun to just land Blast Burn after Blast Burn after Blast Burn and really just tear away at your opponent's shields and health.
Yes, I think you're known for a triple fire team in the Ultra League, in Go Battle League,
yes.
Alpha Phoebe.
Yes, lots of Eves there. Let's look at the team itself. Mandibuzz opting for Snarl as opposed to that Air Slash that we saw before. Dark Pulse a little more common. Counter Night Slash and Shadow Ball, no Ice Punch coverage on that Annihilate. And then Typhlosion, as we talked about before, Incinerate better than that Shadow Claw. Blast Burn, tons of neutral damage, and Thunder Punch for coverage against those water types.
And the water type of choice here being Lantern running Water Gun. We mentioned that earlier, that Water Gun now having a bit of an edge over Spark. Because Spark was nerfed, the damage was brought down from Spark. So Water Gun being an interesting choice. If you still have a Lantern you want to use, you're like, but I just built my Lantern, I still want to use it, and it was nerfed. Go ahead and use it, just switch it over to Water Gun.
And it's really interesting. We talk a lot about cores. Strong 2 Pokemon cores here on the stream. It's very funny that you could have 2 water type Pokemon make a core. Lantern with its typing doing really well against those flyers. that aren't Altaria and really weak to those grass types. Dugong with its ice type fast attack able to beat the grass types as well as Altaria. They provide really solid coverage except against fighters, but the only fighter on the team for Polymers Up is going to be that Annihilate, and Annihilate has to be really wary of that Shadow Gligar, of that Cresselia. Those are two very dominant matchups for those two Pokemon. Psycho Cut, Grass Knot, and Moonblast, the options for Ivy Pips, which is a very standard set. Gives you great coverage against Azumarill and Whiscash with Grass Knot. It's not walled by that Mandibuzz, as I unfortunately know all too well. Lickitung is very dependent on the exact Pokemon that people are bringing. And the Typhlosion is another problem for that Cresselia. Fire types resist Grass, resist Fairy, so there's not a ton of damage that Cresselia can put out into a Typhlosion.
Yes, both of these trainers, I think pretty well known in the community, but neither have really competed much this season. We're seeing them compete now on the large stage, NAIC 2024, and we see a Lickitung into a Lantern. So Lantern still doesn't love this matchup because Lickitung can hit for super effective charge attack damage with that Power Whip.
Water Guns coming through, same type attack bonus is going to help allow them to do a little bit more damage, but Lickitung superior bulk showing that it's actually taking about the same amount of damage respectively as the Lantern. Lickitung going for the power up. This is going to do a lot of super effective damage. It's going to drop the Lantern into the mid-yellow range, and it's going to take at least another power-up to knock out. Polymers Up going for the bait here. Ivy Pip's going to know that this is only a body slam. It does not threaten a knockout, but still throwing up a shield.
Yeah, maybe really wanting to get at least a little bit more charge attack damage, or just be able to swap in and bank that for later. Maybe recognizing perhaps the Typhlosion's in the back, perhaps the Azumarill or the Mandibuzz in the back. Maybe there's somewhere that this energy can go where it'll be a little more useful later. Annihilate having to tank a Power Whip before there it is. There is the Shadow Typhlosion, and it's going to have to use a Protect Shield immediately upon coming out to be able to protect against the Shadow Ball.
It's a very aggressive Shadow Ball from Ivy Pips there because he's no longer able to pace to a second Night Slash. I would have preferred to see him throw a Night Slash there because you can at least threaten a knockout there. Great timing from Ivy Pips throwing 4 Water Guns into the Incinerate. No charge attack able to be thrown by Polymers Up. I think he has one, if not almost 2 Thunder Punches. Yes, 2 Thunder Punches. First one coming through. Ivy Pip's unlikely to shield, knowing how much energy this Typhlosion has.
Yeah, recognizing Typhlosion gets to its attacks just so incredibly quickly. So Dugong instead is going to be hoping to just be able to ramp up some energy to be able to handle the Annihilate and that Lickitung that's still lurking back there.
Calling a Thunder Punch, I think Blast One would have done a little bit more damage. However, a second Thunder Punch is able to be reached here. A shield needs to come up, and in the back, it's going to be Annihilate. Not a great matchup. We're going to see an immediate switch out into the Annihilate, which is going to be able to get a counter down here. I would be surprised to see Ivy Pips throw another charge attack, given how poor this matchup is for Dugong.
Yeah, Dugong, this is not great. Ivy Pips just immediately going to that notebook to start thinking, how can I switch things up? And the boost right at the end of that matchup for Polymers Up, taking this first game, bringing the series 1-0.
And I agree. I think Ivy Pips needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit in order to figure out how to create a game plan around that Typhlosion. Of course, he led his Lantern into that Lickitung. That's not ideal. I think he could have felt fairly safe switching that Annihilate in. I would have been surprised to see a Lickitung and a Mandibuzz on the same. Actually, never mind. I take that back. Although Lickitung and Mandibuzz do have some common answers, none of them exist on Ivy Pip's team. If you're looking across the team, you know, the own Lickitung is going to be neutral into the Lickitung, losing to the Mandibuzz. The Dugong's going to be losing into the Lickitung, maybe a little bit more neutral than the Lantern, and winning into the Mandibuzz. So, like, maybe that's the play, but if he does safe swap the Annihilate, I think that would have been a really tough game for him to win because he would have had to be really afraid of that Mandibuzz.
Yeah, that is going to be really tough. Like you mentioned, Ivy Pip's going back to the drawing board, and you can see both trainers really thinking it through. What do you want to bring? Because Ivy Pips needs to reverse sweep in order to move forward on the winner's side of the bracket. Polymer's Up just needs to cinch one more game. And again, I think that Lickitung is just a strong neutral lead for Polymer's Up. There's not really a hard check to it because Annihilate takes that super effective lick damage.
Yeah, that matchup's not the worst for Annihilate, but you're right. It takes super effective damage from Lick, but non-stab, and having to go for Power Whip in order to threaten any meaningful charge attack damage. You can usually win most matchups as Annihilate, but you're going to be the one who uses the first shield because most Lickitungs can throw a Body Slam and then go for a Power Whip, but not all Annihilates are built exactly the same. Some Annihilates can do a little bit more damage with those counters and prevent a Body Slam and Power Whip to be reached.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a look and see what we have on the field of play, and a much better lead this is still a really good lead for Polymer's Up. That Mandibuzz into the Lickitung.
And if we're looking at the team composition, Ivy Pips is ABA weak to this. However, the one thing he does have going for him is that he is weak to the not even just ABA, he's ABC weak to this Mandibuzz. Shadow Gligar typically loses to Mandibuzz as well. So, you know, frankly, if I was Ivy Pips, I'd be happy to see this Mandibuzz in the front because Lickitung is going to be able to deal out a lot of neutral damage with these Body Slams, and Polymer's Up has got to be thinking, man, what's he got in the back if he's going to stay in this just awful matchup?
Yeah, so very interesting. So Polymer's Up might be considering. A lot of times what your opponent's doing, what matches they choose to stay in can tell you a lot about what's in their backline. Maybe, or could it be a little bit of a mind game? So these trainers definitely really thinking it through, looking at each other's teams, and are going to stick around and play out this matchup. We see another Dark Pulse connect into the Lickitung as the Mandibuzz starts to ramp up energy. Like you mentioned, Alpha Phoebe, Lickitung being able to do a lot of really nice neutral damage. It's frustrating as the Lickitung player to see your fast attack damage do absolutely nothing.
Lickitung has successfully gotten the Mandibuzz deep into the yellow. 1.5 Dark Pulses loaded for Polymer's Up. This one is not going to be able to quite pick up a knockout. A Snarl Down is potentially possible, but instead going into the Annihilate to get the counter through to pick up the knockup, but giving up switch advantage here. No Ice Punch. Will he go for a Shadow Ball or will he go for a Night Slash bait? A Aerial Ace coming through. This is not going to quite threaten up a knockup, but a shield still comes up from Polymer's Up.
Yeah, throwing on really good timing, throwing that Aerial Ace just before the Shadow Ball is reached. So now Ivy Pips has to make a call and decides, I am going to shield my Gligar here. There is the Night Slash. Will we see another boost? We will not.
Unfortunately, wasting his boost at the end of that last game, going for another Night Slash here. Ivy Pips recognizing this cannot be a Shadow Ball, going to no shield it, likely build up more energy. No boost on that second Night Slash as well. Throwing the second Aerial Ace right before the third Night Slash. I'd be surprised to see Polymer's Up throw up a shield here. I expect actually coming in with a Lickitung here, and this is actually looking quite good for Ivy Pips, able to throw a heavy hitting dig. If Polymer's Up no shields here, I think Ivy Pips might be able to get a counter down afterwards.
Let's find out. There is that dig and hits really heavy damage. Ivy Pips opting to throw one more Air Slash, and there is that counter damage starting to connect. Lickitung has to throw Power Whip for neutral damage, cannot rely on its same type attack bonus. Stab, if you will, Body Slam.
This is a bit tough. I'm not sure I agree with the switch out here. Able to throw a Night Slash, though, before the first Aerial Ace is reached by Polymer's Up. This is not going to threaten a knockout, but is going to make the Mandibuzz go deep into the red. 2 more counters, apply damage after that Snarl. Aerial Ace could be no shielded here, and I think the Shadow Gligar could get a fast attack down, but that Lickitung is still in the yellow. 2 charge attacks are going to be needed as Polymer's Up still has a shield.
Yeah, so there it is, but here is the question. Can this Gligar get to 2 charge attacks? And I just don't think it has enough gas left in the tank.
Yeah, that Licktong's bulk really showing up at the end there in game number 2, and that is going to be Polymer's up, winning his round here and moving on. Ivy Pips is not out of this tournament, as we talk about all the time. This is a double elimination tournament, so he's going to go into the losers bracket and fight his way through that loser's side of this tournament.
So hopefully, if you are out there cheering for Ivy Pips, go ahead and let us know in chat that you are which trainer you are out here supporting and excited to go ahead and see continue in this tournament. Both of these trainers still have plenty of battles left to face.
And I said it before, I'll say it again. We are just getting started here in New Orleans. We have so many amazing trainers. We've only showcased 3 sets so far.
Yes, and let's just showcase that last set one last time. We have the full match highlights ready for you.
All right, going into game number 1, we see the strength of this Shadow Typhlosion incinerating down the Annihilate, coming out with a Thunder Punch. Dugong comes in and just cannot take the heat.
No, Dugong getting knocked out with that Night Slash, and there's that boost right at the end of the game. But it turns out Polymer's up did not need the boost to be able to handle this last game, bringing in that counter to take out with just one fast attack, and then bringing in that Lickitung. Now that Shadow Gligar, it just ended up being at too low of health to make the impact at the end of the game that it needed.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see Ivy Pips stay in with that Shadow Gligar a little bit longer, maybe get another charge attack into that Lickitung. It would have been a bit tough because there was a lot of energy still on that Mandibuzz, and you don't have Ice Punch. You don't have any super effective charge attacks. You don't even have neutral charge attacks into that Mandibuzz. So, you know, I guess maybe you could play for a Night Slash boost, and then maybe your counters are enough to pick up a knockout if we see a no shield from Polymer's up, but it's a really difficult situation when your energy is walled by your opponent.
That it is tough, but what is also tough, Alpha Phoebe, is I think we've done 3 battles already.
Oh.
Can you believe it? We saw Rogue Leader versus Derp Ficus, we saw Sceptile Ice versus Team Magma Tyler, and Polymer's up versus Ivy Pips. That's 1, 2, 3.
It's not time for us to go, is it?
Oh gosh, I hope not. But I hope not. Usually it's 3.
Okay. Well, I think we have maybe a little bit more time, but you know.
Check my watch. Okay, do we have time for one more battle?
I don't know, but I'm gonna hold on to this table for dear life. Don't take me away.
I'm very excited. We have some battlers coming up to the stage very, very shortly. We're gonna be excited to cue them in.
Yeah. Let's go back to that Shadow Typhlosion. And you have really great coverage. Thunder Punch and Blast Burn. Fire and Electric are resisted by a singular typing, but we haven't seen all that much of it. You know what typing I'm thinking about?
I'm not. I do not have that mind reading ability, especially against you, Alpha.
Maybe you gotta
check.
It's
a little too chaotic.
Maybe you gotta check your ears because there's roar of dragons coming to the stage. Maybe not quite yet, but I think we will see them show up. I think Shadow Dragonair has been consistently one of the top dragons, not top dogs. I was going to say top dogs again. Dragons are not dogs, for those of you at home. We haven't seen any Guzzlord yet. I expect to see a little bit of Guzzlord here. What are some other dragon types? I'm thinking about Sunday. What's happening Sunday? Goomy and Goodra. You know, we don't have access to Thunder Punch yet, but you can still run Goodra. You can still run Goodra. Muddy Water and Grass Knot, great coverage. It typically loses to other dragons because it doesn't have any charge attacks that can hit for super effective into other dragons, but it's extremely bulky.
I think you have Muddy Water on the brain, Alpha Phoebe. I believe Goodra can run Aqua Tail now.
Oh, yes, Aqua Tail is. Gosh, you just like to make fun of me. Aqua Tail and Muddy Water, both really great moves. Really great moves. Even though Aqua Tail's cheaper, you know, really great.
I understand your affinity for Muddy Water, though. It makes perfect sense to me. What also makes sense to me is to interview the winner of that last match. So let's go ahead and kick it over to Pedro and Polymer's Up.
So here we are with Polymer's Up. And great matchup. So right now I'm wondering, because I saw you use Shadow Typhlosion, what made you bring it here to Nike?
Yeah, so got the Thunder Punch buff in the most recent move update. I haven't had a lot of practice with it, but some teammates convinced me to run it, and so we sort of built the team around it, and thankfully it worked out.
It worked out incredibly, and now I'm thinking, why not Shadow Claw? What's like the meaning or the strategy behind the fire fast attack.
Yeah, Incinerate's arguably the best fast move in the game, even though it has that long turn duration. One of our very prominent community members posted a tweet, saying that like Incinerate and Shadow Claw actually do the same damage even if Incinerate is resisted and Shadow Claw is neutral. So I felt like it was the way to go. The pacing's really good for the move, so yeah, it really showed what it could do in that match.
Yeah, you did great, Typhlosion. And I have one more question. I want to know the Mandibus. What's the logic behind the Mandibus? Because it's a really tanky Pokemon, but if you go Typhlosion and Mandibus, you're kind of to like Lantern,
Right, yeah, no, that's a great question. With a lot of Lanterns now switching to Water Gun, that Mandibus matchup is much better. And then honestly, like I expected Annihilate to only get better after this recent move update. Is the top used Pokemon, so Mandibuzz is a wall to a lot of those Night/Shadow Ball Annihilates, and it's great for like the Cresselias and Lickies that everyone's running to help check the waters.
Yeah, that sounds totally logical. I think you have studied a lot. So, do you have any message to send to your partner, training, friend, whatever?
Oh yeah, thank you. So yeah, shout out to my Cool Cat teammates. And especially Adib Khan. He and I built this team together on the drive down from Atlanta, and I don't have a lot of scrim practice with it, but it worked well, and so we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, you did great, and you will continue to do great in the rest of NAIC. And now we're going back to casters.
All right, some great insight there from Polymers up into the team building, into the team composition. Why Incinerate and why Mandibuzz?
Yes, but why, oh why, Nick? I think it is time for us to go. Unfortunately, we are going to be back soon, though, with Amanda and Will on the desk. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at some highlights from those first 3 battles of NAIC 2024.
Good game.
GG.
He can't believe it. Game number 5 goes to Harjeff, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have the Pokemon Gold, and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother, and he's older and he's usually helped me with the game, and it was amazing. Pokemon is something that I really love in my life. I have been playing competitive Pokemon Go since like the day one, like since have like the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing like against friends and other people from my city, and I saw that I could be a really good player. I started winning a lot and started to practice against like people from other countries and regions. I tried to compete in other sports in the past, and Pokemon Go was the first game. Like I saw my game there that it could be one of the best. I like to win. Like I like to be on stage after with the casters. I like to watch the stream after that, and I like everything on that. The event, the games, like being with my friends, and then the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life like forever. It's amazing. My number 1 goal this season.
And meet us in New Orleans for the North American International Championship. I am Amanda, also known as Lundberger, here alongside my good friend Speediest Chief 2, and the battles are well on their way here.
Exactly right. We kicked off things with a bang with the marching band coming down the hallway here in the venue, and we kicked off things in a stunning fashion, right? We've already seen some Typhlosion action, a big debate kind of internally, Shadowclaw or Incinerate. I think the debate is just about settled just after that first set of games.
Yeah, I think Polymer's Up had a really good point there. He said someone in the community had talked about how the same type of attack bonus from the Typhlosion ends up making the Incinerate actually better than the Shadowclaw in a lot of variables. So I think we might see more of those as well. And you know what, you were talking about the band that was coming in earlier. I have to say, you know, a lot of people, you want to, you know, channel different players' energy. You want to be like that person. I wanted to be like that Stilts Walker.
Oh, I know, right? Looked like they were having so much fun. Definitely, if you are joining us right now watching the show, make sure to take a look back at the VOD later just to see the opening ceremony, because it's really, really special. But that being said, Amanda, we have some really special trainers getting queued up on stage. I'm excited to see some more Typhlosion action, maybe some, like Pedro said, maybe some Shadow Bastiodon, right? We looked at these season updates for the Shared Skies season, and we kind of thought, maybe it's not that big of a difference. Lantern, probably still good. Whiscash still has a solid chance to debuff with Scald. So how are the pieces going to kind of move? I've heard a lot of talk about Azumarill. That's a Pokemon that a lot of trainers seem to agree on, right? Catching up with Elum or Mango or several others, they say Azumarill is going to be strong this weekend. I think I agree with them.
Yeah, and we just, for a reminder for players who maybe aren't really familiar, Shared Skies, this is actually the very first tournament in this new meta. So while a lot of Pokemon have been used in the past for these different types of tournaments, there are some new things that could potentially shake things up.
Exactly, right? And some of these small adjustments, like a reduction in damage to Spark, means that Lantern isn't able to maybe farm down an Azumarill or a Feraligatr. Maybe the Skarmory matchup is a little bit tougher, and Skarmory can reach that second Brave Bird. These are small adjustments that can have a big impact later on, and I'm certain that all these players have been scrimming, have been practicing in the Go Battle League, and even with their friends, trying to figure out how these matchups are going to play out, because you kind of have to adjust your thinking. We've had the same move energy for these certain attacks for a number of months, and now suddenly everything changes, what, like 4 days before the tournament starts?
Absolutely, and I know I've been talking to a couple of trainers and they said, I kept changing my team composition because now I realize, oh, I'm weak to this Pokemon, or oh, maybe it would just be a little bit better using that tried and true Pokemon that I'm used to. But I don't know, we're going to have to see how many new Pokemon have been making its way to this scene. I do know that, when we talked about it in the pre-show a little bit, Wigglytuff, Clefable, they now learned Swift, but is it the attack that we will be seeing if we even see these Pokemon in the event?
That's a question, right? Because you have to give up one of those vital charge attacks in order to acquire the Swift, and honestly, if it doesn't really change matchups, if it really doesn't give you that edge, I don't think trainers are going to take a risk on changing things up this late into the season. But speaking of the season, our trainers are ready on stage. We're going to have more battles for you here shortly. We have Meteor Fallion on the left side versus Just X Dirk on the right.
And listen to this. I mean, we talked about Pokemon that we don't see very often, but I'm seeing a Unova and Stunfisk on Just Dirk's side over there.
Yeah, exactly right. Unova Stunfisk, we typically see the Galarian Stunfisk, right? That was definitely more popular early on in the Championship Series. Seeing the Unova Stunfisk, that is a ground and electric type Pokemon. A lot of trainers affectionately think it looks kind of like a pancake, right? The pancake is going to be very, very good against Pokemon like Skarmory. Bastiodon is a dominant matchup for it as well, but has to watch out for a Pokemon like Shadow Whiscash on the other side.
And this is a tournament where there is open team sheets, so we know what each player is running on the teams. We're going to go ahead and show those right now. We got the Dugong, Bastiodon, Mandibuzz, Whimsicott, Annihilate, and Shadow Whiscash. Annihilate also learns Ice Punch, which at the beginning, when it was first introduced into the game, seemed to be the choice moveset. However, ever since people have been getting these Night/Boost potentials, Annihilate has taken over as not only the premier fighter, but Night/is seeming to be the moveset of choice.
If my memory serves me correctly, I think that Nighttime Clasher in Liverpool is the only Annihilate trainer to win a regional championship with Ice Punch.
I think that's true. He was even playing against an Annihilate with Night/, which does have the advantage because it paces a little bit quicker. Let's go ahead and look at just Dirk's team over here. We got that Azumarill, like you talked about, something that's really been making its way back into the season. Shadow Gligar, that was my pick. I think that we're going to see a lot of those in this tournament. Again, the Annihilate, Skarmory, Stunfisk, and Lickitung.
Yeah, exactly right. Some meta staples here, and just that one kind of wild card pick of the Unova Stunfisk. It is running Thundershock as well, which is definitely going to help it in the Skarmory matchup and against pure water types like Feraligatr if he does happen to see it. But I think the Whimsicott is also a very interesting choice here for Meteor Fallion, and I just want to comment on the playstyle as well, because when we first saw Meteor Fallion enter the Championship Series, they kind of preferred to play the Bastiodon, the Victory Bell, the Wigglytuff, kind of the fast attack pressure-oriented Pokemon that they're familiar with in Go Battle League, but this team is different. This kind of reminds me of the evolution that Onion Frank has had over the duration of his career, where he will go from a team he's comfortable with in Go Battle League to kind of shifting more towards the Show 6 Pick 3 format.
There is still that Bastiodon, so a little bit of a nod to the past there as well. The Dugong, I think, is an interesting choice because it's really been climbing the ranks. A lot of top trainers, regional winners even, have been using the Dugong on their team. Dugong has that Icy Wind attack, which automatically 100% guarantees to lower your opponent's attack, and I think that kind of plays into this as well. So it's like if you're using a Pokemon that is a bit divisive like a Bastiodon that paces really slowly, you maybe want a Pokemon that can help you either win switch advantage like Dugong, or at least have the opponent, if they win that switch, come out with a little bit less attack.
I call it a setup Pokemon, right? Dugong can do its own kind of damage in certain matchups, especially against Gligar, right? That's a matchup it wins quite easily, but then you have energy that you can use to set up the next Pokemon on your team by debuffing the opponent. Our trainers are ready, they're locked in. Let's get into these games. Meteor Fallion on the left side of your screen, Just X Dirk. We've got Whimsicott versus Lickitung.
This is a matchup that you don't actually see all of that often in the Play Pokemon circuit. We're going to see how they want to play this out. A Body Slam is going to do a nice chunk of damage to the Whimsicott, but Whimsicott is pacing so quickly with his Fairy Winds. This first one's going to be going through unshielded. We're about to see that Whimsicott go down to about half health.
Yeah, I think this Lickitung lead from Just X Dirk is pretty ambitious, right? Because there's not only an Annihilate, but also the Mandibuzz and the Bastiodon on the left side there for Meteor Fallion. But this is a neutral matchup that Lickitung can absolutely win. Moonblast hurts a lot, but there's no debuff there.
I think the big thing about Lickitung is a lot of players don't like to use a shield on it, so even then it somehow becomes like a third or fourth shield for Just Dirk in this scenario here, forcing Meteor Fallion to at least shield up if he wants to maintain that lead. So that was really smart of him. He knows he can take at least one attack, and he's going to be able to outpace that second one. Meteor Fallion just going up to a ton of energy here, now releasing this Moonblast, going unshielded by Dirk.
Just Dirk knows he can withstand the Seed Bomb, but the Moonblast will pick up the knockout there. That gives Just Dirk a protection advantage. He comes in with a Skarmory, and Meteor Fallion forced to go into the Dugong here. But honestly, if you're Just X Dirk, maybe you just stay.
Yeah, this is not too bad. Going for the Brave Bird, this is going to be heavier hitting, but it also lowers that Skarmory's attack and defense. We might go ahead and see him quickly swap out. That's exactly what he's doing into the Azumarill, but there's so much energy on this Dugong now. It's just going to now, like we talked about, that Icy Wind coming through, lowering the attack of the Azumarill.
Sending in that Azumarill starts that 60-second switch timer, which means Azumarill is stuck here, and as you can see, the kind of shade moving around the clock for Meteor Fallion on the left side of the screen, he's about 30 seconds, maybe 25 seconds away from the swap. So he might be able to move the pieces around here shortly.
This is an interesting play. Definitely, since this is a ice type, it's not going to be doing that much, and it gets the shield from Dirk, being able to throw off this play rough. Now, this is worse for the wear for him. I do think that they will still be able to knock out the Dugong. Not quite. One more bubble will do it.
Honestly, that's even better, right? Because that means Azumarill can walk out of this matchup with a little bit of energy. Coming in with the Whimsicott, throwing the Seed Bomb immediately before the bubble damage comes through. Great play by Meteor Falling to pull away that final Protect Shield.
And this is great, too. Not knowing what's in the back, it's a very risky. And look at the management of this here. Being able to throw and immediately swap out into the Whiscash is huge for Meteor Falling there. Trying to catch, not quite able to do so. No Protect Shields remaining, and this Scald is going to do a ton of damage to the Skarmory. This is a Shadow Whiscash. Shadow damage coming through.
Yeah, remember with the Shared Skies update, Scald did not lose any of its power and damage, but it did lose that debuff chance, and it still triggers the debuff in this matchup. Going on the charge type priority tie, Whiscash gets to go first, and this will absolutely knock out.
And not only was there attack debuff, wonderful counting by Meteor Falling, knowing that the Sky attack was a reach and being able to throw right then. Azumarill is back. It's healthy at this point, and it doesn't have that attack debuff anymore, but there is a shield left. It's choices Meteor Fallon's when he wants to use it. Is he going to use it on this play rough? Looks like he is.
Yeah, I think if you're Meteor Fallen, you want to maintain some HP. You're trying to think in terms of relative damage, and I mean, Azumarill's play rough is definitely the attack you want to shield up here. You're going to see the Bomb get fired off here. There's still that very weak Whimsicott in the back there for Meteor Falling, and Switch Timer just expired. Does he try to make the catch?
It looks like he's good about to. No, going for that Scald damage, hoping he's going to get one more debuff. If that will be enough to do it for him. Just Dirk's win condition is to be able to land this play rough onto the Whiscash and not on that Whimsicott. It's getting so low health. Another bubble's going through. Looks like he is going to be able to throw it. Will it be enough?
Play rough coming through here. Azumarill a little bit hindered there by the Scald. It's going to fire with the play rough. It connects into Whiscash. Whiscash barely hangs on, looking for the Mud Bomb, doesn't get it. Azumarill needs one more bubble. Whimsicott so close. Whimsicott comes in, the bubble damage applies, and just Dirk takes game one.
Just by the slimmest of margins, and that is what we are dealing with here at the North American International Championships. What a game to play between these two trainers, coming down to literally 1 HP. Meteor Fallon doing the best that he could. They're really getting every single bit of energy out of that Whimsicott.
It's so challenging, right? Because trainers have adapted to such a high degree, and in particular, I'm talking about waiting turns, right? When you have a 3-turn bubble from Azumarill and you're trying to make the catch, you can see at the very end of this replay, Meteor Falling does try to reach for the Whimsicott against the Azumarill, but he's just a little bit too slow. And that one moment, that half-second play, is what allowed Just Dirk to seal up this game. But Azumarill put in so much work. Amanda, I swear, we didn't know Azumarill was coming in this round, but we knew it was going to be good in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that this Azumarill has been around since the beginning of Go Battle League, since the beginning of PvP for Pokemon Go, and it looks like he's saying, I'm back, baby, as this play rough connects, knocking out the Whiscash and knocking out the low remaining health on that Whimsicott.
Yeah, Whimsicott Fairy Wind just doesn't do much damage. Didn't do enough against the Azumarill, and the Water type takes down the Grass type. Let's jump right into game number 2, though. Oh my goodness, we're going to see a very familiar matchup. Let's take a look. Whimsicott versus Azumarill in the lead.
And I think we might see a swap out here at some point. We have to remember that that Ice Beam is actually going to do a nice amount of damage to the Whimsicott when the Azumarill gets there. But that Seed Bomb is also super effective against this Water-type Pokemon. Going unshielded as well. Azumarill has a lot of bulk to it, however. It's still in the green from a super effective charge attack.
Just Dirk running an ABA weak to a Whimsicott team here with Azumarill in the lead and his Unova Stunfisk in the back. So he's forced to stay in this matchup. Like you said, Amanda, most trainers would probably reach for the pivot here, but Just Dirk realizes if he goes into one of those other matchups, things might just get worse.
And I think that Meteor Fallon maybe has a good indication too, wondering why is this Azumarill staying in this matchup? It is not positive for it. Forcing that first shield off of Just Dirk, you can see that red shield. That means that would have been super effective. And catching this Ice Beam, not very effective now onto this Dugong. A great catch by Meteor Fallon.
Yeah, great catch by Meteor Fallon to try to get back into this game and try to gain some leverage against his opponent. At this point, Just Dirk might actually stay in and let the Dugong throw energy and then make the switch because he doesn't want to switch into Pokemon and get immediately debuffed.
Yeah, if you look at Just Dirk's backline there as well, the Gligar does not want to see it, but the Stunfisk is going to feel pretty great about it. Still doesn't want to be taking this Ice attacks or the Drill Run. We'll have to see what he wants to go for here. At this point, this is going to be a super effective. Going ahead and shielding this up, make sure that he wants to get to his charge attack as well. And it looks like, which one do you go for though? Do you try to debuff or do you go for the super effective as well?
Well, you're super effective either way, right? And Dugong actually does does get the same type of attack bonus on the Icy Wind, even though it's a little less damage. And I think that's definitely the right play because now Dugong can withstand a discharge, get to another Icy Wind. And I really appreciate Meteor Fallian shielding that first discharge because he knew it would be the most impactful.
Going ahead, this is going to go through. It's going to still do a lot of damage, even though it is debuffed, as you can see, knocking it down to the yellow here. But another Icy Wind is already ready. Super effective damage, no Protect shields remaining. This Stunfisk is going to take the full force of this Icy Wind.
Unova Stunfisk going to be double debuffed here by the Icy Winds, low in HP, and we see the swap into the Whimsicott. Here comes another Seed Bomb. Whimsicott has definitely been the MVP for Meteor Fallian through these first 2 games.
Yeah, charge attack priority as well. The Pokemon with a higher attack going through. The Seed Bomb will connect, knocking it out, but in comes the Gligar just to completely farm down. This puts Dirk in actually a really nice position because there's a lot of energy on the Gligar, but the Dugong's coming right back in.
This is definitely interesting, right? Because you know the Shadow Gligar has a positive matchup against Bastion, just needs to get through the Dugong first. If you're just there, do you actually switch? Yeah, I think this works, right? Because you have the Azumarill, you're ahead on energy. The first Ice Beam might have been a mistake, Amanda, but this one is intentional. He's going to try to knock out as efficiently as possible.
Not even sure if it will be enough. No, not quite effective here, but forcing Dugong to throw some energy. He won't be able to Ice Shard down. He's got to be able to do something. Going for an Icy Wind here. It almost looks like a single attacked Dugong. I don't think he's thrown a drill run yet. Icy Wind connecting with his remote, but I don't know if he'll be able to make it to another one. Looks like he's desperately tapping for that Bastiodon.
Trying to get to the Bastion. We know Bastion needs 7 Smackdowns in order to get to the Stone Edge. And I'm going to be honest, after all this Smackdown damage, the Stone Edge might be enough. Shadow Gligar kind of dipping and dotting here on the charge attack, trying to get to the dig and knock out the Bastion, but it's not enough. It needs another one.
It needs another one too. It's not the Aerial Ace. That wouldn't be enough to do it. The Stone Edge is reached. Those 7 counts are there. It's going through. I think this is going to be enough. It looks like Meteor Fallian has pulled this out.
Yeah, exactly. Stone Edge connects. One more Smackdown is about to do the trick. The Aerial Ace gets fired off here. Meteor Fallian seems confident, knows his counts, knows it's not quite the dig energy. Aerial Ace bounces off of that Bastiodon, and the Smackdown smashes Gligar. That's a KO.
The wall remains standing on Meteor Fallian's side, tying up that series 1-1 here. These are best of 3 matches, and this is going to be a decisive 3rd game coming up. You can see the trainers kind of laughing about it, recognizing that normally, like you said, Gligar has a lot of play into Bastiodon. However, just at that health level and just not enough on the Gligar to be able to pull through.
We've seen an Azumarill KO a Whimsicott, we've seen a Bastiodon KO a Gligar, and we've even seen Unova Stunfisk losing a charge attack priority against the Whimsicott as well. So honestly, Amanda, if you're just Dirk, how do you adjust here? How do you compensate for this Whimsicott?
I mean, that is the hard call, because if you look at this team by Meteor Fallian, Azumarill does so well into basically everything on it except for the Whimsicott. So, because, I mean, like Dugong, sure, it's a little bit more, you know, average, I would say, but yeah, at least everything else, the Mandibuzz doesn't want to see the Azumarill at all, Annihilate and Whiscash, so he's almost forced into a position where he has to bring it if he wants to at least have good neutral play against a lot of the opposing team.
It's so tough, right? Because if you're Meteor Fallian and excuse me, if you are just Dirk and you try to overcompensate for the Whimsicott, maybe bringing Gligar and Skarmory onto your team, I mean, the Dugong, the Whiscash, even the Bastiodon, right, can prove it to be an issue. So I really like the team structure that Meteor Fallian has kind of built in here. And as you can see, a slumbering pup on stage, just kind of taking a break, right?
Yeah, he's doing a lot of service, and the service for us is making us feel so happy. Look at this little sleepy boy.
Exactly right. We're going to lock in here for a decisive game number 3 at the North America International Championships. This is Group B, winners round 3, so there's still a long road ahead for both of these players, whether they win or lose.
Yeah, but we've been informed too that the dog's name is Pepsi, which is adorable.
Pepsi, oh, that's cute. Going into this game number 3, I want to see everybody type in that stream chat, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. Let us know what teams of 3 you think would win the series for their respective players. I mean, I know there are a lot of Bastiodon fans, a lot of trainers that don't particularly like playing Bastiodon, so I want to hear from both of you, hear both sides of the story here.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it. It's definitely a controversial pick, but I definitely think that we'll see a lot of them here in New Orleans. Game 3 is ready. We're getting locked into it. We have a pretty good start for Dirk here with the Shadow Gligar against the Whimsicott.
Definitely the best start I think he's had in this series so far, but Whimsicott can absolutely fight back. Moonblast, same type attack bonus, but we see the Dugong reaching for the hard answer, and the hard answer responded. Here we see the Annihilate countering into that ice and water type Dugong.
So this is actually, you said earlier that there was an ABA team. This is an ABB team for Meteor Falcon. He's luring out that Annihilate with the Dugong because it has such a good matchup, but the Bastiodon also does not want to face against the Annihilate. So because he's able to draw it out now, he's going to be able to face off against it with that Whimsicott, which could prove vital in this game. He might lose this mid matchup here, but it is getting it desperately low and getting it out of the way.
And look at this, actually getting to another icy win, forcing Just Dirk into a tough position. He's got to decide if he wants to maintain switch advantage or if he's going to let Annihilate go. Actually opts for the latter, letting his Ghost and Fighting type Pokemon faint. I guess you come in with Unova Stunfisk and Thundershock down?
Maybe, but at this point, the that's what I was thinking. It's the Dugong so low, is at least going to get a lot of energy. Bastiodon doesn't want to face this either, but at this point, I mean, I think if you're Meteor Falcon, if you don't know what's in the back, you're saying, okay, the Whimsicott has a good play against everything except for the Gligar. I might have a chance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talked about the double flying type strategy that Just Dirk could have taken into this game number 3. He opted not to do that, instead bringing the Unova Stunfisk, going for the Aerial Ace bait.
Oh my goodness!
Meteor Falcon doesn't take the bait. He's going to let this through. Aerial Ace bounces off of that Bastiodon, barely making any impact at all, and that is another misstep here for Just Dirk.
Yeah, going ahead, banking all of this energy, coming in now. The Stone Edge will be into the Stunfisk. It's not going to be doing that much damage, but the Thunder Shocks aren't going to be doing too much either. It's going to be relying on the Mud Bombs. In comes that Whimsicott again, has such a good matchup against the Stunfisk. A Seed Bomb already ready, forcing that shield off of Dirk.
Now it's shield parity. That super effective Seed Bomb would definitely have taken a big chunk out of the Unova Stunfisk HP. Gonna go for the Mud Bombs here because neither charge attack is great in this situation, to be honest, right? Both resisted, but at least the Mud Bomb's a little lower energy cost.
Yeah, going ahead, trying to get off as many of them as possible, going for a Mud Bomb spam here if possible, but these Fairy Winds just go so quickly. As you can see, already at another Seed Bomb here. This is gonna be doing a lot more damage than the Stunfisk is hitting back, however, not getting the shield. We're about to see how much that does. Putting it down into the red. There's not much left. Mud Bomb coming through one more time.
The saving grace here for the Unova Stunfisk is that the Fairy Winds don't do too much damage, right? You're not dealing a lot of damage with your Sparks, that's a given, but at the same time, you can hang in this matchup as long as you possibly can. Switching in the Gligar for the combo play, Aerial Ace will absolutely knock out.
Yeah, forcing the shield because this is the play. I mean, the Stunfisk in the back is not going to be that bad against the Bastiodon, and Meteor Falcon needs to get this Gligar out of the way. Will we see a shield again on this such low health Pokemon? Yes! Just Dirk also shielding this up. Gonna go for that aggressive fast attack down, getting a lot of energy, and ready for the dig!
Gets the dig, 2 wing attacks within the width of the double smackdowns, able to get that damage through before the smackdown damage registers. Dig connects, the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place. We might see the Unova Stunfisk land the Mud Bomb and eventually win this game.
Yeah, the Mud Bomb going right away. Those smackdowns aren't going to be doing that much at all to the Stunfisk, but just Dirk says this Bastiodon has got to go. How much is left on this Whimsicott here? Not enough to get to a Seed Bomb!
Wow, Thundershock KOs the Whimsicott, and Meteor Falcon's key Pokemon does not pull through for him in a decisive game number 3. Just Dirk's Unova Stunfisk just took down a Fairy and Grass type.
There is so much to unpack in that game because if you looked at it, Meteor Falcon had a lot of key things that happened for him to his advantage. He lured out that Annihilate like he wanted to. He ended up being able to even win that mid game there, but be able to get 2 icy wins to knock out the Annihilate, getting that switch advantage. But just so much of the dipping and diving of just Dirk ended up proving how masterful of a dancer he is as well, getting that game by the slimmest of margins.
I think we really saw the negative of Bastiodon's pacing as well. We saw, I believe it was game number 1, where Meteor Falcon was able to Stone Edge the Gligar to win the game. We saw the immediate pivot, switching into the Bastiodon, trying to get that energy, desperately trying to gather it so he could fire off the charge attack. I think in game number 3, just failing to pace against the opponents was really the big detriment there, because there wasn't a target like a Skarmory in the back, like an Altaria, right? There wasn't something you could just use your fast attack pressure on. You needed those charge attacks, and Meteor Falcon just could not get there in time. And like you said, the dipping, the maneuvering, the fast switches really paid off for Just Dirk in the end.
Yeah, let's have a look at those actually as well, because we have to see the moments where everything kind of pivots. I think one big moment was like when they were choosing to use their shields here. This was a big moment to not use the shield. He knew that the Annihilator didn't have enough play into the Whimsicott, and it was such low health. But look at this. This is where a shield is used here, and a shield is used on the Gligar on the other side. They're so low health. They're barely still in the, I mean, they're barely surviving.
Yeah, exactly. And then we see the Protect Shield in turn here. Just Dirk recognizes that he might be able to withstand one Smackdown, but not two. And this is just the beauty of understanding the fast attack timing, because the Smackdown damage doesn't apply until the end of the fast attack, which means the two wing attacks can squeeze in the gap, get to the dig, and get that energy off before the knockout. And that was the instrumental play that led to the thumbs up from Just Dirk in that Game 3 win.
I like that. Every time he won, he gave a little thumbs up at the end saying, this is Just Dirk approved, and probably Pepsi approved as well.
Exactly right. That was really fun to watch. Unova Stunfisk, honestly, Amanda, I think that is a direct response to what we saw from Polymers up, the Typhlosion, right? The rise in fire-type Pokemon, whether it be Talonflame, Skeledirge, Typhlosion. The Unova Stunfisk is one of the worst matchups for the fire types in this meta, and it has a great matchup against Lantern and Skarmory as well.
I've been thinking about it. I've actually been a big fan of it for years. In the past, Galarian Stunfisk has been like one of the top steel ground type Pokemon that has been used, and the regular Unovan Stunfisk has kind of taken the back seat. Well, so far in this tournament, I mean, Galarian Stunfisk nowhere to be found, but we've already seen the Unovan one here on stream.
I think that just speaks to the adjustments that are made to the meta over the seasons, right? We saw Rock Slide receive a nerf, we saw Earthquake get scaled back just a little bit, and even though the Galarian Stunfisk has a distinct advantage with the dual steel ground typing, like in terms of coverage, resistances, much better, right?
Right.
But then you have Pokemon like the Unova Stunfisk with incredibly fast pacing with Thunder Shock, incredibly low energy cost charge attacks in Mud Bomb and Discharge, and you're able to just kind of fire off these moves as quickly as you want and make an impact over time.
And an impact it did make, because it was brought pretty much every game. It really was impactful for that decisive game number 3. Just a reminder for people as well, this is a double elimination tournament, so even though we just saw Meteor Fallion ended up falling now down to the losers bracket, he is still going to be able to compete through the rest of this tournament. Maybe we'll even see him later on in the tournament, still slugging away through the rest of them, and maybe even day 2 could be the champion.
We've had so many incredible trainers this season who have just blazed new trails, right? Laid new groundwork about what's possible. So anytime I see a trainer fall to the losers bracket, I never think it's over for them. They still have that fighting chance. Amanda, let's take a look at your favorite event coming up this month. This is the Scorching Steppes. We got a ton of fire Pokemon. I am most interested in that Larvesta.
Me too. I mean, it's one of the most rare Pokemon to be able to hatch in this game. I only had like 3, I think, total. I'm just still trying to do some lucky trades with people to get a good one overall. And now we can see that a lot of Pokemon are going to be shiny as well. There's so many different Pokemon that you will be able to get in the different eggs. There's the 2-kilometer eggs, the 5 and the 10. You can see the different ones. I know that we're both looking at that, but is there any other ones that are popping out at you? Because the Turtonator is something that I also think is a great shiny Pokemon.
Perfect segue, right? I'm looking at the Turtonator. I would love to get a Turtonator for Ultra League, but it takes a ton of those XL candies, so definitely going to be looking for those raids. Also, the evolutions of Charcadet are the mascots for NAIC this season. It's been really cool to see them all over the merch at the Pokemon Center, and I might have picked up a couple of pins for myself. But speaking of getting involved, this is actually a really snazzy QR code, right? If you scan that, you can sign up for the email list and then customize what news you want to receive. Whether it's about the competitions or whether it's about general Pokemon news, definitely a good way to get plugged in. And if you're looking, like I said, Pokemon Center has great stuff. If you don't want to miss exclusive releases, it's good to stay connected like that.
Yeah, I think that the Pokemon Go community is just a great community to be involved in. And why not get updates? Why not learn the new things that are going to be coming to everything? Speaking of new things coming, we got 2 new players that are coming to the stage as well. We're going to jump right over to them. We got Enhoff on the left-hand side versus Munchlax 2000 on the right.
These are 2 trainers that have just been competing ever since the Championship Series was first introduced for Pokemon Go. It's so good to see them on stage here at the North America Internationals 2024. Looking at these teams, though, I don't know, Amanda. I feel like there are a lot of standard picks here, maybe a couple signature picks. Walk us through one or two of these on each team that are special.
So definitely one that I'm eyeing for Enhoff is going to be that Tapu Fini. Enhoff has done amazing in the past, top cut before using that berry Pokemon. And we're going to go ahead and look at the teams as well, because we were talking with her backstage, and you might be a little bit surprised if you're a Tapu Fini lover to be looking at that moveset on it as well, because it is running Surf and Moonblast, not the new attack that it has recently learned.
Yeah, we see a lot of Tapu Fini running the new Nature's Madness, a signature attack for the Tapu Fini. But I think that Anna's kind of calling back to her previous regional runs, right? The Moonblast debuffs are so iconic in a lot of her tournament performances. She's going to bring that here to the stage at NAIC. Meanwhile, Munchlax, a trainer that does not have Munchlax on his team, instead opting for Altaria and the normal type Vigoroth. I think this is a really strong team. Triple flying types, by the way.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out as well, there is a Moonblast user on Munchlax's team as well with that Cresselia. Cresselia has been either always using Grass Knot as one of its charge attacks, but people have been flipping this season between Future Sight or Moonblast. I do think that Moonblast, at least for the current meta, seems a little more appropriate, and it looks like a Munchlax might agree with me there. Cresselia is a great pick for this. I'm very interested to see how these two teams will play against each other. Like you said, triple flyer, not something you see quite that often, and a Vigoroth instead of Annihilate.
Jumping right into game number one, we have Registeel for Enhoff and Lantern for Munchlax in the lead.
Yeah, going ahead and we can see it's a water gun Lantern, so applying a little more fast attack pressure. We did see that Spark got a nerf in this Shared Skies update, and maybe trainers have pivoted away from that. The Surf is now ready before there is going to be a charge attack, getting that first shield immediately from Enhoff.
Yeah, I think Anna recognizes that this Lantern is problematic for the back two Pokemon on her team, so she definitely wants to address it as quickly and efficiently as possible. But what she doesn't know is that there's also a Cresselia with Grass Knot on the opposing side. No debuff there in the Zap Cannon.
Yeah, Zap Cannon has a 66% chance of debuffing. Didn't get it on the first one. There's already reaching Thunderbolt. The charge attack priority looks like throwing this. This is the heavier hitting attack, and not getting another shield from the Registeel here, but the Registeel is at an attack, and this is not knocked out.
Yeah, Thunderbolt does take that Registeel down into the red. Great timing by Enhoff to throw the single lock on and then the Zap Cannon. Munchlax actually going to keep his Lantern around. Looking at the team composition for Enhoff, probably recognizes it is very, very powerful, but the debuff does occur. Looking for the water gun down. Can he do it?
It looks like we'll be able to water gun down, makes it even better. Gonna come out with a charge attack stored and kind of get the alignment that he wants in the back. Now look at it, he won that first little round. He can say, okay, I can let this Lantern go, and I'll just come in with anything else. This might be an indication here. Dugong coming in to that. This Thunderbolt will be doing a nice amount of damage, but the attack is debuffed from the Lantern.
I think Enhoff went for the bulk of your Pokemon, right? Because you have either resisted water guns on your own Tapu Fini, or you have resisted ice shards on your Dugong, but at least the Dugong can absorb more damage. It's got more HP, a bit more defense. I think this is definitely the best play given the situation, but I'm telling you, things are not going to get much better, because I think Munchlax, but she does throw the 3 ice shards before getting to the Icy Wind, and then the Grass Knot is getting fired off in quick succession here. No Protect Shields there for Enhoff either, so all these charge attacks will come through. There's another Water-type Pokemon in the back. Munchlax doesn't know it yet, but Enhoff needs to make up some ground.
Yeah, Enhoff going for this second Icy Wind here, debuffing one more stage for the Cresselia, not getting another shield. I think Enhoff needs this Cresselia out of the way. It's going to wreak so much havoc. Swapping into the Tapu Fini now, and then by the Gligar, but this is a lot of play for Enhoff's side here, already at the Surf.
Yeah, you know, Munchlax has already, his Cresselia was already debuffed, so I think it kind of makes sense to pivot to this Pokemon, because Gligar doesn't have a great matchup against Tapu Fini, but it has an even worse matchup against the Dugong.
Yeah, going at just getting a ton of energy here. The water gun pacing is a lot slower than Spark or anything else that would potentially be running. Going ahead, throwing this Bulldoze here. It's going to be, or Dig, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough to knock out, and a Surf is reached.
This is interesting, right? Because we get the Surf here, and Hoff is definitely going to pick up the knockout against the Shadow Gligar, but this Tapu Fini is just weak enough for that Cresselia to come in and Psycho Cut down.
Yeah, this Tapu Fini is tapped out at this point, and there is so much energy on the Cresselia. It has been, debuffs have been cleared, Grass Knot coming through, no Protect Shields remaining. Munchlax going to connect here.
It's interesting because as you look at this team composition for Munchlax, yes, he does have the Lantern and the Cresselia, but the other 4 options on the team, I think the double water strategy from Enhoff is actually quite good, right? You've got the Registeel for the Cresselia, the Altaria, and the Skarmory, and even with shields down, you can go up against the Vigoroth with your Registeel. Then you also have the Tapu Fini and Dugong to support it. but I just think Munchlax saw it coming, right? He wasn't fooled, wasn't tricked, and had all the coverage he needed.
I think, like you said before, I mean, these trainers have been around since the beginning, and if you are, you can start to analyze each other's playstyle. You start to recognize signature picks and signature Pokemon. Like we talked about, Tapu Fini is a very signature pick for NHOP, being able to give her great success in past competitions, and I think Munchlax just kind of saw it coming, knew it would be in this matchup, just had to align the Pokemon right and find the best counters for it.
Exactly right. Going into game number 2, Registeel did not get into the position it needed to in order to make an impact large enough for NHOP to win that game. Meanwhile, Munchlax just kind of seemed to pilot things really well, seemed calm, composed, not really flustered, you know, seeing Dugong and Tapu Fini in the back with his Shadow Gligar, made the most out of what little he had in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm looking at this team, if I'm a NHOP, then I am definitely wanting to bring a Dugong into this, because if there's an Altaria, if there's a Gligar in this team, I think I have a lot of good targets. However, this is not quite the target that I would be looking for here. I mean, I think at least going to be able to debuff it before anything goes out, but Munchlax says, no, going to go ahead and throw this first, forcing you to make a decision. Are you going to shield this up when it's the heaviest attack? And it looks like Anna's going to let it go.
Yeah, NHOP does allow the Grass Knot through, super effective damage into the Dugong. Is going to go for the icy win here against Cresselia. I think in this lead matchup, because the Dugong is at a disadvantage, NHOP is just kind of feeling her way through this situation, trying to think about what's in the back. I do like the Lickitung Annihilate combination, but I do think that controlling switch advantage is probably at the front of her mind, especially considering that Munchlax has Vigoroth on his team.
Yeah, going ahead and not protecting this up, bringing it down to the yellow here. There is just going to be a little bit more energy. One Psycho Cut before now throwing here. This Grass Knot should not be enough to knock it out at this point. Honestly, it's basically double debuffed here. It looks like Anna knows it as well. Gonna go ahead, let that go through. And now it is a race to see, okay, is he going to be able to get off another charge attack? Yes, looks like Munchlax wants this first switch priority.
NHOP allowing the Dugong to feint, giving up control of switch advantage. I think the Lickitung will be her choice here, that she brings in for the big lick down. Does bring in the normal type Pokemon. Munchlax does not switch out either. Kind of, actually banks the Moonblast and then switches to the Water Gun Lantern.
Smart attack here, however, giving a lot of energy already to this Lickitung, just continuing to slobber away now at this Power Whip, which will connect. It is super effective, but it's not same type attack bonus since Lickitung is a normal type Pokemon, only bringing Lantern down to that about half health.
Going for the Body Slam now, NHOP trying to chip away at the Water and Electric type Pokemon, trying to whittle it down. Does peel this Protect Shield away from Munchlax 2000, and I think that's definitely going to ensure that he gets to another charge attack here. Gonna go for the Surf.
The Surf is not as heavy hitting, however, he will be able to get to another one beforehand too. Not shielded up by NHOP either, going ahead and just counting away, still in the green, still healthy, just continuing to lick here, almost at yet another Body Slam, but the Surf is coming through first, and this is still going not protected.
Unprotected Surf does connect into the Lickitung, does do a bit of chip damage, taking it down to the red, but Lickitung is still very much in this matchup. Throws the Body Slam into the opposing Lantern. I think this will be enough to pick up the knockout and reveal Munchlax's final Pokemon.
It is not quite enough, but one more lick should do it, and yes, let's see what will come back in. In comes the Gligar, and Gligar is actually going to be so difficult for the Annihilate in the back. Once again, Munchlax really reading this team composition perfectly, saying, I don't need to even use the shield here. It's not going to knock me out. I'm going to have so much energy for whatever comes in. And now we're going to see the Annihilate.
Yeah, we see the fast pivot from NHOP into the Annihilate. Going to go straight for the Night Slash, hoping for a boost. She still has 2 Protect Shields, though, so maybe 3 Night Slashes is the recipe for NHOP to win this game. Meanwhile, Munchlax needs to reach the triple Aerial Ace or use this Cresselia.
Now, already at the Aerial Ace, it is super effective, forcing that first shield here. The pacing will be nice for NHOP, being able to get to another Night Slash, but the problem is this fighting-type Pokemon doesn't want to be facing off against these flying-type attacks. Already at this next Aerial Ace, it's got to force this shield. I think you can see NHOP wondering if she's going to use that shield or no, letting it go.
Yeah, don't forget the Cresselia in the back still has a Moonblast loaded for Munchlax 2000. NHOP remembered, she knew that even if she Protect Shields up that Aerial Ace, she's just going to get combo played, bending the knee to Munchlax 2000, and he wins game number 2.
Yeah, I think one thing that we also have to remember, but it, like you said, it would have been a completely uphill climb for NHOP there, would be that Annihilate does win that charge attack priority over Cresselia. So even if there was a Moonblast stored, if somehow she was able to get to a Night Slash in time, that attack would have been able to go off first.
Exactly, but then you have the question of pacing, right? Because Gligar is also very similar pacing to the Annihilate. So if you go for the extra counter energy and you wait for the Cresselia switch in for the charge type priority tie, does that then mean that you're taking another air lace from the Gligar. Maybe you're a little bit behind in that matchup. And also, Amanda, we've seen some players switch at the beginning of a 2-turn fast attack and throw their charge attack on the second turn, which is really hard to do. I think SJ did that in Indianapolis, if I'm not mistaken. Really tough to do, but not impossible.
Yeah, it takes a lot of skill. And if you're maybe a newer player saying, I'm not even sure what you guys are talking about with these different turn attacks, they're different fast attacks have different turn durations. We see before, I mean, we saw a lot of those were 2-turn attacks, but we did see Water Gun, which is a 1-turn attack. There's a lot of math, I think, that goes on in the players' minds, making sure they're getting maximum energy and just the maximum potential out of each Pokemon before they let it go back into its ball.
Sometimes it all comes down to just a half second, as we've seen time and time again. Let's take a look back at the replay from that series. This is Enhoff versus Munchlax 2000. The Cresselia Lantern combination, really tough for Enhoff to deal with. Maybe didn't have the right team composition to address it properly.
Yeah, I like that play by him, but storing up the move was a really smart play because it really makes someone wary of their shields later. Like, okay, even though I have all of these shields, and I think if it was anything besides the Gligar in the back, that Enhoff would have been in a great position. However, just being able to line that up proved instrumental for Munchlax there, taking that 2-0 victory against Enhoff and being able to continue on in this series.
Game 1 is still impressive to me, right? You see the Tapu Fini come out. If you are Munchlax 2000, you reach for the Gligar because there's really bad and then there's pretty bad. And the Gligar versus Tapu Fini matchup is pretty bad, but the Gligar versus Dugong is really bad.
So much worse. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as we would say.
They couldn't have said it better, right? That was a tough position for him to be in, but he made the most of it. And I think our co-caster Alpha Phoebe kind of mentioned this earlier. He gave like a machete reference, just kind of hacking your way through a matchup. Pokemon Go is so unique in that sense because if you look at the video game, right, if you throw an Earthquake into a Bronzong with Levitate, it doesn't do any damage, right? But if you look at Pokemon Go, you can still deal damage. Even if it's double or triple resisted, it still adds up over time. And sometimes just a drop, just a tiny Aerial Ace against a Bastiodon, a Body Slam into a Dark-type Pokemon, whatever it might be, those tiny chips can make a massive difference in the end game.
Absolutely. And I mean, we can talk about it, go round and round. We talked about how great that Munchlax did, but I want to actually hear from the man himself. We have him on stage with Pedro. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to that interview.
Okay, here we are with Munchlax, and there's a lot I want to ask you because you did really, really great, awesome battles. And the first thing is, how do you face a team with Registeel with 3 flyers?
I came in with a lot of neutral flyers that have capabilities to play in a Reggie. I don't think Altaria's that negative of a matchup, nor is Gligar, obviously. It's a hard check. Skarmory, a little bit more difficult. But the rest of my team, Lantern with Water Gun, Vigoroth, and Cresselia, they can all hit Registeel for decent damage. Crest being the weakest of the 3, but I can play around it.
Yeah, I mean, you did, and you did great. Something else that we all noticed, Lantern with Water Gun is back. Can you explain why is that happening?
Well, yeah, with the recent update, Spark got a damage debuff to where both Spark and Water Gun now do the same damage in the mirror. So there's no real advantage aside from hitting other water types, which a good majority of them are going to be Mud Boys, either Quagsire or Wishcash. So there's not a ton of value in Spark anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Metas change, and the best players like yourself can read that and bring and adjust your teams to that. And in the last question, I just want to ask about that Munchlax. I know it has a story, so tell us about that.
So one of my grassroots teammates, Nom Like a Lax, he's a fellow Munchlax fan. His wife, Jenny, crocheted this Munchlax as well as a smaller they have in the backstage. And they let me use it knowing I was going on stream. So fellow Munchlax connoisseur helping me out.
Yeah, and she did a great job. It's beautiful. And with that, we're going back to the casters, and the best of luck to you today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very well spoken and well thought out. The strategy is all coming together. I really feel like trainers kind of take that extra step, right? The extra effort, the extra investment to learn things like that. Like the Lantern mirror match, right? Whether it's Spark or Water Gun, you're pacing the same amount of damage. That's actually really interesting.
Yeah,
I think that
I
helps
was
quite a
taking
bit.
notes with it as I was like,
Yeah.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think that makes such a big impact. You don't have as many pure water types. I think the only pure water type that we might see have play in the tournament is probably for Alligator. So maybe the Lantern helps you there, but if you're looking at matchups that are very traditional, like Gligar, like the Rising Bastiodon, even neutral matchups like Skarmory, Water Gun might actually be the better choice overall against the current meta.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. Kind of like what Munchlax said as well, especially because when there's Quagsires out there, when there's Whiscash as well, you know, obviously the Sparks are not going to be doing as much damage to those because they're also ground-type Pokemon.
Yeah.
So, if you're having Water Gun, at least you're applying a little bit of fast attack pressure rather than relying solely on those charge attacks.
Yeah, at least it's neutral, right? Instead of single resisted, because ground is definitely the antithesis to electric typing, right? Never a matchup that you want to see if you are on the electric side of that. But I'm really excited to see how Munchlax progresses through the tournament. And again, Enha falls to that loser's bracket. It's not over for her, though, right?
Absolutely.
Very strong trainer, former regional runner-up, definitely a incredible pedigree. I think she'll do really well as the tournament progresses. But Munchlax staying in the winner side bracket has to be feeling good in the Big Easy right now.
I think we said it earlier, you keep calling it the Big Easy. I know it's the nickname, but there is nothing easy about this tournament. There are so many competitors. There's over 3,000 competitors in all of the games here. We have Unite here as well. This is like one of the first ones, but EUIC we had it as well, but we didn't get it at LAIC. The crowd is going crazy for it. We have the video game, we have the card game, so many competitors. It's not just Go, it is a huge Pokemon community.
This is, honestly, Amanda, this venue, I feel like you can stand on one side and look down the hall and almost not see the other side of the hall. It's so massive, such a long venue here with so many trainers, but we need that much space to accommodate these thousands of players. Incredible overhead shot here by our incredible production team as well. I mean, it's just bustling. Like, if you're a Pokemon fan, this is where you should be.
This is where you should be, or at least you should be watching it online. Just a reminder, if you are watching it online, make sure to enable those Twitch drops as well, because our EUIC champion, M.E. Weedle, you have a chance to win the Altaria that he used in that. And we talked about it before. Altaria takes so many candies, 400 Swablu candies to be able to evolve it. You might as well be able to get this special research and just automatically get one for yourself.
It's so unique too, right? Because there has been a Swablu community day in the past, but these events in Pokemon Go kind of roll around. You might not have an event for several months. It might be hard to find Swablu in the wild, especially with all the other events going on in June. So take advantage of this moment where you can get this Pokemon and you can get candies in order to power it up and add a new charge attack as well. So definitely a great reward, and we're so grateful that Niantic and TPCI have worked so hard to deliver that to the players.
And speaking of players, we have two new ones up here. We're going to have Out of Pocket, a player that is pretty well known in the circuit, and 8 the Great going up against each other with, I mean, we talked about the Shadow Quagsire. It's on both teams here. Cresselia's on both teams, and Bastiodon looks like it's changed allegiances as Out of Pocket used it in Indianapolis on his team. Nowhere to be found this time, but plenty to see on 8 the Greats.
Caught up with Hot Pocket, or excuse me, Out of Pocket for just a few moments last night. He said, you know, I'm going meta. I'm going meta this time. I'm not going to try anything too fancy. I just want to get my championship points and battle for that travel award. I think this is a safe and solid team to do so. Shadow Gligar, Shadow Quagsire, like you pointed out, Charge-a-Bug, as well as regular Feraligatr with Ice Beam, which I think we can circle back to, Vigoroth, and then Moonblast Cresselia. Tell me why we need regular Feraligatr as opposed to the Shadow.
I think a lot of people at the beginning was really expecting Shadow Feraligatr to be able to do more damage overall. However, just the bulk of it turned out not to be how Out of Pocket liked to play that style. He talked about it in the past of why he didn't. We're going to go ahead and look at 8 the Greats team as well. We see that Shadow Quagsire. I mean, this is a pretty standard-ish team until you see that Bastiodon, until you see that Mandibuzz as well. You talked about the Mandibuzz in the past. That was one of your picks. We haven't quite seen it too much lately. Do you think this is the tournament that's going to bring it back?
I think Mandibuzz looks incredible, right? You have a solid matchup against opposing Annihilate. You're bulkier than Gligar. You're bulkier than Skarmory. You can also hit Cresselia for super effective damage, and you totally wall Lickitung. I think there's so much merit to that Pokemon. What's interesting to me is seeing a lot of the Mandibuzz Bastiodon duos. That core very, very fascinating to me. We've seen that a couple times already on this stream. I'm sure we'll see it a ton more as we work through our matches today. But Amanda, our trainers are locked in. We're jumping right into game one.
We're going to get right into the matchup here. They're rumbling onto the field here. We have that Bastiodon against the Charger Bug. This is a great matchup for the Bastiodon. We'll have to see if Out of Pocket wants to pivot out of that matchup here. Yeah, going immediately into that Feraligatr to be met with the Mandibuzz, but this is where the Ice Beam really comes in handy.
It's debatable, right? At first, I agree with you, right? I think in the zero Protect Shield situation, Ice Beam is definitely the play, but in the 2 shield scenario, Out of Pocket might actually opt for these neutral Hydro Cannons just because they're less energy cost, faster to get to, and he needs to burn shields and deal damage as quickly as he possibly can.
That is true, but the fast attacks from the Feraligatr are doing absolutely nothing to this Mandibuzz in the sky. This Dark type just being able to just absorb all of that, getting all of the energy here, 100 energy, throwing this Dark Pulse. It is the heavier hitting attack for the Mandibuzz here, and it's going to be doing a nice chunk of damage to the Feraligatr, as we can see, already bring it down the yellow. There's another one already ready, and going for the Aerial Ace, because at this range, it would be enough.
I think this is also the impact of the regular Feraligatr. I mean, a Shadow Feraligatr would probably be deep into the red after that first Dark Pulse, but that allows Out of Pocket to kind of siphon away the energy from the Mandibuzz, send out his Charger Bug, and try to get a head start.
I think that shield from 8th the Great really came in handy for him here, because even though the Mandibuzz doesn't have a great matchup against the Charger Bug, it was able to get so much energy in that, still being able to basically put it into the yellow if Out of Pocket doesn't want to shield this, which it looks like he doesn't. He knows there's that Bastiodon in the back, wants to say, okay, I'll just get a lot of energy on this Charger Bug, and then we'll see what we can do here. 1 volt switch, 2 volt switches, 100 energy, and catching onto the Vigoroth. But this actually puts 8th the Great in a great position, because he can now line up the Cresselia with the Vigoroth rather than the Bastiodon.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, this is overall uncomfortable for Out of Pocket because now the Cresselia comes out. The Psychic type is resisting the counters. Luckily, the Body Slams are neutral for Out of Pocket, so he can chip away the Cresselia. He still has 2 Protect Shields as well, but there's just so much HP to cut through. Look at this team from 8th the Great. He had the Mandibuzz, the Bastiodon, and the Cresselia. That's got to be like 600 HP across the board.
Yeah, Cresselia and Mandibuzz definitely known for their bulk. Bastiodon has a lot of great matchups. Vigoroth is not one of those matches, however, so 8th the Great wants to make sure to get this Vigoroth completely out of the way. Great timing there by Out of Pocket, throwing on charge attack priority. These Body Slams aren't doing much, but they are continuing to whittle away. Cresselia now down into the yellow, and there is still a Protect Shield left on Out of Pocket side. Not anymore. Going to go ahead, use it on that Grass Knot. Wants to be able to just continue to chip away, but this counter damage is not doing anything to this Psychic type Pokemon.
Yeah, in these long matchups like this, you don't need the big hard-hitting charge attack. This is actually pretty clever, though, by Out of Pocket because the Rock Slide does marginally more damage. 8th the Great thinks he can withstand the Body Slam. Rock Slide comes through. It's not enough. Counter swap. Out comes the Charger Bug. Question is, does it get that second discharge?
I think it's already at it, but the problem is that Smackdown is just going to be doing so much. And the charge attack does so little. However, chip damage is chip damage here. This could prove very vital for Out of Pocket in the end. Wants to make sure to swipe all of those Bugbles before going down, but the Vigoroth is coming back in, and even though the Stone Edge isn't going to be doing that much, we saw it on the Gligar before, Stone Edge will be enough at this range to be able to knock that out.
It sounded like you said bug pulse, like bug typing with bubbles. So we're going to see the Stone Edge come through here, and somehow another Bastiodon is getting a Stone Edge knockout onto a meta Pokemon that is traditionally a counter. We saw that earlier on with the Shadow Gligar, Bastiodon taking it down. Now we're seeing Bastiodon take down Vigoroths too. Who's going to stop 8th the Great and his Bastiodon?
8th the Great played that so well, and it's such a risk as well for Out of Pocket because the thing is, he knew the Bastiodon was coming, right? He brought the Feraligatr, he brought the Vigoroth. He was like, okay, if 2 of my 3 Pokemon do great against it, I'm in a good position. However, losing this mid-game matchup proved pretty costly for him in this sense because now the Charger Bug is going to get lined back up, and even though Out of Pocket did a lot of nice maneuvering around, even catching this Aerial Ace on the Vigoroth, it just wasn't enough for him in the end game.
Just think about it though, right? If you look at this matchup, Out of Pocket was much closer than it appears. the deciding factor here, the key signature of Bastiodon gameplay is alignment. And if you look at this matchup, he had the Charge Bug for the Cresselia and the Mandibuzz, he had the Vigoroth for the Bastiodon and the Mandibuzz, and he had the Feraligatr for the Bastiodon and a little help against the Cresselia. He had the pieces, he just needed them in the right order. Jumping right into game number 2, we've got a new order as our leads come onto the field. This looks like a Vigoroth versus Mandibuzz matchup.
In the past, Vigoroth did not have a rock-type attack to be able to kind of hit back at the Mandibuzz, forcing to use those body slams, which still would chunk away over time. But at this point now, I think 8th the Great has to be a little bit wary of what the Vigoroth will be throwing here, as the Vigoroth just continues to counter away, going for that rock slide, which will do a little bit more. And it looks like 8th the Great choosing, he's got 2 seconds left. He is going to use that shield, wants to keep that Mandibuzz nice and healthy, and say, okay, if I got that switch one other time, I think I want it again. I think I want to control how the different Pokemon are going to align with each other.
It's interesting, right? Because controlling switch advantage for 8th the Great might not be enough. If he's able to do that, it is a great setup for his Pokemon in the back, but the Feraligatr with the Protect Shield advantage might be the key for Out of Pocket in this game number 2. Another Charge Attack coming through here from the Mandibuzz. Not going to be quite enough to KO. Out of Pocket making the calculations. Vigoroth does hang on, goes for the Feraligatr early, revealing his trump card.
This is hard for Out of Pocket at this stage too, because if you're 8th the Great, you're recognizing that nothing in the back wants to be able to go against this Feraligatr here. Out of Pocket correctly shielding up this Dark Pulse, trying to get as much energy as possible beforehand, and I think that he will be able to. Coming in with the Skarmory, this is an interesting play. It looks like he was trying to catch, but catching is not going to be doing too much to Skarmory, to be honest, because all of these attacks are going to hurt.
Absolutely. I think the Shadow Claws plus the Hydro Cannons will add up, and these Steel Wings are resisted by Feraligatr's water typing, so it can stay in this matchup and overcharge a ton of energy. What I expect here is the Hydro Cannon to connect. 8th the Great is going to fire off probably a Brave Bird. Might try to get, yeah, I think he only has time for 1 Brave Bird, but it's actually a Charge Attack priority. Out of Pocket trying to cut off all that energy.
And it looks like he is going to be able to do that. No, 8th the Great says, okay, if I'm shielding you, I'm going to get that last shield from you as well. This is coming through, and Out of Pocket has to decide, is this Feraligatr worth saving? Looks like he does think so. Great call by Out of Pocket. That Brave Bird would have knocked it out, and now he's able to get a little more energy. Shields are down. Hydro Cannons are coming up.
Exactly, Mandibuzz coming out, trying to squeeze this Dark Pulse within the Hydro Cannon intervals and deal some damage to a Pokemon that his Bastiodon absolutely does not want to see. Dark Pulse does connect. Gonna look for a Hydro Cannon here any second. Out of Pocket, actually gonna pivot. I like this play even more because now Feraligatr is ready in the back.
Same. I think that we might have what we call a 3-ball flex potentially here for Out of Pocket, getting a little bit of extra pacing on the Gligar. We saw this before. This dig will do so much damage, but he does need to. But at this health and range, the Stone Edge would not be enough to knock out the Gligar. So, I mean, 8th the Great's going to need to do so much damage here with this Bastiodon, and it's not going to be able to pace that quickly. Stone Edge coming through.
I think if this Gligar was a little bit weaker, Bastiodon would have a chance here, but the Gligar easily withstands the Stone Edge, gets to the second dig, and Out of Pocket, digging himself out of a hole after that Game 1 loss, is going to tie up the series here with a massive knockout into the Bastiodon. Mandibuzz still has some energy. Game's not over quite yet, but I think this looks pretty good for Pocket.
Yeah, Pocket knows that he already has a Charge Attack stored on that Feraligatr. Feraligatr is definitely going to win that Charge Attack priority over the Mandibuzz. It's just coming in. It's just deploying it. This bird is about to have a bird bath and get knocked back into its ball.
Exactly right. Feraligatr does prevail for Out of Pocket in the end. I expected to see that Hydro Cannon landing on the Bastiodon, but we got a Mandibuzz instead. Either way, Out of Pocket gets the job done, tying up the series.
I think we're definitely going to have to analyze this team composition a little bit here, Will, because 8th the Great keeps bringing the Bastiodon, but there are a decent amount of counters to it on Out of Pocket's side. If I'm really looking at this team, Shadow Gligar can beat Bastiodon. Shadow Quagsire can definitely beat Bastiodon. Yeah. Vigoroth beats it, and Feraligatr beats it. What is going on in 8th the Great's mind that he thinks that Bastiodon is the winning Pokemon for him? I mean, it was Game 1.
I think that Out of Pocket is going to trend towards more flexible picks, and I think that Charge Bug and Cresselia are really important for him answering 8th the Great's Cresselia, and I think that just that impetus right there allows 8th the Great to predict that those two Pokemon will come, and those are the two targets that Bastial wants to see.
Sure.
Definitely multiple layers of the team reading going on here as you take a look back at game number 2. For Alligator taking that game for Out of Pocket, but he's got to do it again if he wants to stay in this winner side bracket.
Yeah, this is a decisive game 3. Winner of this will continue on that winner side. Losers will be knocked down to the losers bracket where they can potentially continue their streak. You can see both of these trainers are entirely focused on this matchup. There is a lot on the lineup here. I know that you said we talked with Out of Pocket last night, and he said he was going meta because he had something to prove this season. He's already qualified for Worlds, but he wants that title to his name.
Exactly right. I mean, a lot of these trainers have friend groups. Out of Pocket, famously friends with Wadaj and Onion Frank. He says, I want to keep pace. I want to prove to everyone that I'm as good as my friends are. We're going to see our game number 3 get kicked off, though, for Alligator finds Skarmory in the lead.
And it looks like going ahead staying in. We saw this last matchup. Those Steel Wings are doing nothing really to that for Alligator. For Alligator just continuing to get a ton of energy here. Going for that Brave Bird ahead of time. Will Out of Pocket choose to shield this up? For Alligator has really been his MVP so far. And it looks like he correctly shields it up. Luke, I think he's going to get a little more energy. Let's see what comes in. Throwing that Ice Beam. It's about time we see it. No shield from 8th the Great.
What a heads-up play by Out of Pocket. Hoping for Hydro Cannon. 8th the Great takes an Ice Beam instead. And now the pivot into the Gligar. How do you feel about this?
I was just going to mention that because I think if you're 8th the Great, you're saying, well, this worked out great for my advantage here because Annihilate wants nothing to do with that Gligar. Dark Pulse coming through, doing a nice chunk of damage. Meanwhile, Out of Pocket just continuing to chunk away here. Gonna go for those Aerial Aces because they are gonna be more effective. Shadow-type Pokemon doing 20% more damage as well. So this Aerial Ace is gonna connect. It's gonna hurt a little bit more than if it was a regular Gligar.
I think Out of Pocket is just working with the information that he has. He saw Skarmory in the lead. He knows Shadow Gligar has a terrible matchup against the Steel Flying type Pokemon, so he sends a Gligar out here to deal some damage where it's most useful. Does hang on from the Dark Pulse and get to the Aerial Ace, and the bonus, right, the cherry on top, is that it barely has any HP to be farmed down by whatever comes in next.
8th the Great has a decision to make. Both, I mean, the Skarmory does better, but the Annihilate at this stage, one counter will be able to do it, and getting a counter advantage on anything is pretty good. This Quagsire is coming in already at an Aqua Tail, so spammy here. This is going to connect. And it looks like no Protect Shield from 8th the Great.
I think that Out of Pocket desperately wants to tie up the Protect Shield situation here. He knows that 8th the Great has the double Protect Shield still available to him. It's going to be really tough. He probably knows this is going to be a Shadow Ball coming through, and the pressure is starting to mount. 8th the Great not letting up, but the Protect Shield from Out of Pocket comes up. He's able to pace to another Aqua Tail. We see the switch into Skarmory, reaching for the Alligator to counter swap.
This is going to be actually closer than we think here. There are 2 Protect Shields left on 8th the Great's side. This Hydro Cannon is coming through, but I think the winning condition is on Annihilate here. There's no Gligar left to it. Skarmory wants to at least get to another Brave Bird to be able to knock out this Alligator, but will Quagsire have enough in the tank to handle both of these Pokemon in the back? First one going through. Just a Sky Attack.
It's just a Sky Attack. I'm kind of confused because I think if you throw the Brave Bird, you get the knockout, and the Mud Shots are not going to deal much damage to the Skarmory, but now Out of Pocket's able to farm to double Hydro Cannons, force Protect Shield, and potentially even get a knockout.
This is very close here. Not going for the Brave Bird might have been the condition here as we see the second one going through. There's so little left on the Alligator, but the Quagsire has some energy left in the tank. This is not quite enough to knock out.
Oh my gosh, and he throws! He throws the energy!
He throws the energy, and he might have, sorry 8th the Great, thrown the game here as well because there's not so much on the Skarmory, just giving a little bit more energy to this Quagsire, being able to now throw the Aqua Tail onto the Annihilate. This is huge for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, critical mistake there at a very important moment. Throws the energy from the Skarmory, and now Annihilate gets outsped, outclassed, and Quagsire gets a back-to-back knockout to win Out of Pocket this series.
The game was incredibly close. We really need to dive into that wonderful play by Out of Pocket. Aqua Tail enough to knock the Skarmory out of the sky. Continue on in the winner's side of the bracket. And just the patience of Out of Pocket, recognizing his win conditions there. And unfortunately for 8th the Great, and listen, I get it. I've been in this position before too. This is a high-stakes scenario. You're desperately tapping. You're trying to make sure to figure out how you can best play it out. and you mistap. You say, okay, I need this Feraligatr gone. I'm going to go down potentially. Like I'd rather have this energy go somewhere than nowhere at all.
I honestly feel like it was also a situation of the resisted Seal Wings coming through into the Feraligatr versus the neutral Shadow Claws. And I think that 8 the Great was trying to budget his HP. He saw his Skarmory getting weaker and weaker and weaker, and he knew that he would lose the game outright if he allowed the Feraligatr to farm down. So he felt like maybe he needed to throw to preserve some kind of situation where he could win the game, but it ended up landing in Out of Pocket's favor.
This is exactly what we were talking about here. Throwing this Sky attack onto this very low health Feraligatr. There's just too much energy left on the Quagsire, being able to get to 2 Aqua Tails, one for the Annihilate, one for the Skarmory. Out of Pocket playing out of his mind there. But it was really, really good games.
That was really good.
I'll be here all weekend.
Be here all weekend. Quagsire able to get to the double Aqua Tails, like you said, Amanda. The fastest pacing water and ground type, as we affectionately call them, the Mud Boys, right? When we look at Whiscash losing a little bit of its punch with Scald, still the same amount of damage, just a lower chance to debuff the opponent. We looked at other water ground types. I mean, Swampert has famously been very, very effective, but the advantage that Quagsire has over something like a Swampert is the bulk.
Yes.
Right? We look at the bulk, and maybe you could even argue slightly the coverage, because Stone Edge is so solid against the Mandabuzzes, against the Manteens, against even the fire types like Skeledirge. You can really put a hurting on fire type Pokemon with Quagsire. And I feel like that little extra bulk, that shadow factor, makes it a little more dynamic than maybe Swampert might be at this point in the meta.
I believe so as well. Another thing with Quagsire is that you can run Mud Bomb on it, or you can run the Aqua Tail, which we saw a little bit earlier. So there's a little bit of flexibility on what you want your charge attacks to do. I do think in this particular meta, Stone Edge is almost vital, because Quagsire, as it is a ground and water type, needs to be able to hit back at the things coming from the sky.
Exactly, right? You need to be able to have coverage. That's the main reason we highlighted Typhlosion, because Thunder Punch against a Mantine is not pretty for the water and flying type. And I think that when you land a big Stone Edge in some of those matchups as well, similar effect, right? You say, oh my gosh, Quagsire hits hard.
Coming to play.
Exactly.
Speaking of coming to play out of pocket, I wonder how he feels about Bastiodon kind of switching allegiances there, going to play for the other team. We have Pedro with an interview with him, and we'll see if we get any Bastiodon talk.
Yeah, we're right here with Out of Pocket, a fellow Quagsire enjoyer. One of the best Pokemons. And I have a few questions for you. First of all, how do you face a Bastiodon? It has so many pressure.
My team actually does really good into Bastiodon. I have 2 water types, Quagsire and Feraligatr. I have Vigoroth, and I have Gligar. So I was actually very surprised that my opponent brought it against me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wall, it's a risk, and you were prepared for it, you know? Now, what's the secret for a comeback? It's not easy to lose the first one and then keep your mind calm enough to win the next 2. So what's the secret?
I mean, I gotta tip my hat to my opponent. He took the risk and he got the Basti where it was needed. As he decided to bring Basti, I was more prepared for him to potentially bring it the next games. So as you saw with my Game 2 team, I was triple strong against it, just because I was expecting it at least somewhere.
Yeah, outstanding team reading for from your part. And last, why use regular Feraligatr and not the Shadow one?
I like the bulk that regular Gator gives. There's a few matchups like Altaria, Gligar, and a few others in the meta where having the extra bulk from a normal Gator wins you the matchup.
It worked totally, and there were amazing matches. I'm hoping to see you like go to the end, because you have so entertaining gameplay, and hoping to see you go all the way. And right now we're going back to the casters.
Thank you, Pedro. And I like what Out of Pocket had to say about the Feraligatr. I mean, he keeps calling it the Gator affectionately. What an appropriate Pokemon for here in New Orleans, right?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. I actually want to ask you a challenge to everybody watching the stream at home. Let us know what Pokemon you feel reminds you of New Orleans, maybe of Southern Louisiana as well. After seeing that parade at the beginning, Quaquaval is at the top of my mind, right? What an incredible show.
I mean, for me, like, if we're talking about Gator-like Pokemon, I'm going to go with Skeledirge. I mean, I think that's a pretty good pick.
Good.
So, I mean, yeah, let us know what
Maybe
you guys think. Hashtag play Pokemon, use it. Maybe give us some reasoning. Maybe we'll feature the tweet.
Some Crawdon, some Corphish.
Ooh, look at
right?
this, yeah.
This is easy.
Will's on a roll.
I'm on a roll here like a beignet. We want to hear your responses as well, so make sure to type those in the chat. But I'll tell you what, we're going to take a look back at some highlights from the previous matches. Don't go anywhere. More live battles coming soon.
GG's. I knew when you swap Mandy that you're gonna have 8. So I was like, dude, I just threw the game when I swapped Gligar. Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffs and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom, and because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me, but my dad hasn't, so I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander. as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
We are here in the Crescent City of New Orleans. I am Stephanie Christine, and I am so happy to be joined by my casting partner today, Alpha Phoebe.
How are you feeling this morning, Stephanie?
I'm ready. I'm energized. I'm excited to go ahead and get into some more battles. How about you?
I am also excited. There's so much energy, honestly, really emphasized by that marching band this morning, and we are just continuing to march through these battles. That was another amazing three sets of battles, and we're going to have 3 more for you just shortly. We are moving our way through at least the first few groups of this tournament. You might have noticed that a lot of the letterings on the groups are A, B, C, and E. We are well into those groups. Other groups are going to have a bit later starts to their day, so we might not actually see everyone quite yet, but we are definitely working our way through this bracket. We're already in round 4 of these first 5 groups.
Yes, and we are going to have some trainers on the stage very shortly, and I am so excited to see their matches. I just have to comment on one thing from Mr. Out of Pocket's interview. I really enjoyed how when he was asked, you know, what's your secret? And he said, I have to tip my hat to my opponent on that one. Because sometimes it's not necessarily if you make a mistake, can you capitalize on when your opponent does something? And you're looking for those win conditions, and where can you find them? I just thought that was a really interesting comment.
Yeah, like looking into your opponent isn't only looking for mistakes, but it's also looking for tendencies. And we have our trainers ready up on stage. It is Kelsey K versus Shiny Dialga.
Yes, and we take a look. I love Kelsey's case Skeledirge. That is one of my favorite Pokemon. I think many of those who know me, many of those on the caster team know that I love Skeledirge. I love this Incinerate user that can hit so tough with Shadow Ball as well as Disarming Voice. That's going to do really well against that Skarmory, that Charge-a-Bug. It's just got a lot of play, really neutral play against the Lickitung as well.
And even into that Gligar with ground typing, not actually resisting fire damage. It's super effective against it, but it doesn't resist it. So those Incinerates, as we heard earlier in the day, Incinerate being the best fast attack, even though it's 5 turns, the rest of the team is running pretty typical movesets. Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Drill Run on Dugong, Counter Knight / Shadow Ball on Annihilate, Charge Bug not opting for that Crunch, Discharge X's are the standard set, and then take us through the other team.
Yes, we're going to go ahead and take a look. We see that Shadow Gligar and Skarmory, a very common pairing of flyers, I would say, as we are in this season. I really like Charge-a-Bug as well, but it just does not want to get matched up against the Shadow Gligar on the side of Kelsey. For Feraligatr, another really fun choice with Shadow Claw, Hydro Cannon, and Ice Beam. Ice Beam to hit against the flyers, but I remember Will saying something earlier in the when shields are down and there's a flyer, you really want to use that Ice Beam. But until then, Hydro Cannon works just fine. You're hitting it back to back to back to back. Lots of really strong neutral damage. And then finally, we see that Lickitung and Annihilate.
You know, Ice Beam into that Shadow Gligar is double super effective. However, honestly, Hydro Cannon's such a strong move. I'd be surprised to see that Feraligatr actually reach for the Ice Beam. And then Shiny Dialga's Annihilate is going to be running that Night Slash and Shadow Ball. So both of these Annihilates don't have Ice Punch for the Flyers, but looking at Kelsey's team, she does have that Shadow Gligar, which will do a little bit better than Shiny Dialga's Skarmory. But in the heads-up matchup between the two, that Skarmory has the typing advantage.
Yes, and our trainers are locking in and getting ready to start this battle. Again, we are in the winners semis already for Group E. That is going to, so we are really, like you said, marching our way through. Let's march on down to the field of battle, where that is the worst possible matchup for Kelsey's Charjabug into that Gligar. We're going to see an immediate swap into that Lickitung, where Shiny Dialga doesn't have a super clear answer.
Safe swap. Lickitung is so good. Shiny Dialga likely going to throw this dig no shielded and switch into his own Lickitung. Lickitung is, strangely enough, one of the best answers to Lickitung, especially if that Lickitung has a health disadvantage.
Yes, and as our co-caster Amanda likes to say, they are just slobbering all over the field of battle in a Lickitung mirror. So, but here, what the advantage that Shiny Dialga's Lickitung has is a lot of health, because he was able to chip away at the opposing Lickitung first. His Lickitung is going to have a major advantage here.
And in the back, we see Dugong is there for Kelsey K. So she's brought in her soft answer to that Gligar. The question is, because Shiny Dialga stayed in that matchup for longer, will Kelsey K be able to take advantage of the switch clock misalignment? It doesn't actually seem so, because Shiny Dialga now has his switch available.
Yes, it is available right now, but throwing that body slam first. We're going to have to see, does Kelsey K feel the need to shield? No. Charjabug can definitely handle one of these body slams. And now with switch clocks available, we see Lickitung actually sticking around for a while. Kelsey K building up to 2 charged attacks, 2 X scissors before throwing this charged attack. Will Shiny Dialga keep the Lickitung around? No, the Lickitung falls. And then we are definitely going to see that Shadow Gligar come back. And then we're going to see the Dugong come in. Just that one Ice Shard, that one fast attack of damage onto that Gligar did so much damage. This is an interesting matchup with Dugong being that Ice type. It is resisted, so really going to have to rely on these drill runs to be doing nice, consistent damage. For Alligator, these Shadow Claws do neutral damage, but look, it's going to, again, resisted Hydro Cannon. Even when Hydro Cannon is resisted with Bio Pokemon that is so attack weighted like for Alligator, it can still do a significant amount of chip damage, especially with how fast for Alligator is getting to these moves.
One thing I really liked from Kelsey K was before she switched out of that Charjabug, she made sure that she had a discharge loaded so she could potentially use it later on in this matchup to knock out the Feraligatr. Shield comes up from Shiny Dialga. This is going to be his first shield used, 1 shield on each side, but he's pacing to these Hydro Cannons so quickly. However, Kelsey K can use her last shield here, reach another drill run, which would threaten a knockout, and then Shiny Dialga could potentially face a quick charge attack. Oh, instead actually switching out here, throws an X-Scissor into the Shadow Gligar. She could have potentially not thrown a Volt Switch and maybe have gotten that charge attack into that Feraligatr.
Yeah, but that gave Shiny Dialga an opportunity to be able to throw the Aerial Ace, which is going to threaten the knockout of Kelsey K's Charjabug. But now that Dugong is going to be aligned on the Gligar, but can it knock out before Gligar gets to a charged attack? No! Gligar gets to the Aerial Ace, which is fantastic for it.
That was 3 wing attacks to reach this Aerial Ace. So that was going to be just enough time for the Shadow Gligar there in order to survive those first 2 Ice Shards. The 3rd Ice Shard did not apply in terms of its damage, so therefore the Shadow Gligar was able to reach that charged attack, and that is going to be game number 1 going to Shiny Dialga. I really liked the team compositional ideals, though, that Kelsey brought to that game, trying to set up that Dugong in the endgame for success. Here we see switch advantage maintained by Shiny Dialga in the mid game.
Yes, and here we can see the Charjabug really knocking out the Lickitung, trying to do the best that it can, but it keeps getting aligned against this Gligar, which is the worst possible matchup for a Charjabug. And this Dugong, I think if the Dugong had been able to knock out here, this would be a very, very different result. However, Gligar just being able to hold on through that final Ice Shard.
It was just the difference of 1 wing attack. Had it been 4 wing attacks instead of 3, the damage from that 3rd Ice Shard might have been enough to knock out and given Kelsey K a massive energy advantage going into that Feraligatr. I'm not sure exactly how much energy Shiny Dialga left with. If he had a Hydro Cannon loaded, I think that Dugong was low enough for a knockout, but if Kelsey had 2 full drill runs loaded, and that Feraligatr was farther than 1 Shadow Claw away from a Hydro Cannon, that would have been a win condition for Kelsey K.
Yes. Shiny Dialga knows quite a few things about win conditions. He came in 4th place at a very recent tournament in Indianapolis this season. So definitely a strong player. Also did very well in Peoria back in the Midwest earlier in the season. But now let's talk about what is happening on the screen. We have Feraligatr into Lickitung. Feraligatr doesn't love this matchup as the Shadow Claws are resisted by Lickitung, and Lickitung is able to threaten a knockout with super effective Power Whips.
5 Shadow Claws to each Hydro Cannon means that this Feraligatr is going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto the Lickitung. It is not the Shadow variant, so 2 do not quite threaten a knockout. Instead, we see a switch into the Lickitung for Shiny Dialga, and this is actually very interesting as a counter comparison to that last game. We see Shiny Dialga being down on energy, but up on health because of that Hydro Cannon.
And Lickitung versus Lickitung. We've seen it before, Nick, but we are going to see that Lickitung mirror really setting us up for that end game. Kelsey K is free and available to switch out at any given point, but it looks like she's willing to stay in this matchup.
She has 2 Pokemon in the back that have fairly decent matchups against that Feraligatr. The issue becomes, though, if she is unable to win switch, instead opting for an extremely late switch out into the Charjabug. But thankfully for her, it's actually going to be able to avoid any Shadow Glygars because the Shadow Gligar's not even on Shiny Dialga's team of 3.
Maybe Shiny Dialga thought, maybe I scared this Charjabug away. Maybe it won't show up now because I brought my Gligar game 1. But Kelsey K instead, trusting in this Charjabug, trusting that it still has a lot of play into Shiny Dialga's team. We see a catch here into Shiny Dialga's own Charjabug.
Kelsey K throwing the correct move in either matchup. X's are going to do a nice amount of chip damage here, and she's going to be able to potentially, it's going to be really close, get to maybe a 3rd X-Scissor after this 2nd one here. So do a nice chip damage, bring Shiny Dialga's into the yellow, and reaching for the final X-Scissor. I think the Volt Switch knocks out.
It does, and with Kelsey to decide, do I bring in the Dugong, try to ramp up some energy, or do I use the Lickitung? And Lickitung has a charge attack locked and ready to go, which is going to peel away a shield here from Shiny Dialga. Taking a look at the shielding situations now, it looks like that was the first shield deployed. Kelsey K still has 2 shields to utilize.
And an interesting charge attack priority there where Lickitung surprisingly winning the charge attack priority. It doesn't win it very frequently. It is extremely bulky, but able to peel away that shield so that this Dugong has the ability to come in and get a fast attack down.
Yes, and Shiny Dialga actually going for the cheaper charge attack to be able to bank another move on Charjabug after switching it out. That charge attack could come in handy later on. Kelsey K going for that drill run to be able to hit for a lot of neutral damage, threatening that Feraligatr. Feraligatr can only throw resisted attacks with Hydro Cannon, with Ice Beam. Of course, we're going to be going for that heavy-hitting Hydro Cannon, a move that is so well known to our first partner Pokemon here in Pokemon Go.
And unlike that, the previous matchup between the Feraligatr and the Dugong, now the Dugong can simply throw the Icy Wind. It is not required to throw the Drill Run. The Feraligatr is so low on health that you do not need the neutral damage.
No, and this is going to be enough. Even resisted is going to knock the Feraligatr down. Shiny Dialga has a very weak Charjabug. However, it does have a move loaded. The Lickitung, oh, trying to make a catch, but was not successful. And Shiny Dialga waiting it out, and there is the Lickitung with the Power Whip, which is going to be more than enough. Super effective damage to clear the Dugong. Kelsey K going for a win condition, but just not working out. Shiny Dialga looking so excited to be moving on in Group E.
In addition to the catch attempt, Kelsey K had the opportunity to potentially reach a pivotal body slam in the end game. Had that body slam been able to be launched and a drill run loaded on that Dugong, that would have been a potential win condition there. But really well played by both trainers there. Shiny Dialga sticking to his guts, knowing that a farm down and a power whip into the Dugong was the win condition.
Yes, bringing that Feraligatr and Lickitung core both times in the matchup. Just really switching out, bringing that Shadow Gligar game 1, maybe hoping to scare that Charjabug away, and then bringing his own Charjabug into game 2. Kelsey actually stuck with the same formula both times, Dugong, Lickitung, and Charjabug.
Yeah, and it worked out a bit better for her here in game number 2. A catch of the X-Scissor into the Charjabug, not necessarily terribly impactful. It allowed Kelsey K to get rid of this Pokemon so that her Dugong could shine later on in the matchup.
Yes, and there is that Icy Wind, enough to knock out the Feraligatr, but the Dugong just, it didn't have enough health, it didn't have enough energy to be able to close out the match. And we saw Kelsey K try to make that catch, and we can see Shiny Dialga say like, nope, I'm not gonna let you do that, I'm gonna be patient, I'm gonna stick to it, and Worlds Qualified is what I hear on the replay. That is so exciting for Shiny Dialga. That is fantastic, congratulations.
We are far enough into the tournament at this point where Worlds qualifications are being determined based on the number of championship points people are earning. So he has made his way into his group winners finals. So that I would imagine maybe 120 CP or something is what he's earned from getting that placement so far.
So that is so exciting. Trainers are watching the bracket and kind of counting the matches they've won, determining where am I at to be able to win these championship points. We're going to have hopefully a lot of trainers finally punching that ticket for Worlds this weekend.
And it is the last opportunity to earn these championship points for those who have not qualified already, or for those who have not qualified from winning these tournaments. This is the last opportunity for championship points. There are no more regionals, there are no more ICs, there's even no more locals.
No special events, no cups, no challenges. This is the last opportunity for trainers. So we are going to have that Worlds roster very, very soon. There are lots of trainers here who have already qualified. They are, brushing up. They are looking to maybe close out that championship point race to get the travel award, to get a travel stipend, to help them get to the sands of Hawaii.
And it's honestly an amazing opportunity for trainers to test the grounds for this new meta that we have here, because it's the first official tournament that we've had.
And we also, speaking of official, we have some official Twitch information. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at that as our next trainers are getting set up. We have some promotions here. We can take a look beyond the Pokedex entry for Greninja. They're going to be celebrating some water-type Pokemon on June 11th from 2 to 5 o'clock p.m. All events are in Pacific time. Then on the 12th, you can watch the 2018 Latin America International Championships for both the video game and the trading card game. And then if you want to take a look on June 13th from 2 to 5 p.m., Pokemon Battle Frontier. Out of these 3 days, which would you be most interested in tuning in for, Alpha Feed?
So I really enjoy watching the video game and the trading card game, so I would be in for that 2018 LAIC rewatch. It's always, for me, so fun to see the different Pokemon that the different games bring to the action. I'm fairly knowledgeable about the video game. I could talk about the current meta a little bit, but I honestly don't have any clue about what games and what modes were being played. I know right now that video game is allowing 1 restricted Pokemon, but back in 2018, was it 2 restricted? Was it no restricted? I have no idea.
And that was the meta before Sword and Shield came out. Sword and Shield, I think, came out shortly after 2018.
Right, so...
over 2 generations ago.
No Zacian, no Zamazenta. I know those are very viable Pokemon in VG. Kyogre, Groudon were there, so maybe those were the dominant Pokemon.
Yeah, none of these new fun picks from Paldea, some of those Paradox Pokemon. I've been seeing Raging Bolt out there in the video game. If you are out there in the crowd, there are so many different ways to engage with NAIC. We've got Pokemon Unite happening this weekend. We've got the video game. We've got the trading card game, side events. If you're watching this stream and you're thinking, this looks like so much fun on this big stage, I want to go watch, definitely tune in for regionals and internationals and worlds for next season. It is so much fun to be here in the hall today.
And let's go ahead and transition to the stage where we have our next 2 battlers up there. Derp Ficus versus House Stark. This is going to be an incredibly tough matchup. It is already the winners finals for Group A.
And we have 2 trainers. Derp Ficus, actually, I believe I looked, Derp Ficus knocked Dunebug 97 down to the losers bracket earlier today, which is an incredibly impressive feat. Dunebug is a powerful opponent. Another powerful opponent, though, is House Stark. Definitely a well-known name in the community and someone who is also looking to punch his ticket to Hawaii for Worlds 2024 in August. Really needs some good solid wins to be able to pick that up.
Derp Ficus must have been cooking with the Shadow Magnezone to make it so far into this tournament. We have a very solid team. We've seen it once before, Quagsire and Aquatail Stone Edge. Shadow Magnezone, I don't believe, was shown at all in that first matchup, but maybe we'll see it here against... Oh, look at that. That's another Shadow Magnezone.
Yes, I love, when I see Shadow Magnezone, I think of Paula over in Europe dominating with that Pokemon. It just brings a smile to my face, Alpha Phoebe, thinking about her run in Europe and her upcoming trip to Worlds. Will the Magnezone work as well for House Stark? Will he be able to take that Shadow Magnezone to Worlds as well?
Definitely a possibility. Like, looking at these 2 teams, Shadow Magnezone looks extremely scary. I'd say the one Pokemon I'd feel really comfortable with is that Quagsire. Quagsire taking resisted damage from Wild Charge and not really threatened because it's not the Shadow variant by Mirror Shot. Whereas if you look at House Stark's team, we know that Shadow Gligar does not do well against Shadow Magnezone. But here we go. It's the beginning of game number 1. It's into Lickitung. That's a very safe matchup for Derp Ficus because you resist Body Slam, you resist Power Whip, and you can very cleanly build up to back-to-back Wild Charges.
And back-to-back Wild Charges are going to happen right here. Magnezone is in attack powerhouse, and he's going for the Wild Charge right away.
And I think it was a charge attack tie, so now House Stark has the option to no shield, get 2 Body Slams off. I think because the defense has dropped, this is now a risky no shield. Instead, actually switching into the Shadow Gligar, which pulls out the Azumarill. This is not ideal for Derp Ficus. However, in the back, he does have his own Azumarill against House Stark's Annihilate.
Yes, Azumarill can be powerful in closing because if you've already used your Protect Shields, Azumarill is a great Pokemon to have on your team because it can take attacks from almost anything in this meta in Pokemon Go because it is just so bulky. We're going to see an Ice Beam, though, knock out that Gligar. So Derp Ficus is going to have to decide, do I want to go into the mirror? Do I want to continue to ramp energy on this Magnezone?
I have to imagine the Shadow Magnezone comes in. There is no energy on House Stark's side. Ooh, going for a Mirror Shot bait. No shield from House Stark. The question is, can Derp Ficus farm down after the Mirror Shot lands? It is neutral damage, resisted by water, and super effective against the Fairy. Derp Ficus instead going for another Mirror Shot. House Stark, no shielding again. Azumarill's knocked out. In comes the Annihilate.
Yes, and there it is. The Annihilate, it's actually not the worst matchup in the world because Annihilate can hit for Shadow Ball, and that does a lot of neutral damage, even to something as bulky as an Azumarill. So at least the energy on the Annihilate, it's not as if it's walled. You can still utilize that energy somehow.
And because the shield advantage that Housetark has, he's in a pretty solid spot. Throwing the Body Slam, going to be farmed down afterwards. The Body Slam does a nice amount of chip. I think the Azumarill is still outside of Shadow Ball range. Oh my gosh, a switch charge attack tie?
And that is going to be unfortunate for that Azumarill, because now it's going to need a little bit more energy before it can throw that Play Rough. Housetark able to get to the Shadow Ball before Derp Ficus can throw the Play Rough, but Derp Ficus is at that energy now. This is not going to knock out the Azumarill. Throws another bubble, goes for an Ice Beam.
I think that's a play we've literally only seen twice in the entire championship series from the very beginning up until now. First done by Inadequance over in Utrecht, I believe, and here now done a second time by Housetark. It is incredibly impactful, both getting in a little bit of chip damage of your own, but also neutralizing an incredibly large amount of energy from your opponent.
Housetark with a huge smile on his face as his Annihilate goes for that final knockout punch on the Magnezone to give him that game #1 in this series. We can see it. Go ahead and take a look at those plushies. We see Derp Ficus's Wooloo that he held up earlier, and we see kind of that signature Hisuian Growlithe from Housetark.
And, you know, his name is Derp Ficus, but he doesn't really have any grass coverage on his team, which is a little bit interesting. We see the very beginning of this game. Again, Housetark really confident. Charge attack tie into the Magnezone, pulling the first shield from Derp Ficus.
Yes, and then Magnezone with that mirror shot, knocking out the Azumarill, and then there's that Annihilate into Azumarill matchup.
In the end game here, switching out into Azumarill once again. I hope we get to see it. I think it happened right before this Night Slash to pick up the knockout, but man, what an impressive switch into charge attack tie. Housetark really showing off his skills in game #1, showing exactly why he is in this Winners Finals of Group A.
Housetark doesn't need the luck. He doesn't need that little attack boost that he got right at the end with the Annihilate. It was going to knock out anyway. This is all skill right here on the side of Housetark, who needs one more win here in the Winners Finals for Group A to punch his ticket to tomorrow, to day 2 of 3. Normally in these regional events, it's just a 2-day tournament. We have three days.
So what I'm hearing from you is that it was 0% luck, 100% skill, but how much percentage of power of will?
Also 100%.
That's 200%, Stephanie. That's way too much percentages.
It's too many slices. Now let's go ahead. Our battlers are on the stage.
There's 2 whole pizza pies of percentages.
Our battlers are ready on the stage. We've got Shadow Gligar into Magnezone. So let's go ahead and see how these trainers are thinking about playing out this lead matchup. Gligar, of course, with a dig, can threaten the one-hit knockout on Magnezone, which is just silly. Magnezone should have the power of Levitate like it does in the video game series to be immune from ground-type charge attacks.
I think that would be way too powerful. Interestingly enough, we see Housetark going for a wild charge before the Dig is thrown most frequently, at least for Paula. I've seen her build up to multiple charge attacks and then throw, shielding the first charge attack from that Shadow Gligar. Instead, Housetark opting to throw, switch into the Azumarill to get off some damage from the bubble into that Shadow Gligar, throwing a resisted Play Rough into the Shadow Magnezone. No shield from Derp Ficus, recognizing this is only resisted damage.
And those Volt Switches are continuing to go through, but Derp Ficus recognizing I'm not going to be able to Volt Switch down, so I kind of have to throw some energy here, or the Azumarill is going to get to knock me out, and all this energy is going to go to waste. So here I can still have another charged attack. I can still have some energy.
bunny, but sometimes bunnies take birds out of the sky.
I don't think I have a lot of bunnies in my yard, Alpha Beeb. I don't think I've ever seen a bunny take a bird out of the sky. That would be quite the vicious rabbit. But here we have a bunny taking a good chunk out of that Shadow Magnezone. Shadow Magnezone going for another Volt Switch, where Derp Ficus comes in, catches the charge attack on the Shadow Gligar, peels away House Stark's final Protect Shield, and we can go ahead and take a look at what we have here. Another charge attack and another Protect Shield. They are going back and forth like table tennis.
A full dig is loaded. Dig coming through at the same time as that second charge attack was completely loaded from House Stark and is going to pick up the knockout there.
And now we are going to probably have a discussion on stage just a little bit. Make sure everything in that match is going according to plan.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what if there is a dispute on the stage, but I want to go back into kind of the flow of that game, because at the very beginning it looked like I want to say that House Stark was in a very commanding position for the first 2/3 of that game until, you know, all of us realized that it was going to be Altaria versus Azumarill in the backline. And that just gave Derp Ficus so much play. Able to no-shield 2 charged attacks, basically pick up a one-hit knockout with the Ice Beam because it is double super effective. And the end game there, pacing, that Shadow Gligar had so much energy. It had 2 full Aerial Aces loaded, but instead opted for Aerial Ace plus Dig.
Yes, Azumarill into Altaria it's like a tale as old as time, really, Alpha Phoebe. We have been seeing these two Pokemon in the Go Battle League, in the Championship Series, but they are classics. What is more classic than Azumarill and Altaria facing off?
Truly nothing. You know, they face off very frequently. And we'll get to see it again here in the replay. The knockout able to pick up the Ice Beam, double super effective, almost picking up the one-hit KO.
Yes, and we can see there is that final knockout, the Shadow Gligar standing victorious at the end. Altaria, I'm trying to take a look at Altaria into Derp Ficus's team. Doesn't really love to see the Skarmory, doesn't love that Magnezone matchup either. Quagsire can hit really hard against it. It's pretty neutral into the Shadow Gligar. I'm not sure if that's the answer for House Stark here.
You know, I want to go back to what you were talking about before, the Azumarill versus Altaria matchup. And I am known amongst my friends, amongst the folks here at the Championship Series, as the lore guy. I love the lore, I know the lore, and I like to talk about the lore. And my specific lore, I think I've probably mentioned it a couple of times on the official cast, but in ages old, in a galaxy far, far away, Altaria used to be able to beat Azumarill, which is just silly. It's a Fairy type versus a Dragon flying type. The Fairy type has Ice Beam. The Dragon is using Dragon Breath, double resisted by the Fairy. But before level 50 was the thing in Pokemon Go, the Azumarill wasn't quite as bulky. It used to take a little bit more damage from Dragon Breath. So if you had a very attack-oriented Altaria, you could do more damage and you could Dragon Breath down certain Azumarills.
That is crazy to think about. It's also interesting to think about that the lore, the history, that level 50 Pokemon haven't been around forever. It's a fairly new development in Pokemon Go and definitely shook the metagame, like kind of turned it on its head, made some of these bulky Pokemon even more bulky.
Yeah, Azumarill wasn't as powerful as it is today. Medicham, well, at one point was more powerful, is now a little bit less powerful, but it used to not actually make it all the way up to the 1500 CP cap.
Well, where we are now, we have made it all the way up to a decisive game number 3, and we have Shadow Gligar into the Magnezone. Shadow Gligar, again, as I mentioned earlier, can threaten the knockout with a dig. However, House Stark's Shadow Magnezone going to get to a charged attack first. Derp Ficus throwing up a Protect Shield.
And very differently from the last game, this time House Stark, instead of going for the Wild Charge and Dip, he goes for the Mirror Shot bait and pulls the shield.
Ooh, but Derp Ficus says no baits here. I'm going right for that dig. House Stark very clearly going to need to shield that to be able to throw another charge attack, and is waiting until just before the Shadow Gligar gets to another move before going for this wild charge. No shield from Derp Ficus, and the wild charge connects. Now going for the dip out to bring in the Lickitung to absorb the damage from this dig. Lickitung is so bulky it can handle it.
And importantly, House Stark left the Altaria on his bench. He has Azumarill and instead has actually drawn out the Shadow Magnezone. Shadow Magnezone would have been incredibly potent in the end game against that Azumarill, but instead it's going to be a mirror match between the two Azumarills in the end.
Ooh, so we were going to see which bunny will stand supreme in the end game, but for now, we have Magnezone and Lickitung. Lickitung being able to do a lot of nice neutral damage with its fast attacks. Not so much its charge attacks, just trying to get through it. Oh, that wild charge knocking out. And now the defenses have fallen. Look at how much a Volt Switch does on a Magnezone once its defenses are down.
These are resisted Volt Switches. Mirror Shot coming through would have also been resisted, but actually gets the attack drop. So now House Stark's Magnezone will not do quite as much damage, but I would potentially expect him to build up to like back-to-back Wild Charge and then switch into his Azumarill.
And there's 1 Volt Switch, 2 Volt Switches. Actually goes for the Wild Charge right away. Maybe wanting to pull that final Protect Shield away from the Azumarill before swapping out. Actually stays in, goes for the back-to-back.
This is 1 stage debuffed. However, it is super effective. Shadow Wild Charge into Azumarill does about 2/3 its total health, and then an immediate switch into his own Azumarill.
Yes, and this Azumarill is just so healthy. Even though Derp Ficus has a very significant energy advantage in this matchup, 2 Play Roughs just isn't gonna be enough. Azumarill throws the Play Rough, knocks out the opposing Azumarill, and it's gonna take 1 and 2 bubbles coming from this blue bunny to knock out the Shadow Gligar, and House Stark takes the winners finals for Group A.
And that was a great team compositional switch up by House Stark, running more or less the same team, but instead of Altaria in the back, switches to Azumarill, shores up that really negative matchup, and even greater added benefit, pulls out the Magnezone so his Azumarill doesn't have to face it with that Lickitung, because Lickitung is just so safe into Derp Ficus's team.
Yes, and House Stark is safe himself going into day number 2 as the winner for Group A. Derp Ficus not so safe, gonna have to go and take down on the loser side of the bracket.
But thankfully, because he's lost so late in the day, only 1 win will push him into day 2. He will go immediately into the losers finals for the bracket A. So 1 more. It's not too much pressure, right?
Not too much pressure, but it is tougher. It's a longer road out there on the loser side of the bracket, a few more battles to face, and a lot more pressure.
When your back's up against the wall, there's only so many places to go. I think the Shadow Magnezone really a strong pick into the meta, and I think we just saw so much of it, like in this replay. Wild Charge into Lickitung. It's one of the Pokemon that really does super well into Lickitung because it resists the charge attacks and can deal so much pressure with its own Wild Charges.
Yes, and here we have that Azumarill knockout. House Stark feeling so confident once that Wild Charge landed, being able to bring in his own Azumarill, thinking there is nothing that Derp Ficus has left that can touch the health on my Azumarill.
And you and I were like maybe a little bit unsure of whether House Stark would try to throw those Wild Charges before or after switching out. I do really like, though, him throwing both of them before, because the attack drop from the Mirror Shot was honestly not that impactful. You know, we talk a lot about the impact of like Skull debuffs or maybe a Moonblast debuff, but when your attack stat is through the roof, if you reduce that just by a little bit, it's still well into the ceiling.
Yes, still flying high up there. That was such a fun matchup, but we are not done. We are still early in day number 1. We're still going through some of the groups winners finals, but there are some groups that are just starting out their day. We have so many battles left. I am very excited to see what we have up next.
Well, I know exactly what's happening next, and it's one of my favorite segments. It's when we look at your tweets that you've shown us. I'm expecting to see at least one picture of one pet.
Let's see if we are going to get that. But I see a picture of us.
Whoa!
All aboard the hype train for NAIC. That picture was posted by our co-caster, Amanda. And that was so much fun. We got to go check out the Pokemon Center. I left with quite the haul out of all of 5 of us that went. I had the largest bag. I had a Snorlax sized shopping bag experience.
Yeah, choo-choo. It was a ton of fun getting able to shop and, you know, of course, take some silly photos with the rest of the group.
Oh, I know that Pokemon. That is a Marshadow heading to the airport. See you all in NOLA soon for a great day. We saw Ivy Pips on the stream earlier. The Marshadow and the Dratini. Marshadow making its debut in Pokemon Go. And also, it's having a little bit of a debut as part of my outfit today.
Yeah, debuting twice as often, twice as fun. And we have some more tweets here with some swag from what it looks like to be the competitors bag. You know, you get that playmat, you get some card sleeves, you get a deck box, and it's all part of competing here at NAIC at New Orleans in 2024.
Yes, and we can see another trainer saying we have officially made it. Let's go. Pokemon Go besties, lots of PvP, so that is very, very exciting. All smiles at the airport.
Yes, exactly. At the airport, and you can notice they have their badges. One of the really awesome things that we had at this event was at airport badge pickup. I know I was flying in from Boston with some of our friends over in the VG cast, and being at the airport, kind of coming in at your own time and able to skip the line because there was no line was so great. It made the experience so fluid, and definitely a shout out to whoever came up with that great idea.
Massive shout out. I was able to grab my my talent badge before my luggage even got to the got off the plane, before it got to the turnstile.
Yeah.
It was so convenient. Massive shout out to the staff and everybody involved in putting that together. It was so nice.
Well, we just went for my favorite segment. Let's go to my favorite thing. Another match. We have players ready up on stage, and it is going to be a star-studded Group B winners finals. We have the man himself, LAIC champion, LNDS Rajev versus Rocha Babyface.
Two incredible trainers from the Latin American region. These two are superstars, some of the best that Latin America has to offer. I am so hyped for this matchup that we have on one side, our double flyer of Shadow Gligar and Mandibuzz. On the other side, though, a singular flyer, but a unique one in that Talonflame. Definitely is going to be looking to try to find that Charjabug.
Yeah, I like these two teams. I think they really show two different team building styles. For Rajev, we have a lot of safe picks. Mandibuzz, we talked about earlier, it's going to do really well against Cresselia, Lickitung, the answer to the water types. It honestly has pretty good play against most water types besides Azumarill. Vigoroth, extremely safe unless you have Annihilate. Lickitung, extremely safe all the time. It does so well against all of the Pokemon that are meta. Charjabug, Azumarill, Shadow Gligar, also meta staples. This has got to be one of the most safe and consistent teams out there.
But on the side of Rocha's, maybe something a little more interesting with that Registeel, the Talonflame, still relying on that Whiscash even though Scald was dropped.
Yeah, Talonflame, like I was trying to hint to earlier in the cast, one of the Pokemon that can take that endgame, push the limits of what a Pokemon can do. If you give it 2 shields, opting instead of Flame Charge as its coverage move, it's running double flying. It's running Brave Bird as well as Fly. Brave Bird, incredibly hard hitting. Fly, also very hard hitting. It limits a little bit of play if you go against a steel type, such as Registeel, like we see on, well, Rocha's own side, so it won't have to face off against that, of course. But Azumarill is a little more comfortable with the ability to land a super hard-hitting Brave Bird.
Yes, I'm taking a look at the plushies. Now, just on plushies alone, I think Cyndaquil has the edge over Jigglypuff being a fire type attacker versus that fairy normal type Jigglypuff. But we will have to see, will Rarjev's actual, like his wins, his LAIC championship, will that be enough to take on Rocha in this matchup? Rocha, again, also an incredibly skilled battler and very popular, not just in the LATAM community, but globally.
And both of these trainers have so much experience behind them coming into this tournament. Our players are giving each other the thumbs up. They are ready to duke it out here on stage in winners finals of Group B. It's going to be a Lickitung into Azumarill, a positive lead for Rarjev.
Yes, so being able to hit with super effective power whips. We can see Rocha Babyface probably wants to see if he can maintain alignment. Talonflame, I think that's a Pokemon that kind of likes to have alignment, especially if it's losing that flame charge to be able to hit for super effective against certain things. I do think, however, Talonflame with Incinerate, that you're getting your fire damage. It's in the fast attack.
It's so interesting that Rocha is using Talonflame as his safe switch. I guess there are no really tough answers on Rarjev's team. The Azumarill for Rarjev is running Play Rough and Ice Beam, and Talonflame is stand a singular Ice Beam. Rarjev no shielding here. This is a fly. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out.
No, so the Talonflame going for another Incinerate does not quite make it to the charge attack. Rarjev actually being very patient and waiting to throw the Body Slam until right before the Talonflame has its attack ready. We see Rocha going for another Incinerate, perhaps Wade knowing that Rarjev was going to switch out here, and then going for, I believe that was just a fly, getting that first Protect Shield from Rarjev and getting to almost another fly. Will Rocha Babyface be able, is he willing to shield the Talonflame? No, going down with an entire charge attack of energy is always rough, but now being able to bring in that Azumarill and then saving the Registeel in the back, but I don't know if that Registeel is going to be excited to see that Shadow Gligar back there.
Yeah, that is a tough matchup. Even if Rocha is able to strip away the final shield from Rarjev, you need, depending on the exact bulk of that Shadow Gligar, 2, sometimes 3 charge attacks, and you get outpaced. The digs from that Shadow Gligar come off just a little bit faster. We see a no shield from Rarjev. It'd be interesting to see if he goes for a lick down or a fast attack down from the Shadow Gligar. We see him shaking his fist in excitement. He's got the final matchup he looks for.
Yes, he's shaking his fist knowing Shadow Gligar has this in the bag. Going ahead and use this dig, peel the last shield away from Rocha Babyface, and then looking for another dig. Rocha Babyface not willing to stand down, is going to throw a Zap Cannon, perhaps looking for a debuff. Zap Cannon is going to knock the Shadow Gligar down to half health and successfully gets the debuff here.
Dig is going to be coming through before this next charge attack. The question becomes, does Rocha Babyface have the opportunity to try to catch the next dig? I think that is going to be his best win condition here in the end game. Going to be able to reach one more Zap Cannon, actually opting for the Focus Blast. It's a little bit less energy. It makes total sense. Both would knock out. A debuff is not impactful at this point in time. The timer is just coming up from the Azumarill, and it's going to not be quite in time. Another dig able to come through.
Yes, that dig is going to be more than enough to knock this Registeel, knock down the Steel Titan, and Azumarill comes in. Will it be able to get to an Ice Beam to knock out? No, the Shadow Gligar is there, and even if the Azumarill was able to get to that Ice Beam, Rarjev still had that Lickitung hiding in the back.
A nod of acknowledgement from Rocha, recognizing that is going to be the end of game number 1. Not quite able to pace in that end game. Bubble not quite doing enough damage to pick up the knockout into that Shadow Gligar. And that was a very solid game by Rarjev. He really understood all of the moves he needed to make, such as in this Vigoroth versus Talonflame matchup, he was really not threatened to be outpaced there because Body Slam is so quick.
Yes, we are going to see here where the Vigoroth went down, the Shadow Gligar is going to come in, and that was where that fist pump really came in, recognizing I can see my path to victory. It is clear. There's nothing I need to cut down. There's nothing in my way. I am ready for it. And these trainers already going in with their notes, thinking things through. How am I going to proceed into this next battle? Rocha, definitely not a trainer. Like, Rarjeff is very talented. He's our current LAIC champion, but Rocha also very talented. He got 9th place in April in Mexico City for their event. This actually isn't the first time he's come to the US this season. He was in Vancouver and had a solid performance there as well.
Yeah, we had a bunch of his team members show up to Vancouver. I think they all did fairly well, but if my memory serves me correctly, that was a regional that was swept by a Canadian himself, Lyle Jeffs.
Yes, a Canadian defending his Canadian territory, not to let someone else take it away from him. But Lyle Jeffs not here at the event this weekend, so we are going to see who is going to defend, who is going to take this first NAIC here in New Orleans for Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Rocha utilizes that Talonflame again here in game number 2. I was a little bit surprised, but it makes sense if you look at Rarjeff's team. Because Azumarill does not really threaten with his charge attacks, it's really slow to pace to them. I think a safe swap Talonflame makes a good amount of sense. But maybe he should rely on other Pokemon. If you pull out the Azumarill with the Talonflame, what do you want to play in the back? And I think Annihilate makes a ton of sense, but does he feel like Annihilate has good play into Rarjeff's team? Look at the team composition that Rocha has brought into game number 2 here. If he switches in the Talonflame, he's going to pull out the Azumarill, but the Azumarill's already in the lead.
Yeah, so Azumarill, I think Rocha's just fine seeing the Azumarill here. This is exactly where he wants to see it. So we're going to see an Azumarill mirror match. Both of these Azumarill are running the same moveset with the charge attacks of Ice Beam and Play Rough, which are the two charge attacks that, beyond Azumarill's bulk, these charge attacks are what make Azumarill so meta relevant. Azumarill doesn't function so much as a water-type Pokemon. It functions because it has access to a fairy-type charge attack with same type attack bonus, and then Ice Beam is such fantastic coverage for this Pokemon.
I've played a good number of Azumarill mirror matches. Of course, Azumarill's been around for a long time. It's been dominant for a long time. A very peculiar interaction between Azumarill mirror matches is if you have the bulkiest Azumarill, if it could not get any bulkier, it does not come down to a Play Rough knocking out. It actually comes down to a bubble down. The question is if Rocha's Azumarill is that bulky, it could survive this. It does not actually. The Play Rough picks up the knockout and he's unable to get off his final Play Rough as well.
That's going to be really tough. Now having this go between, these are two tough matchups for me. I either have to bring in and throw resisted Incinerates or resisted counters to try to pick up this knockout. What am I going to do? So instead of bringing in this Talonflame and allowing it to really ramp up energy, and there is the Vigoroth in exchange. He goes for the swap into the Annihilate.
I was worried. If Rocha threw energy into the Vigoroth, that would have been an immense waste of energy. He can bring in the Annihilate, completely farm down, no shield, 2 Rock Slides, and come out with 175 energy if you were able to do that. He's going to come out with 100 energy and a Shadow Ball loaded to go into whatever Pokemon he so chooses. Second Rock Slide comes through. Easy no shield from Rocha Babyface here. The Annihilate's just barely into the yellow and is going to be able to get a full counter down.
Yes, that is so much energy that this Annihilate has available. So Rarjeff has to decide which Pokemon is going to absorb this energy for me. Is it going to be my low health Azumarill, or am I going to bring out the Charjabug to absorb these hits instead? Brings in the Azumarill. He can't swap out, so this Azumarill is going to have to tank this Night Slash. It is resisted, but this Azumarill is in such a low health range that it will be enough for the knockout. And now it is Charjabug against the world.
I like this play from Rocha, throwing the Night Slash, pulling the shield. I'm not sure if he has enough health to reach a Shadow Ball afterwards, so getting a little bit of chip. Actually, no, just immediately switching, going for the Brave Bird, 1 Incinerate to go to 100 energy, no shield from Rarjeff. How much damage is this going to do to a Charjabug?
Almost all of it. Charjabug able to get to one more Volt Switch, but Rarjaf, I think, recognizing this Talonflame has so much energy that my Charjabug, even though I can throw those super effective Volt Switches into a Talonflame, I just don't have enough runway left in this battle to be able to make anything happen.
And you might have been thinking, okay, Rarjaf still has a second shield. Why doesn't he shield that? It's because Rocha only needed to do one more Incinerate to get to the next Brave Bird. In that time, only one Volt Switch damage applies, and then that next Brave Bird comes through, so the same result occurs. So Rarjaf hopes that it's a fly. Unfortunately, it's a Brave Bird, and he secures, and Rocha secures victory in this game number 2.
And we see the Night Slash again, that Night Slash play, getting rid of that Azumarill and really just leaving it on the back of Charjabug. And again, Charjabug just having a really rough time in that endgame matchup.
Yeah, and it was really interesting play there from Rocha, saving that Talonflame, getting an immense energy lead by bringing it into the Azumarill, just using a singular shield to prevent that Ice Beam from landing. But then Rarjaf doesn't really have any great answers to bring into a loaded Talonflame. Charjabug, of course, does super effective Volt Switches, but you take really hard-hitting neutral damage from those flying-type charged attacks.
You do fly, and again, a lot of times in Pokemon Go, you want to be able to hit lots of things for neutral damage. You can't always get that sweet, super effective charge attack that you want. Sometimes, if you can just continue going at your opponent with these neutral charged attacks and a lot of like bulky Pokemon, that's a really good recipe for victory as well.
I think Rarjaf had a solid idea there, switching into the Vigoroth. However, Rocha reading how much Rarjaf has leaned into that Vigoroth so far, bringing his best answer to it. Going into game number 3, will we see Vigoroth? Will we see Annihilate on the field?
Which legend from Latin America is going to take it today? We have an Azumarill into the Lickitung. Lickitung again being favored in this matchup because it has access to that sweet, super effective Power Whip into the Azumarill. But it's not exactly an easy matchup. Azumarill being so bulky, it can throw a lot of that same type attack bonus Play Rough into the Lickitung. It looks like both trainers very, I was going to say happy to stay in the matchup, but no, Rarjaf switching out into the Charjabug, and we're going to see Rocha throw a Body Slam here.
Interestingly enough, Vigoroth and Annihilate both left on the field. Rocha getting a little bit of chip with this Body Slam might actually potentially looking to stay in this matchup.
Interesting. We see Rocha Babyface shaking his head and maybe just thinking feeling like he's forced to stay in here.
So much energy is loaded on Rarjaf's Charjabug. I think he's basically at 100 energy. No shielding this next Body Slam is going to bring the Charjabug really low. I would be surprised to see if at this point Rocha... Oh, actually, is this going to be a caught X-Scissor? It is an X-Scissor. It's not a discharge. This is going to be double resisted by the Talonflame. Incinerate sneaking through and picks up the knockout.
My goodness, so that Charjabug, all that energy that it had is gone. That advantage that Rarjaf had set up for himself has disappeared. Rocha Babyface looking to turn things around is going to, again, trying to be using these neutral flies, neutral Brave Bird to be able to threaten this Azumarill.
And I like this play, throwing only a singular bubble, going for slightly suboptimal timing so that he can get this Ice Beam off before the Talonflame reaches another charge attack. One more Incinerate means that this Talonflame has reached a Brave Bird, and this is going to be enough to knock out because the fly would not be. We see a no shield from Rarjaf. It's going to come through.
And the Brave Bird connects. Azumarill goes down, and we are down to just that Shadow Gligar remaining. Shadow Gligar looking to try to get as much energy as possible. Rarjaf forced to use the final Protect Shield here on Gligar. And even though Gligar has a really great energy advantage, that is an Azumarill that it is facing on the other side of the field. Azumarill just needs an Ice Beam to knock out.
Talonflame wearing a shield and sword. It is a Brave Bird able to knock out the Charjabug, able to knock out the Azumarill, and also put so much pressure onto the Shadow Gligar in the end. Rocha Babyface landing the Ice Beam here, double super effective damage into the Shadow Gligar, able to knock down LNDS Rarjaf into the loser's side of the bracket.
You could just see that sigh of relief on Rocha's baby's face. He leaned back, took a deep breath out, and just looked up at the ceiling. You could tell that was just a really intense battle.
We talk a lot about different interesting plays players can make in order to give themselves advantages. They can do a catch or the extremely elusive CMP catch. Here, instead, we have a catch that is also a sneak. And depending on the exact circumstances, that sneak can be incredibly powerful, especially if it is a 5-turn incinerate into something that takes super effective damage from it, basically nullifying 100 energy on that charger bug. It was fully loaded, and all of that energy just goes to waste.
Let's go ahead and take a look and let's go ahead and take a look at that energy. There is the Talonflame. This is exactly what you were just talking about. It was a catch and a sneak. He catches the move, the Incinerate comes through, and all of that energy is gone.
And typically, you would have so much more time before that damage applies, but because the charge attack pushes that damage registration up until right after it, it completely knocks out that charge bug and completely nullifies that energy. And in that end game, as we saw, Azumarill into that Shadow Gligar, extremely dominant, required to shield that Brave Bird, because if the Brave Bird was no shielded, the bubble down would have been super easy to do. Able to then reach the Ice Beam, not threatened by a single charge attack from that Shadow Gligar. Really great end game awareness there from Rocha Babyface.
Yeah, and Rocha Babyface looking just thrilled, taking down our current LAIC champion, Rarjef. That has to be such a great feeling to go toe-to-toe and come out with a victory 2-1 against the champion.
Especially if you're both coming in from the LATAM region, you know, you're both kind of vying for representing your community and being able to take down who is theoretically the I keep saying this, the top dog from your region. It's making a big statement here in day number 1.
I think you just like dogs, Alpha Phoebe. I think you like talking about people's pets on the social media, and you got that dog in you.
I do got that dog in me, but Stephanie, it's been 3 matches. That's enough for now. Let's go ahead and take a short break, and we'll see on the other side our co-casters, Amanda and Will.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, there's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day 1, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Rarjef, a smile on his face. He can't believe it.
Game number 5 goes to Harjeff, and he is our 2024 Latin America International Champion.
I play Pokemon since I was a child. I have the Pokemon Gold, and I have a lot of memories playing with my brother, and he's older and he's usually helped me with the game, and it was amazing. Pokemon is something that I really love in my life. I have been playing competitive Pokemon Go since like the day one, like since have like the PvP in Pokemon Go, and I started playing like against friends and other people from my city, and I saw that I could be a really good player. I started winning a lot and started to practice against like people from other countries and regions. I tried to compete in other sports in the past, and Pokemon Go was the first game. Like I saw my game there that it could be one of the best. I like to win. Like I like to be on stage after with the casters. I like to watch the stream after that, and I like everything on that. The event, the games, like being with my friends, and then the memories. That's amazing. It's something that I will have in my life like forever. It's not easy to keep your mind focused on being competitive and in the games, like you can easily lose that, and you really need to be focused on this battle that you have right now, because that's the next step. Like you have to be better now and for the future. So I think something that I learned, and I try my best to use that when I'm playing. I think my favorite moment right now is winning the international today here in São Paulo. It was something that I dreamed like a lot. Like the last weeks, like almost every day I was dreaming to like being proud and winning, and that's the best memory I have right now, maybe in my life. It's amazing. My #1 goal this season is to be known. Like I really want people to all over the world to know me. Like that's the guy he's winning. That's the guy that is probably the best of the world. And I think to achieve that, I have to win. I have to win regionals. I have to win internationals. I have to win worlds. So that's the goal.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
All aboard, trainers. We are continuing our live coverage of the North America International Championships here in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's been an incredible competition so far. We've seen Bastiodon take down its counters. We've seen double Shadow Magnezones frying the stage. We've seen so many exciting games already, and we're just getting started.
That is absolutely right. Just a little update for people who are watching who maybe haven't seen some people on screen. The very beginning of the day, we gave some trainers to watch, some players that are well known. I have to say, one of them, it's Axon, is out of the tournament already, and both Dunebug and Rise to Occasion, two other NA trainers that we were watching, are in the losers bracket. So they're about to see if they can make a losers bracket run.
So you're telling me we picked 4 trainers who were previous regional champions, one being a world champion, and we said, okay, these trainers are going to make a deep run into the tournament. One of them, that world champion, is already eliminated, and the other 2 are fighting for their tournament lives in the losers bracket?
This is the biggest Pokemon Go NAIC to date. So, I mean, it doesn't surprise me me that we're going to have some new up-and-comers, some fresh new faces, some fresh battles as well. You said all aboard the hype train that is NAIC.
Exactly, and the gauntlet that these trainers are going through in each one of their matches, which is interesting as well, is if you take a look at the bracket, the trainers that knocked Rise to Occasion, Doombuck, It's Accent down to that lower side bracket are not regional champions. They are not trainers that are renowned around the world. Those are trainers making a name for themselves, which is something we talked about at the top of the show, right? Some trainers are just here to make a statement. And those trainers absolutely did that by knocking down some of the favorites.
I mean, we just saw a video too that was really that profile feature of Harjeff, LNDS Harjeff. I tear up every single time I watch that. That guy is so emotional. He's so into this game, into the community. We just saw him play against Arocha Babyface, another Latin American trainer who knocked him down to the losers bracket as well. This is really anyone's tournament.
As DeFi said, LATAM legends, right? We have so many more battles yet to go, so let's go ahead and jump down to the stage because we have 2 new players that are ready to throw down. Let's take a look here at our trainers on the stage. We're going to have E4 Sankylor versus Elum.
Yes, these 2 trainers are in the winners finals of their group as well. So this means whoever will be winning this is going to go on to day 2 of this stacked, incredible tournament. And we saw for Alligator earlier on, but I'm seeing a Skeledirge on Sankylor's side.
Exactly right. Sankylor bringing these Skeledirge and Altaria, as well as the Azumarill, Pokemon that we think are definitely going to make an impact. But Elum on the opposing side, this is a bit of a surprise. Look at that 4th Pokemon down the list. He's got a Carbink, Amanda. We actually caught up with Elum last night briefly. He was looking for matchups like this. He wants the Skeledirge, he wants the Altaria because the Carbink shuts him down.
I mean, we talked about Bastiodon being a controversial pick. Carbink is one that is very similar, very slow in pacing, but it just really packs a punch when those hits end up going. Also, just a complete wall to those flying type Pokemon, to those fairies. Umbreons, although we haven't really seen many Umbreons in this tournament so far. Let's go ahead and take a look at Sankylor's side here. We're looking at the Azumarill. It's running a typical standard moveset of the Play Rough and Ice Beam, but I do know some trainers are opting for Hydro Pump in this tournament as well. Otherwise, on the field, it looks like everything's running a pretty standard moveset, but that Lantern, once again, on Water Gun.
Yeah, Water Gun Lance are definitely going to apply a lot more pressure to opposing Glygars and kind of works its way through matchups a bit more slowly in terms of charge attack pacing, but faster in terms of HP drainage, right? You're going to see the HP bar just tick down lower and lower and lower, and it definitely builds some anxiety if you're the trainer on the other side receiving all of that damage. Meanwhile, taking a look at Elum's team, Shadow Quagsire, which we pinned as a Pokemon on the rise. He's also got Mandibuzz, which is definitely a very powerful Pokemon. Charge Bug, Carbink, as well as Skarmory and Annihilate. No surprises in my mind in terms of movesets, but I think this is a really unique team composition.
This is unique. It's fun. It's something that we haven't seen yet today. One thing I would like to point out about the Mandibuzz, because we have been seeing them more often, is it is running a Dark-type Fast Attack Snarl, which does pace it rather quickly. There is an option as well to be running it with a Flying-type Fast Attack. It paces a little more slow, but we don't see that so often. Do you think that that would ever find its way into this type of meta?
It really depends, right? I mean, a lot of times you look for targets, and I think that with the absence of grass, Mandibuzz doesn't need the air/fast attack. You can just rely on the aerial aces and use the snarls in the meantime. But I think you look at other Pokemon like Cresselia being very common, maybe even Lickitung, right? You want to pace those charge attacks as quickly as you can and hit for super effective or neutral damage. But our trainers are getting locked in here. It's going to be interesting to see if Elum can line up that Carbink or if he doesn't even bring it in game number 1.
Yes, over 300 trainers on the roster for today's group. This is winners finals in Group C. So many groups. We've been given word that this is actually going to be a tournament where we're featuring the most battles that we've ever seen in a tournament before. So you don't want to go anywhere. You want to make sure you're locking into the screen as these trainers are locking into their battles.
Game number 1, E4 Sankylor versus Elum. Left and right side of your screen respectively. We've got Lickitung versus Skarmory.
This is a pretty neutral matchup as we see it, just because those licks end up doing quite a bit to the Skarmory over time, and Lickitung just has such a nice amount of bulk to it. Even though those body slams and power whips aren't going to be doing that much, the chip damage just continues to add up, as Sankylor's almost at 2 body slams, letting that first one go onto the Skarmory.
Honestly, this is one of the main reasons that trainers are opting for Lickitung over Cresselia, is because the Lickitung actually can fight back in this Skarmory matchup. As you can see, Skarmory already deep deep into the yellow by the time it gets to its first charge attack. That is the power of neutral Lickitung and its ability to just whittle down the opponent's Lick.
Yeah, meanwhile, still continuing to charge away here, maybe overcharging a little bit because it allows Elum to get to another attack, and it looks like a last-second shield there by Sankilor once it get that Lickitung healthy, but there is a pivot now into a Charger Bug, and Sankilor, I think, if it's him, he's very happy that the Azumarill is going to avoid this Pokemon.
Yeah, if you look at all the stored energy on the Lickitung, this gives Sankilor a really unique opportunity to deploy all of this stored energy into the Charge Bug where he really wants it to go. Just needs to be very careful about his timing because the Volt Switches are 4 turns, so he can fire 3 Licks and the Body Slam within one of those fast attacks.
I think looking at this team composition, Charger Bug is actually a great safe swap for Elum, and I don't see why he wouldn't be using it in all of these games here. X's are going through, Charger Bug's still relatively healthy, and it's going to be able to get to at least another attack. Elum gets to dictate now what he wants to bring into it if the Charger Bug ends up going down. Lantern coming in, Water Gun pressure starting to apply here, but it's going to take a while to get to that Surf, and meanwhile just Volt switching away, already at an X-Scissor, which going for a little neutral damage.
This is what separates this Charge Bug from other Electro-type Pokemon, right? It's just so much bulkier, it has so much more HP in defense, it can absolutely absorb so much fast attack pressure, unlike a Magnezone or a Zapdos or an Emolga, right? Charge Bug can hang in these matchups, does take the Surf here and get knocked out. In comes the Quagsire, the counter swap into Azumarill. At any time, Elum can reach for his own Skarmory.
Yeah, I think Elum, if he's remembering, there is indeed that Lantern in the back, and even though it is a Water Gun Lantern, that Thunderbolt is going to be doing so much damage to Skarmory, and Skarmory doesn't want to take much of it at all. Quagsire now going for that Stone Edge. Since it is open team sheets, Sankilor knows that that's going to be the head.
Wow.
And catching this Ice Beam onto the Skarmory. Skarmory still will survive with a little bit of HP, but will it be able to get to another attack is the real question.
The question is, as well as the energy on the Skarmory, it looks like the Azumarill is going to be able to bubble down all the way and store up close to an Ice Beam for this Quagsire. Going to fire it off here. At this point, because the bubbles are adding up over time, I think it's safe to just go straight for the Ice Beams.
Yeah, it needs that Protect Shield, needs that Quagsire to stay as healthy as possible because it's got a big job to do and just continuing to munch out away. You can see all of this energy and going for this bait attack here because he needs the shield, and Sankilor calls it here. This Aqua Tail is going to do nothing to the Azumarill.
Absolutely nothing. Aqua Tail bounces off the Azumarill. That was Elum's chance to close the gap. He's going to fire another Aqua Tail here against the Azumarill. Honestly, if you're Sankilor, you could just let it through, but he's going to try to close out this game right here, right now, with a play rough from Azumarill. He can't get there, though.
Wow, forcing all of that energy. I mean, I think that Quagsire is just like, okay, here's my buckets full of Aqua Tails here.
Yeah.
Get this Azumarill out of the way. But now he is energy dry, and the Water Gun pressure from this Lantern is going to be a lot. The Stone Edge or Aqua Tails have been doing it so much. It's a race. Stone Edge is reached, but will it be enough is the real question.
Shadow Quagsire deploys the Stone Edge. This is the last hope for Elum to win this game number 1. Stone Edge connects, Lantern faints, and that's a game 1 win for Elum.
One Water Gun away from a Surf for Sankilor, which would have been able to knock out that Quagsire. Elum playing that really, really well, and I guess we have to really look at that team. Charger Bug did so much for Elum. They're just kind of dictating the pacing of the game for him.
You made such a good call out, Amanda. You said that the Charger Bug safe swap is actually very, very safe. I think the only thing that he doesn't want to see is a Pokemon like Skeledirge, right? So if you're able to consistently safe switch that electric and bug type Pokemon, you can apply pressure, you can manipulate energy, you can try to take away Protect Shields and get yourself into a solid position. I just think that Elum as well, his energy management on the Quagsire was really a difference maker because it comes out late here. We think, oh, this Quagsire has a ton of work to do, like you said. And not only is it able to pressure the Azumarill, it also gets a knockout on the Lantern.
I mean, Elum, I think we kind of called it wrong, perhaps, as a misplay, throwing that Aqua Tail because he did have to throw 3, but the pacing still allowed him to hit that Stone Edge on the Lantern just enough to knock it out and secure game number 1 for Elum in this Winners Finals Group C.
Sankilor potentially lost in the sauce there with the Aqua Tails as Elum was able to get to the 3rd Aqua Tail and flip that late matchup, which opened the door for him to outpace the Lantern. And I had mentally prepared other commentary, right? If Sankilor was able to win, that the Water Gun Lantern is the difference maker because it's not firing resisted sparks. But then Elum totally flipped it, and the super effective Mud Shots put that Lantern within Stone Edge range, and it was just masterful to watch.
I think if you are looking at Lantern and you're debating yourself, do I want to be running Spark or Water Gun? Water Gun really seems to have a place in this meta, even though there is that Mandibuzz and Skarmory on the other team. Everything else on the team, the Water Gun pressure does even better it gets, especially looking at that Carbink.
Exactly. I think the Carbink and the Lantern matchup is something that Sankilor wants really badly, and Elum wants to avoid at almost all costs. So the question is, as you go into game number 2, you've seen kind of your opponent's hand, right? You know what they brought in game number 1. You kind of take that information, like we heard Pocket in his interview, right? My opponent played Bastiodon game 1, which really surprised me, so then I started to prepare for it. Let's see if Elum prepares for Lantern and if Sankilor prepares for the team composition he just saw. This is one amazing lead for Sankilor.
It would be even more amazing if it was still on Spark, but even so, swapping in this Quagsire now as a safe swap and just getting a little bit of an energy advantage. We saw how well Quagsire did before, but when there's a potential Power Whip, you kind of have to shield if you're Elum at this point, because Unpower Whip would be able to knock it out. Meanwhile, going for this Aqua Tail just for a little bit of chip damage, didn't want to go up for that Stone Edge, and now it looks like Sankilor is going for a bait of his own. Will Elum be able to call this? Because it's such a risk if he doesn't shield.
Yeah, I think you let it through, right? You bet on your opponent trying to play the safe and smart way, and you're able to call the plays consistently. We're going to see the second Aqua Tail get fired off here. After this second Aqua Tail, the Lickitung, I don't think is within range of a third Aqua Tail KO, but it's really close.
I'm not sure. We're about to find out as another one is going off here. The Aqua Tail from a Shadow is at least enough to get the shield off of the Lickitung here, because the Lickitung wants to be able to knock it out. I like this counting as well, throwing right before the next Aqua Tail is reached. This is why they're in the winners finals here. Sankilor throwing the body slam, Elum letting that Quagsire go.
Sankilor miscounted the Aqua Tails once. He does not allow it to happen a second time. In comes the Skarmory, and we saw how much of an impact Lickitung was able to make in full health, even shield scenarios in game number 1, but now it's at a massive deficit. I think Elum is just going to steel wing this normal type all the way down and then just unleash that energy on the back line.
Even if he has all of this energy, it might not have so many places to go, because I don't think either the Brave Bird nor the Sky Attack does that much to the Lantern. However, the Brave Bird would be doing more than the Sky Attack. I think that's what we will see, and see him try to dip right back out. Going right for it here. He knows that his timer is up, and it looks like no shield by Sankilor here. We're about to see what's in the back, but you know what? Carbink doesn't really want to face this either.
The odds are stacked against the Carbink, right? It comes out here, it's throwing rocks at the Lantern, trying to chip down, but the water guns are really just peeling away the HP product here for that bulky Carbink. Gonna go for the Surf. Elum forced to protect shield up here. Elum is confident in his ability to beat at least the Lantern, but he hasn't even seen the third Pokemon by Sankilor yet.
He's going ahead and saying, hey, Lantern, eat rocks here as the next charge attack goes through. And getting that last shield from Sankilor as well. He's recognizing the power of Lantern to the 2 Pokemon that are in the back for Elum here. There's a low health Skarmory, and it's basically have to use the shield here as well for Elum, because the Carbink is not going to survive much longer unless it gets off another attack onto the Lantern, but it doesn't even get the chance. Yeah. This is Zoomerals coming in.
The awareness here by Sankilor is just incredible, right? Because if you leave the Lantern in that game, you might have a Rock Slide come through, or maybe even a Rock Throw down, but instead he sends in the Azumarill. Moonblast is going to come through here from the Carbink, but it's definitely not the most attack-weighted Pokemon. What do you think, Amanda? Do you think we get a swap into that Skarmory soon?
I think he's going to have to swap out at one point, and this is the problem a little bit. We saw it game 1. We just saw it again. Elum's using this Skarmory as kind of like a charge attack shield here, hitting a little bit of damage, but he might actually be able to make it to an attack here, which will be different than the end game, and Sankilor says absolutely not. We're getting this off of the field.
Yeah, Sankilor cancels out that potential Brave Bird with the Ice Beam here to get the knockout, and Elum's strategy is coming together, but it might not come together in time to win this matchup, because now Azumarill's pacing the Ice Beams, got to throw the Rock Slide, gets to it, but the Azumarill triggers the Charge Type priority tie, fires the Ice Beam here.
It's not often you see an Azumarill win a Charge Attack priority tie, but you saw here it's still not enough to knock it out. But again, it's bringing it so low. There's still a Lantern in the back, water gunning, about to pew down this Carbink. The Rock Slide goes through, doesn't quite even knock out the Azumarill. I think Azumarill's just going to take it on his own.
Yeah, Azumarill almost had that game in its little bunny paws, but instead Lantern comes in to finish things off. Just from the onset, right? We saw the Carbink for Elum, we saw the double water there for Sankilor, Carbink was just outmatched. There was really not a whole lot for it to do. But talk to me about this, Amanda. How can you, as Sany Lore, how can you go into game number 2 after seeing Charge Bug in game 1? How can you go game number 2 with double water?
I think that a lot of times when opponents play each other, they recognize the mind game in the games itself. A lot of times what trainers like to do is they go double or even triple strong to a very specific Pokemon in game 1 to scare their opponent away from bringing it in game 2. And that's exactly what Elum tried to do there, saying, okay, I played so strong against those Pokemon last time, there's no way he's going to at least do this again. Carbink is free to roam around in the skies. Unfortunately for him, Sany Lore just called it completely here. This Lantern doing so much work.
I think, and if you flip the table around, right, you look at Elum's side, he was running the Quagsire and Charge Bug in game number 1. Maybe he felt like Altaria was a great pick to counter those two, and that's why he brought the Carbink, because he was expecting Sany Lore to reach for his Dragon type. But like you said, the mind games within the mind games, it's not always explicit, right? Like, it's not written down. It's very hard to kind of see this, but in retrospect, it starts to click. It starts to make sense why these trainers make these choices. So going into game number 3, personally, Amanda, I think it's too risky to bring the Carbink back. I think if you are Sany Lore, maybe you feel like it's too risky to bring the Altaria after just seeing the Fairy and Rock type.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you see a Pokemon, you're saying, it's so high risk, high reward. Do I want to make that call so early on? This is just day 1 of the competition. There's so many more days to go for here. And both of these trainers, obviously, they want a title. They have not had that championship title yet, but this is the way to get there. They're in the winners finals. So once again, these 2 players have not dropped a whole game yet. Unfortunately for them, one of them will be knocked down to the losers bracket after this decisive game 3.
All right, we are locked in and ready to go. Sany Lore on the left side of your screen, Elum on the right. Let's see if Carbink finds its target. It's got a Lickitung on the opposing side.
This is not necessarily the target that it's looking for. This lick damage is going to be doing a nice amount to the Carbink. And the thing is, Lickitung just has so much bulk to its name there that it's like it's just going to be able to continue. Tries to catch onto the Azumarill, not quite able to do so. Will be able to tank this Moonblast, however. There's also a possibility of a debuff. We'll have to see if Elum gets that.
I really admire Elum's timing there. The 1-turn switch into Azumarill, he threw 3 rock throws and then the charge attack to deny an extra bubble from coming through. Very, very well played by him, because that's one of the hardest things to master. Azumarill, meanwhile, going to go for the play rough against the Charge Bug here. Pulling out the Charge Bug is good news for the Lantern in the back, but Sany Lore doesn't know there's a Shadow Quagsire back there as well.
Yeah, that does negate a lot of that energy that it will be growing up. Going for the discharge, this is obviously going to be the more effective attack. It does take 1 more Volt Switch to get to Sany Lore. Looks like he's going to go ahead and let that Azumarill go down, but Elum still has a lot of energy on the Charge Bug, and it's going to get thrown at whatever comes in. Does he want to take it on the Lickitung, or does he want to get an energy advantage on the Lantern? It looks like he's going to go for that Lickitung.
It's so uncomfortable, right? Because you're going to take neutral damage no matter where you go, but the Lickitung does have that higher HP product. This is your 3rd or 4th shield, right? Just figure of speech, right? Because the Lickitung can absorb so much damage. Going to throw the Body Slam, though, and try to get the knockout. I think Elum lets this go. He recognizes he still has a very healthy Carbink in the back, and he's going to kind of see how this plays out.
And we'll have to see if the Carbink will come back in. It looks like, yes, he knows how much energy is on the Lickitung. In comes the Lantern, only to be met by the Quagsire. And again, if this was a Spark Lantern, it would be so much more comfortable for Elum. But look at this Water Gun pressure, how much it's already doing to the Quagsire. And last time the Stone Edge knocked out, but this time there's 2 shields remaining.
Oh, I really like this play. This is very aggressive by Elum to go straight for the Stone Edge, but he's anticipating Sany Lore would predict the Aqua Tail. But Sany Lore does shield the Stone Edge. Great call by him as well. The aggressive play does not pan out for Elum. Now he's forced to shoot up the Surf.
Yeah, you can see both trainers are very locked in at this moment. This is decisive, and any small wrong move, any bait that is not called correctly, anything like this could be ending up turning the tides for one player. It looks like it's now going in Elum's favor a little bit as the Aqua Tail was shielded up. No more Protect shields remaining, and this Surf is about to go in, getting that last shield off of that Quagsire.
I think that Elum has identified the Lantern as the biggest threat to his team. He's going to deploy his 2nd and final Protect shield here. Look for the Stone Edge. You know what, just fire it off, right? Because the Mudshots are dealing so much damage, and the Stone Edge, as you saw in game number 1, absolutely pummeled the Lantern. He's gonna fire it off here. It is not enough to knock out, but the Mudshots are still adding up.
Mudshots will add up, and going for a combination play here. Going for that Power Whip, it is definitely enough to knock out that Quagsire, getting it off of the field here. I think there's some energy on the Lantern, and now the Carbink against the world here. It's gonna have to like completely rock slide down and hope that it has the energy to go against against the Lantern in the back.
The awareness by Elum here to throw the Rock Slide immediately because he knows his loose condition is to take a Power Whip and a Surf. So he cuts off the Power Whip, securing this game, and now Carbink is going to look to Rock Throw down.
It's going to be able to, I think, too. This Surf will not be enough, even though it is super effective. Look at it. Look at this tank that is this gem here, throwing it down. Elum takes game number 3 against Sany and Elum in Winners Finals Group C.
Elum advances to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, which I'm sure he's very happy to have accomplished because, yeah, it's really tough jumping into day 2 on the loser's side, which he has done actually multiple times this season. Talking with him, he said, yeah, I need to stop playing on hard mode. I need to actually get to day 2 on the winner's side. And I think
yeah, well, I did give him really good advice. I told him that he should just win, and he wouldn't have to do that. He said he didn't even think about that.
Think about just winning?
It's actually funny that we bring up Elum because he is a very, very good player and well known within the Pokemon Go PvP circuit. There's so many trainers that we've talked to. S. James P21, who won in Indianapolis, said that actually his hardest opponent to play in that tournament was Elum. Even though he was able to 2-0 him, just the playstyle and the wherewithal of this trainer makes it very wary to go up against him.
There was a moment here towards the end, as we take a look back at our Game 3 replay, there was a moment here where I think Sany and Elum had a win condition. I think that there was a misplay late in the game right there, right? With the Lickitung, he actually throws Power Whip into the Shadow Quagsire, whereas I think the Body Slam was enough. And if you have that differential in energy, instead of emptying all your energy on Power Whip, if you throw the Body Slam against the Quagsire, I fully believe Sany and Elum gets to the Power Whip, and then he can combo with the Lantern Surf, and he would have won the series. So he was very close, right?
Yes.
We talk about Elum quite a bit and his accomplishments getting here to day number 2 on the winner's side, but it's important to note, like, Sany and Elum was much, much closer than it looked on paper.
Yeah, it's very hard, especially when you're in the middle of the battle. You see trainers sometimes taking notes and you're like, what are they writing down? But a lot of people are trying to keep track of energy, of health, how much energy that their opponent has on specific Pokemon when they swapped out. I think, of course, when you're in the middle of these battles, that goes so quick, they're so fast-paced, half-second turns. Yeah, it's easy to make a small misplay like that. Maybe he even forgot what side the attack was on and meant to go for a Body Slam instead. But it's little things like that can end up making a big difference in these games.
And as you think back to the series as well, you remember Game 1, Sany and Elum lost that game because he wasn't able to keep track of the Aqua Tail and the pacing of the Quagsire. So once he sent out the Lickitung, he said, I just need to KO this Pokemon as quickly as possible because my lose condition is to, again, get lost in the sauce. Another Aqua Tail comes through, and I'm too weak to fight back against the Carbink. So again, like you said, maybe wrong side for the charge attacks, maybe a little bit of nerves, but either way, Elum was able to win that game. And sometimes, I like to reference this quite a bit, like in tennis, right? We have unforced errors. Sometimes you have to capitalize, and even the best players make mistakes.
Absolutely. I do want to bring up the Carbink, however.
Okay.
What a controversial pick. Because if we're saying that Bastiodon is a difficult Pokemon because it really takes, you need alignment and you need to like kind of strategize. Carbink loses so hard to Bastiodon. And I mean, we've seen quite a few of them in the tournament. Skarmory is everywhere.
That's true.
Gligar, I mean, there's so many targets for Carbink, but there's so many things that it loses so hard against, and they're very meta-relevant Pokemon.
It's polarizing, right? And I feel like once you can play Pokemon that you like, right? We definitely encourage it, but when you pick a certain Pokemon, it defines your play style. For example, if you're playing a Bastiodon and you don't control Switch Advantage, it puts you behind more times than it helps you because the team compositions are built in a way, right? The current meta is structured in such a way that if you open the door, one of those ground types, one of those water types, one of those fighting type Pokemon are gonna find a way into the match. So when you adopt a certain Pokemon, you have to meld with the play style that it demands.
I know you're talking about opening the door. I just want to say, this doors for the venue has been open. It is gorgeous here in New Orleans. We have over 3,000 competitors across all of the games. Let's look at this. I mean, this is one of my favorite Pokemon, Pachirisu here. I'm still looking for the, you know, the 15-15-15, the best one.
Yeah, I would love a perfect, lucky, preferably, Pachirisu, right? So maybe some friends will trade me while I'm here at the venue. I got to call out our wonderful host, Swagron, as well. We walked into the venue for a rehearsal, and he said, I want to hug the giant Pikachu. I said, been there, Been there, Pedro. We all do. We love the Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu is everywhere. And the giant ones. We saw one in the Pokemon Center as well. And that is so much like, there's just all these different fun things to interact with at the NAIC. And we'll bring it up once again. If you guys haven't seen the pre-show, don't stop our broadcast now. We still have so many more fun matches, but definitely check it out afterwards because the band at the beginning was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's like a celebration, right? Typically you celebrate at the end of something. We kicked this off with a celebration, and it was just really, the energy was incredible, right?
Yep.
Let's jump into our next set of battlers, though, because they are ready on stage. Let's take a look here because we are setting the table for an epic showdown. This is Bubble Wrapper versus Spartan.
And we talked about it before, Bastiodon in the room, it's back again. There are so many Pokemon that we're seeing time and time again in this, and it's got quite a few targets, but there are so many on Bubble Wrapper's side that is going to oppose it as well. I'm looking at Annihilate, that Shadow for Alligator, and that Gligar. What are you thinking about this team composition? We're seeing the Gators coming out.
Well, I mean, we saw earlier with Out of Pocket in his matches, he says, I was shocked my opponent brought the Bastiodon because I have so many answers to it, and maybe that kind of counterintuitive play is what you need to find success. Bastiodon definitely commands a certain play style, but it's also all about placement. Picking your moments, knowing where to put that Pokemon is almost, I would argue, the most important thing.
What I am really wondering about this matchup is, I know that Out of Pocket talked about why he prefers the regular for Alligator, which it looks like is also chosen by one of our opponents here, Spartan. But the other side is using the Shadow, and that is dangerous. There's so many things that come into play with also potential mirror matches. Like who's going to win that charge attack priority? Which Pokemon has that higher attack to be able to throw first? And if I'm looking at these two teams, I think that actually for Alligator looks so good for both of these trainers.
Now, obviously, you can play these Pokemon however you like, but in my mind, when I see a Shadow for Alligator, that is either an opener, aka shield breaker, or it's a closer and a sweeper, right? When you see the regular for Alligator, that is a safe switch. That is something that trainers lean on when they need to spam away the Hydro Cannons and try to take control back of the game.
So you make a really nice point there, but then I want to ask you, Will, do you think that trainers think this way as well? So do you think that Spartan and Bubble Wrapper are looking at each other and saying, interesting, so I think that he's either going to place that for Alligator in the lead or the back, and then maybe perhaps Bubble Wrapper is expecting it in that safe swap position and is going to counter it with like a Charge Bug or something. Basically, that's the thing that does the best against it on his team.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talk about this with Bastiodon because it's the most obvious example, but for Alligator and whether a Pokemon is a Shadow or not also define its identity. One distinction I want to make as well, if you have a keen eye, you notice that this is a Crunch for Alligator for Bubble Wrapper and an Ice Beam for Alligator for Spartan.
That's going to be obviously going for the Crunch, but that's not what we're going at first. We're going to go for that Lickitung versus that Quagsire. Both of them just continuing to fast attack away. Quagsire is going to pace a little bit quicker, but like we talked about, that Power Whip will do so much damage. Spartan throwing right before he's able to get there.
I mean, so many Quagsire trainers are just calling their opponents bluffs, right? They say, there's no way that's going to be a Power Whip, and they just absorb the Body Slam. Let's see what Spartan decides to do here, because his Quagsire, actually reaching for the catch, goes in the middle of the Mud Shot, couldn't get it.
Couldn't get it, and will he be able to call it? He does call it last second here. We're going to protect that up, and you can see him nodding, saying, okay, I know that was a good shield. I have so much energy on the Quagsire here, and throwing right before the next Body Slam is available. Maybe perhaps forcing the shield off of Bubble Wrapper as well, but no, it looks like Bubble Wrapper is content to let that go. I guess Lickitung has found its target if you think about it, because if there's a Mandibuzz, a Bastiodon on the other side, and an Annihilate, you say, okay, I'm willing to let it go.
I think you nailed it, Amanda. Couldn't have said it better. Next Aqua Tail does connect. Lickitung does withstand it. Switching in to the for Alligator, looking for the double resistance Shadow Claw down, but the Power Whip gets queued up. Was Spartan counting? Does he know? He doesn't know. This is Power Whip, super effective grass type damage.
Hey, we see the for Alligator, and I mean, this is the advantage once again of having a non-Shadow. It was able to take that quite comfortably, but a Hydro Cannon is going to be the only thing that can really throw at the other one. It's not going to be doing that much damage, and meanwhile, Bubble Wrapper is just going to get a ton of energy on his own, perhaps a Shadow Claw down, using this Protect Shield comfortably to come out with a lot of energy on his end, and nothing on the team basically wants to take it, although no one wants to take a Crunch either.
You saw Bubble Wrapper doing a little dance there. He knows this is all about the tooth and claw. For Alligator, gonna unleash these Hydro Cannons and just deal neutral damage across the board. Spartan has really put himself a step behind by taking that Power Whip just a moment ago.
And the thing is, with the Shadow for Alligator, the Hydro Cannons are doing more damage, so actually the Mandibuzz cannot tank it as comfortably as it could from a regular one.
Yes.
It does know that it's not Ice Beam one, however, so he's gonna go ahead, just protect that up, gonna go ahead, let that first attack go through. Will Bubble Wrapper want to use his last Protect Shield here on the Feraligatr or comfortably let it go? Dark Pulse does connect, able to just hang on by a thread. He is at the next Hydro Cannon, able to throw it. This Feraligatr is putting in work.
That is devastating if you are Spartan. That is so tough to take another Hydro Cannon and lose the bulkiest Pokemon on your team. Instant counter swap into the Gligar, met by the Quagsire. Quagsire still has a bit of stored energy, but it needs to land 2 of these Aqua Tails to win.
Well, one of them has got to land because there's only one shield left remaining. Bubble Wrapper has all 3 Pokemon, but they're so low health. He's going to have to manage energy so well. He's going to have his counting on point, throwing right before, but this is a charge attack priority tie here. He's got to use his shield, but will the next Aqua Tail be able to go through?
That's the thing, right? The Quagsire fires off the Aqua Tail, wins the charge attack priority tie. The Aerial Ace comes through here. Protect Shield for Spartan. I think he might have a chance still because now he's just going to fire it off immediately.
I think Bubble Wrapper's still nodding, so he's confident in the Pokemon that are in the back, but they're so low health. You can see a little bit of shock on his face, not realizing that it could so quickly. Both of the trainers kind of giving the eye to the camera, saying wasn't quite sure how that would end up. Quagsire taking down the Gligar, and there is so little health on 2 Pokemon. I think we're seeing Mud Shutdown number 1 and probably Mud Shutdown number 2.
Wow! Out of nowhere, Spartan comes back with Shadow Quagsire to reverse sweep, triple knockout, wins him game number 1. I thought it was over. I mean, you take a power up on Feraligatr, you get that 3rd Hydro Cannon into your Mandibuzz, you're basically out of gas. There's nothing left, right? But Quagsire had just enough to get the job done.
Time and time again, we've been seeing Quagsire making splashes pretty much with these Aqua Tails on stage, being able to just completely I think opponents just lose track of how quickly that Pokemon generates energy. You saw the surprise on both of those trainers' faces when they hit that charge attack priority one more time. Unfortunately for Bubble Wrapper, didn't quite go to his favor. Again, when that Power Whip hit, I was like thinking the same thing as you, Will. I was thinking this is very much in favor of Bubble Wrapper, especially being able to knock out this Mandibuzz as well.
Yeah, the seesaw of momentum swung so many times in this game. Bubble Wrapper, I thought, was in firm control, but Shadow Quagsire just refuses to get knocked out, firing off the triple Aqua Tails, and then honestly gets all 3 knockouts in this game. Shadow Quagsire just 1v3'd.
Yeah, basically, we're talking about MVPs, most valuable Pokemon. I think that is a good one for Spartan there. Quagsire putting in the work, putting in the time. We're going into game number 2 here. We have the Charjabug versus a Mandibuzz here. This is much more in favor for Bubble Wrapper here. We'll see how Spartan responds.
Yeah, we were all hyped up, but this is not the end, right? The series still continues. Now we've got water types on the field. This Feraligatr definitely has an edge, but he did see 2 extra mud shots worth of energy to Spartan before the switch.
And we've seen how much Quagsire can put in that work. We've seen it time and time again. We just saw it last game, getting that first Protect Shield as well because he's at that attack. Will Bubble Wrapper want to use it already? If he's counting, he knows it's just an Aqua Tail, but we've seen how quickly those add up. First one's going through, not very effective. Feraligatr taking it like a champion, but another one is coming right up.
I think that Spartan recognizes as well that he can outpace to the Stone Edge and still force away the Protect Shield, which is exactly what he does here. And if Bubble Wrapper doesn't throw his own charge attack, another Aqua Tail will connect and this Feraligatr will get even weaker. So Bubble Wrapper trying to find the charge attack priority tie, throws it after 1 Shadow Claw. Great awareness by him. Spartan actually shielding though. What's going on?
This is interesting. He really wants that switch advantage because he saw before is that Mandibuzz doesn't want to be up against that Charjabug. 2 Aqua Tails again. Count it up, guys. Count it how many times it happens. This Aqua Tail going through, getting that last shield, and actually a quick pivot to catch this Hydro Cannon. Playing around with this. I mean, at this stage, Mandibuzz saying, that's okay. I'm going down anyway. That Charjabug's coming back in. Might as well at least save some energy on the Quagsire.
This is the genius of Spartan as well because he knew that he would lose the charge attack priority tie and lose his Quagsire there. So he said, why don't I just throw in a bulky Pokemon, soak this damage, and try to make something happen? Because if you look at his team composition, there's one Pokemon his Bastion did not want to see, and that's the Feraligatr, and they put in a lot of work. Feraligatr is very weak for Bubble Wrapper.
Yep, going ahead. I think if you're a Spartan, you're knowing that, okay, this is to my advantage if I can play this correctly. Able to get to an Aerial Ace. This is big. It's not going to be that big of a thing overall, even completely undercharging, because we know what's coming in. He wants to make sure that he gets as much energy as possible because it takes so long for Bastiodon.
Bastiodon roars onto the field against the Charge Bug, looking to throw some super effective smackdowns. X-Scissor gets fired off here. That is going to be resisted. I think that the discharge will deal slightly more damage, and that's what Bubble Wrapper goes for here on his second go around. But this is the problem that so many Bastiodons have been struggling with, is pacing. And now Bastiodon is at least 4 smackdowns ahead of schedule. So this Pokemon can put in some work.
I mean, 1 smackdown away from a Stone Edge or a Flamethrower, and going for even more here. Doesn't want to have that potential catch opportunity, but at this point, Lickitung doesn't have a great matchup against Bastiodon, especially with this much health and energy on it. First Stone Edge coming through, and even though Lickitung is bulky, it's not going to be able to withstand so much more. Neither one of these charge attacks doing that much to Bastiodon.
I've never seen somebody swipe the rock type bubbles that way as well. So Spartan, definitely a creative player. We're going to see the Power Whip connect into the Bastiodon, get a gauge of how much damage it does. Not too much. Oh, I love this play a lot. Firing the Stone Edge immediately, avoiding the catch by throwing at an unpredictable time.
Yeah, sometimes trainers like to build up because they know that a catch could be coming. For Alligator coming in to try to get some energy, it's not going to be enough. And a combination play by Spartan here, recognizing that, okay, I know I win or lose charge attack priority, but if you don't even have the attack, I'm going to throw.
You're in the middle of your Shadow Claw. I'll just slide on in and throw the Aqua Tail. And now Spartan's in a solid position because the Lickitung triggers the charge attack priority tie, and Spartan wins it. Shadow Quagsire is really pulling through for him. It got a triple knockout in game 1, and it seals game 2 for him as well.
Shadow Quagsire screams and smiles on screen as it throws once again another Aqua Tail to knock out the opponent there. Spartan taking a 2-0 victory in the winners finals against Bubble Wrapper in some very fun and interesting games.
I first learned about Bubble Wrapper from the Go Battle League leaderboards, right? That is a trainer. Whenever you see trainers that hit the top of the leaderboards globally, you know they're great at team reads, their mechanics are impeccable, and they have great natural instinct. And I think it's so cool to see trainers like Bubble Wrapper make that transition from Go Battle League over to the Championship Series, because the Show 6 Pick 3 format is definitely different, and we saw great mechanics on both sides. So much to admire, right? Watching back those games, it was so much fun to see the perfect timing, the switches, capitalizing on the moments, the mind games. And as you take a look at the replay as well, it just becomes so obvious that Spartan was a cut above.
Yeah, I really liked your call out about this earlier, Will, when recognizing that you're going to lose that charge attack priority and putting in almost like your Pokemon as a sacrificial swap at that point, saying, okay, just take all that energy, waste it on this Pokemon. I'm going to let the other ones be the ones that are actually doing the work for me. It's a team of 3. It's not just a showcase of 1. But the Quagsire is maybe the Pokemon to change my mind, as it really looks like this has been the Pokemon that's proving so vital for Spartan.
And if you notice as well, he threw the 2 Smackdowns for 6 turns and then made the switch on turn 7, which means he's able to throw the Aqua Tail on turn 8, and that is in the middle of the Shadow Claw. If you throw 1 Smackdown or 3 Smackdowns, you're then playing with odd numbers, and you could risk a charge attack coming through. So again, Spartan, pristine in the execution, just a little bit better than Bubble Wrapper today.
Yep, and speaking of Bubble Wrapper, I really liked your point, and actually something that maybe people who are following along at home who are a bit newer to the game or not quite sure how everything works. I mean, the Go Battle League is different than this format because Go Battle League is a blind 3 format, while this is a team of 6 where you pick 3 Pokemon. However, so many skills that you learn in the Go Battle League that can be applied there can also be applied in this, and that's what you were talking about. The different countings for the charge attacks. How much damage did Pokemon take? When should I try to go for that sacrificial swap? When should I wait a turn? There's so many mechanics that are in play in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, so I talked to 3 friends before the show. Amanda, contrary.
Yes, you have 3 friends.
Yes, and none of them are made up or imaginary. Anyway, I talked to 3 friends before the show, and I asked them all about Typhlosion. You want to know the first question I asked them about how it plays? I said, have you taken it into Go Battle League? Have you tried to play this in GBL and seen how you feel about it? And all of them said yes. All of them said it was way overpowered. They said they one-shotted Mantine with Thunder Punch, and they were blast-burning Skarmories, and it was such a fun Pokemon to play. But then when you bring it to the Show 6 format and your opponent can see it coming, it might not be as easy to execute.
You know, I was talking with Caleb Pang, one of our co-casters, one of the battlers, and he was telling me I had to bring Bastiodon. I wasn't even going to bring it to this tournament, but how do you deal with a Typhlosion or a Skarmory or all of these different Pokemon? This is what I'm comfortable with. So we'll have to see if he can make it very far with that Pokemon in this tournament.
Sometimes it's all about comfortability, right? We saw Spartan look very comfortable in that previous series with his Bastiodon. He recognized that his opponent was only going to bring maybe 1 hard check connect to it, being the Feraligatr, and then once he was able to kind of pinpoint the issue, pinpoint the threat, then he is able to control the pacing of the matchup and put that Pokemon where he wanted it to go. And that's definitely so important, right? Because if you pick up a team, you know, trainers like Colin, right, might pick up teams from other great players, and Colin is an exception. But most players won't exactly know how to.
They don't know the ins and outs, the nuances, if you will.
The nuances, yeah, great word.
Thanks.
But yeah, it's definitely tough to copy, and you have to be true to yourself and your play style once you make team selections and go into battle.
Yeah, speaking of battles, we've seen both of these trainers already today. We have Out of Pocket playing against Shiny Dialga in another winners finals here. And fun fact about this as well is this is sort of like a rematch of Indianapolis, but Out of Pocket.
Don't do it, Pocket. You're going to make me yawn.
Didn't have a lot of sleep last night, apparently. Maybe putting his team together pretty late. But Out of Pocket ended up knocking Shiny Dialga down to the losers bracket in Indianapolis. And I think if you're Shiny Dialga, you might want a little bit of a revenge here.
Yeah, recalling back to Indianapolis, Shiny Dialga really kind of hit a new level, a new gear, if I may, in terms of speed and efficiency. He's able to really power through the bracket. But Out of Pocket is one of our veteran trainers, right? This is a player that won a regional championship back in 2022, competed in the seniors division even before that, and has just a wealth, a depth of experience that is very rarely matched among his peers.
And speaking of his peers, I'm definitely calling Shiny Dialga one of them. And look at their team compositions. It's actually quite similar in a lot of ways, but the differences are stark. I mean, we have those regular Feraligatrs on the team. We have the Chargebugs, but the main things, we have the Shadow Glygars. The difference makers are going to be that Shadow Quagsire, the Cresselia, the Skarmory on Shiny Dialga's team. Yeah. What are you thinking when you're looking at this? Because Annihilate does so well against Vigoroth. Are you going to risk it to even bring that Pokemon in if you're Out of Pocket?
You know, when we look at these two neutral picks in Cresselia for Out of Pocket and Lickitung for Shiny Dialga, I definitely think the Lickitung has a lot more flexibility in play, but it's so risky against an opposing Vigoroth team, right? If you're Out of Pocket and you're able to line up your Vigoroth against a Lickitung, it's like a doomsday scenario. There's really no way Lickitung could fight back, so you want to avoid those polarizing matchups and really express your skill ceilings. We're going to jump right into Game 1, Amanda.
Well, if you were talking about doomsday, we're about to hit it, as this is now being the first start of game number 1 in winners finals. Vigoroth, an immediate swap out for the Gligar to be met now by that Shadow Quagsire. We've seen the pacing, we know how quick this is, and we're going for a Aqua Tail right before an attack is reached.
So far, it is a good lead for Pocket and good swap as well, but he's got to maintain control, right? It's one thing to have a head start, but you have to keep running. You have to avoid mistakes. Gonna go straight for the dig here. Shiny Dialga trying to deal a lot of damage to the Quagsire. Out of Pocket makes a good read as well. He doesn't want to take that same type attack bonus dig from the Gligar, because then this matchup would get very dangerous.
Yep, just going ahead, charging up a lot more energy. I like this play by Pocket, throwing one more time right before the next dig is available, forcing that shield from Shiny Dialga. He knows he could take one, but not comfortably. He definitely can't take two, but does Out of Pocket want to use both of his shields here to get that, secure that mid-game matchup, to make sure that that Vigoroth is lined up? Looks like he does.
Here's the challenge though, right? You're going to get to the double Aqua Tails, but you have to avoid the Aerial Ace from the Gligar. He's just one Mud Shot early, and we've seen Quagsire win the Charge type priority over the Gligar before. Shiny Dialga recalls that, and that's why he doesn't shield. He doesn't force it, because he knows he's going to probably lose that exchange.
Going in with that Lickitung just to kind of get a little bit of an energy advantage. Those licks aren't going to be doing much to that Vigoroth that comes back in, but those body slams will start to hurt. Shiny Dialga recognizing this and saying, okay, that we're going to start doing some damage onto the Quagsire, get it off of the field, and do a little bit to the Vigoroth before it goes down. But meanwhile, look at how much energy Out of Pocket has. Yet another charge attack coming through. This Quagsire is still standing.
Fun fact here for Lickitung, it takes about 6 Mud Shots for the body slam and 9 for the power whip. So this Quagsire is just going to spam away the Aqua Tails. And look at this Lickitung. It's one of the bulkiest Pokemon, one of the most formidable picks in the entire championship series, and it's on its last leg deep in the red.
It's on its last leg, last tongue wags as well, but at least being able to get 2 body slams could prove vital. His switch timer is also up, so perhaps he would store it for later, but I'll have to see. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Come in with the Charge-Bug. Shiny Dialga does have a shield advantage here. Sometimes players like to play for switch advantage. Sometimes they like that shield. Looks like that shield is being used just on a body slam bait.
Yeah, this is really huge, right? Because Out of Pocket's able to strip away that final Protect Shield, reaches for his own Charge Bug because he recognizes that the Vigoroth definitely has a solid matchup against Lickitung in the back. X's are going to get fired off here. The energy advantage for Shiny Dialga might just be able to flip this game because he needs to work through the opposing mirror match here.
Yep, going through, he knows 2 X's just isn't quite enough. Throwing it, looks like fun timing there. The X's are going through, no Protect Shields remaining, and this X-Scissor will connect. I don't think the next one will quite be enough to knock out Shiny Dialga. It's going to get close. Will he be able to throw yet another at the Vigoroth in the back?
Second X-Scissor from Shiny Dialga gets fired off here. This is going to connect. Obviously, no Protect Shields in play as the Charge Bugs try to balance the scales in this matchup. Next X-Scissor coming through here from Out of Pocket. Like you said, Amanda, might not be enough, but it's going to put it dangerously low. No, actually, it does knock out, and now Shiny Dialga is on the ropes.
And if forced to throw this Body Slam to knock out the Charger Bug, doesn't want to be taken out by those Volt Switches, but even though this is taken out, tag team here, Charger Bug out, Vigoroth back in for that counter damage to knock out the Lickitung and get game 1 for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, they say that there are rhyming themes and stories, and we began that game the same way that we ended it, right? The Vigoroth into the Lickitung, and that was because Out of Pocket was able to control the mid game and put his Pokemon in a position to succeed. If he gives up that Shadow Quagsire versus Gligar matchup, this game gets a lot more dynamic, a lot more interesting, but Out of Pocket does not want to give any advantage to his opponent.
I mean, if you look at the Pokemon that are like the most popular here, Shadow Gligar is super popular in this tournament, and so is Annihilate. I think Vigoroth is a great idea for how many Lickitungs and Gligars are because it can handle it better. But if Shiny Dialga wants to play this Annihilate, I wonder if Pocket's going to have to really kind of work around that if he chooses to bring that Vigoroth again.
Really good question, right? Because that is we talked about the Doomsday scenario, right? The Vigoroth into the Lickitung. The opposing Doomsday is that Annihilate from Shiny Dialga versus the Vigoroth by Out of Pocket, because Annihilate double resists the body slams, it resists the rock slides, double resists the counters, so basically Vigoroth is helpless. I think that Out of Pocket is going to go for probably a more neutral approach here in game number 2. I'd expect maybe some Gligar Charge Bug action. What do you think?
I think that is not a bad call. However, when you are at this point in the tournament, you've been playing so many times, you probably start to recognize patterns in the different opponents' play styles and just what's working for you that day, saying, okay, you know what, I've played so many games so far, and even though I'm doing this risky thing, it's really paying off because trainers aren't expecting it. So at this point, though we haven't been able to see all the matches that these trainers have been playing, they probably have a good idea of how they want to play out the matches, and most team compositions are rather similar. So I think if you are in either position, if you're Pocket, you're saying, if I lead that Vigoroth, what's the worst case scenario and how am I counteracting it with my remaining 2 Pokemon that I'm choosing for my 3?
Yeah, of course. So when you build your team of 3, you're kind of choosing a mode of attack, which Pokemon you're going to stay into, which Pokemon you're going to switch out of, and how you compensate for bad scenarios. I think that's what a lot of the best trainers do, right? They have a plan. They have a plan, whether it's a great lead, a neutral lead, or a really tough lead. They know exactly what to do, and they don't leave anything up to chance. They control their own destinies. Going into game number 2 here, we're going to see Out of Pocket lead his Shadow Quagsire into Gligar.
We saw this in the mid game before. Shiny Dialga didn't want to use that extra shield because he recognized that the Quagsire outpaced, wanted to get completely out of it here. Lickitung into the Vigoroth. We have to talk about this because this is something that I think really bothers you as a caster. Talk me through it.
I mentioned this to you a couple times before. I mean, we say avoid the really tough matchups because we've seen this in other finals and other tournaments, right? If you make a critical error like this where your opponent's able to not only come in like Out of Pocket did with his Vigoroth into Lickitung, but farm all the way down, have a massive energy to deploy into the remaining Pokemon, it just puts you so far behind that even if you're a good player, you could be the best player in the world. But if you are this far behind, it's almost impossible to come back.
And the big thing for Out of Pocket too is he recognizes there could be an Annihilate on the other side. He doesn't need to have much energy on the Vigoroth. The Vigoroth was on a hunting mission. It found its target in the Lickitung, able to completely knock it out. Even Undercharge wants to get one more counter in for whatever is going to come into it, securing that mid game for him, getting that Lickitung out of the way. In comes Annihilate, but Vigoroth has done its job.
Such a great point by you, Amanda. Allowing the Vigoroth to become weak, right? Not allowing your opponent leverage once they come into this matchup. We talked about what you want to avoid, what you want to capitalize on. I think Out of Pocket is capitalizing on everything given to him right now.
He is. I will say this, though, for Shiny Dialga. Annihilate with energy and shields is dangerous, and Shiny Dialga has both here. Health and Shadow Balls connecting with that Charger Bug, coming now into that Gligar to be able to do a combination play. Really great call by Sany Dialga, but will this be enough? Looks like he's going to put it all on Quagsire. No, last second shield by Pocket.
Sany Dialga right now is employing a full court press, right? He's trying to pressure Out of Pocket into using those Protect Shields, dropping down those barriers in order to allow Annihilate to just unleash all the energy and anger, right? We're going to see the Quagsire fire off another Aqua Tail here, but still 2 Protect Shields for Sany Dialga.
Yeah, and this aerial ace, while it won't be enough to knock out, is going to chip it low. We talked about that Quagsire has a bit of bulk, but it might have enough to withstand all this counter damage. This wing attack is going to have to throw on the Gligar, and I think he's putting it all on the Annihilate, which is about to go, I'm sorry to say it, bananas.
It's going to go bananas for sure. Aqua Tail connects into the Shadow Gligar. Annihilate comes in, does I guess it's going to be forced to take an Aqua Tail here. No, Sany Dialga using that Protect Shield, like you pointed out, Amanda, trying to capitalize, trying to close with this momentum that Annihilate offers.
Will he be able to reach another one? Not able to reach another Aqua Tail. Countered down here. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining on both ends, and it's going to be an energy race here as well, forcing that last shield from Pocket, but Pocket's X-Scissors aren't going to be able to do enough. He would need to go for the discharge. Will he be able to reach 2 before the next Night Slash is reached?
I think he's got it, right? Because here's the first discharge. The Annihilate is going to be forced Protect Shield up here. It could be an X-Scissor bait. Sany Dialga has to make a call. He thinks it's a bait. It's not. Out of Pocket, out of his mind, lands the discharge.
Really good game. Pocket sweeping here in the winners finals. Moving on to day number 2. A repeat, I guess, of the Indianapolis tournament. And I guess, like we talked about, it's the risk of running a Lickitung when there's a Vigoroth on the other side.
I want you to kind of freeze frame in your memory those 2 trainers standing up and exchanging their team sheets, right? We talked about Indianapolis and Out of Pocket knocking Dialga down to the lower bracket. We just saw what just happened. This is how rivalries are born. This is how rivalries begin, and I definitely expect Sany Dialga to see Out of Pocket on the next tournament bracket and circle his name.
Yeah, I think that he even said it before when we were talking about it. He was like, you know, opponent that I would like to play again is Out of Pocket. He got his opportunity, but it's just another goal now for him. He's like, okay, he's beaten me twice. I'm going to get him in the next tournament. Out of Pocket, meanwhile, really predicting well, playing very, very precisely, being able to get these Aqua Tails, being able to just do the right amount of chip damage every time to come out with the perfect amount of energy for the end game.
I'm telling you, I really felt like Out of Pocket was in control in the middle game, but like you pointed out, Amanda, this Annihilate with energy, that's the leverage Sany Dialga needed to make an impact, and it almost paid off for him. A game that should have been completely out of his hands, he almost wrestled back and took it away from Out of Pocket. So Sany Dialga, I've been so impressed with his progress, with his improvement, with the level that he's been able to hit in this season. I can't believe like the future could be sky high for Sany Dialga.
Yeah. While we're talking about him and just the play that he made in that, we talked about it maybe being a little bit of a misplay. When there are Pokemon that are so divisive, like the Lickitung if there's a Vigoroth, or if there's a Skarmory and there's like a Charger Bug on the other side, using these Pokemon as a safe swap actually proves to be not that safe.
Exactly, right? It proves to be risky, and you might say, well, my opponent sees that, so maybe they'll expect a softer counter, maybe a Gligar safe switch, a Charge Bug safe switch, but then is that too predictable and your opponent can see it coming, right?
Yeah, no, I know. Like we talked about, there's so many things that are actually being played in the opponent's mind as well. However, if I was in that position, if I was in Pocket's position, I would do exactly the same thing. And I can't think of many people who wouldn't, especially when he had a potentially bad matchup with an Annihilate on the other side as well, saying, okay, this is the opportunity. This was actually the matchup that I really wanted anyway. I was gonna say hand you a lemon, but that's not a lemon. That's the Dialga already just handed him the lemonade.
Exactly right. I like to think of Pokemon Go structurally almost similar to chess, right? Like you start off, you're on the same turn cycles, right? You have your own pieces and you can choose how to maneuver them, but there's no way to gain like a crazy advantage. There's no way to get like extra turns all of a sudden or get an extra Protect Shield. Like the board is even and you're both progressing through the matchup at the same time in parallel. No matter if you're 3-turn fast attacks or if you're 1-turn fast attacks, we're still moving at the same pace. So you have to find these windows to kind of wrestle away momentum piece by piece wherever you can. And sometimes it's a big flashy play, like a no-shielded Shadow Ball in the Annihilate Mirror. That's a momentum killer or momentum builder. But then you look at other smaller plays, more detailed, more intricate things where you try to eke out an advantage. I think that's where a lot of the top players succeed, is because they are mindful of not giving away too much momentum to their opponent. And when you safe switch a Lickitung into a Vigoroth team, you give away so much.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of expand on your chess analogy here, we're going to see how all of the other opponents has been playing in this last round while Will and I have been casting, have been checkmating their opponents. Check it out. Don't go anywhere.
Dunebug has won 13 straight games to start this grand finals.
And back in 2016, Pokemon Go was the first ever Pokemon game I played. I'd never played a single Pokemon game before learning about Pokemon Go. When I was a freshman at college, there was a wild Dragonite that spawned, and the whole campus literally ran to the spawn. And it was such a frenzy, it was such a fun time. I've just gotten to love the game and love the Pokemon series. It's just been a really fun learning experience, and the community is great. It's just fun competition.
Dunebug, who's absolutely on fire.
I have a sports background. I'm a competitive person by heart, so it was pretty easy transition to competitive play. My favorite moment was probably winning Arlington last year. The tournament before that, I came off being reverse swept in the losers finals, which was very heartbreaking end to a tournament. And then I was able to come back and win Arlington. Felt like such a big step for me. I would look up to the previous world champion, Nate Saxon. He's a really good friend of mine. He's been very helpful in my journey with team building and practicing, and he's just a very nice person too.
What an epic end to that battle. It doesn't get closer than that.
My number one goal is to win Worlds, but I would just love to do well at Worlds because the last two World Championships I haven't done as well as I wanted. I've learned that I am really competitive. I am also one of the best players in the world. A lot of people say that about me too, and I like winning.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC. Pokemon Go on that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship. Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs. The community that I'm a part of, they're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
Trainers, we are back here in New Orleans. I am Stephanie Christine and so happy to be here in this legendary city. New Orleans is known for many things. It's known for its history. It's known for its classic cuisine of Creole and Cajun. It's known for its music, especially jazz. But my co-caster Alpha Phoebe is known for mostly one thing, and that is quick maths.
We're going to do some quick maths now. We had 320 people registered for this tournament, and for day 2, we're going down to 32. That's 10% of competitors that make it into day 2, and we've already figured out 5 out of those 32. Starting off with House Stark, Rocha Babyface, Elum, Spartan, and out of pocket, we have 2 immense trainers up on stage to fight for spot number 6.
I am so excited for this matchup. I am on the edge of my seat. 2 legendary trainers in Pokémon and Marto Galde. Fantastic battles are going to be set before us. We are setting the stage. The trainers are just about ready on the stage to go ahead and get started.
I was actually just talking to Marto before, and this is Marto's first time to attend a tournament in North America, and he's making an incredible performance thus far. Mango has been extremely consistent, very frequently top-cutting the tournaments that he's attended. With spice picks, he is well known for using Goodra with Aquatail and not Muddy Water, as you like to call me out on so frequently, and we'll have to see what sort of team compositions these 2 trainers have brought here to New Orleans.
I didn't realize once was frequently, Nick.
It's definitely been, it's only once today, but it's definitely been a few times before.
Okay, fair enough. Continuing on, I am so excited for Pokemango's Goodra pick, which again, it's being used before it gets this Community Day charged attack of Thunder Punch, which is really going to change its coverage. It's going to be so unique as a Dragon type that has coverage against the Flying type attacker Skarmory.
As well, Azumarill, Water Fairy takes super effective damage from that Thunder Punch. It provides a lot more flexibility, and it's going to be cheaper than Grass Knot, which would be the alternative choice to throw into Azumarill. We don't have the opportunity to run Thunder Punch yet, but I'd be really curious to see what charged attacks trainers opt for in future tournaments. I know that in the Go Battle League, our co-caster Butters at one point was using the charged attack Draco Meteor, I'm pretty sure, and that just deals a ridiculous amount of damage, and there you see it. There we have it, our 2 trainers up on stage, and as you mentioned, Goodra for the Pokemango. You see his name there, it's wax odd. Very tough to say, but if you rotate it around, do a 180, it spells out Pokemon, which I think is a lovely piece of information. On the other side, Marto has both a Shadow Charizard, which is going to be really fun to watch, and Altaria, so it's going to be a little bit of a fight between these 2 dominant, bulky Dragon types.
Yes, 2 dominant bulky Dragon types, and we see 2 Registeels on the field as well. We've been talking about Registeel is really interesting to use. It really relies on having shields down. You want to be able, because you can't store 2 charged attacks on a Registeel. You can only store 1. So you really rely on having those shields down to be so you can land the Zap Cannon, so you can land the Focus Blast. We also have, again, on Pokemango's team, no counter user to be seen. Marto Galde bringing that Annihilate.
it's going to be a little bit tough for both of these trainers to run that Registeel. There are plenty counters around, and we see starting off into this game number 1 of Winners Finals of Group F, 2 flying types taking to the sky. A Snarl and Dark Pulse Mandibuzz going up against Altaria. I actually favor Altaria here because super effective Moonblast is going to be really impactful, and lurking in the back for Marto is going to be that Shadow Charizard.
Yes, Shadow Charizard. We haven't seen too much of it with Whiscash being that dominant Pokemon and so dominant in the meta. But maybe now that Whiscash has taken a step back, we might see it. What is going to take a step forward is that Altaria with a Moonblast connecting on the Mandibuzz for some heavy, super effective damage. Mandibuzz, though, it is a bulky Pokemon. I don't know if there's much out there that can one-shot knock out a Mandibuzz.
Oh, we see a simultaneous swap between these two trainers. The Goodra comes in for Pokemango, and the Shadow Charizard comes in for Marto. Dragon Claw reach before the first charge attack from Mango. It's going to be a Dragon Claw, which won't threaten a knockout, but will threaten a lot of super effective damage.
And that Dragon Claw is going to be shielded, but Goodra says, I'm just going to use a ton of Dragon Breath damage, get Charizard down into the red, pull a Protect Shield with this Aqua Tail. Marto looking, really recognizing, I need to pull this last Protect Shield or knock out this Goodra. Something's got to happen. Pokemango puts up that Protect Shield. Can Pokemango Dragon Breath this Charizard down? Definitely, and have an Aqua Tail stored in the bank.
Something's got to give now. The Charizard getting knocked out of the sky. So much fast attack damage from the Goodra. Aqua Tail coming through, going to put a lot of chip damage into this Registeel. In the back is that Shadow Quagsire that we've talked a lot about. I have to imagine it's going to be running Aqua Tail and Stone Edge for great coverage. In comes the Mandibuzz. The Mandibuzz can't be fast attack down. A Dark Pulse is going to be reached from the Mandibuzz into the Altaria. One shield left for Marto. Will he choose to shield this charged attack?
And we see a Protect Shield at the last possible second, shielding up that Dark Pulse. All shields all down. All charged attacks will connect with the Pokemon. Pokemango waiting out the clock. Quagsire can hit with that super effective Stone Edge, but Goodra is going to be able to do super effective damage, throw a couple of Dragon Breaths, and threaten a knockout with the Aqua Tail.
This is so smart from Pokemango. Aqua Tail threatening a knockout, actually not quite enough, right before the Sky Attack, and Dragon Breath able to get the knockout. This Registeel is loaded on energy, but is required to throw that into the Goodra. Marto understanding, I need to completely undercharge this, so hopefully it doesn't knock out. I can get a few lock-ons, but it does get the knockout. And in the back is the Shadow Quagsire. No super effective damage, but Aqua Tail is going to do a lot, and this is not a Swampert. This is a Quagsire. Quagsire is incredibly bulky. It can survive a singular Focus Blast.
Yes, it can. Marto's going to build up as much energy as possible to throw this Focus Blast. Quagsire bulky. It can tank it. Even the Shadow with that 20% defense drop takes it down, not even down into the red, and can throw another Aqua Tail. Again, no shields remaining. This Quagsire's in a fantastic position.
If we think about the team composition that Marto ran, he ran Altaria, which is strong, theoretically, into a Mudboy, and 2 Pokemon that would be weak, that Shadow Charizard and that Registeel. I think he took a little bit too much time to switch out from that Altaria. He let it get too low on health from that Mandibuzz, and he didn't have enough maneuverability in the end game, getting outpaced to that Aqua Tail from the Goodra, able to prevent the Sky Attack being reached by that Altaria meant that there was just not enough there for Registeel to do.
No, and here is that Goodra really shining here for Pokemango, being able to knock out the Charizard and then saving that Aqua Tail in the back to be able to knock out the Altaria. Not quite, but just a couple, Aqua Tail and a couple Dragon Breaths.
Yeah, not able to reach that Sky Attack. Focus Blast coming through, required to be thrown into the Goodra, and Quagsire in the back. Marto recognizing, my Registeel doesn't have what it takes to take on the Quag, and down it goes. Game number 1 to the Pokemango. It'll be really interesting to see because there are so many neutral matchups in these teams. I think Skeledirge looks really interesting into Marto's team. It has play against Altaria in the 2-shield matchup. If you get a bait against the Charizard correctly, you could outpace to a Shadow Ball and potentially threaten a knockout there. It's really good into that Registeel. It's really good into that Annihilate. So I think Skeledirge might be something that Mango thinks about bringing in these next 2 games.
A battle of the fire types, Skeledirge or Shadow Charizard. Which one's going to take it? Marto being a consistently top player, number 5 at Worlds 2022, and again, doing well kind of across the board. Number 2 at Mexico City this year, number 9 in Buenos Aires. He's got so much experience in this community, but Pokemango has a lot of experience of his own as well. Who is going to take it? Phoebe, I think I brought it to the stage. I thought it, and it appeared. It is Skeledirge versus Shadow Charizard. Which of these 2 impactful fire types is going to rain down supreme?
I think you've disarmed all of the audience with your voice. In comes a bait. Great call from Mango, able to pace a little bit more quicker. This would have been resisted damage into that Shadow Charizard, but Shadow Charizard has the option to go for its neutral hitting bait itself. Mango recognizing, I can take this. I can very comfortably no-shield a singular Dragon Claw and still make it to a Shadow Ball. However, Marto in control, actually catching not a Shadow Ball, but another disarming voice into this Lickitung. Really heads up play there by Pokemango.
Yes, so that disarming voice is going to connect Skeledirge and not going to be able to get to another charged attack here. The lick damage is just going to register too quickly. Here is that Goodra that's going to really threaten with the Dragon Breaths. Now we have 2 Pokemon that are using 1-turn fast attacks, Lick and Dragon Breath. So any kind of catch is going to have to be very precisely timed. If Marto is looking that chart, it looks like his timer is not quite up yet. Mango free to switch out at any point.
And Marto actually looks like he's in a fairly strong position here, given that Mango has absolutely no fast attack pressure once this Goodra is off the field. The charge attack is coming through, the Power Whip lands and almost picks up the knockout. Actually an immediate switch into Quagsire to get a singular Mudshot advantage, but Charizard can come out. It has 2 Dragon Claws loaded.
Yeah, we can see Pokemango kind of thinking, considering, what is my path ahead? I have 2 Protect Shields remaining. I can shield this Dragon Claw, I can shield another Dragon Claw, or I can let this one go, maybe recognizing that the Charizard was 1 wing attack shy of the Blast Burn.
Dragon Claw still doing pretty good damage. Marto switching into the Altaria. Will Mango opt for a bait? No, just immediately going for the Stone Edge. No shield for Marto. Really confident in this call, knowing Altaria can survive at least 1 Stone Edge. Mudshots do not threaten. He's winces in pain as to how much damage that Stone Edge did.
So it looks like we have 2 Aqua Tails. Marto is going to shield the first one, knowing that it could be the Stone Edge to knock out. The second one is only going to be an Aqua Tail, and not going to be quite enough. Even with that boost, it is still resisted damage against a Dragon type, but it's going to take it dangerously low.
Sky Attack is loaded for the Altaria. However, it will not be needed to use. Mango actually switching into that Goodra, trying to get a few extra Dragon Breaths in if possible, but instead it faints immediately. The Shadow Quagsire comes back in, and no pressure with those fast attacks was the downfall for Mango in that endgame. Just not able to put up enough pressure. We even saw a no-shielded Stone Edge and a shielded Aqua Tail bait, but it still wasn't quite enough to push him to victory.
Right. Pokemango actually utilizing a lot of the same Pokemon he just used in Los Angeles, including this Skeledirge, that Marto Galde was able to kind of catch there, and the Skeledirge goes down here in the replay. We're seeing that Power Whip followed by that Mud Shot. We call it a snipe. Get that 1 energy advantage, that 1 Mud Shot advantage. Mango kind of shaking his head, saying, good game. I'm thinking, going back to the drawing board, both trainers looking at their notes, looking at the opponent's team, trying to think about their advantages. As I was just saying, Mango in the Los Angeles regionals took 7th place and used the Skeledirge, the Mandibuzz, the Goodra, the Cresselia, so bringing a lot of those same picks that just worked so well for him in LA.
And I want to talk about that catch that Marto attempted to make onto that Lickitung. It was very safe play. If Mango throws the Shadow Ball, then great. That does no damage. I completely wasted his energy. If he throws the Disarming Voice, it still doesn't do a ton of damage. And if Mango decides to prevent a catch and throw an additional Incinerate, I think the Lickitung would have been able to get the lick down and prevent that energy. So I feel like it was an incredibly safe play by Marto. This is an unfortunate lead. The Altaria does not want to see that Registeel in the slightest.
No, and you can see just how much damage this Goodra is able to do. The Charizard is below half health, and Goodra hasn't even thrown a charged attack yet. But Goodra is going to have to use a Protect Shield to protect against this Dragon Claw here in the mid-game.
Both of these trainers throwing it with impeccable timing right before their opponent reaches a charged attack. A shield comes up from Marto. He's going to pull both shields away from this Goodra. I have to imagine Mango shielding up here so that it can get an entire farm down, taking and retaining switch advantage. However, switch advantage isn't everything. Having shield advantage can be key, especially for a Pokemon like Annihilate. However, it's Annihilate's worst nightmare in the back. It's that Mandibuzz, and if we look at the team sheets, Marto is running Shadow Ball, Night Slash, and all that energy is going to be walled by that Mandibuzz.
That's really interesting. This is the first time Marto has brought the Annihilate in this series, but Pokemango picking a Pokemon that completely walls it.
Second Aqua Tail coming through here. It's going to do a little bit of chip damage to this Altaria, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to be about within one Zap Cannon range anyways. We see the immediate switch into the Annihilate, and Marto grimaces. This is his worst nightmare. He's the Ghost type. It's the Dark type that's answering him. In comes this first Aerial Ace. If unshielded, would do a good chunk of damage to this Annihilate.
Yeah, so Marto's actually going to protect the Annihilate and try to get a little bit more damage done to it. If you have to pick between Night Slash and Shadow Ball, going for the Shadow Ball, going for that same type attack bonus is your better option, but it doesn't exactly do very much.
Yeah, this is where you really wish you had Ice Punch for slightly better coverage. The second Aerial Ace comes through. It's going to do a hefty chunk of damage to the Annihilate. Annihilate well in the yellow and is going to be able to launch a secondary Shadow Ball before the next Aerial Ace, though I don't think this quite picks up the knockout.
Let's see, it's gonna be close. The Mandibuzz hangs on just barely. Marto again with the grimace, putting the phone down and recognizing this is an uphill battle. With the Mandibuzz, there is the Registeel being met with an Altaria. It's not the worst matchup in the world for Altaria generally because Dragon Breath is such a potent fast attack. However, with the health disadvantage that Marto has going into the Altaria, he applauds his opponent, saying, "Good game, you got me beat."
Just impeccable sportsmanship from our two players up on stage. That's one of the drawbacks of Altaria. You know, if that was a Shadow Dragonite, the Shadow Dragonite would have been able to reach a superpower there and maybe threatened a critical, super effective damage and potentially picked up a knockout. But Altaria, with flying and fairy charged attacks, does not threaten the Steel Titan.
No. Who is a Titan today, though, is certainly Mango, who has secured his entry into our Day 2 competition here, using that Goodra every single step of the way, really making it kind of a signature pick, a most valuable Pokemon, if you will.
Definitely seemed like his MVP in those sets. It performed so well, able to threaten shields against Altaria, where its charge attacks are always either singly resisted or double resisted. So much pressure from those Dragon Breaths puts it in the right position every time.
I'm excited to see what position Goodra is going to have in the meta after the Community Day that is coming up on Sunday at 2:00 p.m. local time. I am really looking forward to seeing what kind of what it's going to pack with that Thunder Punch.
You know, we talk about how Thunder Punch gives it better options against Skarmory or Azumarill. Funnily enough, it gives it a better option against Altaria as well, because instead of doing resisted damage, you're able to do neutral damage, and that would allow you to actually threaten more shields in future Altaria versus Goodra matchups.
Exactly. I am so excited to see where that little Goomy is going to head and where it is going to take us in the future. But again, those were some phenomenal matches. Marto, again, a fantastic showing, really relying on that Shadow Charizard and Altaria core in every single game. And then instead picking up a different Pokemon to pair with it. First trying the Registeel. Now I'm going to try the Lickitung with these two. And then finally the Annihilate. But just that Annihilate choice just did not work out. As soon as Marto saw that Mandibuzz staring him down, I think he knew he was in for a rough ride.
I mean, Mango's team is really strong into Lantern. You have Cresselia, you have that Quagsire, you have Registeel as well. So many of those really threatened the Lantern away, where Lantern would have probably been Marto's best pick into that Mandibuzz. Unable to bring his own Registeel, and that Mandibuzz just kind of roamed free.
Yes, very, very tough. That's what makes Show 6 so different than the Go Battle League, because you know your opponent only has these 6 options to bring, and being able to it's like a game of chess, which is a game I know you are quite familiar with. Really having to map out all the different paths that your opponent can take and putting out your best defenses.
You know, I'll continue on that analogy. In chess, you very frequently have well-known, well-studied openings, the Queen's Gambit. Man, I'm blanking on all others, which is honestly really embarrassing. The England attack. Anyways, the fried liver, that's also another fun one. I love the name. But in Pokemon Go, you also have well-studied, well-written out strategies such as ABB teams, ABA teams. It's a lot of letters, but you know, if you're building your teams in ways that your opponent has studied, if your opponent has studied your opening, you might be making yourself a little more open to predictability for your opponent to kind of read what kind of plan you have for the game.
Yes. So again, what I'm hearing from you is there's a lot of studied, tried and true strategies, but then you have to think, how can I surprise my opponent as well? How can I catch them a little bit off guard?
Right. That's a really great point, because very frequently you'll see people building a team design similar to, maybe in Game 3, similar to what they did in Game 2, but they read, okay, my opponent brought that Shadow Gligar that really answered my Annihilate in the back. Instead, in game number 3, they switch out that Annihilate for like a Dugong, and they switch just one key component of their plan, and they catch their opponent completely off guard.
Yes, and again, we want to congratulate Pokemango for winning into day 2. For that was the winners finals for Group F. We are going to be moving very quickly into another really fantastic set of battles very soon. We have LNDS Steinar versus Teddy Bear. So again, we're going to be continuing with these winners finals. I believe this is going to be for Group G.
Yeah, and it's going to be another person from LATAM versus an American fighting for the home turf of NAIC.
Yes, but before we get there, we're just giving you a little taste, a little amuse-bouche before the, I know, getting fancy here, before that next event. But first, we have an interview, so let's go ahead and take it to the stage. We are going to sort out those audio issues so we can hear a little bit more from Pokemango perhaps a little bit later. But in the meantime, I gave you that little taste. Let's go ahead and set up a little bit more with LNDS Steinar and Teddy Bear. You were mentioning 2 trainers, LNDS Steinar coming from Brazil, and then we have Teddy Bear, an American trainer. We have so much fantastic LATAM representation here in the North American internationals.
Yeah, coming from all different countries. We have a number of trainers from Mexico, a few trainers from Chile, a few trainers from Brazil. It's wonderful to see the different groups of representation. You know, while we were in LAIC, there was a lot of crowds gathering for all of the Brazilian players there. There's so much energy that are at those LATAM events, and I love that they bring that here to NAIC as well.
I love watching LATAM events because you can feel the energy from the crowd through the screen, and it's just really infectious. There's some of my favorite events to watch. I hope to be able to attend one someday soon, again, because you want to be part of the crowd in that experience, and I'm so excited for everything that LATAM has in the future. They have, I think, big plans for the 2025. I can't believe we're talking about 2025. They're big plans for 2025. We have a great crew down there. I'm really excited.
Me as well. We had so many extra special events this season. But let's go ahead and get back into the action with our trainers up on stage. It is Elendia Steiner versus Teddy Bear. The teams are looking a little bit similar. However, on the side of Teddy Bear, he's got that Shadow for Alligator. And on the side of Elendia Steiner, he's got that Azumarill. So that is the key difference between these teams. Additionally, you're gonna like this bit from Teddy Bear. He's got that standard Gligar, very interestingly enough, as opposed to the Shadow Gligar on Steiner's side.
Yeah, but he has the Shadow for Alligator, which I will say, I truly believe that the regular for Alligator is the superior version because you can tank hits from things like Gligar just easily enough, just a little bit better to be able to throw additional charge attacks.
You know, I'm not as Shadow averse as you are, Stephanie, but I 100% agree that the standard for Alligator is superior. Actually, looking at the teams, it does actually look like both of the Gligars are Shadow, and unlike for Alligator, that is the variant I prefer. It's very common, actually, that Pokemon with double weaknesses, such as a Gligar, Flying and Ground, both weak to Ice types, a Alolan Sandslash, Ice and Steel, both weak to Fighting, and a number of others, they significantly perform better when they are that Shadow variant, because if they're in those really bad matchups where they're up against those double super effective fast attacks, it doesn't matter if you're Shadow or not, you're still going to absolutely melt to that pressure.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you have a Shadow Victory Bell versus something like an Altaria. The Shadow Victory Bell is going to lose that 10 times out of 10. In all of the scenarios, things of that nature when you just have a really hard check.
You know, it's funny, I thought you were going to say Shadow Victory Bell against Shadow Whiscash, but you went the exact opposite direction. You went for something that beat the Victory Bell as opposed to lose to it. But let's go ahead and figure out who's going to be the victor of this first battle. The Pokemon are set. I'm looking into a mirror. It's a Vigoroth versus Vigoroth start.
And they don't have any visors alpha feed. It's disappointing. They are dripless Vigoroth, but what they do have is a lot of energy going here at this point. We have a Body Slam, Elendia Steiner opting not to shield it here and is going to have an opportunity to throw a Body Slam of his own as Teddy Bear's Vigoroth gets one additional counter. And Teddy Bear is actually going to shield his own Vigoroth and cannot quite make that counter down. Elendia Steiner is going to get that opportunity to throw a Body Slam here.
One single counter, the difference between that, able to actually reach the Rock Slide here. Rock Slide going into Mandibuzz is going to do super effective damage and chip off about 1/3 of the health of that Mandibuzz, and in the back is going to be a Registeel. That's a very solid positioning for Teddy Bear. It's going to be Gligar into Gligar in the end game. We're going to see likely a switch out maybe after the Dark Pulse. I don't expect Steiner to stay in this matchup.
No, this is not a good matchup for the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is able to throw a lot of neutral damage into Registeel, but that Zap Cannon is just too much. Now we see another mirror match. We started with the Vigoroth, and now we are into the Shadow Gligar. We see two pairs of those red eyes. Which one is going to take victory here in this mid matchup?
It's like you're my mirror. Oh, Gligar into Gligar. Aerial Ace into Aerial Ace, so much mirrored action here. I think it potentially could come down to the energy advantage that Steiner has built for himself.
Yes, got to take a look at the Gligar in the mirror, and this one is going to be shielding a Aerial Ace, and then we see Teddy Bear going for another one, just kind of trying to utilize as much energy, as much Protect Shields as possible. The Gligar on the side of Teddy Bear at a significant health disadvantage, but is able to get to the Aerial Ace. This is not going to knock out, but this Shadow Gligar is in a precarious position now.
It's going to be really, really close. Maybe a singular lockout knocks out afterwards. A single lockout does knock out and secures the KO into that Shadow Gligar. Now all that remains is the Mandibuzz.
1 HP and a dream there. Here is the Registeel connecting that Zap Cannon into the Mandibuzz. Not a whole lot can take out a Mandibuzz from that health range, but the Zap can certainly do it. Coming from the Steel Titan itself, Teddy Bear taking an early game victory here. That was pivotal. I want to see that moment again, that 1 HP Gligar and then the Registeel knocking it out with a... How many times do you see Registeel lock on down anything?
Not that often. 1 HP of that Shadow Gligar. The difference between life and knockout. We see the beginning matchup, the knockout coming in for Teddy Bear, landing the rock slide, actually not terribly impactful. However, winning switch advantage was.
Yes, here is that moment. I said this Aerial Ace is not going to quite be enough to knock out. I didn't realize how close I was. That is exactly 1 HP. LNDS Steiner goes for the dig, but the lock-on registers first.
Yeah, 1 turn fast attacks being that powerful. Both trainers shaking it off, going into game number 2. How many more mirror matches will we see? It'll come down to the exact teams that these 2 trainers pick. One thing I do know is that Vigoroth looks really great for both of them.
Yes, something that that is actually pretty happy to see a Vigoroth is the Elder Tree Pokemon. Teddy Bear doing quite well with a Trevenant in past tournaments.
Yeah, Trevenant is a Pokemon that we haven't seen too much of, but interestingly enough, it would do excellently against both of these 2 Pokemon on the field. Azumarill versus Cresselia is a 1 lead for Teddy Bear. A switch into the Vigoroth means that he has the opportunity to reset the switch, the 1-turn switch here, throwing the Body Slam before the first charge attack from Cresselia.
And that Body Slam, Vigoroth doesn't love being in this matchup because the counters are resisted, but it gets to that Body Slam so quickly. It certainly has the power to fight back. LNDS Steiner using an early Protect Shield to protect up against this Moonblast. No debuff, and is actually going to stay in for a little bit. Is locked in to the Vigoroth against this Shadow Gligar. Teddy Bear bringing in the Shadow Gligar to counter. And this is a really solid position for Teddy Bear. The counters still resisted. Vigoroth looks in a really solid position.
Bit of a miscue here from Teddy Bear. Going for the charge attack tie against Vigoroth means that LNDS Steiner can get this shield and no shield to sequential dig, actually opting for throwing up his 2nd shield. An undercharge from Teddy Bear, but unconsequential given that the no shield was imminent. In comes the Azumarill. The switch clock between these 2 trainers is incredibly disaligned. In comes the dig. No shields remaining from Steiner. Can Teddy Bear switch back into that Cresselia?
Not quite yet. Azumarill's going to get quite a few bubbles. Can it bubble all the way down? And not quite. That bubble is going to register after these charge attack fires. So the Aerial Ace is going to fire, and then the Gligar is going to faint, incoming the Cresselia. Cresselia being a great counter to Azumarill because it has Grass-type charge attack pressure, which very few Pokemon in the metagame have.
And Steiner's put himself in a really commanding position here. We saw the counter swap of Vigoroth into that, or excuse me, of Shadow Gligar into that Vigoroth, but one of those Pokemon is completely gone and the other one's still half health. The Gligar has completely disappeared. In comes the Vigoroth for Teddy Bear. However, all he has for an entire Pokemon is just 1 shield. He could shield up this Aerial Ace, lets it go through, knows it's not a dig, that's fine, but he's on the back foot here. The Cresselia doesn't have super effective damage into that Vigoroth, so it can't really threaten a huge knockout.
No, it can't. But we do see this body slam connect, and the Gligar is going to get to another charge attack. Again, we have this kind of middle matchup here approaching the end game. We have Shadow Gligar going to throw an Aerial Ace, knock out the Vigoroth, and then it's only that Cresselia remaining. Cresselia having absolutely no fast attack pressure. Gligar going for the charge attack just before Teddy Bear is able to reach a move. We have a Protect Shield though on the field, but Teddy Bear is shaking his head.
Interestingly enough, he did not opt to go for the harder hitting charge attack. I like it though because it caught Teddy Bear off guard. Now throwing the Moonblast picks up the knockout, but the Vigoroth in the back has so much health. A singular charge attack does not threaten a knockout.
Oh no. So there we have the Vigoroth, and again, we saw Teddy Bear shake his head. He knew he saw the path and was just, this is too tough of a hill to climb for this Cresselia, having absolutely no fast attack pressure. So we are going to see that Vigoroth standing tall at the end. We are going to be walking into a decisive Game 3 with this series tied 1-1.
I really want to dig into that middle game. I think Steiner played it really well, able to really kind of push himself into a position where he could rotate that Vigoroth back out before it took a hard-hitting charge attack from that Shadow Gligar from Teddy Bear, and able to kind of switch in and out. In comes the Azumarill, able to take both a dig and an Aerial Ace, able to farm down that Shadow Gligar and then put itself into a position to hit some hard-hitting play roughs into this Cresselia, as you see here in the replay.
And the grass not there. We see knocking out. We see the Shadow Gligar into the Vigoroth. Shadow Gligar being able to knock the Vigoroth down, and then Cresselia is going to see the knockout here from the opposing Vigoroth, standing tall at the end of that last match. So now our two trainers are having to decide, how am I going to play out this Game 3? What can I do? They've each won one battle, so they know that their opponent is beatable, but how are they going to wrap up this series? Who is going to move on to the next round of competition tomorrow? Again, this is the winners finals for Group G. So the winner here goes to day 2, the loser down to the loser side of the bracket, and we have a Shadow Gligar into a Vigoroth.
This is the strength of Vigoroth. It is a counter user that has significant play into a Shadow Gligar, one of the only counter users to have that to its name. Body Slam coming through, going to put that Shadow Gligar into the red, and it's able to win the 0 shield matchup here. In comes the Aerial Ace. Steiner, no shielding. I think this makes a lot of sense, especially if he's able to get this Shadow Gligar out of the way of his Charjabug in the back.
And there is the Body Slam that is going to get shielded by Teddy Bear. Teddy Bear saying, I want to stay in this matchup a little while longer. Shadow Gligar has the advantage here. Already almost at 2 Aerial Aces, just 1 shy. So he's going to throw this Aerial Ace to knock out the Vigoroth and have a charge attack basically ready for whatever comes in next. Teddy Bear also free to bank that charge attack and swap out.
He has 2 Pokemon that are fairly neutral to the Shadow Gligar in the back, able to reach this first Aerial Ace. Will he have enough health for the second one?
Let's find out. Going, and no, the Shadow Gligar is knocked out. However, Teddy Bear still has 2 very healthy Pokemon. The problem is neither of them can throw any fast attack pressure into this Shadow Gligar, instead opting for the Vigoroth that can at least get to these Body Slams pretty quickly.
The unfortunate thing, though, is now he's paired up that Cresselia into that Charjabug. He has no idea what that third Pokemon in the back is, but oh, now he does. The Charjabug comes in. Great catch of the Body Slam by Steiner. I think Teddy Bear's going to have to opt to stay in this matchup. Actually, no, switching out, putting a Cresselia, a Psychic-type Pokemon, against this Bug-type.
LNDS Steiner with a nod of the head saying, my Charjabug has got this. Goes beep, beep, all aboard the Charjabus.
The Charjabus is going to be able to pace to these X-Scissors so quickly. 2 X-Scissors already loaded in just 5 Volt Switches. X's are not going to threaten a knockout into this Cresselia, but the second one is going to put the hurt on. One more Volt Switch, then another X Scissor. Steiner recognizing the amount of energy that Teddy Bear has. I think Teddy Bear really needs to no shield here. Hope that he can still make it to a Moonblast. I think that's his best play. It looks like he just has enough health to do so.
Yes, and there is the Moonblast. We're going to see that Protect Shield come up, and Charjabug just going to get that Volt Switch knockout, and then there is the Vigoroth. Charjabug pacing so quickly to that X Scissors. You just have to count to the numbers 2 and 3. It goes so quickly.
Even I can do that, Stephanie.
I would sure hope so with you in the quick math.
In comes the Shadow Gligar. A full Aerial Ace is loaded. Going to go into that Vigoroth. Really great energy management in that endgame by Steiner. Great alignment for him as well, recognizing that, oh, Charjabug's been really good into the Pokemon that Teddy Bear has been bringing. And additionally, I've got the Shadow Gligar out of the way.
Yes. So congratulations to LNDS Steiner to be able to punch your ticket, winning winners finals for Group G. You move on to day number 2, but that is not the end of the road for Teddy Bear. Teddy Bear can still make a run in the losers bracket. Let's take a look at that decisive game number 3 victory, where we're going to see these Gligars duke it out, and then we're going to see the Charjabug eventually line up against the Cresselia.
Yeah, and Teddy Bear's Shadow Gligar not able to make that second Aerial Ace, catching the Body Slam onto that Charjabug, and then in the end game, just so much energy from Steiner, able to throw Charge Attack after Charge Attack to pick up that crucial end game knockout.
Yes, you could just see again the size of relief from trainers, because at this level, trainers, anybody can get knocked out of the tournament. I believe we have a few trainers who are completely out of the tournament already that I don't think very many of us really expected.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the names that I know, it would be Rise, 2 Occasion, Dunebug, and it's Axon. You, me, and Speedy are in shambles. Those are our 3 picks. The only person that still remains of the picks would be Inadequence.
Well played.
So let's go ahead and hope can Inadequence, can Amanda's pick continue? But it's also just so, we're in shambles, but it's also so exciting to see different faces take on the podium. However, LNDS Steiner, I can't say that he's a stranger to the podium. He has been doing so well. He is the champion of Goiânia, number 2 in Sao Paulo this year. And at LAIC, he took 4th place. So he is certainly no stranger to the stage, has had a fantastic season in 2024.
Yeah, losing to LNDS Rajef, the eventual winner of LAIC. That's really, you can't have any complaints. Rajef was on a tear. He lost, I want to say, only just a handful of games that event. Of course, it wasn't the previous regional where he completely swept and didn't lose a single game whatsoever.
No, that is truly, it was a game for the history books, to be completely certain. Some other things we have, let's take a look at what you have all written for us on social media.
Ooh, my favorite segment.
Yes, and we can see just #PlayPokemon. We have a Weedle Altaria, I'm guessing from that research that you can get from the Twitch drops from Mecha Mario, actually was able to get a shiny Altaria, and I love Altaria's shining. I love that golden bird.
And how cool for it to be a shiny from that research from Weedle, a way to like commemorate that EUIC run that he had. And here we have a picture of what I was talking about before. This is the badge pickup in the airport. So clean, so efficient. Trainer M, thanks for taking a screenshot so we could show the people how amazing that badge pickup was.
Yeah, no line. There is no line. There are, I count, at least 4 spots that you can still just very easily. I was able to show a QR code, get my badge printed. It was phenomenal. Thank you so much to the staff. Thank you so much to the Pokemon Company International for helping to set all that up.
And we have our trainers, our competitors with their swag bags and ready to go into the entrance. This is just outside the convention center here in New Orleans, and it is a great convention center. It is massive, as it has to be, to house all of these trainers that we have here for the TCG, for the VG, for Go, of course, as well as Unite, who joins us for these IC events.
Yes, and we have 2 trainers from one of those games. I'm guessing they're from Pokemon Go because that's the game we're casting right now. Let's go ahead into the stage and check out our next 2 trainers, Frankie T52 and Adib Khan.
Yeah, Adib is going to be making a deep run here. He has not been a stranger to making it to winners finals of his groups. He's done it a handful of times, and look at that team. He is still on that Lantern train, and I'm not seeing Water Gun. I'm still seeing Spark.
That's certainly a choice to run.
Shocking, one could say.
Definitely shocking to continue to run Spark, but perhaps there's a level of comfort in using the fast attack that Lantern has been so dominant with lately. And perhaps there are just matchups that you are not willing to really give up with Spark. I know Spark is still going to make some matchups easier for things like Mandibuzz and Skarmory. Going to make things still just a little bit easier.
And I want to focus in on a pick from Frankie. It is that Shadow Poliwrath there, counter Icy Wind and Scald. It is going to be a fighting type that surprisingly beats a lot of the flyers. The Shadow variant doesn't do quite as well against Shadow Gligar, but water typing allowing it to resist the Steel Wings from Skarmory back in the olden days. I'm trying to age myself right now. Skarmory used to beat almost all of the fighters as long as they weren't running Power Up Punch, because it used to run Air Slash, a flying type fast attack. However, now that it's running Steel Wing is resisted by all these water types unless your name's Azumarill, where, you know, Steel type damage is super effective against fairies, so it balances out if you're Azumarill.
Yes, it does. We also see the 2 flyers are going to bring some balance to this team. We see the Shadow Gligar and the Skarmory on the side of Adib, as well as the Shadow Gligar and Skarmory on the side of Frankie. Perfectly balanced as all things should be, right, Alpha Phoebe?
Of course. Balance is a key to life. Can't have... Actually, that's a different saying. You can't have too much of a good thing. I guess that would imply that maybe in some instances, imbalance is key.
We'll have to see what kind of balance these trainers are going to be looking for as they lock in their teams. I am really interested in that Shadow Poliwrath pick as a counter user. After Annihilate really took the stage as the counter user of choice, it always surprises me a little bit to see Vigoroth. However, with Body Slam, Vigoroth is still such a prevalent, it's so good in so many matchups. But Poliwrath, maybe now that Lantern with Spark is going to be a little less frequent, we might see a little more Poliwrath, but it still just does not do well against the I don't know, but what I do know is we have 2 trainers on the stage. We have Azumarill, we have Shadow Gligar. This is a fantastic lead for Adib. We see Frankie swap out into that Shadow Whiscash, another Pokemon that we thought we weren't going to see so much of this weekend, but is going to make an appearance on stage here on Frankie's team.
Yeah, Mud Bomb, not the move that was recently affected by the moveset changes. Able to throw that out before the first Ice Beam is reached by Adib. Play Rough coming through, going to pull the shield from Frankie T. I think in a 1-shield matchup, Shadow Whiscash typically wins this matchup, but instead Adib going into the Annihilate because he has 2 shields remaining.
And the Scald is going to connect, knocking out a ton of damage, and the attack drop, the elusive attack drop now as Annihilate gets to the Shadow Ball. Frankie goes for the charge attack. I think this is going to be a charge attack priority tie. Oh, so Frankie allowing this to go down.
In comes that Shadow Gligar, going to be able to get an immense farm down here. No follow-up Night Slash coming from Adib. I have to imagine Azumarill's coming in next and an immediate switch out from Frankie T into the Skarmory. Skarmory's looking pretty solid for Frankie for the backline. It has an improved matchup versus this Azumarill, but I think Adib is likely going to go for an Ice Beam and then dip into that Lickitung.
Yes, we're going to see the Ice Beam go ahead and get some at least solid neutral damage against the Skarmory. Frankie opting to save the shield for later, because look, that doesn't do a whole lot. Then we have a Lickitung, and this matchup generally a lot more neutral than a lot of people would think Skarmory into Lickitung, but this is looking much better for Lickitung now that the Skarmory is down under half health. We are going to see the Brave Bird connect, and the tables turn as the Skarmory gets to another charge attack, but it's just after the Lickitung is going to throw this body slam. The Skarmory's defenses are down, and it's threatening a knockout.
Yes, the defenses fell severely after that Brave Bird. Now going just for the Sky Attack, interestingly enough. I'm not sure if he can save this Skarmory. I think the Brave Bird would have been... Actually, it wouldn't have been better. He wants his Lickitung to survive. We actually see both trainers kind of slow down their tapping there. Frankie T trying to get more energy to go into this Azumarill matchup. 1 shield on Frankie's side, 2 shields on Adib's side. I think Frankie's just going to go for these aerial aces. Shield comes up from Adib. Adib either needing to reach 2 Ice Beams or a bubble down.
Yeah, and those bubbles are really starting to add up. We're going to see the Gligar fall into under half health as I am speaking. Adib throwing up another Protect Shield to protect against these aerial aces. Gligar, those wing attacks not going to be enough to wing attack down. Azumarill just has to get to 1 more Ice Beam or bubble down. So it is a race between the Shadow Gligar and the Azumarill. Shadow Gligar gets to its charge attack first and goes for the dig to guarantee the knockout because Aerial Ace might not have quite been enough.
Dig coming through, hard-hitting neutral damage, picks up game number 1 for Frankie. Really playing from the back foot for a lot of that, I feel like. Having to switch out from the lead matchup. Whiscash very safe into Adib's team. Annihilate kind of struggling a little bit, feeling pressured to shield up the Scald. Shadow Ball coming through, or actually no, he didn't shield the Scald, but because the Scald came through, an entire wing attack down was possible and left that Shadow Gligar with a lot of health for the endgame.
You were saying you weren't sure, because oftentimes you want to throw the Sky Attack first before the Brave Bird, but maybe after this you can dive a little bit deeper into what these trainers were hoping to achieve with that momentary pause.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Neither trainer wanted to knock each other out, but neither of them completely stopped, but they kind of just were like, you know, tap, back off for a little bit, see what happens, tap. And it allowed Frankie, at least in that end game, to get 1 more wing attack advantage going into those final sequences against that Azumarill. Based on the pacing that Frankie had, and I think Adib was a few bubbles away from that final Ice Beam. I'm not sure if it was completely impactful, but it's great to practice those different game mechanics that we need to employ in order to ensure we have the biggest advantages possible in our matchups.
Right, strategies like that, like knowing when I don't want to knock out my opponent's Pokemon, I want to save it so I can get an energy advantage. That's what can take you from great to kind of being an ultra level trainer. But then what we have in front of us, those day 2 trainers, those are our masters. We're going to see which one is going to take the crown.
I like that little bit of play there. Great League, Ultra League, Master League. Perfection coming from my co-caster.
It doesn't sound as
DIE.
clever when you go ahead and explain it, Alpha Phoebe.
Thus is life. Sometimes you have your co-casters explain your jokes for you, and is what it is.
It is what it is. Continuing on, we have our trainers locking in. Both of them really taking time to think about how am I going to pivot out of that last matchup. Both trainers really showing a lot of skillful play in that first matchup and really thinking about what kind of adjustments do I have to make going into game 2. Definitely an adjustment you would want to make out of a lead like this. Skarmory into Gligar. Gligar's energy goes absolutely nowhere into Skarmory. So an immediate adjustment into the mirror match. Adib free to swap out, but happy to stay in this matchup for a little while.
Interesting that he didn't throw Brave Bird at Brave Bird energy and then dip. I guess it makes sense trying to force some energy out of Frankie T. I think a fairly comfortable switch into Annihilate at any point if you would like. Bravebird coming through. In comes the Annihilate. I think one shield will be necessary to protect the Annihilate from this next Sky attack, but it's going to be a fairly comfortable counter down afterwards. And this isn't something like Dugong, where you're going to be hit with debuffs. This Annihilate's going to come out with a ton of completely natural energy, 100% organic, grade A Shadow Ball coming into the Shadow Gligar.
I think the word you wanted was neutral. Neutral charged attack energy, Alpha Phoebe. The king of math, but certainly not of language. We have the Shadow Gligar, who is farming up quite a bit of energy. Now that Annihilate has great neutral charged attack pressure, however, it is going to succumb a little bit to the super effective wing attacks. Shadow Gligar can even tank that Shadow Ball and still come out with a little bit of health, but a lot of energy.
And in the back for Adib is Lickitung, a safe Pokemon if I've ever seen one. One Steel Wing switching into the Lickitung so that Volt Switch damage does not apply. And this matchup is generally Lickitung favored. There is about a full Volt Switch worth of energy advantage for Frankie T, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to shore up the disadvantage of having a full health Skarmory in the back.
Yeah, the full health Skarmory is certainly a tough hill to climb. We're going to see the Charjabug go ahead and attempt to, can I get rid of these Protect Shields? Can I get this Lickitung down any lower in health? Frankie's got to decide. I've got one Protect Shield left. This is the best spot for me to use it. I have to keep this Charjabug healthy. I have to knock out the Lickitung.
And it doesn't feel great shielding up a Body Slam from Lickitung, but it's what you have to do if you want this Charjabug to survive long enough to be able to face that Skarmory again. I think there's a ton of energy loaded onto that Shadow Gligar, but unfortunately, no switch clock available for Frankie, trying to farm up more energy before switching out, but the Charjabug is knocked out by that Body Slam. A full dig is loaded. It's caught by the Skarmory, but it's not going to threaten a knockout unless a second one is available shortly.
And it's very close, but not quite. I'm afraid I was saying beep beep for the Charjabus, but I think the Charjabus got a flat tire in that last matchup.
Had to get pulled off the road, and hopefully we'll see after a little bit of help from Nurse Joy if it has the fight in it left to show up to game number 3 here. It definitely has good neutral play into a lot of the Pokemon on Adib's team. Positive matchup into Azumarill, positive matchup into Skarmory, neutral for that Lickitung. Annihilate and Lantern just needs to avoid that Shadow Gligar.
We got to put a patch on that tire. I want to see Charjabug pop off, but first we're going to take a look at the replay. We saw all of that neutral energy go into the Shadow Gligar there, but Shadow Gligar able to tank the hit, even being a Shadow, and leave with a ton of energy. However, it just wasn't enough. Frankie couldn't quite do it. He needed 2 digs ready to go to be able to knock out this Skarmory, and just didn't quite have it. About 2 wing attacks short.
I don't know, if I had to give a grade to that Annihilate, I still think I would give it a grade A.
Certainly. Certainly an S-tier Pokemon, I would say, as well. Annihilate, certainly the counter user of choice over that Poliwrath that Frankie has been keeping on the bench. I mentioned that Poliwrath might get a little more popular now that Lantern is going to be less likely to run Spark. However, because Adib is still running Spark Lantern, it makes it a little tougher to bring something like that Poliwrath.
Yeah. When you're thinking about Shadow Poliwrath versus Standard Poliwrath in the Lantern matchup, I actually think it's one of the rare instances you would prefer to have a Standard Poliwrath. I think with Standard, you're able to withstand a Spark up to the Thunderbolt, survive the Thunderbolt, and potentially land 2 Scalds, whereas the Shadow just doesn't have the bulk to do that. However, I really like the Shadow into much of Adib's team. Shadow Poliwrath significantly better into Azumarill in certain 2-shield matchups that can counter through that. A Shadow Scald threatens an Annihilate, which is typically a really negative matchup. Shadow is going to be a little bit better into Skarmory with energy advantage. It's a little bit better. Actually, I like the non-Shadow better into Gligar because of the 1-shield matchup, but certainly a Shadow Icy Wind threatens a Shadow Gligar.
Let's see who is going to threaten who in this decisive game number 3. We have Shadow Whiscash into Shadow Gligar. We have both trainers willing to stay in this matchup.
It's going to be interesting. I think this is the first time that we've seen the Lantern from Adib, and in the back is that Skarmory for Frankie. It's thankfully for Adib, not lined up against this Gligar, but the Gligar still is not in the best matchup ever. It's up against the Shadow Whiscash.
Ooh, having to use a Protect Shield early on that Scald. The Whiscash can still kind of comfortably hang out here until the Aerial Ace is thrown. Frankie deciding, I want to be able to either threaten that last shield or at least come close to a knockout. Building up a little bit more energy. The Gligar not really close to another charge attack yet, and Adib putting up both Protect Shields in the opening matchup. This leaves Adib very, threatened in the backline matchup. However, when you have an Azumarill, do you really need shields?
I don't think you do, but all shields are gone at this point. A catch of the Scald onto the Azumarill. Surprisingly, this is good for Frankie. The Azumarill coming in means that he's able to get the Skarmory onto this Azumarill as opposed to that Gligar. And the Skarmory now gets to avoid that Lantern in the back, but similarly to that last matchup that we saw of Steiner versus Teddy Bear, Adib has done what Steiner did. He's rotated that Shadow Gligar out. It's taken basically no damage from those mud shots from the Whiscash, and Adib's up an entire Pokemon for even shields and having lost switch advantage.
And we are going to see the attack come through with no shields remaining. They were all expended in the opening matchup. We are going to see lots of charge attacks connect, and here is another one. Frankie kind of getting to maintain switch advantage here and win that middle game matchup. Now here is that Lantern still running Spark, but again, it's very noticeable how much less damage those Sparks are doing to the Skarmory.
Switch advantage isn't everything. Adib has built up himself a significant energy advantage. Brave Bird coming through, not even knocking into the L, actually an immediately switch out into the Gligar, I'm assuming to do more fast attack damage. All that remains is Frankie's Gligar itself, but Adib has energy on Lantern. He's got energy on his own Gligar. He's got an entire energy or Aerial Ace advantage already, a charge attack tie, and Frankie's just so far behind, even though both of them used 2 shields in that beginning matchup because of the difference of fast attack pressure the 2 Pokemon had.
Yes, and here we are going to see the Aerial Ace connect into that Shadow Gligar, and Shadow Gligar throws another Aerial Ace in turn. Again, not going to be quite enough, I think, to knock out here, but I think Frankie recognizing a little bit, kind of leaning back and saying, I am going to bring in my Skarmory, but I know that Lantern is back there. I can use my attacks here. I can't even farm it down. The Gligar, the Lantern, not even needed. The Shadow Gligar just doing too much work. Really being an MVP for Adib in that last matchup. And Adib going ahead to win Winners Group H. Because this was the Winners Finals, Adib will be moving forward and competing in day number 2 here of the North American International Championships.
And Stephanie, I feel extremely lucky to have been able to cast over these last 2 sets. Both Adib and Steiner put on 2 master classes. Steiner able to save that Vigoroth for basically nothing. Adib able to survive, hold on to his own Shadow Gligar for basically no cost. Both shields used by the Shadow Gligar, both shields used by the Whiscash, then catching the Scald onto a Azumarill, shoring up the Lantern in the back. It was just really incredible how both of those trainers pivoted around, got energy advantages for basically no drawback.
Yes, and that's not even to say the first match we casted in this round, Mango versus Marto. Those battles kept me on the edge of my seat as well. We've had 3 fantastic battles to go ahead and cast here today.
NAIC has truly heated up. We are so close to the equator here in New Orleans, and man, I don't know how much more heat these trainers can take.
Let's take a look at that heat from that last battle. We have the Azumarill coming in. This was pretty good for Frankie, like we mentioned, because the Skarmory could come into the Azumarill, but Adib says,
final blow. Not very often we see a Shadow Gligar beat a Skarmory, but there you have it. In that end game, able to secure Adib a 2-1 hard-fought victory.
That was a fantastic victory. Love getting to go ahead and take a look at that replay, taking a look at the past. Again, those 3 matches we just brought up. We saw Frankie versus Adib. We saw LNDS Steiner versus Teddy Bear. We saw Mango versus Marto. NAIC full of these fantastic trainers, and some of these trainers really rising up because some of the trainers we expected to win are going home. They're out of the tournament already. It's Axon and Rise and Dunebug. Some of these trainers we were really, really thinking we're gonna win it all. They're out already.
It just goes to show how incredible international competition can be when you take people from not only just a singular country, not only a singular region, but the entire world, and you concentrate that down into a single location, you pressurize it, you form diamonds out of these trainers, and they have truly shown through in these past sets. I cannot imagine where we're going from here, because the only way is up. We're trimming off trainer after trainer, focusing in on the players who are playing best today, this weekend. It's incredible.
It is truly incredible. And we're talking about the 3 matches that we just saw, but there are so many incredible matches yet to come. We are facing, again, we are working through our winners finals for all of these groups. We just saw winners finals for group, I believe it was H, and now we're going to be going in very shortly into Group I. However, however, we have done 3 battles already. I know you're the math guy, but I counted 1, I counted 2, I counted 3.
Even you can count to 3. Even I can count to 3. Hopefully you at home can count to 3.
3 is the number of incinerates that you need to get to that blast burn first from Typhlosion.
Incredible. But as you had mentioned, we are going to throw it to break. But you at home, I don't go anywhere. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm going to go back, have my eyes glued to the stream. We have such incredible competition here at NAIC right after this break.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the U.S.
There's only Zoom rule, and it's Axon is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason, you know. It's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubix to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Colin, known as Colin6 in the game, and I consider myself to be a true battler. I don't interact much with the other parts of the game, but I do love going to these regionals. I had a great start on day one, where I just swept my brackets, finished first, and got a great spot in the winner's bracket day two. Faced a tough opponent, who I faced again in the finals. Even though after some very hard battles, I managed to pull out the win. So I've already faced my opponent rounds earlier, where I beat him 2-0, but he also beat a friend of mine who was running the same team. So it was a little bit worse. Teams. I had to make a line call. Luckily, I didn't get it completely right, but I made it work in the end. Very happy with that. The most memorable moment in the final for me happened in the final game, where he let a Moonblast go on his Pelipper, which basically put him into farm down range and ended up getting me the win.
Loud, loud, loud. Everyone, it is Colin6!
I think I would still compete even if there was a travel award. There are some regionals close to me. I really enjoy going to these events, seeing my friends, have a lot of fun always. And now I can basically play without any stress, which is really nice. The Pokémon Go community means a lot to me, especially my teammates. We travel to all of these regionals together, stay at the same hotels, have a lot of fun. And then at night there's a lot of socials going on during the regionals, which is always a lot of fun to see. It's just always a good time.
I was already playing a lot the game before the PvP became a thing in the game, but I started basically a year after the PvP started, so like in 2019. My favorite Pokemon to play in the tournaments is Alolan Sandslash, the Shadow version. I think it's a really good Pokemon to play, and it's just too cool to see. What motivates me the most is not only like playing the tournament and trying to win, but like I think the thing which is the most beautiful thing about these tournaments is seeing the friends. Like, I have plenty of friends from my team, like my teammates, and friends I knew, I started knowing even online, and seeing them, like giving a face to people is like the best thing you can do. Getting to know each other is so good. A player I'm looking up to is Xaxon, the current world champion. It's one of the, it's been one of the best players we had like in a long time, like super consistent, and he's also like a super humble guy. So like, he's not only a champion in the game, but like even a super nice person.
Welcome back in, trainer, to the North American International Championship here in New Orleans. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2. I hope you guys are ready for some more fantastic battles. We've been slogging through those winners bracket finals. These are doing so well, so much fun games, and we have so many more to come.
I don't know, Amanda. You said slogging through it. Almost, I don't feel that way at all. It doesn't feel like a burden. It feels like a treat, like a reward to watch some of these games. For example, Steiner in that match we just watched with the Gligar, Whiscash maneuvering around, trying to eke out advantages wherever he could. Very impressive plays from so many of these trainers.
I was thinking more like a swamp, you know, like slogging through.
Okay, nice recovery. Nice recovery attempt. Not quite a complete recovery, but we'll get more swamp puns in as we move through the broadcast. This is so fun because we move into more and more of these winners finals, and we get to see some really talented trainers really show us why they are this deep into the bracket.
Yeah, we talked about it. Alpha Phoebe and DeFi also talked about it a little bit earlier on. Some of these big names, including people that we all thought would be really probably people who could potentially be making it to the finals to be the NAIC champion, are already knocked out of the tournament.
Exactly right. And it just shows you like how intense the competition is here. You don't have to be a regional champion. You don't have to be one of these big names to take down big time competitors and make a name for yourself. And I just want that to ring in everyone's ears who isn't Axon, who isn't Rise, who isn't a regional champion. You don't have to do that. You can actually write your own story starting here at a North America International Championship or any regional championship.
And a lot of trainers have been doing that already. We've been seeing some names that are well known within the circuit, but we've also seen some newcomers doing so well. We talked about some fantastic matches that we just saw. Some names that, I mean, they're coming in from different areas of the globe as well. You talked about Steiner. I know that Inadequate's my pick to win it is actually still the only one of our caster predictions who is in it.
That's true.
Although he is, again, already in the loser's bracket.
Exactly right. Fighting for his tournament life, right? Trying to make it to day 2 and Top Cut. But we have trainers ready on stage. Let's go ahead and throw that camera down and see who we're going to spotlight in this round.
We are going to go ahead and spotlight Saber Avocado on the left-hand side, going over to Freezing Sun on the right-hand side. By the way, don't throw that camera down, by the way, because don't want any technical difficulties there. Looking at these team compositions, though, this is a fun team. Some things that we haven't seen very often, but have been a very formidable duo. I'm looking at that Wigglytuff and the Giratina on Freezing Sun's side.
I mean, that's a signature core, right? One trainer was able to win a regional championship with it, and then there was another trainer to follow that up in the Asia Pacific region. So it's very powerful, but it's very challenging to get that Giratina origin form. Very limited chances and opportunities. So a lot of the time you'll see trainers asking, do you have your research Giratina origin? Can I trade it? Because I really want to get it for the Great League. Let's take a deep dive though on Saber Avocado's team. Jellicent, a Pokemon that we've seen trainers like Rise to Occasion use, maybe in the EU region as well. We've seen that Pokemon be pretty popular. Why is it a difference maker?
This is very interesting. If you think about it, Jellicent is a nice counter to Annihilate because it resists those counters. However, it doesn't want to be taking those Night Slashes or Shadow Balls, and with so many Charger Bugs and Lanterns around, it seems like it could be a kind of dangerous pick, but it's obviously been playing off for Saber Avocado. Meanwhile, on the other side, Freezing Sun side, we're looking at that Giratina. That's something, again, that we haven't seen very often, running the standard all Ghost-type attacks of Shadow Claw's Fast Attack, Ominous Wind, and Shadow Ball.
As we take a deeper look at these teams, we've got Wigglytuff on either side. The Wigglytuff for Saber Avocado versus the Giratina, obviously a shutdown matchup. The Wigglytuff for Freezing Sun versus Saber Avocado's Jellicent could also be a shutdown situation. So these trainers are going to look to avoid polarizing matchups and try to play to the best of their abilities. We are locked in, ready to go. Saber Avocado on the left side of your screen, Freezing Sun on the right.
Going ahead, and not a great matchup for Saber Avocado here. Wigglytuff has nowhere to wiggle around with a Skarmory in the lead. I think we're going to see a quick pivot into a Whiscash. Whiscash did recently get a Scald nerf, so instead of a 50% chance of debuffing your opponent's attack, it's now down to 30. Will it be able to get it? We'll have to see, as this will connect. No shield by Freezing Sun's side, and it looks and sounds like no attack debuff.
Exactly right. A reduced chance of the debuff, but no reduction in damage. Scald still packs a punch. Brave Bird rains down, though, onto the Whiscash. We're going to see this quick swap into the Shadow for Ralligator, looking to prey on this weakened Whiscash.
Yeah, going ahead and just getting a lot of Shadow Claws, and not before this Mud Bomb will go through. Freezing Sun knows this is not even close to enough to knocking out the Ralligator. I think we're going to see a complete farm down, coming out with a lot of energy for whatever comes in. No, very interesting. Going once for that Hydro Cannon instead, ensuring the knockout on the Whiscash.
I can't even see the HP bar on that Whiscash, but it does get knocked out by the Hydro Cannon. At this juncture, the Freezing Sun has just enough health to get to another Hydro Cannon against the Wigglytuff and has not seen the third Pokemon in the back.
And the thing is, with the Ralligator, these Shadow Claws aren't doing much at all to the Wigglytuff. It's going to be relying fully on these charge attacks here. This first one is going to be able to go through, but I think that she's going to be able to charm down after this. And I don't know what she wants to plan to do against the Skarmory. We're going to have to find out. Looks like going to go ahead and take that. Down goes the Ralligator, and a quick swap. You can see her desperately clicking. She wants that Jellicent in the battle.
Yeah, reaching for the Jellicent. One pink Pokemon for the other. Meanwhile, Freezing Sun trying to wait down that switch time. We're going to come in with the Skarmory at the last second, making sure the Giratina is available. And here it comes. Giratina Origin Form Shadow Claws are shredding through the blubbery Jellicent.
The thing about both of these, both of them doesn't want to be taking those ghost-type attacks, but it's taking longer to pace to the Shadow Ball than it would for the Giratina to be pacing to those ominous winds. Going ahead and protecting that up because it was at energy, and Freezing Sun responding in kind, saying, okay, if you can bait, I can do it too, but even if you don't shield, it's still gonna hurt.
Yeah, the equation Saber Avocado is trying to work out in her mind. She's trying to say, if I let this Jellicent go, can I charm all the way down and double Icy Wind that Skarmory to win the game? But instead, she's going to fight this Ghost-type matchup just a little while longer, drawing away the second shield with a Shadow Ball. Great call by Freezing Sun.
Freezing Sun going ahead and just farming up a ton of extra energy here. None of its attacks are going to do very much at all to the Wigglytuff in the back, so going ahead and letting this other Ominous Wind go through, just getting a little bit of chip damage for the Wigglytuff in the back, but you're absolutely right, Will. I mean, this is going to get charmed down, but will it be able to reach 2 Icy Winds before Steel Wind going through, going for that heavier hitting Shadow Ball? It's not going to be doing that much damage. It's not going to be very effective. However, it could prove costly for it in the end.
It could, right? Same type attack bonus, double resisted regardless, does a ton of damage. In comes the Skarmory. Saber Avocado only gets off the single charm, but the double Steel Wings come through and pick up the knockout as well. I gotta say, that was a very difficult lead, right? Wigglytuff into Skarmory, that is the one Pokemon that her Wigglytuff really struggles against on Freezing Sun's team, and Freezing Sun called the lead just immaculately.
Yeah, that is a really good point. If Wigglytuff does pretty, you know, even par against the field, it makes sense to put it in the lead, right? Oh, it seems like, oh, if I only really need to avoid one Pokemon, the best odds are in the front. However, just didn't prove pretty good for her, and that Freezing Sun just kind of had her pegged.
Well, that's what a lot of trainers do, right? They have a weakness built into their team, and they know what the weakness is, and they wait for their opponents to fall into that trap because they say, oh, I'm 5 times weak to Wigglytuff, I can anticipate it in the lead, and that's where they get you.
Yeah, lulled to a false sense of security there. Freezing Sun ended up taking that game #1 in the winners finals, but it is a best-of-3 matchup. The slates are pretty much cleaned at this point, and there is a Typhlosion on the screen, but not on the team.
Exactly right. As we look into game #2, maybe some of the more kind of hard edge picks like the Guzzlord here for Saber Avocado, or even the Registeel could find some additional play, because I think that answering Wigglytuff is probably the #1 question on both of these players' minds.
I absolutely agree. And Freezing Sun also has a decent answer in Vigoroth. Since most people are playing Annihilape, Annihilape does not want to face that Pokemon, but Vigoroth actually has a little bit of a chance with it, being able to throw those body slams and having those counters go through. This is a completely different matchup. This is water damage on water damage here. We have to see it's going to be Hydro Pump or Hydro Cannon going way faster than going for right as the Mud Bomb is ready.
Or you could say water versus water or water versus ground, right? Because the Mud Bombs are definitely going to be the charge attack, of choice in the Feraligatr matchup. But Hydro Cannon packs such a punch. Whiscash is weakened quite a bit. Going to throw the Mud Bomb and try to chip down this Shadow Feraligatr. But I'm sure Saber Avocado is already thinking, I'm probably not going to win this matchup. How do I farm this Pokemon down and gain an advantage?
Yeah, and I think if you're Freezing Sun, you're probably comfortable with it. But no, going ahead and swapping into that Vigoroth, catching the Mud Bomb here, it's not going to do a lot of damage, but now Saber Avocado has to wonder, do I want to get farmed down by this Whiscash, or if I'm coming in with a hard counter here? And hard counter it is, as this Jellicent comes in, and none of these counters, body slams, would be doing that much. Have to go for that Rock Slide, and Freezing Sun knows it, goes for it right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of trainers at home are also watching how these Pokemon are lining up against each other, and you can see a really devastating outcome in the near future for Saber Avocado. So let's see if she can flip this, turn this around, and find some win conditions.
Yes, switch advantage is going to be very key here, but even still, with the lower enough health, you have to wonder, will this Jellicent be able to pull through? Because we have that other pink Pokemon in the back that's going to be wreaking havoc on that Guzzlord. Surf coming through here, knocking out the Vigoroth. Saber Avocado has gotten that switch advantage, but what do you think's coming back in?
Exactly right. I mean, you can either use super effective Shadow Claws as the Shadow Feraligatr, or you can double resist the Hexes, and it looks like Freezing Sun opts for the former. He knows he can pace to the Hydro Cannon whenever he wants to, but the Surf from Saber Avocado actually applies some nice pressure in this situation.
I like this play as well. He's charging up a lot of extra energy, recognizing that be able to get to a Surf, it would knock it out at that point. But
oh no!
And you've locked yourself, but it doesn't even matter, because this is going to get the first shield. The Ice Beam is super effective against it, only to be out out of the frying pan into the fire as this Wigglytuff is about to charm its way through the Guzzler.
No! 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it might be 5 charms to get the knockout against the Dragon and Dark type Guzzlord. A mighty Ultra Beast that just stands no chance in this matchup. Throws the crunch, hoping for the defense drop. Does get it, but at this point, Saber Avocado has very little HP left on her Pokemon.
Yeah, the problem is, like you talked about before, Jellicent has a Ghost type fast attack. It's not going to be doing much to the Wigglytuff. Meanwhile, Wigglytuff's charms are just going to be completely charming away. No other choice at this point. Wants to try to get to a Surf, but now won't even be able to get there beforehand. Great counting here. Looks like just going to go for that complete charm down. Go ahead, shield this up. You're in a great position, Freezing Sun.
Yeah, Freezing Sun recognizes that after he KOs the Jellicent, he can just Icy Wind the third Pokemon, or just go straight for the charms and try to get the job done. But it looks like Freezing Sun and his Wigglytuff will get the better of Saber Avocado. A tough position to be in. Guzzlord, not much use to her at all, and a 2-0 victory is the result.
And 2-0, going for Freezing Sun there. Great games, very quick games.
Yeah.
And, again, it's sort of like a rock, paper, scissors scenario a little bit when you have some divisive Pokemon such as that Giratina or the Guzzlord. If there's a Wigglytuff on the other side, it's just so dangerous to maneuver around. You really have to find the right position for these Pokemon. And even though Avocado managed to get that alignment they were looking for, it just proved too costly in the end with too low of HP to handle that Wigglytuff.
So the way I like to think about it is that you have your standard meta, your Glygars, your Chargebugs, your Vigoroths, your Annihilates even, and then you have your core breakers, Pokemon like a Abomasnow that can straddle a Gligar and Lantern matchup, of Talonflame that can work against Steel and Grass. But when the core breakers clash, when you have Jellicent versus Wigglytuff, when you have Guzzlord versus Wigglytuff, right? This is a really tough position to be in because then the matchups become very polarizing. As you can see, the Crunch barely does anything. 5 charms pick up the KO there, and Saber Avocado just had no tools left in her toolkit to try to win that battle.
Yeah, even with that defense drop, which is not guaranteed, still not enough to end up flipping that matchup. Freezing Sun taking that victory. But again, we are in a double elimination tournament, so Avocado's not out of it. They're going to be knocked down to the losers bracket. We'll be continuing her run, seeing if we will still make her in day 2.
I just want to give her a huge compliment as well. I mean, Saber Avocado, definitely a very active community member in the competitive scene, especially active on Twitch and certain streams. It's really cool to see her progress this deep into this stacked of a tournament. I mean, really, if you think about it, Saber Avocado made it farther than Rise, farther than Axon, farther than Dunebug. I mean, that is something to really hang your hat on that she should be very proud of. And like you said, still not out of it just yet, so you have to keep on fighting.
I think a lot of times players can get a little bit discouraged, especially, you know, if they've been having such a good run. They lose a bit of the momentum, right? You end up losing those matches and maybe you get a little bit down about yourself. I think at this point, the mental fortitude to be able to be like, okay, I didn't win that last game, but that doesn't mean that I'm out of the tournament. I got to pick myself back up, and I'm going to play my next rounds better. I'm going to pick up some of the strategies, and I'm going to continue on in the tournament.
Even champions, right, or former champions, you'll see them fall to that losers bracket and then make it maybe to the losers finals, and they just kind of seem deflated. They don't seem to have that same kind of confidence, that same kind of energy that they brought to the winner side of the bracket. It happens, right? And that's a big test of a true champion. Can you persevere when times are good and when times get rough? And I think that's definitely a challenge that a lot of these trainers on the loser side bracket are fighting for.
Absolutely.
But one trainer that really doesn't care if you're on the loser side, winner side, if you're a friend, if you're, you know, a competitor, a foe, whatever, is Magic Mason.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see these next matches because I think Magic Mason is a player that everyone has been keeping their eye on throughout this whole season.
Yeah.
He's been top cutting just a lot of times. Hasn't quite made it this season to be a regional champion. Maybe he didn't get his regionals because he's going to be that international champion. And he's playing against Zimy Kid, who has a very, very fun pick on his team. I'm looking at that Surfetch. You saw his name. You knew he was going to bring it.
Of course, yeah. If you look back at Zimy Kid's previous teams, the Surfetch is the one constant. That Pokemon appears every single time, every single Championship Series appearance. He's got to bring his trusty Surfetch. Yeah. I admire the commitment.
Me too. I mean, a lot of his friends, they had been joking around saying, you know, you probably could get even farther in a tournament if you would just like pick some more meta Pokemon. But he's been saying, no, I've been doing so well. I've qualified with my favorite Pokemon. I'm going to continue to do so. And you have to respect that tenacity.
Winners Finals is really impressive. And I just want to call back to 2 years ago, 2022, right? It's Axon versus Andrew Minares in the grand finals in a field stacked with Metacham and the occasional Toxicroak. Andrew Manjarres took Surfetch to the grand finals at the North America International Championships. So maybe there's some precedent there.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of targets. It paces so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
It is also a fighter, so it's going to be able to use that counter damage. And there's a lot of targets that it can be able to hit with. I mean, we'll have to see what it is running as well, because there's actually a couple different options, and it looks like it is running Leaf Blade and Brave Bird as its charge attacks, which is, I mean, pretty big attack for such a small little bird.
I mean, that is offensive firepower, right? If you need coverage, Surfetch has got your back. If you need to just absolutely Brave Bird and win neutral matchups, it can also help you there. But what I'm interested in as well is we've got a Guzzlord Gaming showdown that's about to unfold. The Azumarill from Magic Mason, I do think, is a bit of a wild card because that Pokemon can just be tossed into so many situations. However, when you look at Zimy Kid's team, there are tough losses to Azumarill, like Skeledirge or the Guzzlord. There are also really tough wins. Look at the Abomasnow, the Lantern.
If I'm Zimy Kid, I'm 100% bringing Wigglytuff every single game.
I thought you'd bring Wigglytuff no matter what.
I probably would.
Even in Go Battle League.
That is true. I would bring Wigglytuff, but you know what? It's cute. It's pretty tough. I find it very charming.
Yeah.
But no, look how many good matchups that it has over there. I mean, Annihilate doesn't want to see it. Guzzlord doesn't want to see it. It can chunk away at everything that is on the other team. It maybe couldn't take a charge attacks as well, but it definitely puts Magic Mason in a difficult spot, trying to use some of his most vital, I would think, Pokemon. Even Azumarill, with its slow pacing, doesn't necessarily want to be facing off against the Wigglytuff.
It's one of those odd matchups where Wigglytuff is actually closer to par with pacing with Azumarill than you would think, right? 8 charms to that first charge attack. Azumarill is a little bit slower, 5 to the Ice Beam, 6 to the Play Rough, 7 to the Hydro Pump if it is equipped to have it. It's actually pretty close. If you give Wigglytuff a couple of charms, maybe charm down and Annihilate, it's right on track. Let's jump right into game number 1, though. Magic Mason, your 2023 Toronto Regional Champion, taking on Zimy Kid. I would say he's the challenger with his Brave Bird, the Surfetch.
So I have to ask you, do you think that you're going to see the Wigglytuff, or is it just me, Will?
No, we're definitely going to see Wigglytuff. 100%.
Well, we're not going to see it at the beginning. We're going to have some Ice Baby going on. A Dugong versus the Shadow Abomasnow here. An immediate swap out for a Skeledirge. Once you get once Incinerate ahead of damage, but here is where it kind of hits a wall in that Azumarill. Azumarill can tank 1 Shadow Ball comfortably, but it doesn't want to tank 2.
Exactly right. Skeledirge going to aim that Shadow Ball directly across the field at Azumarill. This is the same type of attack bonus, so it is going to pack a punch. Magic Mason making a great call early on in this matchup to preserve his HP.
And going ahead and doing that. The problem is with the Azumarill is its fast attacks are the only thing that are really applying that much pressure to the Skeledirge. Going to go for that heavier hitting attack in the play rough, but it's still not going to be that effective against it. As you can see, still in the red, able to get to a Shadow Ball. Wants to throw that off right away, just in case that bubble would end up going through and knocking out the Skeledirge before it was able to go off with that Shadow Ball, and the Shadow Ball connects.
Exactly right. 2 bubbles, knock out the Skeledirge. So Zimy Kid had the awareness to throw the charge attack and not go for the Incinerate, because if he throws that 5-turn Incinerate, 2 bubbles come through and he never gets the Shadow Ball. That might actually be pivotal. We're going to see the Abomasnow come in here. Azumarill fights back with the Ice Beam. I think at this point, Magic Mason is trying to gear up for double Ice Beams.
Yeah, going ahead and protecting up that first one there. Again, with the Abomasnow, it's going to be the Energy Ball that's going to be hitting the Azumarill hard. If Zimy Kid's counting, he probably will be able to throw it right before the Ice Beam or Play Rough is being reached, but instead going for an aggressive, just more attacks. Will you want to use both shields here in this scenario? This Play Rough will connect with the Abomasnow, will knock it down to the yellow, but Zimy Kid has a ton of energy.
At this point, you just keep on charging, right? You're a Grass-type Pokemon. You're resisting the bubbles from the Azumarill. You can throw this Energy Ball, but at this juncture, to be fair, I do think the Weather Ball would have been enough. So maybe a little bit of an energy sink there. We're going to see the Dugong come in immediately here for Magic Mason. Another Energy Ball is ready. Zimy Kid going to opt to throw it right away.
Throw that because it wants to be able to throw before the Icy Wind comes through the Dugong, lowering the attack. No shield from Magic Mason. This does a ton of damage. In comes a Wiggly.
Oh!
Just start charming, but not quite quick enough. This Icy Wind will connect, lowering that attack from the Wigglytuff, but there is still a chance to clear the debuff later.
It's rare, but it's possible. That Energy Ball triggered a defense fall as well. So now we're going to see the Gligar pivot in here against the Wigglytuff. That is a best buddy Wigglytuff, by the way. It's going to look to land this Icy Wind, but getting the dig first. Gligar's pacing is absolutely superior.
And it looks like Zimy Kid better use the Protect Shield. He knows he needs to use at least one there. Wants to be able to get to the Icy Wind, correctly calling up that dig, which would have done a ton of damage to that Wigglytuff. and now forcing Magic Mason to use that last shield too. This ice damage is something that Gligar does not want to see. It also has an attack debuff, and now it's a race, Will. It's a race to the end.
Let's talk win conditions, right? Gligar needs 2 aerial aces. It can KO the Wigglytuff here with the first one, and then it wants to throw one immediately into the Abomasnow, and it's going to try to gamble that Abomasnow does not have the Weather Ball stored. If you've been watching, you know if it already has a charge attack, it comes onto the field. It doesn't. Here comes Gligar.
Gligar coming in for the win here. First aerial ace was enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. Magic Mason not even bothering to charge it all the way. Knows it's super effective. Will be able to knock that out. Down goes the Abomasnow. Magic Mason taking game number 1.
You know, that was only like 10% of Gligar's power, and that's not even Gligar's final form.
You're absolutely right. That's all I got for you on that.
I know, right? Yeah.
I'm just shaking my head. You guys can't see me, but I'm shaking my head at
Yeah,
Will.
tough to follow up. I get it. Looking at game number 2, though, Zimy Kid opted for Abomasnow, Wigglytuff, and the Skeledirge safe switch was met by Azumarill. We pinpointed Azumarill as being a powerful Pokemon, but there are definitely downsides, right? Against Abomasnow, against Lantern, it would have had a really tough time, but the safe switch Skeledirge allowed Mason to put that Azumarill in the perfect position to succeed.
Now, what I'm wondering with Zimy Kid's playstyle here is we've kind of talked about it and alluded to it in the past as well, but when you play specific Pokemon in game 1, it kind of signifies something to your opponent. The fact that Zimy Kid brought the Wigglytuff game 1 shows, hey, Magic Mason, I'm willing to do this. Are you willing to gamble that it's not going to be there game 2? Are you thinking that you could potentially bring in that Guzzlord or Annihilate? Or are these Pokemon going to be on the bench our entire matchup?
Exactly, right? That pressure, making that Pokemon first and foremost in your opponent's mind can really manipulate them into playing the Pokemon you want to see in order to gain a favorable matchup. The Bone Keeper Pokemon. Magic Mason is the only trainer to top cut with Shadow Alola Marowak in the 2024 season, which is not easy to do. That is a very challenging Pokemon to play in the Show 6 format.
I think Zionic would be very happy to hear that. That is one of his favorite Pokemon. Zimy Kid, meanwhile, a signature pick. Dating back to NIRC 2022, Zimy Kid has played Surfetch at every single championship series event. 11 straight events. Hopping into game number 2. Are we going to see it there, or is it going to be on the bench? Zimy Kid has a Lantern up against that Charjabug.
All right, so already we can see that the main target Zimy Kid wanted to hit with his Skeledirge is that Charjabug. It's on the opposing side of the field against Lantern, though. Water gun pressure adding up. Charjabug going to throw an X-Scissor to try to chip away at the Lantern.
Yeah, going ahead. There's no shield from the Lantern side. Know that it can stay nice and healthy within this and still continuing to just water gun away. Great timing there by Zimy Kid. Now throwing the Surf, which is still not enough to knock out the Charjabug, but is going to get it very low.
Magic Mason trying to budget his HP, keep in mind the timing and the pacing of the Lantern, and try to figure out if he can build to the double X-Scissor. Actually, the swap and the catch. This is a resistant X-Scissor onto Ghost-type Skeledirge.
Not only this is Skeledirge with an energy advantage we've seen has done a lot of damage. We saw this last game as well, though. Azumarill just coming in to negate whatever Skeledirge can do. Shadow Balls will be doing a nice chunk of damage, and Zimy Kid wants to get that off right away.
I actually don't hate this position for Zimy Kid, right? He brought the Lantern and the Abomasnow. 2 checks to Azumarill, but the Abomasnow also has core-breaking potential against the Dugong, as we saw in game number 1. So, honestly, this still could go either way. I think Zimy Kid's in a nice position.
Zimy Kid knows he has to shield this up, though, if he doesn't want that Skeledirge to go down. Will that Shadow Ball damage be enough, or is he willing to go ahead and sacrifice that, letting that Abomasnow or Lantern come in, just soak up everything else on the Azumarill? The problem is with the Lantern is we've seen it, since it's Water Gun, it's going to take a little bit longer to charge to, and this Azumarill has so much energy, almost just basically 2 bubbles away from the next thing. This almost looks like a repeat of game number 1. Once again throwing this Ice Beam, once again getting the shield from Zimy Kid's Abomasnow.
I think you nailed it, Amanda. If you know that the Azumarill has stored energy and is going to outpace your weakened Lantern, send in the Abomasnow. Try to get some impact out of this Pokemon. I think you protect shield this up, right? Super effective damage. You put yourself in a position to fire off a few more powdered snows and maybe Water Gun down. You have to get rid of this Charjabug, and then you can open up so many opportunities for yourself in the back.
If Zimy Kid's counting, he knows that he can't actually completely farm down.
Wow.
Even though there is 1 shield left on Mason's side, there is so much energy on the Abomasnow, and where is it going to go? It's going to have super effective energy balls on both the Azumarill and the Dugong. Magic Mason letting this go through, and it might not be enough to knock out the Azumarill.
It's close. It's close. Abomasnow Snow closing in on its final opponent. It's the Dugong, and the energy balls are just raining down. This is the second one, almost back-to-back. If this lands, it's going to deal a lot of super effective damage. Magic Mason's final shield goes up.
Yeah, this is the hard part for Magic Mason, because do you shield the energy ball, or do you potentially shield the Thunderbolt from the Lantern? Both of them are going to be doing so much damage, forcing Magic Mason to throw this energy. This drill run will be enough to knock out the Lantern, but will Zimy Kid be able to get to an energy ball, and will that damage be enough to take out the Dugong?
It's not enough, right? We saw in game one, it does a heap of damage, but not enough to knock out, and these Powder Stones are resisted. There might still be a way for Magic Mason to win this game, because Dugong is resisting all these fast attacks from Abomasnow.
Yeah.
What? Is he gonna do it?
And he's going for the Icy Wind here. Will this be enough? Zimy Kid's already clapping, but it's right at the time Magic Mason pumping his fist as well. It takes it down. Magic Mason takes this series 2-0.
That fist pump was so powerful, Magic Mason slid out of frame. He takes that win against Zimy Kid, and I thought it was all over, right? Zimy Kid brought all the right tools, deployed all his resources to stop the dual water types for Magic Mason. The Azumarill and the Dugong I thought were totally outmatched, but Magic Mason found a way.
He did find a way, and it was a very interesting play by both opponents. You have to wonder, again, it's not like someone plays it wrong, but sometimes if you play it a little bit differently, I think Zimy Kid potentially still had it, but he didn't want to get caught on with the Abomasnow. He didn't want that Dugong to be just having so much energy, knocking out the Abomasnow and then debuffing the Lantern. But he was 2 water guns away from being able to hit that Thunderbolt, not able to hit it in time, and the pacing of that Dugong made it so he still hit that Icy Wind before he was knocked out.
But that also speaks volumes to Magic Mason's counting and awareness. He knew the Lantern was closing in on the Thunderbolt and threw his charge attack to prevent it. So that is like the defensive side, right? Sometimes you play offense, you throw the Shadow Ball, you throw the hard-hitting charge attack, you try to break those Protect Shields and break down those barriers, but sometimes you play defense. You cut your opponent off, you stop them from executing, you prevent a safe switch. That's exactly what Magic Mason does. He's playing both sides of the court here, offense and defense.
Absolutely, and with the shield to spare, knowing when he wanted to use it as well, letting that Azumarill go, recognizing, okay, that's fine, it did its job already, and as you can see, Zimy Kid clapping, Magic Mason, wonderful display of energy counting, knowing this was enough, sliding out of frame, like you said, and taking that game number 2 in the winners finals of this group.
Yeah, that was a powerful fist pump there from Magic Mason as he advances, I believe, to day 2, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, and again, this is a person who has been top cutting many times in the past. Could he do it again? What do you guys think in the chat? Does Magic Mason have what it takes? There are so many well-known names that are no longer in the tournament. This is a well-known name. Is that the curse of NAIC?
It could be.
Is it a
right?
new up-and-comer who's going to be taking this spot?
The Titans fall and the up-and-comers rise. Maybe that is the theme for this weekend in New Orleans. And I just got to say, these matches have been really, really fun to watch. Back to back to back. Like, I say a lot of the regionals are like clinics. This is, I don't know, this is like a whole semester of learning how to play competitive Pokemon Go PvP, because every style is just a little bit different, but the mechanics and the consistency are the same.
One thing I wanted to note, we talked about it very early on in the stream. We talked about that Wigglytuff now learns the charge attack Swift.
We haven't seen it, right?
We haven't seen it at all. Everyone is still opting to stay with Icy Wind and with Disarming Voice, even though Swift paces 1 charm faster.
It's just not worth it.
It's just not worth it. Although I did learn that against the Vigoroth matchup, being able to now reach that Swift could end up winning that matchup between Vigoroth. So it is one thing to consider. If you feel like your team is going to be weak to Vigoroth, maybe consider running it. I don't know, guys. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, you're kind of like trading matchups, right? If you're building a team and you notice, oh, I've got a severe Vigoroth weakness, maybe 4 out of my 6 are weak to that Pokemon, and I really need answers for it, you can kind of, you can engineer in a solution, right? And try to figure that out. Maybe Swift and Wigglytuff could be the answer, but a lot of trainers like to build in at least 2 checks to most things in the meta. It's one of my favorite trainers to team build with and talk with, Shiny Hunter Ben. He says he wants 2 answers to every top meta Pokemon on his team. You don't want to limit yourself to just 1 pick. That can really save you, because then alignment matters a little too much, and if you don't guess right, you kind of are at a disadvantage.
Absolutely, and that's what the fun thing about the Show 6 Pick 3 format is. It gives you a lot of flexibility in your team building, and you can look at the Pokemon, and you can even pick like cores or Pokemon that you really like and say, if I have these 2 Pokemon, is my team weak to something specific? And if so, you can start filling in those gaps with a different Pokemon that kind of counter the ones that you don't want to be seeing against your favorites or your cores.
Exactly. Yeah, and a lot of trainers build around it. For example, when I watched Palasha's run her first regional championship with Magnezone, I thought, oh my goodness, Mantine seems like she should have played something else. Like maybe there would have been a better choice. But then you think about the scheme of the team and how Mantine does so well against Whiscash. It does so well neutrally against Gligar. It can Ice Beam Altaria. And you start to think, okay, so Annihilate as well is another fantastic matchup for Mantine. You start to think maybe this Pokemon makes sense in the scheme of this team. It's okay to build around your favorite picks, but they have to make sense. It has to be congruent across the board.
Well, speaking of Magnezone, Shadow Magnezone, and European trainers, we have one on Trip Tondo's team. He is a player from the Netherlands, made his way across the pond into this winners finals, and if he wins this matchup, he will be in day 2, but it's going to be tough. He's up against Shadow Mimikyu 20.
Exactly. Shadow Mimikyu has had a very impressive resume. If I'm not mistaken, though, Amanda, this might be the first Umbreon we've seen on stream. Am I wrong? I'm going to quote you, whatever you say.
As far as battles that we have casted, I have not seen an Umbreon yet, but we do see that Wigglytuff. Just going ahead, quickly checking this one. Also, another Wigglytuff, but this one's still running Disarming Voice and Icy Wind. Looks like that moveset might be here to stay. Looking at the rest of the team, we have yet another Skeledirge on both sides. Cresselia's on both sides as well, but that is where the similarities stop.
And when we look at these teams, it's really helpful to identify cores, right? Pokemon that are complementary to each other, that cover each other's weaknesses really well. For example, when we look at Shadow Mimikyu's team, I really like pairing Cresselia and Umbreon together. Dark and Psychic are very strong. We've seen it in Go Battle League. Deoxys Defense form and Umbreon form a very, very powerful core. And meanwhile, Trip Tondo, Shadow Magnezone Altaria. In every single game of the Grand Finals, that's what Paula ran. The Shadow Magnezone Altaria core, and maybe kind of switched up that third pick a few other times. I expect Trip Tondo to probably take a few notes and maybe do something similar.
I mean, I wonder if he has already. We haven't really seen either one of these trainers' matchups yet, but with these sort of spicy, different teams, things that we haven't seen as often, you have to wonder how these trainers have been battling throughout the day. I do know, Trip Tondo has told me in the past, I see him taking notes right now. He says he normally doesn't take too many notes during a game. However, he wants to make sure he keeps track of opponent's energy during matches. So if an opponent swaps out with the attack loaded or is one away, he'll just make some quick notes about these sorts of things. And I think that's a great note for trainers if you're wondering what to take part of in this sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, I think energy is very important, especially when it comes to late game.
Everyone's note-taking schemes are different, right? And you have to kind of acclimate and do what makes you comfortable. We're going to jump right into game number 1, though. Shadow Mimikyu on the left side of your screen versus Trip Tondo on the right. Umbreon versus Altaria.
Umbreon coming into this Dark Horse, as we see. We saw the last time that Umbreon did really well. It was running Foul Play and actually Dark Pulse, 2 dark attacks. This is not the case here. Being able to pace just slightly quicker than this Altaria will be, but the Moonblast would do so much damage if landed. First Foul Play goes unshielded. Altaria is still relatively healthy, still Dragon Breathing away. Now at the Moonblast, will he throw? Yes, he will. Will this be shielded is the real question.
That's the real question. This is Umbreon's nature, right? It takes charge attacks, it dishes out the damage. Great protection from Shadow Mimikyu to protect against an otherwise devastating Fairy-type charge attack. And meanwhile, he's already at double Foul Play.
Yeah, double Foul Play here, going for yet another one. No shield again by Trip Tondo. I just want to point out something kind of interesting about Shadow Mimikyu's team is there is no fighter at all on this. That is, fighters are usually the Magnezone hard counters, but Skeledirge is on the team, and that would do so much damage to the Magnezone as well, forcing Trip Tondo to at least shield this up. Wants to be able to keep the Altaria a little bit healthy, throw at whatever's coming back in. The Moonblast is ready again. Trip Tondo very patient, doesn't want to get this Moonblast caught on anything, making sure his Snarl is going through before throwing this attack.
Yeah, what phenomenal timing there. Recognizes that the last resort got fired off, kind of squeezes in that Moonblast right before the Foul Play is ready and is able to get the knockout and control switch advantage, which can be super important. Like you said, Amanda, if there's a Skeledirge in the back, he definitely wants his Quagsire lined up against it. He's going to see the Lantern first, though, and this is a prime target for that Quagsire as soon as the Altaria faints.
You say this, but I think Shadow Mimikyu kind of knew that there's going to be a Magnezone there, because if you look, Lantern and Gligar can both handle that pretty well. This, I mean, we've seen it before, but Quagsire is going to have an uphill climb. Instead, coming straight in with this, going ahead and getting a lot of damage with those Volt switches, but it definitely doesn't want to take too much damage from the Lantern. This Surf will still chunk away at it, and the Triptondo lets it go already down into the red, but a Wild Charge is loaded up and catching it on the Gligar. A huge catch by Shadow Mimikyu.
This is a single resisted Wild Charge, one of the most powerful attacks in all of the Great League. Shadow Gligar loses about half of his HP, but a phenomenal swap to keep the Lantern in the matchup by Shadow Mimikyu. We're going to see the Aerial Ace Charge Tech Party tie with the Quagsire. It's so fast, Amanda, it just hit the field, and it already has the Aqua Tail.
Not only is it so fast, it's winning that Charge Attack priority. So you can see Shadow Mimikyu shaking his head. He doesn't want this to happen, but he knows he wants to get a little bit of this energy here. If Triptondo is really counting, he knows it's just an Aerial Ace. He's letting that go because he paces just as quickly here. And again, the switch timers are misaligned. This Aqua Tail is already related. He's going one over because he's winning that Charge Attack priority. Great counting by Triptondo.
Triptondo fully in control of this matchup. Shadow Mimikyu was unable to take away that final Protect Shield, which means that this Shadow Quagsire has room to maneuver. Water Gun is the only thing it needs to fear. Can it build to the Stone Edge in time? Shadow Quagsire closes the gap, and Stone Edge is going to devastate this Lantern.
Stone Edge is about to connect. Even if this Lantern wasn't as low health as it is, it would still go down to it. Triptondo taking game number 1. And Magnezone, I mean, it had a chunking effect. When I was looking at the team, I was like, okay, Lantern is just going to go through this here. Gligar is such a wall to it, but ended up Magnezone having a lot of chip damage to both of the Pokemon.
You pointed out something really, really interesting. You said that there's no fighting type Pokemon on Shadow Mimikyu's side. That's correct. There's also no ground and water type. There's no Whiscash, there's no Swampert, there's no Quagsire, so any of those hard counters to the Shadow Magnezone are just not available, which really kind of narrows this down and makes it easy for Triptondo to say, like, oh, Skeledirge will be on the other side. I can bring my Altaria, I can bring my Quagsire, and I can find a way. It really limits Shadow Mimikyu. I think the team comp advantage is fully in Triptondo's court.
Yeah, it's an interesting team composition. Obviously has been working well for Shadow Mimikyu so far to be able to get into the winners finals. This catch was also fantastic, but it just wasn't enough. With the pacing of this Quagsire being able to knock out the Gligar and be able to pace to the Stone Edge, Shadow Mimikyu knew his win condition. He needed to either get to 2 serves or just Water Gun down. Unable to do so for game number 1.
Yeah, exactly right. It's really, really tough there in the final moments, but both these trainers are at this level for a reason. This is our Group K winners final. So Shadow Mimikyu still has a lot of fight in him. He's going to take just a few more seconds to lock in the team because this could be the most important game of his tournament.
Now, a lot of times in the past, if you've seen a Pokemon like Magnezone, you usually see it in the lead, but that has not been the flavor of a lot of trainers nowadays. Instead, Skeledirge's hardest counter on the team is in, but Quagsire now has a much-out advantage on anything coming in. Going for an Aqua Tail, just doing a little bit of a chip. Maybe we'll see what we call a chip and dip and see if he moves into anything else, or if he's going to stick into this matchup. No, going into the Altaria now.
I think this achieves 2 objectives, right? You throw the Aqua Tail and then you switch in order to not displace the switch timers too much. And now, after the Aqua Tail is applied, this Umbreon is firmly within single Moonblast range. So you don't need to land 2 charge tags. You don't need to stress the Altaria. You can control switch advantage a lot more easily.
And looks like he's going up to the Moonblast here. Already the Umbreon has another attack going. A Foul Play will go through. Still no Protect Shield from Triptondo's side. Will he go for the Moonblast, which would knock out or get really close? Or does he go for a Sky Attack bait, knowing that there's 2 shields left? Triptondo not fooling around here, going for that Moonblast. Will Shadow Mimikyu use his shield?
This is a really tough position for Shadow Mimikyu because he doesn't have an easy way to chip down. Oh my gosh, attack drop as well from the Moonblast. He doesn't have an easy way to chip down this Altaria. Like, even if you let it go right there instead of Protect Shielding the Moonblast, he still can't fast attack down without taking a colossal amount of damage. So he's kind of forced to throw these back-to-back foul plays.
Yeah, but I mean, he is forced to do this, but it might force Triptondo to use a shield here because even though this attack is debuffed, he had such great alignment at the beginning. He wants to keep that. Shield, I mean, they're at shield parity here. Triptondo cannot farm down the Umbreon. Gonna have to throw here if he wants to keep that switch. And Shadow Mimikyu might even use 2 shields, but I don't know if it'd be enough. Recognizes that as well, goes down, and Skeledirge or Cresselia is gonna come in, but it's still giving that alignment to Triptondo. It's Triptondo's game to lose at this point, but I'm anxious to see how Shadow Mimikyu is going to come back around to it.
You work with the information you've got. You've seen the Quagsire. You know this is going to be a tough matchup. Going to try to build up some additional energy here and avoid the Aqua Tail. But now it's Cresselia versus Magnezone. One of the worst matchups for Cresselia in the meta.
Yeah, going ahead. Neither one of the attacks of the Cresselia is going to be doing that much. Moonblast is going to be hitting harder through the Shadow Magnezone. Shadow Magnezone is one of the squishiest Pokemon that we've seen in the Great League. As you can see, this not very effective attack has already brought it down to the yellow. Triptondo, I like this play a lot. He's going for the heavier hitting Wild Charge because he doesn't want to give a lot of energy to that Skeledirge when it comes back in.
So at this point, you can fire up the Mirror Shot if you're Triptondo and still get the knockout. Like you said, Wild Charge does drop that Shadow Magnezone's defense by 2 stages, making it a very crispy target for the Incinerate from the Skeledirge. But at this point, Shadow Quagsire is completely healthy, virtually. I mean, you need at least 2 Shadow Balls here.
Yeah, first Aqua Tail going through is going to do so much damage. It would already be enough to knock out. Only 2 Mudshots away from the next. Triptondo still has a shield left. I think even if Shadow Mimikyu baits, he wouldn't be able to get to it in time. Shadow Mimikyu knows it as well. This second one is going through. Triptondo's Aqua Tail hitting this Skeledirge.
There's just not enough time to build up the energy he needs. Triptondo and Shadow Quagsire advance to day number 2, and you can see a lot of EU hype in the crowd.
Triptondo, a really fun player. He was talking in a tournament past, I'd interviewed him, and he was talking about how, am I a crowd favorite to win? I don't think I'm ever the crowd favorite to win, but I think on a good day, if I'm playing my best, I have it in me to be that champion.
Exactly right. You have to have that confidence going into it. There's a fine line between being confident and overconfident, but if you don't believe you can take down the trainer across from you, then you probably won't, right? There's an old saying, right? Those who believe they can and those who believe they cannot are both correct.
I like that. Look at you. Like, we were talking about school and lectures. I feel like I'm learning so much from you every time I'm behind the desk.
It's not my wisdom, it's imported.
Oh, okay.
Still, it counts.
All right. Well, I was trying to give you a compliment for once, but
I deflect all the time.
Okay.
That's what I'm good at.
One other thing that I want to point out about Triptondo, I know him rather well because I have been casting a lot in the European circuit, is that his favorite Pokemon is Mudkip. And I know that he's not the only one. There's been an NA trainer who's also favorite. It'd be so fun to see them go up against each other to see who's the true Mudkip.
You're talking about our co-caster, Soph, right?
Oh, also, yes.
Also Soph. Yeah, absolutely. It's a cute Pokemon, right?
It is.
Really can't fault them. But we saw there an interesting situation because it felt like Shadow Mimikyu's team was unique, but that weakness was really exploited. As we take a look back at our replay for game number 2, Umbreon, Cresselia just really couldn't get the job done. With only 1 answer to the Shadow Magnezone, Shadow Mimikyu couldn't get alignment, couldn't find the right answers, and just ran out of time.
Yeah, I think it would have been much different if he was able to get that Magnezone in the lead, because then it would have been Shadow Mimikyu's game to dictate around when do I want to use shields. I want to be able to get that alignment that I had at the beginning. But since Triptondo had that alignment, and we've seen time and time again the Shadow Quagsire show that is NAIC, we've seen it pace so quickly, been able to knock out so many different Pokemon. It was no surprise to me that getting that lineup ensured a win for Triptondo.
So there's an interesting kind of wrinkle to the strategy that I want to explore, right? This is my own theory. When we saw the Skeledirge lead in game number 2 from Shadow Mimikyu, that was playing on the tendency of Wild Charge users like Magnezone to be in the lead. However, when you're reading a team of 6 and you see no counter user and no ground and water type Pokemon on the opposing side, you can safe switch the Magnezone. We saw this time and time again with LNDS Kanan in his finals in Brazil. He was actually able to safe switch Magnezone more often than he let it because there are just no answers to it. It's one of those Pokemon where if you find an opening, you have to hammer that opening over and over until you break the door wide open.
Well, Triptondo broke that door wide open. He is with Swagron for an interview. I'm very anxious to see what he has to say and how anxious he is to be in day number 2.
Yeah, we are here with Triptondo. First of all, congratulations for going into day 2. How are you feeling right now?
I feel beyond excited. I feel very happy to have made EU proud. We are not with many, but at least we came back to NAIC, and I'm happy to show that EU can still do it.
And not only show that you can do it, you did it incredible. You played great, and I have some questions for you because I was watching your matches and you used Magnezone so good because you know like every damage calculation there is. So how did you get that knowledge? How much did you practice to know your Magnezone like that?
I have practiced with Magnezone in the show 6 before and also in GBL. And the Pokemon can put in so much work versus many of the common teams. Some teams are really not prepared for it, so it really shows from the practice to know those damage ranges.
Yeah, it shows. And before we go, one more thing. I love Quagsire. I love that he's getting the love that it deserves. Why do you prefer Quagsire besides maybe Swampert?
It's really hard to say that Swampert is not the best mud boy in the current meta. I think the pacing to Aqua Tail, two-shotting the Gligar, and the coverage with Stoners for like the Altaria is what makes the Quack really valuable currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing really good. Congratulations. Good luck tomorrow. You'll do great. And we'll be going back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Pedro, our fantastic host here at the North America International Championships. I want to watch back the VOD and see tons of hype and appreciation for Swagron. I mean, what an incredible creator and valuable member of our community, and it's so good. He's asking great questions too, right? Like, how did you get these skills? How do you know exactly how much a Surf from Lantern is going to do to your Magnezone? Practice, practice, practice.
He's been taking diligent notes. He's been talking with the community. Everyone loves to see him there. I was walking around with him earlier, and everyone's like, oh, Swagger, they're so excited to see him.
Oh, yeah.
We're excited to see him here as well. And we're so excited to see so many more hype matches coming up. Once again, just want to let everyone know, we're showing the most Pokemon Go matches that we've ever shown today here at NAIC.
And you know what, Amanda? In order to do that, we have to keep on schedule. So let's toss to a quick break, and we're going to get more battles set up for you shortly.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back,
you have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just one game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Just off the shore, we are here in New Orleans for the 2024 North America International Championship. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined by DeFi E250, aka Stephanie Christine, and we are so excited to keep going through these winners finals.
Yes, we are still working our way through the winners bracket. We have many trainers left who are looking to enter the day 2 of competition. We have so many trainers who have already locked in their place. Trainers like House Stark, who was looking to have a really good tournament to be able to secure a world's invite. Who else really stands out to you as a trainer who's already got it locked in?
Well, I want to go back to that last set we just saw. Triptondo able to knock down Shadow Mimikyu, maybe get a little bit of revenge for his close friend Inadequence, who is still fighting his way through the loser's side of the bracket. You know, we're keeping close tabs on Martine. He's my close friend, but he's also Amanda's prediction for who will make it into day 2. So we really just got to see if we go 0 for 4 or maybe 1 for 4 on people making it into day 2. A little bit of pride at stake for us casters.
Yes, and we have 2 trainers who are probably full of pride for making it to their winners finals for Group L. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage to look at our 2 trainers here, Zardy and Ashton Ash.
Zardy, no stranger to performing well at the high level. Ashton Ash, I believe, making one of his first appearances in a winners finals match.
Yes, the top performance for Ash and Ash was number 9 at Sacramento. This is their first season of competitive play here in 2024. However, Zardy, number 2 at Goiânia in Brazil this season, number 5 at Curitiba, and also was in Worlds in 2023 and 2022, looking to make again in 2024 a three-peat for Worlds performances.
You stole my line there a little bit. I was thinking about saying the word three-peat, but I can't really follow up with anything silly, so I'll have to get back to you on that one. Ash and Ash. Unfortunately, I don't have my running shoes on. I have my dress shoes on. Ash and Ash, however, bringing one of my 4 predicted Pokemon. We see a Mantine for one of the first times. However, it is up against a Lantern. It's a Water Gun Lantern, though, so there's a... I can't even say there's a little bit of play. There's just no play in that matchup, even if that Lantern's running Water Gun.
Zardy not running any of my predictions. However, Scaladirge being one of my favorite Pokemon in general. I absolutely love to use it. One of my top favorites. Hopefully it'll see a little bit of play in this match. It's got a excellent matchup into that Alolan Sandslash. Pretty neutral until Lickitung can knock out an Annihilate, can knock out a Charjabug. I think it's got a pretty solid shot to be seen, but maybe not in this first matchup where we're going to see a Lantern into a Lickitung. This is a pretty solid lead for Ashton Ash, who is able to use the shiny Lickitung, the golden tongue, to throw a Power Whip. Zardy looking to make a catch on his own Lickitung. However, Ashton Ash looking to conserve that energy. Just throw a Body Slam here to get some chip damage.
Not even looking at the bubbles he's swiping, looking up into the air to think about what he wants to do, and this is the correct play. Looking at the back line, actually, this is very beneficial for Ash and Ash to switch out of that matchup because that Lickitung really would actually like to face off against the Altaria. The Whiscash on Ash and Ash's side would rather line up against that Lantern, and if Ashton Ash is able to retain switch advantage here, which he should be able to, even no shielding a Power Whip, a counter down is imminent, and he can realign and almost come out with an entire Shadow Ball.
Yeah, Zardy with a shake of the head, hoping to be able to apply that Body Slam to threaten a knockout of the Annihilate, but instead that Annihilate stands strong and has a Shadow Ball ready to go for the Lantern and is able to launch it here. This is either going to draw a Protect Shield from Zardy, looks like it, or it would have done some serious neutral damage into that Lantern. Lantern getting just a little bit of energy from that Annihilate, but I would say that Annihilate more than did its job.
This is key. What does Ashton Ash bring in? If it's that Lickitung, he puts him in himself in a really bad spot, but no, he makes the right call, bringing in the Whiscash. This is going to now avoid the Altaria. I think maybe Ashton Ash trying to get a catch there, but don't do it, man. This is the right place for your Whiscash to be.
But unfortunately, the trainers cannot hear us. We will have to see Ashton Ash protecting up this Whiscash. This is a much worse situation for the Whiscash with Lantern now running Water Gun, because those Water Guns do a lot of neutral damage compared to Spark. Ashton Ash building up to as much energy as possible before starting to throw these charge attacks to apply pressure to Zardy, try to get Zardy to use the last of his Protect Shields. And we see Ashton Ash using the last of his now.
It's a charge attack tie, and Ashton Ash is doing a really great job of managing his energy, always being above a charge attack. Now built up the 2 Mud Bombs, throwing at this point in time. Even if Zardy went to catch on the Altaria, he would have been fine. I think Ashton Ash can throw a Scald into the Altaria and then go back into that Lickitung. He's going to be very happy to have put his Whiscash here into the Altaria, crossing his fingers, praying, hoping 30% debuff chance, and he does get it.
There we go. We can see the excitement getting that debuff. That is certainly going to make it an easier time for this Lickitung. Both Pokemon are using that 1-turn fast attack for really consistent pressure, but with that debuff, that might be what this Lickitung really needs to secure the victory.
Second Body Slam coming through, going to put the Altaria deep into the red. Lick down is imminent. How tasty do you think Clouds are, Stephanie?
I wouldn't think they have much of a taste because clouds are generally made out of water, Alpha Phoebe. That's a science fact. Not sure, not sure what much You would think a doctor of science would know that, Nick.
You would think so, but unfortunately for me, I'm a man of science. I like to learn from experience, and I have never tasted a cloud myself.
True, I cannot say that I have either. But what I have seen is a fantastic battle from Ashton Ash, doing quite well, getting that debuff on the Scald, much more rare nowadays in this brand new season of competitive PvP. Let's take a look at that replay. We can see here the pivotal moment here where the Lickitung not able to throw the body slam to knock down that Annihilate. And all of this just really set Ashton Ash up for success. It's kind of like dominoes falling.
And the key moment of bringing in the Whiscash into that Lantern as opposed to the Lickitung, really reading his opponent's team correctly, because maybe it was instead of Altaria in the back, maybe it was Vigoroth, right? Because he had brought in his Annihilate, so Vigoroth in the back would have been really detrimental for his Lickitung, but correct read, Altaria in the back for Zardy means that Ashton Ash secures that game #1 victory.
Again, taking a look at this lower third I mentioned earlier, Zardy is one of the best trainers coming here from Brazil. Finished second at Goanya, falling only to Steinar in the grand finals, another trainer who we see here at the North American International Championships. We have trainers from all around the world, but let's focus in to the field of battle. We have a fantastic lead for Ashton Ash, Shadow Alolan Sandslash into the Altaria, making a swap into Lantern versus Shadow Whiscash, a matchup we just saw play out.
The question becomes, with Water Gun on this Lantern, will it be able to flip the 2-shield matchup? Zardy cannot allow the alignment to be the Alolan Sandslash on to that Altaria. However, look at the backline. Ashton Ash has a Shadow Alolan Sandslash and an Annihilate in the back. Zardy has crafted this team so perfectly. Skeletor is going to do what it does best and heat up its environment and sweep this endgame.
Yes, but that look at the Lantern's HP here. It is getting dangerously low. So Zardy is going to let the Lantern fall, which is going to make it tough to get the alignment he's looking for. The Altaria is going to knock out the Shadow Whiscash, but this Shadow Alolan Sandslash is running Powder Snow as its fast attack. That's even a worse matchup for the Altaria. And then we see a swap going into that Skeletor. Ashton Ash giving a nod, seems very excited to see the Skeletor here and not on the Sandslash.
An entire Incinerate coming through. Night Slash going to be shielded up. This Skeletor now has 100 energy, Disarming Voice, enough to threaten a knockout. Ashton Ash, if he shields this one, another Disarming Voice coming through. If he no shields, it's going to knock out the Annihilate and Incinerate. Double super effective damage into this Alolan Sandslash. 3 Incinerates to pick up the knockout, and that is going to be the equalizer. Zardy needs to continue on in this winners finals of Group L.
We are going to be seeing a decisive Game 3. Can you explain to trainers who might not know, what does it mean that Zardy snuck an entire Incinerate through? What does that mean?
So that meant that Ashton Ash threw his charged attack at the same time that Zardy's previous fast attack went through. Because charge attacks take a singular turn, that allows Zardy's animation to begin for that Incinerate, and basically the rest of the 4 turns that Incinerate would have taken are for free. And we can see it again here as the Annihilate comes in and another Incinerate goes through, allowing that Skeletor to build up so much energy for the rest of this game.
So it's kind of like a buy one, get one deal when you are able to do that.
Maybe a buy one, get 5 deal, honestly. Even better.
Even better than that. So that's just how detrimental it can be and how important it is to be able to time your attacks properly. Because if you mistime it, you can hand such a deep advantage to your opponent.
It was a risky play from Ashton Ash. I think he was expecting Zardy to throw at that moment and to get a charge attack tie. However, Zardy is not really threatened to throw at that point in time. Having 2 shields remaining, even if Ash throws at the same time as him, even if he doesn't throw before, you know, you throw up a shield, you keep getting energy, and you play the way that is best for you. And Zardy really carved that path for himself. He found his way through the jungle and found that path to victory. We're going into game number 3 now. Mirror match between 2 Lickitungs. We're going to be here for a while.
We are going to be here for a little while, but certainly this is not a time to take a nap, Nick. We have a lot of really important things to talk about because we can take a look at how this battle is going to set us up for the backline. As these 2 Lickitungs battle it out to see which is superior, we have that shiny Best Buddy Lickitung versus the Lickitung of Zardy. We can see in their backlines we have a Azumarill and that Water Gun Lantern and that Mantine that we've been talking about paired with the Shadow Whiscash.
1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 water types in the backlines of these 2 trainers. You're talking about superior. I think superior would have been a great pick for these trainers. Neither of them have a grass type on their team, but there are so many waters just roaming around freely because grass types have been pressured out of the meta. Literally, they're grass types in the lead, and it's not even a grass type.
I was just going to say, the only grass type pressure is going to be used up here in the lead matchup. But if you take a look at the 4 water types in the back, Lantern being an electric type definitely has the advantage over something like Mantine, and with Water Gun, it can apply pressure to that Whiscash. Azumarill also being so bulky, it's going to be able to withstand a lot on the side of Zardy. So going, like, it might depend here who is going to get that farm, and that it looks like it's going to be the Lantern, because this Lickitung is not going to be able to get to the Power Whip, is only going to be able to get to a Body Slam. So now Lantern has a significant energy advantage going into this next matchup.
And it was a really impactful charge attack tie between those 2 Lickitungs. Ash's Lickitung must have been built around having a higher attack stat so that it won that charge attack tie. Now being able to align the Whiscash against this Lantern as opposed to the Azumarill. An immediate switch out. I like this from Ash. A lot of people might have thought, hey, maybe I'll throw a Mud Bomb before switching out to shore up that matchup. That would have displaced the switch clock and maybe allowed Zardy to bring the Lantern in onto this Mantine. However, Mantine now being able to throw the Aerial Aces as quickly as possible and is going to be able to, I would expect to see 0 shields thrown up by Ash because you don't want the Mantine alive for that Lantern at any point later.
Azumarill throwing that same type of attack bonus, play rough, and we're going to continue to see the Mantine continue to throw. Same type of attack bonus, Aerial Ace, however, Aerial Ace just not as impactful of a move, and we are going to see the Azumarill get to that Ice Beam as well.
Oh, additionally, Ice Beam being thrown up shield, I'm not sure I like this because, again, like I said before, the Mantine doesn't want to see the Lantern and an opportunity for a catch, but stuck in the bubble animation. Zardy having to take this Aerial Ace onto the Azumarill, immediate switch into the Lantern, building up to the Aerial Ace. That's very key for the end game because the Mantine will win charge attack priority against Azumarills.
Zardy preserved both Protect Shields for this endgame matchup with the Lantern. Mud Bomb is going to meet the face of that Protect Shield. Ash is going to have to use the final Protect Shield here on the Whiscash, but Zardy still has one left. Ash going to have to also rely on a bit of fast attack pressure. You can see both HP bars slowly whittling down. Which water type is going to come out on top here? The Mud Bomb smacks up against the Protect Shield. No shields remaining, and the Lantern gets to a Surf.
Unfortunately, unable to reach the Mud Bomb in the end. The Surf is going to be able to knock out the Whiscash, and it all comes down to this. Can the Mantine build up enough energy against this Lantern? Oh wait, the clock! It's at 19 seconds. Ash needs to get off a knockout into this Lantern, otherwise Zardy wins because he will have 2 Pokemon left.
The clock is literally running out. 9, 8, 7. We see a switch into the Azumarill. So now it's going to depend. Can the Lantern come out? And the Mantine
I'm close to jumping out of my chair. There were so many close intricacies of that end game. Zardy going for the catch. Ash and Ash actually not throwing immediately, but had he, I think he could have also gotten a win. Able to get the farm down on the Azumarill was also a win condition, but man, if he wasn't able to farm down the Azumarill in time and the game ended before the Azumarill was knocked out, he would have lost.
It was an incredible battle. I'm so excited to see the replay of that end game. I could even stand to see it in slow motion because there's just so much to go over and how that end game played out and how the timer comes into effect when you have such a long game. That Lickitung mirror match at the beginning took so much time that it forced almost a timeout scenario. We are going to see here, let's take a look. We have the Lantern, we have the Mantine and then you can see the timer pop up. We're going to see again here the Mantine going for the aerials, but that catch!
The Lantern basically at a surf there. Had it thrown the surf, I think that would have also been a win condition for Zardy. Instead, 2-1. In comes the Lantern. Aerial Ace is locked in at the literal last second of this battle and secures victory for Ash and Ash.
Incredible match, incredible endgame. Congratulations to Ashton Ash for winning. That was the winners finals for Group L, and what a final battle going down to the final second of the game. What incredible stuff, but Zardy's not out of it. This is double elimination, so we're gonna see Zardy again later on the loser side of the bracket.
Pokemon Go is a game of half-a-second turns, and each and every turn is crucial for securing victory, and that was such an exemplary game of exactly why that is the case.
Incredible. That's all I can say. Absolutely incredible stuff. That is something definitely when we are talking tomorrow about plays of the game, that is certainly plays of the day. That is certainly up for consideration. That was an incredible end of match.
Gosh, we've been spoiled behind the desk. I have to say, we've had such incredible matches throughout the day, and we have more incredible matches left. I know everyone's going to be excited to see the next two trainers up on stage. A lot of them are fan favorites of, I know, a lot of people out there in the crowd.
There are a lot of people out in the crowd. We'll tease it a little bit that we have a really fun match coming up, but let's take a quick look again at the meta for this tournament. We have our top 12 for day one. We mentioned Shadow Whiscash not in this at all, just not showing, just not making a big showing. Ash and Ash showing that maybe Shadow Whiscash deserves a place up here, but Shadow Quagsire being more of the staple, winning the popularity contest in day one. I like to think of day one, top 12 usage, that's a popularity contest, but day two are the Pokemon that really showed their stuff.
A performance contest.
Yes.
You might say. Yeah, I mean, what's to say? Quagsire's just like a little bit of a derpy dude holding his hands, or flippers, probably flippers out in front of him, just having a grand old time, the smile on his face, enjoying the waves, enjoying the sunshine that we have here in New Orleans. And gosh, we've seen a good number of dragon types today. We saw Goodra from Mango earlier. We've seen Altarias abound today. This next trainer that we have up on stage, it has been a little bit known for running Guzzlord, but if I'm looking at the team sheets, I don't quite see it. Instead, Bopper is going to be running Altaria, the more meta staple dragon.
This is a match that I have been thrilled to see as soon as I saw it get finalized. This is Zeewilus versus Bopper. So we have another trainer coming from the Netherlands, coming over from across the pond, and then we have an American trainer as well up to face. Who is going to take it here? Who is going to secure their place in day two? Like you mentioned earlier, Alpha Phoebe, we have trainers coming from across the globe to compete here at the international tournament here today.
And I love these teams that these two trainers have brought. We talked about dragon types. I've mentioned Goodra. I've mentioned Bopper's eventual Guzzlord that I was hoping he would bring. I've mentioned Altaria, but looking at Zeewilus, and it was a Pokemon I mentioned earlier, Shadow Dragonite having that
charge attack pressure against steel types, and we see a steel type. You know, Bopper's playing off against a European today, but he's stolen the European spice. He has that Shadow Magnezone on his team.
Yes, and I believe that Shadow Dragonite of Zimy is a shiny Shadow Dragonite, so just a little bit of an extra flex going ahead there. Really excited to dive into these teams. This is the winners finals for Group M. The winner of this is going to move on to day 2 of competition. The loser has to fight another battle, get through the losers finals.
Yeah, Stephanie, I'm a little bit surprised that you haven't noticed that both of our trainers have Skeledirge. I thought you'd be shouting and screaming about how awesome it is to have a Skeledirge mirror match.
How about this now? It's so awesome we have a Skeledirge mirror match, let's go!
It's so awesome we have a Skeledirge mirror match, let's go!
I love this Pokemon. I love the sound it makes when it throws its Incinerates. And Fuecoco is such a derpy, you know, empty-headed friend that I love. And it's getting a Squishmallow soon. It's debuted. You can see it on display in the Pokemon Center here at NAIC. And that is going to be an insta-purchase as soon as I am able to get my hands on one. We can see here, opening the Ultra Wormhole, Bopper was the first trainer to top cut with a Guzzlord in 2024. He finished 2nd overall in Sacramento with the Junkivore Pokemon. I love learning about the Pokemon's titles. This one is the Junkivore. Ivore meaning what it eats, and it eats garbage. It eats junk. It eats everything, Alpha Phoebe.
I mean, same. I'll also eat anything. I love food. Food's great. And also, thank you, production, for getting a lower third that talked about Guzzlord. I've been talking about it so much, and the fact that it didn't bring it, oh well. Let's get some information about Zimy, a Go Battle League legend. He's reached #1 on the Go Battle League leaderboards multiple times in the World of Wonder season. He's reached 3,506. That's 506 elo above the legend rank.
That is an absolute incredible accomplishment. Very few trainers can say that they have climbed that high on the ladder and have been able to look down and enjoy the view.
And what that view must be from #1. I've actually never been top 5, I believe, in the leaderboard. I think my high slot might be like 7 or something like that. So not quite as good as these Wireless, but, you know, halfway decent.
Sounds good. I've never made the leaderboard. I prefer grassroots tournaments and Show 6 to Go Battle League.
Grassroots tournament.
I have done quite well in some grassroots tournaments with Show 6. It is my preferred format. However, the Go Battle League is a great place to hone your skills, and that leaderboard is very, very fun to watch trainers compete and vie for the glory of that top spot.
It's so interesting, especially with the little micro metas that you get at different ranks. I feel like because a lot of people know the teams of the different battlers they're playing from the legend rank and above, you can get some really interesting team compositions that do well and that beat those other teams that other people are very frequently running. I know, like, one of the more common teams is Bastiodon, Wigglytuff, and Shadow Victory Bell, which is a little bit one-dimensional. I like things that are more fluid, have more opportunities, like Skeledirge and Shadow Magnezone.
I do love Skeledirge. Very fluid, very interesting Pokemon. And we are going to see, let's see if we can see a Skeledirge in this opening matchup. I do see a Quagsire and an Azumarill, a battle of blue friends, and 2 Skeledirge in the back, Nick.
And the Skeledirge look to have really great opportunities ahead of them because the water type for each trainer is in the front, and the answer for the water type is in the back. And the answers for each of these trainers, the Cresselia with Grass Knot and the electric type Charjabug, are both weak to Skeledirge.
And we are going to see that Playrough connect with Shadow Quagsire. Bopper opting not to use a Protect Shield this early on. Instead, opting to go for the Stone Edge. Now, this Stone Edge, being a fantastic coverage move for Quagsire, is going to hit for a lot of neutral damage. Zimy holds firm, does not shield, because he knows that he's going to get to that Ice Beam just before the Shadow Quagsire is able to get to another charge attack.
And you know what we love what Skeledirge does. It's coming in against the Pokemon that it's typically weak to, doing 1 or 2 Incinerates and getting a huge energy advantage, actually matching a swap in to Skeledirge. You're behind an entire Incinerate. Bopper, knowing that Zweilous is playing from behind, goes for the bait and is saving a lot of energy. Even if Zweilous baits himself now, he's still going to be behind an entire Incinerate.
Yeah, so Bopper putting up a Protect Shield, playing it safe, and protecting against this Disarming Voice. Again, Zweilous playing an Incinerate behind. Now Bopper free to go for the Shadow Ball comfortably and pulling away Zweilous' final Protect Shield. Needs 2 more Incinerates. That was the first one. 1 more Incinerate from Bopper, and Bopper will have that Shadow Ball charge attack.
Zweilous is baited twice. Bopper went for a Shadow Ball. It's going to be outpacing it still. 1 more Incinerate was necessary from Zweilous. The amount of energy that Incinerate generates is just massive. Going into either Azumarill or the Charge Bug, it's still going to get another charge attack off. The question is, can Zweilous catch that charged attack?
And we see Bopper going just for the Disarming Voice to try to get a little bit of damage onto this Charge-a-Bug before the Cresselia is going to have to come in. Now, this is a negative matchup for Cresselia. Charge-a-Bug is up energy. However, this Cresselia is so bulky that it can withstand some X-Scissors in time to throw a charged attack. I'm thinking Zweilous is going to be looking to make a catch.
It's tough, though. 4-turn fast attacks are incredibly difficult to catch with because Bopper can just very comfortably throw a singular Psycho Cut and then try to wait to see if he sees a catch. Instead, building up now to 2 Grass Knots, Zweilous does not have another charged attack on that Charge-a-Bug. Man, try saying that 5 times fast, and is going to be able to do 2 more actually just 1 more Psycho Cut in order to reach a secondary Grass Knot.
And Bopper taking an early game here against Zweilous, the Go Battle League leaderboarder. Bopper actually coming over to Go from the video game, getting his first experience of competitive play there, and still obviously a big fan of the video game, but also showing that Go has a lot to offer and doing quite well in the Pokemon Go scene.
Did you know that in Regulation A, the first variant of the video game in Scarlet and Violet, that Skeledirge had a little bit of play?
That's fantastic. Can we go back to Regulation A?
We'll have to talk to the folks at TPCI. Anyways, back into this game, we see the mirror match between the Skeledirges. Again, really great play from Bopper, knowing that Zweilous is likely going to think that he's going for the Shadow Ball, so instead, baiting the Disarming Voice, allowing him to keep the increased pacing over Zweilous and maintain switch advantage out of that matchup.
Yeah, so Bopper moving on, has that win comfortably in the bank. Zweilous has to reverse sweep, has to win 2 in a row in order to move on to day 2. If he loses this next match, he has to fight through the loser side of the bracket, which is a much tougher road ahead. We will have to see, will we see more Skeledirge gameplay? Will we see more of that Shadow Quagsire? Bopper bringing the Shadow Magnezone as well as the Volt Switch user, in contrast to the Volt Switch user of Charge-a-Bug on the side of Zweilous. We haven't seen the Shadow Magnezone from Bopper. Perhaps there's too many counters to it with the Skeledirge and the Vigoroth. What do you think?
I agree, especially with how frequently I feel like Zweilous plays into his more neutral Pokemon, such as Vigoroth. I wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe lean into that Pokemon this game, but of course, both trainers thinking Skeledirge looks good for their team. They both brought it into game number 1. It's also likely that they both bring it into game number 2.
And these trainers are really thinking it through, looking at the teams, really deciding, because there is so much on the line here. There's championship points, there's prize money, there's packs of cards on the line. And of course, the glory. You want to be able to write your name in the history books as the winner of the North American International Championships. At least be able to go on the stage and earn that trophy. So these trainers really have to think about there's a lot on the line after this first game.
And you better hope there are no vampires around because the stakes are so high, they're basically out of reach. This is the final tournament in the championship series to earn that invite to the World's Championship Series in Hawaii. So you gotta have everything here. You gotta lay it all out in New Orleans.
You do have to lay it all out. We are here in the Big Easy, but as we've said multiple times today, that there is nothing easy about this tournament in the Big Easy. I'm trying to think, what even vampire Pokemon would there be? Gligar, maybe? But let's go ahead and see in this matchup. We have Skeleturge into Azumarill, which I think is a really interesting matchup. We always talk about Azumarill doesn't really function as a water type Pokemon because it really is only putting on pressure with Bubble. Its charge attacks going into Skeleturge are resisted. So on paper, you see fire into water, but Zimy is content to stay in this matchup because he can throw these neutral Shadow Balls into Azumarill and take quite a chunk out of this Blue Bunny Pokemon.
Azumarill able to very comfortably survive a Shadow Ball. Zimy likely going to throw a second Shadow Ball here. Bopper with the ability to shield and farm down instead, opting for a no shield and likely fight. Oh wait, no, he actually survives in a simultaneous switch out. And now we have the reverse. It's a Azumarill versus Skeleturge again.
Yes, so one more time, same as before. And we can see the Skeleturge shielding up this Ice Beam. Bopper wanting to protect the health of the Skeleturge and wanting to guarantee throwing 2 Shadow Balls into it. So this matchup is going to come down to what is in the back. And I see 2 powerful dragons in Shadow Dragonite and Altaria.
Bopper will need to retain a shield for that Altaria. Otherwise, Dragonite's quicker pacing to the Dragon Claw will be extremely threatening. Disarming Voice being thrown after an Incinerate, 2 Bubbles knock out. Bopper has no way to remove the Azumarill from the field.
No, because this Azumarill, throws the Play Rough, is able to get the Play Rough off. Will Zimy choose to shield this up? He does. Because that could have been incredibly dangerous had he chosen to no shield that. So now the Azumarill is going to throw an Ice Beam. I don't think this Altaria is going to be able to clear the Azumarill off the field. The Azumarill is energy dry. Here is that Shadow Dragonite. You can see just how much more quickly the Dragon Breaths from Altaria are knocking down the health of the Dragonite. But since there are no shields remaining, all Dragonite needs to do is be able to throw 1 charge attack, the Dragon Claw, knocking out the Altaria and ending the game.
And it all came down to that additional Incinerate that Bopper threw. Locking himself into that 5-turn fast attack prevented him from throwing all of the energy he had built up until that point, meaning that Skeleturge got knocked out. And I think you and I were both incredibly survived that Azumarill survived a bubble to get a charge attack off. Had Zimy chosen to no shield that, it could have put Bopper in a winning position, but why would Zimy let a 50% health Azumarill, or maybe 30 to 40% health Azumarill, go at that point? It's going to be doing really well into most of the remaining Pokemon on Bopper's team of 6.
So can you explain to me, what did we see here? I'm not sure if we're going to see the replay, but what did we see? There it is. What mistake did Bopper make here?
So after the it's actually in this matchup where the Azumarill faces the Skeleturge. Of course, the previous matchup was Azumarill into the Skeleturge. Instead of throwing this Disarming Voice, he accidentally taps off the screen 2 Bubbles, enough to knock out and unable to launch the Disarming Voice into the Azumarill.
We call that error an overtap because because a lot of times in Pokemon Go, you are tapping the screen as quickly as you can in order to charge up your charge attack, apply as much fast attack pressure as possible. But there are times where you need to be very precise and tap at exact moments. So Bopper tapping a little bit off of where he needed to on the screen. So really, it cost him the match.
It's a matter of centimeters. It's a matter of less than inches, showing that I know that centimeters are less than inches.
Math.
Kind of math with Big Phoebe. Anyway, dimensional analysis with Big Phoebe. Anyways, just barely missing that charge attack bubble was incredibly impactful. Game 3, a solid lead for Bopper. It's the Shadow Magnezone into Shadow Dragonite. How will Zweilous answer in return? Looks like he's staying in it for now.
Yeah, those Volt switches, even though they are only neutral damage, do quite a bit, and the entire Incinerate goes through. Bopper is throwing a neutral mirror shot, and we are going to see, you can see down there, you can see that Incinerate apply. Bopper seems very excited here, being able to align the Azumarill onto the Skeledirge. Skeledirge, again, doesn't hate this matchup.
Additionally, the attack fall did occur, so the Shadow Balls are going to be doing significantly less damage. You see the Azumarill now going to be very comfortably able to survive 2 of them. Great timing this turn around from Bopper. 3 bubbles into the play rough. The play rough threatens a knockout, so Zweilous, if he wants to get off a second Shadow Ball, will need to shield. Instead, no shielding means that Azumarill's going to have to come in. He does not want to bring in that Shadow Dragonite.
Yes, so the Azumarill on the side of Zweilous has a really big health advantage. His 50% more health, it seems, than the one on the side of Bopper, but Bopper's had a ton of energy going into the matchup. We can also see Bopper still has a Shadow Magnezone that has enough health on it to probably get a Wild Charge or 2 off, and the Skeledirge in the back.
The one thing Zweilous has going for him is that Shadow Dragonite is incredibly potent when it comes to fast attack damage. I think a no shield here, saving both shields for that Dragonite, so it has the ability to... Oh, actually no, shielding here. I think this might be a little bit of a miscue because of the third Pokemon Bopper has in the back. If shields are saved for the Skeledirge, I think it's going to be able to beat the Dragonite to a charge attack, and also the Magnezone itself still has some energy because a Wild Charge wasn't thrown. It was just a mirror shot.
So Bopper bringing in that Skeledirge. Look at how much Incinerate does. Resisted on the Dragonite. That is still a ton of damage. We're going to see the Dragon Claw get that first Protect shield from Bopper. There's still a shield on both sides of the battle. Shadow Dragonite going for another charge attack. Bopper saving both shields for it.
Bopper going for a little bit of a cheeky catch here each of these times, but instead, because Zweilous has not allowed him the opportunity to get that catch, going for the full farm down, Shadow Ball. These are not debuffed by a Shadow Magnezone's Mirror Shot. Will do a lot of neutral damage. Will we see Bopper switch out? Yes, we do. It's going to, the Azumarill is going to outpace the Magnezone, but will it have enough in the tank to take out the Skeledirge in the back?
Yeah, because this is forcing the Azumarill to use its energy to knock out the Shadow Magnezone. Now the Skeledirge can come in, throw one more Incinerate, and then the Shadow Ball. But is the Shadow Ball going to be enough?
It's going to do a lot of neutral damage. I think it typically does about 40 to 45%, not quite enough to knock out. And the bubble down for Zweilous, able to get him the victory.
Oh my goodness, we've seen Skeledirge, we've seen Azumarill all over the field of battle, but in the end, it was that, in the end, we saw Shadow Dragonite, we saw Shadow Magnezone really being some differentiating factors for these trainers.
That fast attack from that Shadow Dragonite proving really crucial to whittling down the health on Bopper's Skeledirge. Had it not been that low, Azumarill's bubbles would have not been able to pick up a knockout.
Those battles, again, you said it earlier, we are so spoiled here behind the desk. We are getting to see high caliber battles from the best trainers in the world. Zweilous winning there. Congratulations for moving on into day 2, but that we haven't seen the last of Bopper. Bopper is going to continue on in the losers bracket.
And I might have to have a little bit of a word with him, ask him why he keeps on disrespecting Guzzlord, but, you know, no real shade there. He played incredibly well against a very talented trainer, and really key here, had Bopper thrown a Wild Charge here, that Incinerate Sneak from Zweilous would have done a massive amount of damage. Maybe not quite picking up a knockout, but the Magnezone would have been deep into the red.
Yes, so here is that Azumarill mirror that we saw earlier. Bopper's Azumarill getting knocked out first because it came in at a health disadvantage. This Azumarill stays incredibly healthy throughout the match, and there was that Shadow Dragonite doing its job, getting a lot of damage in before it faints. Shadow Dragonite doesn't stay on the field very long, so it has to choose its impact wisely.
Just enough health on that Azumarill to survive the Shadow Ball. Not quite enough health left on that Skeledirge to survive the bubble. Secures the victory for Z's Wireless, and he's got to be happy. He's made it all the way to day 2 here on the winner's side of the bracket.
I am so excited. We are going to get to hear a little bit more from Zige Wireless and Pedro about how it went in that match and how Zige Wireless is feeling. So Pedro, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, we're here with Wireless. Congratulations on getting to day 2. Amazing battles. I need to know this. So, why? And I mean, it was great, but how do you manage to win, bring in a Shadow Dragonite against a Magnezone and an Azumarill team?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I've been playing a lot of Shadow Dragonite. I've been playing a lot of Shadow Magnezone, and I know that the matchup is not comfortable. And I sometimes do a thing in the Go Battle League where I farm up to just 1 turn before the opponent gets to a charge attack, and then I switch to my Incinerate Pokemon that has like this 5-turn duration fast attack, and I sneak the full move while catching the move. And if I didn't do that in the last game, I think I would have been toast. Like, my Shadow Dragonite had literally nowhere to go against the Magnezone and the Azumarill, but like the way it all turned out, it was a nail biter, but it was such a fun match, and I'm so happy that I made it to day 2.
Indeed, it was a nail biter, and I want to talk about that play, the catch that you did to the Magnezone. How do you manage to do that? Because you not only you did a catch, but you got an Incinerate through. That was huge.
Yeah, so typically a lot of people catch exactly when the opponent gets to their charged attack. But if you've ever been like on the side of somebody that like if you've ever been the one that got their move caught, you know that you made the decision to throw the move like a second before you did throw it. So knowing that, you can just swap out a tiny bit earlier so that you have that 1 turn to trigger the fast attack and sneak it through. And with a 4-turn fast attack like Volt Switch or a 5-turn fast attack like Incinerate, that can really give you a head start in the secondary matchup. And I've been doing that for fun in the Go Battle League just to practice, and I love that I could execute it on the big stage.
Yeah. Congratulations about that. That's another level of plays, and I'm sure you'll do great tomorrow on day 2. So have a nice sleeping, you know, take care of yourself, prepare for tomorrow, and we'll see how you do tomorrow. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Can I make a shout out real quick? Just one short one.
Of course.
Because I don't know how late it is in Germany, but it's my mom's birthday today, and I just want to wish her a happy birthday. And I know she's rooting for me at home, and yeah, this one's for you.
Yeah, okay, so greetings to Mama's Wireless, and we're going back to the casters. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Mama's Wireless, and congratulations, Wireless, for making it to day 2. I really appreciated just the breakdown of his recipe for success.
And I love that he's able to practice those niche mechanics in the Go Battle League. It's really key to getting down that muscle memory of, okay, my opponent has 12 turns to their charge attack. If I switch at 11 turns, then I sneak that Incinerate through. That's half a second timing. We talk about so much about how fast Pokemon Go is. So getting down that half a second timing of switching a little bit before you need to is tough. So getting in that practice is key.
Yes, and I imagine Siege Wireless got a lot of that practice in the Go Battle League, exceeding that 3,500 ELO score, which is absolutely incredible. So again, that repetition and practice is so crucial, and you can get a lot of that from the Go Battle League.
Yeah, 5 sets of 5 battles a day. That's 25 opportunities to hone your skills. I don't necessarily myself make the best opportunity out of all 25, but you at home should.
Yes, quick math with Alpha Feed. 5 times 5 is 25. Thank you so much, Nick. But continuing on, and that you get even more, though. We get a lot of Go Battle weekends,
True.
a lot of Go Battle days. You can even have more opportunities there. And we have a couple trainers coming up here who are going to seize their opportunity on the big stage. We are going to be looking at 2 trainers, I think, in Group N.
Yes, but before that, we have some things that we want to promote on Twitch. Let's take a look at them. Of course, we saw them a little bit earlier on the 11th. It's going to be Beyond the Pokedex entry for Greninja. Greninja is such a cool Pokemon. It's a bit of a ninja with the dark and water subtyping. On the 12th, it's going to be that recap that I really want to tune into of the 2018 LAIC Championships for VG as well as TCG, since Go wasn't a part of the official format for that.
Speaking of Twitch, Nick, have you earned your Twitch drop for this event? I have earned my Twitch drop. I am going to be able to play Altaria like me, Weedle. I'm going to have some extra charge and fast TMs and some Stardust. How about you?
Embarrassingly enough, no, I have not earned mine, but we have all day today, all day tomorrow, and then Championship Sunday to do so. You have plenty of time to earn that. Make sure you're reading the chat, reading the instructions on how exactly to do that, so you too can maybe earn a shiny Altaria like one of those trainers we saw in the tweets before.
Yes, if you are out there earning your Twitch drops and completing that research, please let us know on socials. We would love to feature you here on the stream. Continuing talking about features, we are going to be featuring our trainers very shortly. The winners finals from Group N. That's many, many groups in the alphabet. We're starting to run out of letters, but that means that we are finalizing the trainers that are moving on to day number 2. The ones that we are going to feature up next are Soterdi as well as Valion.
Yeah, we are ready up on stage, and this is going to be a really tough matchup. Again, we are still in the winners side. We are in the winners finals for Group N, as you had mentioned. So this is these trainers' opportunity to push into day number 2, and we have a little bit of a nice pick, or 2 actually, from Valion. It's running Clodsire and Shadow Skarmory. We have not seen Shadow Skarmory all that often.
We have not. So a lot of Pokemon really benefit from that shadow, from being a shadow when they have a really, really high attack. And that just kind of boosts their attack into the next level. Skarmory, not so much. Skarmory doesn't have that kind of inherent attack power. So I'm really interested to see how Valion is going to be utilizing this pick. In addition to that Clodsire, who is one of my favorite Pokemon to showcase here, because it is one of the all the other Pokemon you can see are turned slightly to the left. Clodsire, no. Clodsire is going to stare you directly in the face as it knocks you down.
You know, what I just realized, and this is very silly for me to have just realized, Clodsire's Quagsire is a vertical Clodsire, and Clodsire is basically a horizontal Quagsire.
But with that poison typing.
True. Difference in typing, difference in fast attacks, and also different in charged attacks.
But I am excited. We're going to have to see which one is going to reign supreme. The Quagsire reigning from the Johto region, or the Clodsire, the variant reigning from Paldea in the newest region featured in the Pokemon main series Scarlet and Violet. I have absolutely loved playing that game. I love seeing Clodsire and Quagsire. Let's see if these trainers are going to feature them here in these battles for us. Instead, we see a Charjabug mirror.
Charjabug into Charjabug. I think Sotir's going to be incredibly happy that this has avoided the Clodsire. X-Scissor is going to be the move of choice for both of these trainers. Neutral damage into Bug and Electric typing.
And we are going to see Valion, his Charjabug, has a bunch of energy. I'm wondering if Valion is going to use this Protect Shield here. No, is going to allow that X-Scissor to go through. Hopefully Valion is going to be able to utilize all of this energy that he's built up.
And in the mirror match, the exact stats of the Pokemon come into crucial play. Will Sotirdi shield up this next X-Scissor and go for a farm down? No, opting for the no shield. Both of these trainers have no shield. The 2 X-Scissors are on their last legs, actually opting for a switch into Annihilate and countering down before the discharge could be launched.
Unfortunate, but this gives Annihilate just a little bit of runway to start in this battle. So Annihilate, again, doesn't love to see a Fairy type on the other side of the field. However, Shadow Ball does a lot of neutral damage, so SoTierD can chip away at the Azumarill, or like in this, threaten some Protect Shields.
And in the backline, it's going to be that Quagsire into Clodsire, and man, in the mirror match between the 2 friends, Quagsire takes the massive advantage because Poison is weak to ground typing. Mudshot's going to be doing a lot of damage, and Clodsire doesn't typically run any water type coverage. I believe it has access to Water Pulse, but typically it runs Earthquake and Stone Edge. This one in particular going to be running Poison Sting, Earthquake, and Stone Edge.
Yes, and it is a beautiful shade of purple. I love shiny Clodsire. Go ahead and continue. We're going to see the Poison Sting, but again, Clodsire just isn't going to be very effective against this Quagsire here.
Aqua Tail coming through, going to be super effective damage. It's going to probably do about 50% of the remaining health of this Clodsire, and the immense pacing potential for Aqua Tail could have actually been a charge attack tie there, but SoTierD are very comfortable shielding up this Earthquake, recognizing, hey, the Azumarill's left in the back. I don't take any super effective damage from it. I'm not threatened by these Poison Stings. I can build up to back-to-back Aqua Tail and feel extremely comfortable going into this pivotal matchup between the final Pokemon on Valiant's side and the Quagsire, excuse me, from SoTierD.
And the Azumarill, this Azumarill being kind of special because it's running Hydro Pump, not the standard moveset we see on Azumarill most typically.
Stone Edge coming through. I would have maybe preferred to see Aqua Tail at this point, but I don't think it really matters because of the pacing of the Quagsire. Now actually opting for the Aqua Tail, recognizing, hey, this is going to be enough damage to knock out Aqua Tail. Even though it's resisted, 1 or 2 more Mudshots will be just enough to pick up and secure SoTierD victory in this first game.
SoTierD exactly getting with a 3-ball flex on the victory, which is being able to get to the end of the match and not having a single one of your Pokemon knocked out. So a very secure victory for the trainer on the left.
And even though I know you and I both loved Clodsire, it was a bit of a disadvantage for Valiant to bring it to that game. It really did not have many great places for it to go. He would have loved to see it onto that Charger Bug, but instead it was a Charger Bug mirror. As we see this replay, SoTierD able to switch out, do 2 counters, and sneak those in before the discharge was reached.
Yes, and here we are going to see that just unfortunate matchup for the Clodsire. And then the Azumarill typically would do pretty okay against the Shadow Quagsire, but the Quagsire just had so much momentum from the Clodsire matchup that the Azumarill just could not catch up.
Basically like it was on a bike, able to continue to move forward even though it was no longer pedaling on the pedals. Thinking about changes going into Game 2, I wouldn't be surprised to see Valiant hesitate back away from that Clodsire pick, given how poorly it performed in that first set.
Yeah, I don't really see, other than the Charge Bug, it's a hard wall to Charge a Bug, but I'm not really seeing a ton of other places. Clodsire can do a lot of neutral damage in places, like it can throw the neutral Stone Edges against the Skarmory. It can do okay against Lickitung, because Lickitung can't exactly use Power Whip against it. Stone Edge super effective against Mandibuzz, but just... like, it doesn't have, other than the Charger Bug, it doesn't really have clear targets. What I am seeing on target, what I am seeing is which trainer is going to hit the bullseye with this next matchup. We have an Annihilate into the Charger Bug again from Valion92.
This is going to be a great matchup for that Charger Bug because it is not threatened by Night Slash nor counter. It just has to watch out for that Shadow Ball, but it outpaces to it frequently. It's only 6
or 6 counters or 3 volt switches to the discharge, and those Shadow Balls are just a little bit slower.
And we're going to see that Shadow Ball connect against Valeon's Charge Bug. We're going to see this does a lot of damage, knocking the Charge Bug down into the red, but Charge Bug can comfortably get to another move, actually going for the X Scissor. A little bit of a cheaper move. We're going to have to see, does Soturdi value the switch advantage, decides to let the Annihilate go. The Pokemon that comes in is going to be able to get a good chunk of fast attack energy going into the next matchup. Opting to give that energy to Quagsire, because now the Charge Bug not able to fire an X Scissor, not able to get to that energy. Quagsire gets a little bit of a head start going into the next match.
I want to give you a bit of a fun fact about bug damage into Annihilate. Not only is it single resisted, but it's actually double resisted. Both fighting and ghost resist bug damage, so it really doesn't do all that much, but still able to pick up the knockout. Quagsire transitioning into this matchup against Lickitung is going for the same type attack bonus Aqua Tails, trying to chip away at this bulky normal type.
We see Soturdi nodding, maybe thinking this is what I want to do. Then tries to make a catch onto his own Lickitung, but Valeon has an Azumarill in the back. Azumarill doesn't exactly want to see a Lickitung, especially a Lickitung that's getting a little bit of a head start here on energy because it can use Power Whip. So Valeon comfortable to stay in this matchup, which might tell Soturdi what's in the back.
And it makes a lot of sense that Valeon would be a little more hesitant to utilize the Lickitung elsewhere, because it could have theoretically been the Mandibuzz or the Skarmory in the back for Soturdi. It's wanting to avoid those matchups, instead seeing it on the Lickitung mirror makes a lot of sense.
Bringing in, Lickitung is going to continue to build up that energy, is getting to the Power Whip before Azumarill gets to a charged attack. Azumarill, in order to get that same type attack bonus charge attack, has to build up a lot more energy to get to Hydro Pump than it would to a Play Rough.
Going instead for the Ice Beam, expecting a potential seal, but no, Soturdi are not caring for the remaining health on this Lickitung. Hydro Pump would have been more than enough damage to knock out. Instead, a second Ice Beam is just able to be reached, but oh, because the one-turn switch from the Quagsire, the 2 Mud Shots don't pick up the knockup quite in time, so Ice Beam is still able to be reached.
And that peels a Protect Shield away. Now we have the Lickitung versus the Quagsire. Both have a Protect Shield still remaining. Valeon has to decide, is this a Stone Edge? Is this just an Aqua Tail? It's just an Aqua Tail, but now your only remaining Pokemon is at such low health.
And because of the pacing of the Quagsire to the Aqua Tails, I don't know if the Lickitung's going to be able to reach 2 Body Slams quite in time. First Body Slam coming through does threaten because the Power Whip is at energy, shielding up. Soturdi makes a lot of sense. I don't think it's going to be able to reach a Power Whip, but charge attack tie for Soturdi, going to prevent that second Body Slam from landing. I'm still not quite sure it would have been enough to knock out.
And we see the fists up in victory. Soturdi taking a quick 2-0 victory in this round, being the winner of Winners Finals Group N. Congratulations, Soturdi. You can see the fist bump. That's typically what we've been seeing from a lot of players today, right? They do the fist bump, but there's also just a of relief.
Yeah, big sigh. There's so much pressure at this tournament, as well as on stage for those players. So many people out in the crowd watching your every move. It can be a lot of fun, but it's a lot of pressure.
It is. You were talking about pressure in making diamonds. I also like to think of pressure like you're cooking in a pressure cooker and how it just brings out a lot of really good flavor. And I think this pressure is giving us a lot of really great battles. Maybe you can make some jambalaya, maybe you can make some gumbo in a pressure cooker. We're in New Orleans. We'll have to see how that goes. But again, congratulations to Soturdi for winning the Winners Finals for Group N. We are starting to really solidify day 2 here, Nick.
At least on the winner's side, we haven't really had an opportunity to look at the bracket for that loser's side. There are going to be so many people, and an equal number going into day 2 from the winner's side, and the loser's side is going to likely be 16 from each. that means although we've solidified so many on the winter side of the bracket, we have so much competition still going on in that loser's side of the bracket.
And again, we are not done with the day one battles yet today. But before we move on, we do have an interview coming up here with our host, Anna Prosser, and a local battler. So let's go ahead and send it over to Anna Prosser.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Jamal Williams, who plays for the NFL and is also a huge Pokemon fan. What has brought you here today, Jamal?
I just like anime and I love Pokemon and I like being here. And I'm here to support my Eevee supporters and everybody. So, you know.
I need to ask you about Eevee because Eevee is also my favorite. Is it one of yours?
It's one of my favorites. It's all the evolutions. I love Eevee. And then after that is Gengar, my bad.
You said, I saw a video in a press conference that you said Eevee is basically a cat.
Yeah.
I take issue with that. I mean, I feel like Eevee, to me, has more dog vibes.
It depends. It depends on the evolution, honestly. There's sometimes some of them, I think like Jolteon look like a dog.
I think you're right. Yeah, there's like Flareon, Jolteon are kind of dog.
I think Espeon looks more like the cat. She reminds me of remember Fat Farm logo? She looks exactly like that. That's exactly what I think.
She is a cat for sure.
Yeah, so it's like she go either way. That's why Eevee is the greatest. It goes cat or dog. You don't know what you're gonna get. Shoot, she got tails in there too. A mermaid tail. Come on.
That's true. My favorite is Umbreon right now. It changes. Yeah, every once in a while.
Umbreon is my favorite. And then after that, I go Espeon because she's like, I tell you, she like my bad. That's the bad girl, the bad one. She like the city girl of the evolutions. So you know what I mean.
So you said Eevee and Gengar are your favorites?
Yeah. Oh well, Umbreon out of the Eevees, but Eevee, yeah, and then Gengar. I like first, and then because if I had to be a trainer, I'd be a dark Pokemon trainer. I just like it. It's because if I was in anime too, I would be a villain too. Well, in between, like a Hisoka Stain type of character. Like
what would be your vibe, like your look?
Mine? I would be laughing like the Joker, like just evil laugh and like just chaotic. And people would get like that would be my normal. And people would be like, "Oh, that's just him being normal." Me being normal is like when they should be scared. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like it. You also play the Pokemon video game. When you play, what kind of Pokemon do you like to use?
I only use the Eevees in it, but my boy Pop, he's the real king of Pokemon. He's the one I really play with. And so he is helping me get my shinies on, and I'm still understanding how it works. Yeah. But he loves Groudon and Charizard. He's a weenie. But he's the true Pokemon trainer, and so I learned from my boy. And so I'm learning like how to get it down. But I'm loving it, the whole step, just because I have a professional to help me. So.
I mean, shiny hunting is one of my favorite things to do, absolutely. So
I haven't started yet. I just got it down. I started looking on YouTube, but looking at it is like it's much easier now. Yeah. You just gotta go out and get it, do it, you know.
Do you have any shinies yet that are favorites?
I got a shiny Espeon, and then I have a shiny Sylveon.
Ooh, those are good ones.
I know. I love Sylveon just because Sylveon reminds me of like Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls, like just cute, cuddly, soft, but still powerful. I love it.
You were telling me that your daughter's here and likes only cute princessy Pokemon, right?
Yes, she loves pretty princess Pokemons that got tutus on them. So any Pokemon with a tutu on it, she loves it. For some reason, she loves Pikachu. That's her main. And then for some reason, she loves Snorlax. So crazy, a lot of combinations out there that I do not know where it's coming from.
Yeah, that's like one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, like she's disrespected I showed her the evolutions. She didn't like Espeon. Out of all of them, she did not like Espeon. I'm like, Espeon is one of the most beautiful ones on there.
You need to teach your daughter.
It's fine. She's her own, I'm already psychotic enough. So I let her, I'm already trying to show her pirate laugh from One Piece to like I make her do that in class and everything so people know that she's going to be weird just like her dad.
Think that either of you will ever compete?
Oh, I'm not ready yet. But I just learned today how to play the game. it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. So I'm going to go and train, though.
All right. I mean, we know you know how to train, so maybe we'll see you next year.
Oh, Umbreon's going crazy. Just know that. Dark Pokemon's going crazy. I already know my Pokemons I'm using, too.
All right. Thanks so much, Jamal. And now back to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. That was great. Thank you.
It's a water Pokemon summer, and we are kicking off the summer with the North America International Championships. We are wrapping up our coverage of day number 1 in just a few short matches, but these might be some of the most hype we've seen all day long. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with Amanda Lundberg.
Nice to see you all, and if you missed all the hype battles, you can always go back and watch the VODs later. I hope you also caught the interview that we just had as well. As a fellow Umbreon enthusiast, I'm like, I get this guy. Yeah, I'm a Dark trainer as well.
Umbreon, Espeon, Sylveon, so many shout-outs to those Pokemon that I know are near and dear to many trainers' hearts, and that's just awesome, right? Just such a good interview. I was laughing the whole time.
Me too. It was
it's
a
actually
lot of
really
fun.
funny.
And it brings me to my next question for you.
Sure.
I don't know, actually. What is your favorite Eevee evolution?
Vaporeon.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
easy answer. Do
You know that's Jake Spriggl's favorite Pokemon too? One of our Unite casters. He keeps saying that he really wants to see it in Pokemon Unite.
He's got good taste in the Eevee evolutions as well as suits, I must say.
Yeah, he did compliment your white pants earlier as well. So, I mean, Will is apparently trying to leave us, maybe trying to get it good with the Unite guys.
At least with their fashion sense. But let's go ahead and leave the caster booth, go down to the stage, because our players are getting ready to throw down. This is Cedric 801 versus Mountain Dugong. If you remember, Amanda, Mountain Dugong was not on many players' radar until NAIC last year, where he ended up finishing 4th with that signature pick of Dugong.
Yeah, and he's been doing incredibly well this whole season with it as well, top cutting a lot of performances. Cedric 801 is doing really well in this tournament as well. We are in the finals of the day 1, so whoever wins this will get an automatic invite into day number 2. And you guys, yeah, you're reading it correctly. Group O, that's how many trainers are here, and that's not even the last group that we'll be showing today.
Exactly, so many pods, so many groups of trainers, because this is a massive tournament, and it's been so fun to kind of highlight some of the top trainers from each of these groups as we move through the bracket. If we could, we would show you every single battle here at the tournament, but due to time constraints, right, we're gonna show you some of the best. Now, taking a look at these teams, Cedric 801 versus Mountain Dugong, I really think there's a lot of flexible neutral play. Cedric is rocking the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, a favorite Pokemon of a Mind Joke, one of the most talented trainers in the EU region. Let's see if he brings it to game number 1.
There are 2 Pokemon on that team that are so incredibly weak to the Annihilate, being that Vigoroth and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I'm very interested to see how he has been maneuvering around, but with the Mandibuzz on your team and an Azumarill, that is a good start. We're going to lead right into the matchups here. We're getting into these games. We have the Shadow Whiscash versus the regular Feraligatr, and we're starting it off now.
I give the slight edge in terms of pacing to the Shadow Whiscash, but the slight edge in terms of damage to that Feraligatr. Also, Hydro Cannon on the right side. I know a lot of trainers like to keep Hydro Cannon on the left. All those can today charge attacks, but this time it looks like Mountain Dugong found the right Feraligatr and spent that elite TM.
Going ahead and going for this Mud Bomb now. We've seen this quite a few times already. Not going to be enough to knock it out, but just on pace. One more Mud Shot should do it to be able to get to another one, which would do the trick. Will he be able to go for it? Cedric goes for that. Does Mountain Dugong want to use the shield?
The thing is, we're budgeting HP, right? If you're Mountain Dugong, you're looking at that red HP bar from the Whiscash. You say, I can farm down with 5 Shadow Claws. Cedric recognizes that, makes the pivot into the Vigoroth to prevent the farm down, and he's going to soak this Hydro Cannon on the normal type.
Hydro Cannon is going to be going, no shields used, and a quick pivot by Mountain Dugong now into the Gligar. This is normally a much better matchup when there's the fighting type Pokemon of Annihilate, but this is where Vigoroth really comes to shine. Vigoroth doesn't take those wing attacks as badly, and now being able to throw a Body Slam for some nice chip damage onto the Gligar, already putting it down into the yellow before Mountain Dugong has even thrown a charge attack.
I know the phrasing can get kind of complicated sometimes, but I consider Vigoroth a counter user, not a fighter. Exactly like you said, Amanda, that lack of fighting typing means that the wing attacks are not going to add up. Meanwhile, the Body Slams are going to pace really quickly. This will knock out the Shadow Gligar unless Mountain Dugong shields.
Yeah, potato, I guess, for this fighter thing, but Body Slam's going through, being shielded up by Mountain Dugong because he's got so much energy on that Gligar, now throwing an Aerial Ace on a very low health Vigoroth, but doesn't want that Vigoroth to get any more energy. And Cedric shields as well because he wants to be able to get off a Body Slam.
Cedric is trying to take down these shields, right? He recognizes that he has the Shadow Load and Sand Slash in the back. He hasn't seen the third Pokemon, but if it is something like Annihilate, he needs those Protect Shields down in order to land those hard-hitting drill runs. It's going to be Charjabug.
A quick pivot as well. Cedric now has 2 very low health Pokemon in the back. There is a Charjabug, which will be able to pace here, but not before the Lowland Sand Slash throws the Ice Punch onto the Charjabug.
Oh, well, you need 2 charge attacks regardless, right? So the Ice Punch is going to kind of soften up the Charjabug here. Might go for a second one, but the Discharge is going to come through here. Same type attack bonus, Shadow, a Lowland Sand Slash. Is this going to be enough?
I don't think it'll be quite enough to knock out, but will he be able to get to another one is the real question. He will be able to reach an Ice Punch right beforehand. Like you said, well, it needs 2 to knock out. First one, not quite enough. This one should do it.
Shadow Claws have been adding up. Double Ice Punches are enough. Shadow Lowland Sand Slash gets the knockout. In comes Feraligatr. It's still in the matchup. It can still land these Shadow Claws. It gets the full farm down. The only thing is there are 2 Pokemon remaining for Cedric. It's going to throw the Hydro Cannon immediately.
They're throwing the Hydro Cannon there. Wanted to make sure it wasn't trying to catch on the Vigoroth, but even still, the Shadow Claw damage is not going to be doing much of that normal type Pokemon. The counter damage will, however, knocking out the Feraligatr. Cedric taking game number 1.
Close. So close. That, like you pointed out, Amanda, that double resistance to ghost-type attacks is part of what makes Pokemon like Vigoroth, like Lickitung, so powerful, because you basically negate one of the dimensions of the attack. You don't take any fast attack pressure. You only have to worry about the charge attacks.
I think it's very, very brave of Cedric to be running a Vigoroth into a team that has Annihilate on it, but when there's a Lickitung, I guess it's a high risk, high reward, because look at this, 2 Pokemon that I said, oh, I'm not sure if they should be playing together, are on the same team, and it did give Cedric the win.
And like you pointed out, I mean, not just the Lickitung, but also the Dugong. That's a solid matchup for Vigoroth, and Vigoroth is double resisting the Feraligatr Shadow Claws too, so honestly, I can kind of see the merit. It almost feels like a necessity for Cedric to bring that Vigoroth maybe every game.
Do you think that Cedric's goal was maybe to do a little bit of Annihilate punting, leading with a Pokemon that could kind of take it? He's ended up using that Vigoroth to draw out the Annihilate if it was in play, so then the Shadow Lowland Sand Slash could run free in the back. Wasn't even in game number 1, but it would have done a lot of damage to Cedric's team.
But he was prepared, right? If it did come, he did have that ABB structure you pointed out, and I think as well, like when you're anticipating a hard counter alternative like that, you have to have a plan in mind. ABB structure built in, didn't even need to use it, so you also need to be able to address other things on your opponent's team. We're going to get ready to go into game number 2 here. What does Mountain Dugong need to do to respond, though?
I mean, I don't think his plan was bad overall. There's a lot of different plays that people can go with, and game 1 for a lot of people is also kind of a fact-finding mission. You like to see how your opponent likes to play, the Pokemon that they like to bring in. Are they someone who's going to go for that bait move, or are they going to go for that heavier hitting attack? And also just like the format and the structure style of it. So Mountain Dugong, I think, is going to go ahead and take that game number 1. Hopefully he's not going to shake him up too bad. He's going to bring that Annihilate into game number 2, and it looks like it's found its target.
Vigoroth shaking in its boots. It sees the Annihilate on the opposing side. We're going to see the instant pivot into Shadow Whiscash, opting to stay in here for a moment. Mountain Dugong wants to chip with the Night Slash.
I like this pacing. He wants to throw ahead of time. He knows that the Scald should be able to be reached ahead of time in case it does get that debuff. Wants to at least get a little chip damage off, perhaps get a boost, In comes the Feraligatr. We saw it already before. These Mud Bombs end up doing quite a lot.
Yeah, they do. I don't think Feraligatr can withstand 2 of them. I think that the Mud Shots plus the Mud Bombs from Shadow Whiscash actually mean it can knock out. And it's already at the double, so Mountain Dugong's going to throw that Hydro Cannon just as quickly as he can.
It's going to win that charge attack priority. Cedric knows that as well. Didn't even bother to throw it yet. Got another Mud Shot in. Probably will get a couple more in before seeing what Mountain Dugong wants to do. Releasing this Mud Bomb definitely would be enough at this stage. And will Mountain Dugong want to use his first shield? Yes, he did. It's almost at that Hydro Cannon.
I understand staying in with the Annihilate and throwing the Night Slash into the Shadow Whiscash, but look at this problem that's been created because of it. You are going to probably get this final Protect Shield from Cedric, but it's going to cost you a lot along the way because that Shadow Whiscash is already at another Mud Bomb.
The Mud Bomb is going to go off here. Does Mountain Dugong. He says, you shield, I shield. This is a game in itself here. Wants to maintain that switch because we saw it before. Annihilate just has such a great matchup against Vigoroth, and at this point, he's going to be able to completely Shadow Claw down. Nothing really wants to take, except for, let's face it, this is Zumro that's coming in, negating all of the energy that the Shadow Feraligatr is going with. Not even Shadow, it's a regular Feraligatr.
This is still uncomfortable though because Feraligatr is going to resist these bubbles, and it just has so much room to fire off the Shadow Claws, to fire off the Hydro Cannons. This is Zumro's going to come out of this matchup with maybe, I don't know, 60% health, and that's a lot. That's saying a lot because Azumarill is a very bulky Pokemon on its own.
Yeah, that is true. However, Azumarill is just getting a ton of energy now, going to be able to completely bubble down. The Annihilate's going to be able to avoid it, and in comes a hard counter for it. At least this Azumarill is going to be able to chip it a little bit, going ahead and throwing an Ice Beam. You can't store it 2 back-to-back, so we're going to see another couple bubbles, and we might see him just going to throw another one, trying to get as much damage off as possible on the Charjabug, but it's still going to be a very uphill battle.
Yeah, we see the Annihilate come out. This is the matchup and the lead that Cedric was dreading. He tried to avoid it. He tried to run. He tried to switch, but he can't get away from the Annihilate. Rock Slide coming through here. This is going to be resisted by the fighting typing, and Annihilate is just going to keep on pounding away.
Yeah, this is Arena of the Apes here. Annihilate getting a ton of energy here. This going to win charge attack priority no matter what. Shadow Ball at this range, going to do some heavy damage to Azumarill. Cedric smiling, recognizing the writings on the wall, but it was a fun game for him to play.
I see both of them kind of laughing, right? They said, oh yeah, that was a pretty desperate situation. Mountain Dugong happy to tie up the series, and Cedric just respecting the calls of his opponent. Going to game number 3 though, I mean, leading the Vigoroth felt safe for Cedric, especially after, like you said, Amanda, running an ABB team with 2 answers to Annihilate in the back. Cedric thought he had scared it off. And then Mountain Dugong says, I'm going to put it in the lead, and I'm going to catch that Vigoroth by its foot.
And it's just exactly what he did. Well played by Mountain Dugong. Also probably wondering, it's like, oh, I should have brought it that game number 1. But regrets, you know, 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. We're going for this Hydro Cannon here. I do think that Cedric tried to do everything he could to get the momentum back in his favor. It just didn't work out because it looked like Mountain Dugong had the lineup called pretty much from the beginning. Be able to secure that switch advantage was huge for him.
It got a little choppy in the mid game, right? Shadow Whiscash versus Feraligatr got a little bit tedious, but Mountain Dugong was able to eke that one out. And then the Charjabug call by him in the back was a great call because it found Azumarill in the end. And that was really just the writing on the wall there for Cedric. Going into game number 3, again, I feel like it's so important to avoid those hard counter matchups, but is it also kind of risky to kind of go with the same strategy in a decisive game number 3?
That is a good point, because a lot of times these trainers are taking risks because they recognize, okay, if my opponent has already recognized a certain play style that I'm going with, I need to shake things up a little bit. This is a big moment. Whoever wins this matchup is guaranteed to go into date number 2. The loser of this does have the chance to fight through the rest of the loser's bracket and possibly still make it into day number 2 as well. And if you guys are following along with the bracket, you may have noticed there's been so many of the exact same thing happening. Someone losing in the winner's final ended up winning the the winner's final, winning the loser's final, and potentially having what we call a grudge match in day 2.
Yeah, getting close to day 2, getting knocked down, but the perseverance pays off. We're going to jump right into game number 3. This is a decisive battle between these 2 trainers. We're going to get our Shadow Whiscash lead from Cedric versus the Charjabug. This is not a great situation for Mountain Dugong. Look at his Gligar in the back. He's ABA weak to the Shadow Whiscash.
Yeah, Whiscash is going to be putting in work for sure. Because it is a Shadow, it is doing 20% more, but it's also taking 20% more damage as well. And those X-Scissors would start to add up. Cedric knows it as well, decided to shield up that first one, which is a very big call. I think he recognized surprises. The fact that the Charger Bug is actually staying in the matchup is an indication of what could be in the back. Going ahead and just getting this completely down, saving as much energy on that Whiscash and health as possible.
I mean, this is almost like what we see a lot of Quagsire trainers do, right? They know that they can just fire off the lower energy cost charge attacks and apply pressure over time. That's what Cedric's trying to do as well. X-Scissor gets fired off here by Mountain Dugong, like you pointed out, Amanda, is going to hurt a little bit more than you'd expect, but now a counter swap. It's a Feraligatr.
An interesting counter swap. Cedric going ahead and actually getting up all the energy and throwing the Mud Bomb. I think we'll see a swap into the Azumarill now to basically negate all the energy and the things that the Feraligatr is going for. But at this point, you see Mountain Dugong shaking his head as well, because neither the Ice Beam nor the Hydro Cannon is going to be doing that much. You do want to be throwing the Hydro Cannons, however, because they are same type attack bonus and just going to be heavier hitting against Azumarill.
And I'll add on to that, right? Shaking his head not only because of those reasons, but also because he recognizes his Charger Bug, his best answer to Azumarill, is on its last mandible, I guess?
Yeah, it doesn't really have legs. It's on its last little ground, at least. Its batteries are running dry on this battery Pokemon. Bubble going through, now going for the play rough, going none shielded by Mountain Dugong. He's recognizing he's in a tough position. He's going to have to Hydro Cannon spam his way through it. But the switch timers are almost up. We could see a potential sacrificial swap. In the meantime, just one more Hydro Cannon coming through.
This is just the absurdity of Feraligatr. I mean, if it lands one more Hydro Cannon, it will knock out this Azumarill after the Shadow Claw damage applies. So Cedric is not comfortable. He's forced to throw, and he can't even get there in time. He's about to lose his Azumarill against a fellow Water-type Pokemon, and he does decide to shield.
He has to shield this up. He is out of shields. He's protected up some Strange Picks, trying to come in with the Alolan Sandslash, and now met with the Gligar. This is normally going to be bad for the Gligar. However, there's a shield left on Mountain Dugong's side, and there's no protections left. This dig is going to do so much. Protected up last second, and just continuing to charge away energy.
Yeah, I mean, this is Shadow versus Shadow, and Mountain Dugong doesn't seem very happy about it, but this is going to be a super effective dig against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I think this is going to be enough, and once he clears his Pokemon, he can just close out things in the back.
Yeah, I mean, the Azumarill is still left, but there is still an Ice Beam loaded. I think that's why he knew it as well. Mountain Dugong already giving some good games. This is going to be super effective, no Protect Shields, and now down goes the Gligar.
Too much ice, right? Too much ice type coverage here for Cedric, which is going to allow him to kind of flip this matchup on its head. Weaken Feraligatr, weaken Charge Bug. He sends in the Charge Bug, but look, it's got no energy. The Volt Switch connects, but the bubbles get the better of it.
Yeah, down goes the Charger Bug, down goes the Feraligatr. Cedric moves on into day 2, taking a 2-1 victory in the winners finals of Group O.
Group O, right? But like you pointed out earlier, Amanda, I mean, Mountain Dugong is not out of it yet. This is the challenge for him. He's got to pick himself up. He's got to go down to that loser's side bracket and push through the remaining 2 to 3 sets in order to try to make it to day number 2 as well. It can be so deflating when you get so close. You get to that winners finals, you think you have a really legitimate shot to go into day 2 of an international in the winner's side bracket, and then you don't get there. But you can't just kind of rest on that and just let it eat away at you. You have to keep on pushing.
Not only that, the mental perseverance of just playing this long into the day. Trainers have been here pretty much since 9 o'clock in the morning. Some of them have been. It's almost now 6 o'clock in the evening. So, I mean, this has been a very continuous day of hard battles, meeting people, you know, figuring out the different things, trying to do some of the screaming against your teammates and friends saying, oh, I have never even played against a certain Pokemon before. There is so much going on here at NAIC.
I know we make a lot of pretty painful Charge Bug puns, but I will say a lot of trainers' batteries might be running a little bit low right now at this point in the day. It's been a very It's been a very challenging day for a lot of them, but I don't know. You have to feel good even getting to that stage. Getting to the winners finals of your group is a huge accomplishment at an international championship. Again, that's more than we can say about some of our top caster picks.
Yeah, that is true. Another thing that we should talk about, I mean, we brought it up at the beginning of the stream, but it's always a good reminder. This is the very last event of the season where we can get championship points. So there's so many people who came to this event in hopes of qualifying for Worlds in Honolulu, in hopes of maybe getting to the top of their leaderboard so they can get a travel award or travel incentive, or even just to get a title.
Exactly, right? To get that trophy, to get that hardware, as we like to call it, it's always really important, and it's definitely a sign that you have done the right thing and achieved something great. Let's check in on everybody watching at home and see what you are sharing on social media. Make sure to use that hashtag PlayPokemon. Florida Professor community heading to NOLA for NAIC. Thank you so much, Sai.
I do have to say something funny about this afterwards. The fact that we're calling it NOLA here. But yes, I am loving all the people coming in from all around the globe. We've seen a lot of plane photos. This was taken in the Pokemon Center. After a full day on the road, we made it to New Orleans, snagged some goodies at the Pokemon Center before lucky trading for this beautiful Pokemon.
I think Emolga is adorable, right? Well, one of my good friends, Shiny Hunter Ben, it's his favorite electric type Pokemon. I love playing it in Go Battle League. I think it's really fun. I don't know this trainer. Can you introduce us to this trainer?
I think that we maybe had seen him on screen in Indianapolis. What is it? Wolfay Glyke?
I think that's right.
Wolfay Glyke.
That sounds right.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think he's pretty popular over in our video game community. So shout out to Wolfie. As you can see, he's in the arena and on the screen.
As a player to watch, yes.
Yeah, let's take a look here. NAIC Day 0. That sounds kind of epic, kind of ominous, right? Day 0. So excited for game day tomorrow. Thank you, Sums. The Eevee and Pikachu right there in front of Paldea.
So cute.
Adorable. I will say, everyone listening, that we walked past those probably 3 or 4 times, and Amanda could not peel her eyes away. I want a photo so bad.
I did, but the line was very long, and I was like, okay, I didn't have time to stop for it, but I will try to catch them at some point because I would love my photo taken with that little Eevee.
It's pretty adorable, right? Thank you all so much for sharing these posts. We've got one more for you. I'm here at Pokemon NAIC in New Orleans. Hashtag Pokemon NAIC Kimberly. All decked out in green.
Yeah, look at that. Got the Bulbasaur with it as well. I mean, a little bit of cosplaying almost, but check out those shoes. I wonder if that is her favorite Pokemon or just decided to go with a little bit of green, maybe to represent Go.
Well, she's got the Bulbasaur in the photo and the Sprigatito in her profile picture, so maybe green is just the theme.
Yeah, maybe it's just the grass-type Pokemon.
Oh, it could be that too.
Well, yeah, maybe we'll have to see for sure. If you guys want to participate, go ahead, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Maybe we'll feature one of your posts as well. We love to see them. We love to see all of this action here.
Exactly right. And we would love to see more grass-type Pokemon in the meta. That'd be refreshing,
That's also
right?
true. That is also true. Let's go to the stage and see if the players there are using any grass-type Pokemon. By the looks of it already, it doesn't appear so. These teams are pretty... Well, I guess there's the grass not on the Cresselia, but other than that, not seeing much coverage there. But I'm seeing my boy, Shadow Sableye.
Shadow Sableye, definitely an interesting pick. I think, Amanda, honestly, first popularized in the EU region. I've seen a lot of EU trainers run Shadow Sableye, but Javier V20 is coming off of that Mexico Niantic qualifier tournament victory, and he is blazing hot coming in here into NAIC, already in the winners finals for Group P. And that Shadow Sableye might just be the key.
Or perhaps that Shadow Quagsire as well. We've been seeing so much good Shadow Quagsire play. Almost seems to be the water and ground type Pokemon of choice for this tournament so far. Auburn, on the other hand, is going to be using that Shadow Whiscash, the tried and true of the last meta, still standing strong here in this one as well. And this team looks pretty meta, but again, we're just seeing the rise of Azumarill. Azumarill is back in the meta, and it's like, at this point, it's like it never left.
Right, in spite of the slower pacing, it's not able to keep up the rate that some of these other Pokemon are. It's still just that powerful that it deserves a spot in the current meta. Auburn, definitely a very talented Go Battle League trainer as well, has hit the top leaderboards multiple times, so I expect pristine mechanics, great instincts, and impeccable team reads.
When I'm looking, speaking of team reads, Speedy, when you're looking at those teams, is there anything that really pops out at you?
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Shadow Sableye, right? Because the Annihilate counters are few and far between. But let's see what we get in game number 1. This is actually, as we like to call them, right, the Mud Boys, Shadow Quagsire versus Shadow Whiscash.
And also, check out this backline. This is basically the same team. We have a Quagsire against the Whiscash, the Mud Boys, as we call it in quotes, and a Charjabug and Skarmory in the back for both players. So it's really going to come down, though these trainers don't know it yet, to who wins this lead scenario. Who's going to be able to line up their Charjabug on the other one's Skarmory?
Yeah, this is almost like a parallel situation, right? Oh, we do get the debuff from the Skull, which might end up being a game changer in this initial matchup. Gonna fire off the Aqua Tail here. Javier's Quagsire trying to chip down the Whiscash. After the debuff, though, this won't KO.
This won't KO, and I think that Auburn knows it as well. We'll be able to get to yet another, but this again is charge attack priority. Going for that double, forcing that shield because he wants to get off his own charge attack. And perhaps this could be an indication to Javier of what is coming through.
That's another slight advantage of Shadow Quagsire. It is going to win those charge attack priorities against Whiscash, against Gligar. Some of those key meta Pokemon, it can really pack a punch. Oh, another attack drop, looking for the Mudshot down. It's a race, and it's a tie in the lead.
Okay, everyone take a deep breath, because in this scenario, whoever swaps in first is going to be the person who could dictate everything. It's coming down the exact wire. I think, oh, looks like Auburn's going in. Oh! And Javier has picked the Skarmory. He had an immediate swap out into the Charjabug. But does Auburn realize it as well? He's recognizing, I have to stay in this matchup because I can't swap in my own Skarmory to this. But he has one Volt Switch advantage.
Exactly. As you look at the HP there of the Skarmory for Javier, he switched out so quickly that the Volt Switch damage applied to his Charjabug instead. So that minor HP advantage that Auburn might have been able to get was denied by Javier's quick reaction time.
Not only that, I don't know, did he end up getting even a Steel Wing through? Because that could prove vital later as well. It's recognizing who wins that charge attack priority. This X-Scissor is coming through, getting that shield off of Javier as well, because this will be instrumental for it later on. Waiting one, then going for the X-Scissor, getting that shield from Auburn as well. This is a literal mirror.
Yeah, literal. Like in every sense that we could describe, right? Except for the lead situation. We're going to see the Charjabug that Auburn has just one Volt Switch ahead due to that switch that Javier had to make once he saw the Charjabug and his Skarmory came onto the field.
Now, the big problem will be, will this knock out? It will knock out. Javier is not happy with this scenario because the Volt Switch damage is doing so much. He will be able to get to a discharge because there's no other Pokemon for Javier to hide behind this Skarmory. It's going to take this full force of the discharge.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the turn cycles here, right? 3 Volt Switches for 12 turns. Skarmory needs at least 14 to get up to that Sky Attack, and it just outpaces. Auburn also very, very intelligently leaves his Charjabug in the matchup. It's resisting the Steel Wing. You're going to force the Skarmory to throw energy, and it just kind of shores up the Skarmory matchup in the back. Javier sees it. He knows the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, you can see him shake his head a little bit. I do think it is important for him, though, to realize what the third Pokemon is, because it does give him an advantage. Even though he knew he was going to lose that matchup, he knew what Auburn's play style was going to be. He knew that, okay, if I would have just lined things up a little bit better, if I didn't get 2 Scald debuffs,
yes,
I would have had that game. And that is a little bit of the hardships I think you go through when there's attacks that can potentially debuff.
Sometimes it's unforgiving, right? I mean, we've seen this in other matchups, like in EUIC with Zweilous' matchup against Scoffo, the double crunch debuffs, something that only happens every so often, once in a blue moon. Those kinds of special moments can flip entire series. As you see the second Skull get fired off here by the Whiscash, the second debuff leads to the tie KO in the lead, the simultaneous KO, and then it allows Auburn to take control of this game.
Yeah, Auburn even switched in just a second before, but Javier just had the wrong one pick. Sometimes in that scenario, I have to admit that I just let the game decide for me. I was like, I don't want to make this decision myself. It's way too much pressure.
Yeah, just either one of your Charmers, Amanda, whichever one gets sent out, you're happy and content with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Speedy is Chief 2. He's so funny.
Going into game number 2, Javier needs to make a comeback here if he's going to make it into day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. But composure is definitely one of the keys of his gameplay, right? In the grand finals for that Niantic event versus Marto, he really kind of reined in a lot of those anti-meta Pokemon. He really was measured in his approach. I expect Javier to do the same thing here against Auburn, but let's find out.
Yeah, I'm excited. They are locked in. They're going to jump into game number 2. Will Javier be able to make this comeback? Going ahead and leading that Quagsire one more time, this time against the Lickitung. We've seen it time and time again. That Power Whip would do so much damage, but the pacing of the Quagsire is so quick, already going for this first Aqua Tail, getting a little bit of chip damage on the Lickitung.
4 seconds, right? Every 4 seconds, a Quagsire is firing off an Aqua Tail somewhere in the world, and this one is just so fast. We're going to see the instant swap into Charjabug, and I think that Auburn might be breathing a sigh of relief because his Azumarill is safe in the back, and now he can maneuver around and try to figure out how he wants to answer this safe swap.
I think Azumarill is such a risky pick overall with the Cresselia and the Charjabug on the other side. However, there's so many good counters with the Sableye and Vigoroth that I think that, I mean, it's smart of Auburn to do this. If he can avoid the Charjabug like he has, he's in a pretty good spot. And plus, his Lickitung had so much energy ahead of time. Catching now onto the Azumarill, saying, oh, at least I'm going to show you this Pokemon. What an interesting catch.
Gross. Absolutely gross to catch a resistant X-Scissor onto his Fairy-type Azumarill, but he's got to contend now with all of this Volt Switch pressure as this Charjabug looks to amp up its current.
Yeah, and is going to go ahead, throw that heavier hitting charge attack. Auburn knows that this isn't enough to knock it out, but it's going to get it very low. I'm very interested as to why he actually swapped this into it, but he will be able to take it out with his Ice Beam, and Javier chooses not to shield it up, but he has to wonder what is in the back. The Skarmory's hardest counter is gone, but it's on Javier's side himself. In comes that Skarmory. But Auburn has a full answer in the back.
He's got a full answer in the back, right? He's got the Charge Bug, and meanwhile, this Azumaro's going to put in a lot of work. Fairy typing is weak to steel, but the water resistant. So only these neutral steel wings are kind of pounding away at the HP pool for the Azumaro. Is going to get the full farm down, and it does. Does this spell trouble, though, for Auburn?
I mean, no Pokemon really wants to take a Brave Bird that badly. We'll have to see what one he chooses to go with here. And Auburn shields us up because it would do a lot of damage, but it's just a Sky Attack bait, an immediate swap out back into that Quagsire. 2 shields remaining on the side, and now going for that Body Slam. Javier uses a shield, doesn't want to even take a Power Whip, and doesn't want to take that risk.
No, and he's seen the Charge Bug in the back, right? He knows that Quagsire is the key for him in this series, and meanwhile, Auburn, his last chance to really stop the Quagsire is on the field, but he's got to let it go because he knows that the Quagsire will outpace. It's all up to Charge Bug now.
Charge Bug, both of these trainers have a shield left. Charge Bug is going to be able to pace a little bit quicker, but the main target for that Charge Bug is the Skarmory in the back. Skarmory did bait earlier with the Sky Attack, so it does have some energy loaded. Javier just lets that first one go through and going with another bait. Will Auburn call this?
This is the call. This is the call right here that could decide the entire game. Auburn decides not to shield the Aqua Tail. Ice water in his veins.
Indeed, almost frozen here. These Volt Switches are even starting to add up, even though this is a ground and water type Pokemon, forcing that last shield off of Javier. Wants to try to get up to 2 Aqua Tails. We've seen him do it a few times before. Gonna go ahead, throw one shot, and now throw this, getting that last shield off Auburn as well. Will he be able to get to another Aqua Tail in time, or will Charge Bug be able to take out this Quagsire and the Skarmory?
Oh, he tries to catch the X-Scissor onto the Skarmory. He tries to outpace as well. Meanwhile, Auburn just one turn behind, stuck in the Volt Switch. He can't prevent it. Skarmory's gonna rain down the Brave Bird.
Brave Bird coming through, just a Sky Attack actually, taking out that Charge Bug though. Wonderful plays by Javier, navigating around that, taking game number 2, and this winner's finals is going into a decisive game 3.
Yeah, this has been a great series to watch. I mean, we saw the almost equal mirror match in game number 1. Game number 2 was a tough lead for Javier, leading his Quagsire into Lickitung. Auburn electing to leave the Whiscash at home, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did this round as, I mean, and honestly, I thought that it was in favor of Auburn. When I saw that middle matchup, when I see the Skarmory against a Charge Bug, it's one of those matches where you're like, okay, well, obviously this is going to the Charge Bug, but being able to completely steel wing down the Skarmory really proved vital for Javier. And also, I'm really wondering about this swap. Even though that X-Scissor wasn't going to be doing that much to the Azumarill, locking your Azumarill into a Charge Bug is an interesting play.
Yeah, especially when it has so much, I guess, neutral play against these back 2 Pokemon, the Skarmory and the Quagsire. They don't deal with the Azumarill very easily, so he could have gotten a lot of utility out of it, instead opting to favor the Lickitung, and then is kind of left with nothing but Charge Bug in the end. And in spite of great calls, being locked in those 4-turn Volt Switches, you can see the emotion on the stage too. He just can't get to his charge attacks in time.
Yeah, Charge Bug had a lot to do. Not only did it have to knock out the Skarmory, it needed a discharge for that. It couldn't have gone for the X-Scissor. It needed to also knock out the Quagsire. It would have been pretty tough. Javier, being a great player that he is, recognized his win conditions and really utilized it to its best capacity, and that is why we're going in to Game 3.
Game 3 on your screen. Charge Bug for Javier V20 versus the Annihilate. And for the first time this series, Amanda, we're going to get Shadow Sableye in the back for Javier.
I'm loving it already. Normally here the Annihilates like to go for the Shadow Ball, or at least pretend. Catching here this discharge onto the Whiscash. Huge play for Auburn. All this energy, all this damage is basically being negated into this little Shadow Whiscash. But now in comes the Shadow Quagsire to answer.
Old friends are old foes. Hard to tell, right? Because we saw the square off in game number 1. Aqua Tail going to get fired off here, taking advantage of that charge attack priority tie. Quagsire gets to fire its charge attack off first, and you see the impact, you see the difference there, because Whiscash is now in the red.
Yeah, the fact that both of these are Shadow Pokemon means that they're dishing it out harder, but they're also taking it harder as well. No attack debuff this time. This completely flips the matchup for Javier. He knows he wins charge attack priority. Even still, both of them went a little bit over. Auburn knows he has to go for that Scald instead, using the shield in this low health Whiscash.
Auburn wants the shields down, right? He wants to get these shields down and then try to rain in some charge attacks. He's got a ton of energy on the Annihilate. He's trying to leverage that, but he's got to get through the Quagsire first. Scald connects, Quagsire hangs on. No debuff, a second time. Do we get another simultaneous KO? No. Quagsire going to fire the Aqua Tail.
This time Quagsire says, I have the advantage, I'm going to utilize it. Not only that, not leaving a lot of farm for whatever it comes in, but I mean, I think it's going to be the Annihilate. Could even technically be the charge up at that point, just to get a couple Volt Switches before the Aqua Tail could even go off, giving some more energy. Auburn's just loading up on energy on all of his Pokemon, but look what's in the back, Speedy.
I admire this play so much, right? Bringing your charge bug into the mirror match, recognizing Javier has seen the Annihilate. He knows what that lead Pokemon was for Auburn, but Auburn has no idea that Sableye is lurking in the back.
Yeah, it's a bzzz. You hear that? That is the Charge Bug charging up energy here, throwing this here. I just got an eye roll from Speedy, it's just so you guys all know. As well, the X-Scissors coming in, Annihilate's coming back in, and now a Sableye comes in. This is a very hard counter, but look at the energy on Auburn's Annihilate, going straight for that heavy hitting Shadow Ball. If this isn't protected, this will pretty much knock out, and last second call by Javier.
That's the thing, right? He makes the last second call, but look at the Annihilate trying to paste another Shadow Ball. It's only one counter away. Can't get there. Auburn has to settle for the Night Slash. He's going to have to use a team effort to bring down this Shadow Sableye. And meanwhile, Sableye's gathered a lot of energy of its own. Night Slash connects. Sableye is a little bit weakened. It's probably within X-Scissor range. Here comes the Charge Bug, but look, the foul plays are coming through as well.
Foul play will be able to connect. This would be enough to knock out. Auburn knows it as well. Has to use that last Protect Shield. It's gonna be that race, and also who wins Charge Tech priority. Nope, not even there quite yet. Now Shadow Claw. This X-Scissor will be enough, but now I guess I just spoke too soon because once again, it's gonna be a race.
Does Auburn have this? I think Auburn has this one, right? Because he can absorb an X-Scissor here. He needs to pace to another one. Javier needs two in order to win this game. This is the deciding Charge Tech. If this KOs, then Javier will win. I don't think it's enough, though.
I don't know if it'll be enough if next Volt Switch will do it either.
No, it's not
quite enough. Javier knows it as well. The X-Scissor is reached. Auburn goes 1 HP and a dream.
And is able to take the win over Javier in game number 3. His Charge Bug hangs on, and so does Auburn, going into the winner's side bracket of day number 2.
That is the last pod that we have of all these. This is the last winner's side matchup that we are going to show. We talked about this earlier. If someone loses from the winner's side, they get knocked down to the loser's bracket where they can continue on. And we've seen so many trainers who have secured day 2. And Javier could be the next one to do so.
There's a famous quote, Amanda.
You're just filled with
I get knocked down.
Quotes.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. All right?
But what happens after that?
I get up again after that.
Oh, and can I ever keep you down?
No, absolutely not. And I think that's what we're going to look for Javier to do in that loser's side bracket, because as you pointed out, Amanda, we've been kind of keeping an eye on a lot of these trainers' journeys. Even getting knocked down to the loser's bracket is not the end of their tournament run. We've seen a lot of trainers get to that finals, that winner's finals of their group, lose, but then persevere and push through and make it to day 2 on that loser's side bracket. So I fully expect Javier to give his opponents everything they can handle in that loser's side bracket.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, let's go into the matches here. This was a big moment for Auburn, and this kind of like shifted the momentum in his favor, being able to get all of that energy off of the Charger Bug onto that Whiscash. Even though the Whiscash went down, it just put him in a great position to get that Volt Switch advantage that proved vital for him in the endgame.
I want to point something out here. We see the Sableye switch in. Auburn goes directly for the Shadow Ball here, but you'll see at the very end, he does still reach a Night Slash, which means if he would have baited Night Slash, he could have landed the Shadow Ball against the Sableye. So that was a really high pressure call for Javier. He got it right, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, Auburn played out of his mind there, being able to get this, securing the victory for him, securing day 2 here at the North American International Championships. What a day this has been.
Yeah, I mean, we expect great things. When we get to these winners finals, we see a regional champion versus one of the trainers that's at the top of the Go Battle League leaderboards. We expect great matches. That's exactly what we've got. None of these trainers are disappointed, and I really think that a lot of players at home should be taking notes, right, about what kind of team they want to run, what play styles they're enjoying, which trainers they're rooting for. We really would love to see you type in that stream chat who you think can go all the way.
Yeah, and who has surprised you? Because of course, we said at the beginning, there were so many big names, big well-known names in the community. Regional champions, world champions, even international champions of the past have all been here, all competing. A lot of them already knocked out of the tournament, but that just means new champions are going to rise up. Someone new will be crowned the 2024 North American International Champion, and that is going to be on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wild thing to imagine, but we already, our champion of the North American Internationals, we've already seen them probably on stream, right? They've already played, and we just don't know it yet, and they don't either. So it's going to be really awesome to see their stories unfold. We're going to get some new trainers up on stage here shortly, though. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like it could be Shadow Mimikyu on the left, and I don't recognize a trainer on the right at all.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about him.
Okay.
So, at the beginning of the show, we all gave caster predictions of who would win NAIC. I believe that you had Rise to Occasion, who is knocked out of the tournament. DeFi had Dunebug, also knocked out of the tournament, and Alpha Phoebe had its accent, all out of the tournament. I had a European trainer named Inadequance, and that is the trainer who is on the right.
All right, Amanda. You know, I'm not worthy. Not worthy
listen,
of
I'm
your
not saying,
picks.
I know that we've been in the winner side of the bracket earlier on, but this is actually a loser's side of the bracket. So if Inadequance ends up getting knocked out of this, all of our caster predictions are completely flipped on their heads. All of them are going to be wrong. New champions, once again, obviously are going to be rising up. Shadow Mimikyu played really well before. We saw him play against Triptondo. Wasn't quite able to work his way around that Shadow Magnezone. Exactly. But this is a different team. Even though this is a well-known player, if we're looking at the team that Inadequance is bringing, it's very different to the one that was played earlier against Triptondo. We see just some crazy picks. Let's go ahead and call this out. Crazy picks on both sides here. Giratina, Cresselia, Talonflame, which we haven't seen that much of, Azumarill, Wigglytuff, and Poliwrath on Inadequance's side. And on Shadow Mimikyu's side, we saw it a little bit earlier on. We see Jamal's favorite pick of the Eevee evolutions, Umbreon, Wigglytuff, Cresselia, Lantern, Shadow Gligar, and Skeletors. It's a pretty evenly matched thing depending on who gets leads, who gets the alignment that they're looking for, and just overall play styles. These trainers are giving it all they've got because this is a go big or go home moment.
You know, they say that history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And I really see that in Inadequance's team, sticking to that tried and trusted Giratina origin form and Wigglytuff core, but kind of building around it to answer this new meta. Poliwrath is something we also have barely seen at all today. Maybe not even on stream a single time, but it is something that's lurking in the meta, and I think that its opportunity right now is very, very strong because a lack of Lantern, you have Whiscash getting also a reduction in the Skull debuff chance. Poliwrath is kind of doing what we thought it would do 3 months ago.
That's true, but I don't think it's going to do it in the Shadow Mimikyu's team. Look at this. We got a Cresselia to block it. We've got a Gligar to block it. We have a Wigglytuff and a Lantern that it's going to negate a lot of the energy that Poliwrath would bring, but with no fighter at all on Shadow Mimikyu's side, some of the targets with that Giratina, with the Cresselia and Azumarill aren't going to be as targeted that Inadequance has. Let's jump right into these battles. Let's see how this goes down. We got Shadow Gligar against the Cresselia in the lead.
Amanda, you might know something that I don't because Shadow Mimikyu is going triple strong to Poliwrath. He's got Gligar, Wigglytuff, and Lantern. And guess what? Inadequance has double water in the back, one of those being Poliwrath.
Going to head for the heavier hitting Moonblast, which also has the potential to debuff the opponent's attack. Looks like he doesn't get that because it's not a very high chance. Meanwhile, Shadow Mimikyu just continuing to gather energy. Now going for that heavier hitting dig. Cresselia is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, but still, this will do a lot.
This matchup is actually incredibly close. Landing the Moonblast is definitely the first step for the Cresselia, but the Grass Knot is going to be almost enough to reach this knockout. Dig is not going to be enough, and Inadequance trusts his Cresselia, knows they can absorb all this damage and still get to that Grass Knot at the very end.
So this Grass Knot probably would be enough to knock out if Shadow Mimikyu doesn't want to use a shield here, which would give Inadequance that lineup that he's looking for. But Shadow Mimikyu uses a last second shield, wing attacks down, and now gets to dictate what comes into what Pokemon. But guess what, Inadequance? I don't know if that Poliwrath Polyrath has any room to go. This Azumarill coming in. A quick pivot into Wigglytuff, and if you're inadequate, you're saying, okay, I don't want to swap my Polyrath
Yeah,
into that either.
if you're inadequate, you're probably saying, oh, this is the worst. This is the worst thing that could happen. I'm just going to keep Azumarill here. We're going to go Fairy versus Fairy and try to chip away. Actually, just YOLO's a Hydro Pump that gets Protect Shielded. Shadow Mimikyu sniffed it out, saw it coming, and now we're going to see Wigglytuff maybe try to slow down this matchup with an Icy Wind. Oh, actually, Disarming Voice counting on Inadequates not to shield, and he doesn't.
He's not shielding this up. This is same type attack bonus from this Fairy-type Pokemon. It's going to do a little more damage. Azumarill, as bulky as it is, barely able to hang on, but will be able to get to this Hydro Pump. The problem is there's still 2 Pokemon that are very strong against Poliwrath in the back. I think Inadequates is going to have to really do a lot of plays. You can see him kind of counting, wondering what is going on in the back, but this is actually not completely horrible. We have to remember that that Lantern is on Water Gun, and Inadequates has 2 shields to his name. He's just going to get a ton of energy here. He could throw an Icy Wind or a Scald on the Gligar in the back. He just has to shield up and power through this Lantern.
Inadequates needs to maintain energy advantage, right? Because if, and I think his boosting condition is for Shadow Mimikyu to switch in the Gligar when his Poliwrath is low on energy, and then he won't be able to Icy Wind. So you'll see him build up to double charge attacks over and over again. Actually going on the charge attack priority. Great awareness by Inadequates there to throw just before the Gligar was ready to throw its charge attack.
You can see Inadequates normally one of the most charismatic. He's always playing to the camera, but when it's time to get serious, this man is overall serious right now. He's doing his counts on his fingers. He's doing everything he can to show that Poliwrath definitely has play into 3 Pokemon are super strong, gets its Scald going through, not very effective, but does knock that Lantern down into the red.
Lantern's running out of time. I mean, it's getting to the surf here. Inadequates knows he can use a Protect Shield. He knows that based on the charge attack intervals, Lantern cannot get to a surf and a Thunderbolt within this narrow window of 3 additional counters. He's not even going to let it play out. He's going to go straight for a resisted Icy Wind to put this match on ice.
Icy Wind going to connect. Lantern is going to go down, and somehow Inadequates takes game number 1.
It's all about flexibility. It's all about pushing through. It's all about just working your way one step at a time. You can't just get overwhelmed and think, oh, I have no chance. You have to just chip away and try to find those win conditions.
I think there was a lot of things that we could really break down about that performance. Shadow Mimikyu recognizing, I guess, that Inadequates maybe wants to bring the Poliwrath, which kind of actually surprised me because especially after I called out that there was 4 things that did pretty well against it. Shadow Mimikyu bringing 3 of those 4 to it and still not able to maneuver around it. And, but I think the big play that I want to point out is the fact that Inadequates' Azumarill, unlike most Azumarills in this tournament, is running Hydro Pump instead of Play Rough.
I want to point this out as well. So, like you said, Amanda, I think that the Poliwrath is definitely at a disadvantage against a lot of these picks, but when Inadequates saw the Wigglytuff, he saw the only Pokemon that could beat Poliwrath with shields. After Wigglytuff was gone, Poliwrath with shields can beat anything else on this team.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, and that's exactly what happened. Recognizing their win condition, a lot of times I think if players are saving 2 shields, your opponent thinks Wigglytuff. It's Wigglytuff in the back, or it's Bastiodon in the back, or it's something that needs the shields to kind of keep it around, keep it healthy in the meta. Inadequates used it on Poliwrath, which doesn't have that much bulk overall, but still managed to completely power through. No Wigglytuff in sight for that. Hopping into game number 2. Let's see if they can change up the strategy a little bit, catching a great lead this time. Azumarill into that Skeledirge.
Now, we've seen trainers work out a tougher leads than this. Shadow Mimikyu pivots right into Wigglytuff. In comes the Talonflame. I see you over there, Amanda. What's going on?
Talonflame has such a good matchup into this. The Flame Charge is going to boost the attack going on, even if it goes and gets an Icy Wind to lower it. Talonflame is still going to go on an absolute tear against this Fairy and Normal type Pokemon.
Now, it looks like Wigglytuff is going to strike back with the Icy Wind, and Inadequates knows that he can withstand the Icy Wind. Shadow Mimikyu actually undercharging because he wants additional energy on his Skeledirge, or maybe even bring in his Lantern and try to Water Gun down.
I think Lantern coming in is a great call there. It is a Water Gun Lantern, definitely going to apply that pressure, and neither the Fly nor the Flame Charge is going to be doing that much to it, but all 3 Pokemon have now been revealed for Shadow Mimikyu. This Lantern is going to have to do a lot of work because the Skeledirge against the Azumarill is not the best matchup. matchup, going ahead and just taking that like a pro, completely
No
putting
way.
farm down, but not before this next fly comes through. Inadequate smirking a little bit as this connects with the lantern.
Talonflame hangs on by a feather and is able to get to the second fly, and now Cresselia comes into this matchup with a massive advantage. It's got the grass knots, no catches available here. Inadequate pivots right into the Azumarill.
This is where patience is key as well, because this is a 5-turn attack on the Skeletors, and it's going to take a while to pace, but Bubble is a 3-turn, also takes a long time to get to the attacks here, and neither, again, I forget that this one is running Hydro Pump. This one a ton, but going for that play rough bait instead. 2 shields left on Inadequence's side, and looks like he's just going to go ahead and let this go through, calling the bait of this disarming voice.
Yeah, definitely could have been a Shadow Ball here at this juncture, but Inadequate is not fooled, and he's not going to allow Shadow Mimikyu to foil his plans. Going to throw out the Protect Shield just in case it's the Shadow Ball, but this also preserves very vital HP for the Azumarill.
Yeah, Azumarill going ahead and just continuing to bubble away, throwing one before the Hydro Pump. Shadow Mimikyu probably knows it's not a Hydro Pump, but at this stage, he just can't let the Skeletors go. Lantern doesn't have much play into the Cresselia, especially at the low health that it's at. Just trying to do as much as he can. Going for the heavier hitting Shadow Ball now. Will Inadequate use a shield? No, this will be enough to knock out, but is it too little too late?
It might not be enough to win the game, but it does KO the Azumarill. In comes the Cresselia. It's got the Moonblast ready. 2 Psycho Cuts for maximum damage output, and Inadequate looking to close out this game.
You're going ahead, this Moonblast will connect, not going to be very effective, but it is enough to knock out the Skeletors, and now he just needs to get up to another Grass Knot to be able to knock out the Lantern. No Protect Shields remaining on Shadow Mimikyu's side. This Surf is going through. Inadequate has a shield, deciding he doesn't want to use it quite yet, almost at that Grass Knot.
Inadequate allows the Surf to wash over him and gets to the Grass Knot here, which is going to be more than enough to KO this Lantern. This is looking like a 2-0 victory in the losers finals, and Inadequate allows himself a little smile. He says, I did it. I made it to day 2.
I believe out of all of our players to watch in NA, the first screen, they were knocked out. All of our trainers from Europe on the players to watch screen has made it on to day 2 officially.
Interesting point you raised there, Amanda. That was a really hard-fought series by Shadow Mimikyu, but unable to outmaneuver Inadequate, because I felt like Inadequate had the right picks at the right time. I could see your expression when the Wigglytuff switched in and Inadequate sent in the Talonflame. It's chef's kiss. This match is already done, right?
It's sort of like things that you call out earlier. One of Speedius's biggest pet peeves is when someone potentially swaps in a Lickitung when there is a Vigoroth on the other side to counter it. Swapping in a Wigglytuff when there's a potential Talonflame on the other side seems like almost similar here. We can see that even trying to negate the attack falls, but it already was risen, and there's still a lot of energy here. Getting off 2 flies on this Lantern was also big because that ensured that the Grass Knot from the Cresselia would knock out.
I'm telling you, moments like that really kind of make you feel appreciation and love for your Pokemon, that they're able to hang on and pull through for you in really tough moments. Inadequate had additional room to breathe because he's able to land a Moonblast on a Skeledirge and no shield a Surf along his way to this Game 2 win.
I mean, we talk about like the spiciest movesets and stuff of the day. Like, I think that Inadequate is a very interesting team that we are not quite used to seeing here in North America. I mean, like, I think we did see one other Giratina earlier on in the tournament, but this is not something, Talonflame is also not something that we're seeing all that often over here.
That's true.
It's flown from abroad.
Yeah, I mean, I've even heard legends, right? I've heard myths of all Talonflame and Abomasnow finals in the EU.
That's right. In Dortmund, we had Arceus Aurelius versus Colin 6, in that both of them having Talonflame and Abomasnow on that side. Again, it's just a completely different playstyle, but that's what's so fun about the championship series, is because when the international championships come on, players from different playstyles, different regions get to play against each other and see the Pokemon that are performing well in their regions and see how they do against other Pokemon.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy you brought that up, because the ICs feel like a taste of what's to come at Worlds, right? If you've been enjoying the coverage here at NAIC, I'm just going to lay it out there for you right now. These trainers and some of the best from Asia Pacific, from other areas, are also going to Worlds. So if you like this, I'm telling you, you're in for a treat when we get to Hawaii.
Yeah, I like how you put that. It's almost like a foretaste of the feast.
It is, yeah, exactly right. Especially with this being the last tournament in which to gain championship points, this is probably your best preview that you're going to get before we have our world champion in just a few short months.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know what? We're not going to delay you guys any longer. We just saw some incredible games. We're going to get some words right out of that player's mouth. Pedro, take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. We are here with none other than Inadequance, one of the best players on the planet, in my opinion. Yeah. He's humble. But I got a lot of things that I want to ask you because you played out of your mind. First of all, how many times you have used that Cresselia that you knew you would survive with 1 HP?
I did some practice before with some friends from Legend Unite, from EU Empress, and that way I realized, well, Cresselia doesn't really win, or how do I say this? The longer the matchup takes, the worse it gets for Cresselia, so I might as well play out the best matchup.
Okay. So it was what happened, but it was amazing. Hanging out with 1 HP give you so much advantage. Now, I want to know, because Poliwrath is not that common right now, why would you choose Poliwrath over Annihilate?
So one of the Pokemon that I feared was Feraligatr. I used to bring Vigoroth. Vigoroth's like my main fighter to go, but I also wanted to... Usually when I use Giratina, I always tend to have a team that's weak to opposing Vigoroth, and Poliwrath does that just a little bit better. Annihilate is 2 meta for me. I cannot run... If it's 2 meta, I cannot run it. So I have to go with that.
So you needed to like put hardcore mode on or something. Okay, any someone you want to like send in a message to?
All my friends, all my teammates who believe in me. I know a lot of Europe had like the hope of me winning NAIC, but I must say, once I lost my first round, I felt a little bit down. I'm very happy right now to make it to day 2, because that was not on my list after I lost the first round. But you know, it's like that. When you feel like locked in or that renewed confidence, I had it now, and if I have it tomorrow, I can sweep NAIC.
Yeah, those are really strong words, but you know what? When you're in the zone, you're unstoppable, so maybe that could happen. I'm eagering to see you battle tomorrow, so best of luck, and we're going back to the caster team.
Thank you so much, Pedro. Great questions for Inadequance, right? A trainer that is known and beloved around the community and is performing really, really well. And I mean, like he said, Amanda, after losing that first round, felt low for a little moment, processed those emotions, and then he locked in.
I think that is a good thing to take away for any trainer who's playing in these types of circuits, is recognizing, because like, I mean, the confidence oozing out of that man. It's like, if I'm locked in, if I'm feeling it the way I was feeling it right now, I can sweep.
But you have to think that way, right?
Exactly.
You have to have
that confidence.
You have to believe it, right? Or you have to draw your motivation from some place. And sometimes, you know, you think about all the trainers that you've beaten along the way, and you say, I need to do it for them to prove that I won for a reason. Like, I'm on a mission. And a lot of these trainers are on a mission to win NAIC. I'm going to tell you, though, Amanda, your pick is still in the tournament, right? Inadequance.
Yep.
But there are also a ton of other top cut trainers
Absolutely.
who are going to make it to day 2. And we're actually going to find the final slots here in just a moment. So let's go ahead and look at some highlights, and we'll be right back after that.
Thanks, you too.
Good games, guys. Good games.
Give you a hug.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is AlphaVeeb, and I am here today to talk to you about the beginning and intermediate tactics of charged attack timing. Pokemon use fast attacks to deal damage to opposing Pokemon and generate energy. These fast attacks take your Pokemon 1 to 5 turns to complete, during which you can take no other actions. Fast attacks can be categorized into 3 different archetypes. High damage output with low energy generation, such as Charm, Razor Leaf, and Fire Fang. High energy generation with low damage, such as Lock-On, Fairy Wind, or Mudshot, or a mix of average damage and average energy generation such as Counter, Shadow Claw, or Dragon Tail. The interplay between fast attacks dealing damage and generating energy to be able to use charged attacks is the essence of Pokemon Go PvP. Most meta-relevant Pokemon prefer to bring a low energy cost, low damage charged attack, frequently called a bait, and pair it with a higher energy cost, higher energy charged attack, frequently called a nuke. Contrary to what one might expect, it's not always best to throw your charged attacks as soon as possible. As shown here in this matchup of Galarian Stunfisk versus Lantern, the optimal play for Galarian Stunfisk typically involves building up enough energy for either Rock Slide or Earthquake to be used before throwing a charged attack. In this case, a Rock Slide is thrown, baiting the opponent into using a Protect Shield. Even trainers who carefully track their opponent's energy will not be able to differentiate between which charged attack you are using. Keep in mind to track your opponent's energy so that you throw your charged attacks before your opponents are able to throw their own. Additionally, tracking your own health is important to ensure your charged attacks are used before your Pokemon faints to their fast attack damage. The final aspect of beginner level tactics is when to use self-buffing charged attacks and when to use charged attacks that debuff your opponent, such as Power Up Punch or Icy Wind. It's often most beneficial to throw these charged attacks right away, but keep in mind, if your secondary charged attack has the potential to be a powerful nuke, then it's worth considering a shield bait. The first intermediate tactic is maximizing your residual energy after throwing your charged attack, while simultaneously preventing your opponent from using a charged attack. Take the example here of Swampert versus Talonflame. Talonflame requires 3 5-turn Incinerates, a total of 15 turns, in order to reach both Flame Charge and Brave Bird. Swampert requires 5 2-turn Mudshots, a total of 10 turns, in order to reach its most efficient charged attack, Hydro Cannon. However, ideal play typically consists of Swampert using 7 Mudshots, a total of 14 turns, and then unleashing Hydro Cannon. This allows Swampert to come out of the charged attack with 2 additional Mudshots worth of damage and energy. This can also be applied when 2 opposing Pokemon charged attacks are thrown at the same time. In Pokemon Go, this exchange is controlled by the total attack value of each individual Pokemon. The Pokemon with the higher value is able to throw its charged attack first. A good example is the matchup between Swampert and Noctowl. Noctowl reaches its Sky Attack in a total of 6 2-turn wing attacks, or 12 turns, while Swampert still reaches its Hydro Cannon in 10 turns. Swampert has a significantly higher attack value than Noctowl and will always win priority in cases of simultaneously thrown charged attacks. Because of this, optimal play from the Swampert user typically entails throwing 6 Mudshots before throwing Hydro Cannon in order to force the charged attack tie. This allows the Swampert to come out of the exchange with the maximum amount of energy possible while preventing the Noctowl from throwing its Sky Attack first. The final aspect of intermediate level tactics is timing self-debuffing charged attacks. Charged attacks like Overheat, Wild Charge, and Superpower are extremely powerful attacks, but they come with the drawback of lowering the attack, defense, or even both stats of the Pokemon. Because of this, it is often advantageous to build up to 2 or nearly 2 charged attacks before unleashing all of your built-up energy. This allows your Pokemon to deal the most amount of damage while taking the least amount of damage in return. Here on the left, Alolan Raichu builds up to back-to-back Wild Charges, but the Sky Attack comes before the first Wild Charge is thrown. In comparison to the trainer on the right, Alolan Raichu uses Wild Charge as soon as possible. Skarmory reaches the Sky Attack before the second Wild Charge, and it deals damage after the defense has been sharply dropped. The difference in the amount of damage is astounding and completely changes the end point of the matchup. Mastering these strategies that revolve around charged attack timing will help you optimize energy gained and damage dealt, as well as mitigate your opponent's energy gained and damage dealt, increasing your strength as a Pokemon trainer. That's it for now. Make sure to keep your eye out for the second part of this topic for more advanced strategies involving charged attack timing.
What an absolutely informative video there. I have absolutely no hands in the game. You know, I am not biased whatsoever. What do you think about that video, Stephanie?
I think it was extremely informative, especially everything about Noctowl was super useful for the current metagame. Thank you so much, Nick, for that very up-to-date video.
Alrighty, well, I am AlphaPhoebe, joined by DeFi250, who loves to make fun of me, and I am all here for it. We are here in New Orleans at the 2024 North America International Championship, and we are at the home stretch for day number 1. We've locked in every single person on the winner's side of the bracket, and we just have a few more slots left for the final trainers to make it in from the loser's side of the bracket as well.
And which of the 2 trainers that we're about to showcase is going to punch their ticket to day 2? Will it be Zardy or will it be Frostfire? Let's take it to the stage and find out.
And looking at these teams, we have Altaria, Skeletor, Lickitung, Vigoroth, Azumarill, and Lantern. So a lot of neutral picks. That Lantern's going to be on Water Gun, so it's going to not be as potent against water types or against flyers that would take super effective from Spark. And Frostfire has Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, Shadow Whiscash, Charjabug, Azumarill, and Lickitung. So a handful of similar Pokemon on each side of the team, but each trainer has a few individual picks that will allow them to kind of showcase these individual Pokemon they want to have, such as, you know, our caster favorite, Skeledirge.
Yes, and let's see if that Skeledirge is going to make an appearance, but not quite yet. We see that Vigoroth into the Lickitung, which is exactly where that Vigoroth wants to be. We see Frostfire forced to swap into the Charjabug, and Zardy kind of is opting to stay in here. Doesn't have the a hard answer to that Charjabug, which is probably going to give Frostfire a little bit of information.
And you might be saying, didn't Zardy just throw after 6 counters? Yes, because of the 1-turn switch in from that Charjabug, able to throw 6 counters, which would normally be a charge attack tie against the Charjabug, but 1 turn earlier, able to land that Body Slam, switch into the Lickitung of his own, and secure a solid matchup here in Lickitung versus Charjabug.
Yes, but since he didn't swap in something like an Altaria or a Skeledirge, that tells Frostfire those 2 Pokemon are probably not the 3rd member of Zardy's team. So Frostfire probably working out, looking at Zardy's team, process of elimination, what is likely in the back.
Next, X-Scissor comes through. This Lickitung is on its last few bits of HP. Body Slam coming through. This is not going to do enough damage to pick up the knockout, but I believe Zardy still has the ability to reach 1 more Body Slam.
And here is that X-Scissor. It is going to be going for the knockout. I cannot imagine Zardy wanting to shield this very low health Lickitung. So like you mentioned, Vigoroth likely to come in here. No, it's actually going to be that Water Gun Lantern, in fact. And it's going to actually get quite a bit of energy at the cost of having to tank just 1 X-Scissor.
Vigoroth up shields is a very potent Pokemon. Zardy must be reading that it is not indeed the Skarmory in the back, because that might be a little bit tough for that Vigoroth to get through. Thunderbolt going to be launched from this Lantern, going to do a lot of neutral damage into the Lickitung. Great no shield from Frostfire. You don't want to save health on this Lickitung for the Vigoroth to eat up.
No, and here's that Vigoroth. It's a little unfortunate to see the Azumarill because that counter damage isn't really going to be doing much of anything. However, Body Slam after Body Slam after Body Slam is going to slowly start to threaten the health of this Azumarill. So we see the first one connect, and Frostfire only has 1 shield remaining. However, Azumarill, it's almost as if it has a couple of shields kind of built in with all of that HP and defense.
This is going to be the 3rd Body Slam, but instead Ice Beam being fired off from this Azumarill would do a knockout blow to the Vigoroth, so shield coming up from Zardy makes a lot of sense. This now is the 3rd Body Slam, and it still doesn't even threaten a knockout into this Azumarill.
It does not. Azumarill, just down to the red, is going to be able to make it to another Ice Beam and gets to throw it first, threatening a knockout of the Vigoroth, forcing Zardy to use a Protect Shield here. And we're going to see Frostfire make an immediate swap out to absorb some of this damage from the Vigoroth.
And this switch makes a ton of sense. The Vigoroth would have been able to pace to 2 body slams well before the Azumarill would have reached another charge attack. An attempt to catch the body slam. Instead, Frostfire now is able to build up to a power whip. This power whip is going to be able to knock out the Lantern. And the question now becomes, is can the Lickitung's body slam threaten a knockout into this Vigoroth? No, it's actually a charge attack tie.
And the Vigoroth is going to land this body slam, but I just don't think it's going to be quite enough. It's going to take the Lickitung very, very low. The Lickitung tanks it and is able to throw a body slam in exchange. I don't know if that's quite 1 HP on that Lickitung. I'd probably say it's closer to 2 or 3 HP into Dream. Frostfire going ahead and taking that first game. Now, this is the first game that we have featured Frostfire on for the entire day, but we did see Zardy earlier today in the match that knocked him down into the losers finals against Ashton Ash. So Zardy, again, fighting for his tournament life, has to win 2 more games in order to make it to tomorrow. Frostfire sitting a little bit more comfortably. Let's take a look at this last match where the Charjabug knocked out the Lickitung.
Yeah, Zardy giving up switch advantage there, giving up the incredible Vigoroth into Lickitung matchup, and in the end, Body Slam just not quite enough damage. Same type attack bonus and the attack stat of Vigoroth, not quite enough to pick up that knockout.
But the Lickitung able to knock it out. Again, Frostfire sitting very comfortably. Zardy needing to make some decisions and having to make a pivot. We've actually seen Frostfire quite a bit this season, making some consistent top cuts in places like Los Angeles and Sacramento this season. Let's go ahead and see, can Frostfire make another top cut performance here? Lickitung into Lantern is pretty comfortable for that. Lickitung with super effective power whip in its arsenal. We see Zardy attempting to make a catch, but instead we see an Azumarill actually coming in to counter, which might give Zardy a bit of a clue as to what might be the third in Frostfire's line.
Interestingly enough, I think Frostfire didn't intend to switch in this Azumarill. It's typically a losing matchup into that Lickitung. I'm curious to see if Zardy will fight for switch advantage here, potentially being able to realign his Vigoroth onto that Lickitung would provide him the flexibility to beat the Charjabug, even though he doesn't have a strong answer to it on his team. Power Whip coming through, going to be just enough to pick up the knockout, and now Frostfire has an option. Do I bring in the Charjabug or do I go back in with my Lickitung?
And brings in the Lickitung into the mirror. We talk about the Lickitung mirror a lot. You want to have the health advantage. And not only does this Lickitung have a health advantage, it also has a massive energy advantage going into this matchup. Zardy's going to be able to land a body slam here. Frostfire has absolutely no reason to shield it at this point because Frostfire has almost 2 more body slams ready to go. 1 for the knockout and 1 for whatever comes in next.
And I have to imagine the Vigoroth's coming in. The Vigoroth's going to be able to get a little bit of an energy before the Frostfire's able to switch out. And 2 shields up on both sides is a bit tough. The Volt Switch is going to be starting to come through. However, Rock Slide is reached, and it's actually going to be a bait. Body Slam would still put in a lot of pressure here because, remember, Zardy's not running Spark, he's running Water Gun. So if you get that chip damage, that means that you could potentially get a Water Gun down.
We'll have to see if that's how that plays out. In the meantime, we have Charjabug on the screen up against the Lantern. The switch timers are slightly misaligned. You can see maybe about 15 seconds in between the 2. Lantern in here with the Water Gun going into the Surf for that Charjabug. Now, they're at about similar health ranges. The Charjabug is going to be launching an X-Scissor after this.
Charjabug is going to be able to outpace this Lantern to those charge attacks. However, Lantern is
just dealing so much fast attack damage. In goes an X-Scissor. Zardy just really comfortable, no shielding this Lantern, recognizing, hey, there's no pressure from those fast attacks into my Vigoroth, and if I no shield here, my Vigoroth's going to be able to come back in, farm this Lickitung all the way down. Maybe I'll even shield a Body Slam because, you know, hey, why not? And come into that final matchup against that Charger Bug loaded with energy.
Yes, and Zardy has a fantastic advantage with those 2 shields and Frostfire having none. This Vigoroth is looking very, very comfortable.
Vigoroth farming down, going to be able to get the entire farm down here. One more Body Slam, but Zardy, he's got 2 shields. He can put up a shield here. One more counter will get the knockout, and into the Charger Bug he goes. This Vigoroth looking like a potato with how loaded it is.
So the most loaded of potatoes goes for 1 counter before throwing this Rock Slide. Actually has 2 Rock Slides loaded in the bank. So if for some strange reason he undercharged this one, I think he could have even thrown the second.
All right, and that was a very clean game from Zardy. A bit of a miscue by Frostfire, switching in that Azumarill into the Lickitung, putting himself a little bit behind in that mid game. Azumarill does not have the cleanest matchup into Lickitung unless you're able to successfully shield those Power Whips. But as we saw, 2 Power Whips in a row going through unshielded meant that Frostfire lost switch advantage. Vigoroth was lined up against his Lickitung, and Lantern, although it doesn't love seeing Charger Bug, was still put into that position because it's good enough.
Good enough indeed. The Vigoroth with all of that energy is really what sets Zardy up for victory. Being able to I wouldn't actually call this health range comfortable, but being able to successfully build up an energy for the Rock Slide with Frostfire having no shields remaining and the Charger Bug not quite at an attack yet, was able to secure this victory, which is going to give us a decisive game number 3. Zardy again, coming all the way to New Orleans from Brazil, looking to represent the LATAM community. Frostfire has also had a fantastic season, has made multiple top cuts, has gone to many events here in North America. Who is going to lock in their slot as the winner of Losers Finals for Group L?
I just actually noticed in-game, Zardy is rocking that 2022 Regional Championship shirt. That is such a flex.
Yep, something that Frostfire has not able to achieve yet is a championship. Will Frostfire be able to claim that today? Leads the Azumarill into the Vigoroth. Azumarill has a definite advantage here with all of its bulk, being able to hit very hard with attacks like Play Rough. Ooh, we see Zardy again. We see him consistently going for the catch almost every single game, but Frostfire being very patient and not throwing the attack right away.
Play Rough coming through. Since Frostfire has seen that Vigoroth in the lead, I would be surprised to see his own Lickitung come in. Zardy kind of put into I'm going to use a chess term, a Zugzwang position, where no matter what you do, you're going to make your own positioning worse. If he throws these Body Slams at this Lickitung, he's going to give his Vigoroth less farm later. But if he doesn't, then the Lickitung could potentially push and switch out and be saved for another matchup further down the line.
And this Lickitung currently on the side of Zardy has a lot of energy, but the one on Frostfire, again, having that health advantage. We are going to be going ahead. Ooh, looks like Zardy's looking to make the swap. Went in maybe a little later than he was hoping, but we saw a couple of counters go ahead and lock in. Vigoroth wants to be able to see this Lickitung. Frostfire is stuck here for just a little bit longer. The switch timers being misaligned, kind of forced to have that Lickitung sit there and tank counter after counter. Going to throw this Body Slam, and then we see an immediate swap back to that Azumarill that's going to have to tank a Body Slam before it's able to throw another charged attack.
I actually think, if I'm looking at this correctly, Frostfire might go for an entire bubble down, which means a secondary Body Slam is going to be able to land. Shield comes up to preserve that Azumarill's health and make the bubble down just that much easier. However, it's going to be really close.
Vigoroth is quite bulky. Instead of going for the bubble down, opting for the Ice Beam, I'm not sure I like this from Frostfire. I think he could have gotten the bubble down.
Ooh, but we will have to know. Hindsight is 2020. For now, though, we have that water gun lantern, which completely changes this matchup with Azumarill throwing that resisted water damage. Azumarill able to throw Play Rough for neutral. So at this range, a Surf would knock out. Zardy being very patient. Frostfire unable to switch out, gets to an Ice Beam in the nick of time, but it is only an Ice Beam. It is resisted damage. Zardy deciding to shield up anyway.
And it's an interesting scenario. Water Gun is actually better here for Zardy. Even though he's doing less damage to that Azumarill, and it was a bit of an unfortunate shield of the resisted Ice Beam, he was able to build up so much more energy because of how little damage those Water Guns were doing. He basically left with 2 Surfs. In comes Charge Bug. Another Surf is already ready for this Charge Bug. The question becomes is, can he reach more damage? One more Surf, I think it's definitely going to be possible. An X-Scissor actually not able to be thrown before that, a third Surf from this Lantern.
Yes, and Zardy still has that Lickitung in the back and another shield. I'm sure Zardy is wishing he had more. He had not shielded that Ice Beam because he could preserve shields for that Lickitung to be able to fight back against all of this energy that Frostfire is building up with X-Scissor. That is going to knock out the Lantern, and the Charge Bug still has an entire charge attack remaining. So throwing the Body Slam here is not going to quite knock out the Charge Bug. We need either a lot of lick damage or one more charged attack, and the Lickitung gets there.
And you can see, at this level, these players can be frustrated with themselves. I was watching Zardy, and you know, he's very happy that he won the game, but he was frustrated with himself. He made some slight errors there in that end game. He only did, I think, 2 licks before throwing, so he didn't really optimize his final turns. And it just shows you how stressful being on stage can be. It shows you how tiring it can be to travel here from other countries. It is an international championship, so people from Brazil, people from Chile, people from the Netherlands are all traveling here to New Orleans to get their chance at the international title.
So if you're not already dealing with the jet lag, I'm looking at the time. We are close to the end of our day 1 competition. These trainers have been battling for so long today, like getting close, probably like 10 hours of this tournament. It is a long, arduous day, but that feeling at the end, that being able to stand victorious, makes all of it so worth it.
I was going to say, I'm glad that you have a watch, because I am not wearing a watch on either of my wrists, so I couldn't tell the time unless I like drew it with a pen and marker and like slowly moved the hand over time, which would look a little bit silly.
It would look silly, and it would take your focus away from the incredible battles that we've gotten to see today. We've mentioned it before, but we are so fortunate to be here in New Orleans casting these amazing battles with some of the best battlers that the world has to offer. It is the North America International, but it is a global competition.
And Zardy is going to be able to join his friends from Brazil after this win. This is game number 3. Ice Beam, I think, thrown a little bit earlier. Frostfire might have been able to get a bubble down, and then Surf after Surf after Surf, because he's running Water Gun, able to build up that much more energy.
And there we are going to see the X-Scissor knock out, which actually kind of forced Frostfire to use a charge attack that he really needed to be able to knock out this Lickitung. Zardy with that fist pump, and again, that look to the sky, just in like that sigh of relief along with that fist bump of victory. That's really consistent, I think, from Go players.
And we talk about it all the time, the pressure of stage. You've called it out almost every single set that we've had. The relief players are feeling once they've secured that victory, once they've secured that win.
Relief is not something that I am currently feeling, Alpha Phoebe. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our trainer predictions. You and I, we didn't do so great, but Amanda did quite well picking Martine and Adequins, although it's not the dominant run that maybe she would have predicted from him, having to win in the loser side of the bracket, winning that loser's final. So Adequins is going to have to fight really hard in day 2 to secure a tournament win.
Yeah, it's 25% is not quite a passing grade. I'm sure my parents at home are disappointed in me.
Mine as well. My pick did not work out as well. We were commenting on it earlier today. This tournament has defied so many expectations, but that makes it even the more exciting.
And we have our next set of trainers up on stage, scanning each other's battle codes, getting ready, and it is going to be Bopper's return to the stage, and I believe this is the first time that we've seen Reviving Ophelia on stage this weekend.
Yes, and she is running a very interesting team. She is running Shadow Victory Bell, a Tropius that I believe is also running Razor Leaf, and a Bastiodon. So, you know, that is definitely a feast or famine strategy out of Reviving Ophelia.
We'll have to see just how it does for her here. As we get further and further into the day, feast or famine playstyles become harder and harder to run. They rely heavily on your opponents making mistakes and playing a little bit more sloppily. And as you go further into the day, people are going to be on top of their game, and they have to be in order to make it this far. So we'll have to see if Reviving Ophelia has any further tricks up her sleeve to showcase some of her particular style that she's chosen to bring with her team.
But again, it's late in the day. Trainers are tired. It's been a long day of competition. Will Bopper perhaps make a misstep, or is he rearing and ready to go? We showcased Bopper earlier against Z Joyless. That was the match that knocked him down into the loser side of the bracket. But now looking to get a little bit of revenge. That Shadow Quagsire, it's going to be tough to bring. I'm looking at things, I'm looking specifically at Reviving Ophelia's Bastiodon. And I'm trying to see, because the Quagsire, you almost can't bring it when there's a Shadow Victory Bell and Tropius on the other side of the team.
Cresselia as well, that's basically 3 different grass types. The other answers that Bopper have for that Bastiodon are Shadow Magnezone? It's not gonna be the best answer. Steel-typed Image is super effective against the rock type of Bastiodon, but resisted by the steel type of Bastiodon. And the bulk difference between those two Pokemons cannot be any further apart.
I'm looking at that Cresselia. Cresselia is not a Bastiodon answer, but it's a Pokemon that is bulky like Bastiodon. It's something that can take a match into time out, which Shadow Victory Bell isn't exactly a Pokemon that's meant to stay on the field for very long. So could there be kind of some timeout strategies from Bopper, perhaps bringing in, even the Azumarill can at least hit both of these Pokemon, the Tropius especially, with Ice Beam.
It's risky because most Azumarills are running Ice Beam and Play Rough like Bopper's is. You don't have a lot of play against Bastiodon. Bastiodon's just able to basically smack down all the way through an Azumarill, which, you know, you don't hear about Azumarill all that often.
You don't. That is definitely not a favorable matchup for Azumarill, but at least you're doing a little bit of damage and you can hit. I'm thinking about that ice coverage for that Victory Bell and Tropius and the Guzzlord. You also have Play Rough for it, and the Guzzlord, Azumarill's a great counter. It does decent into that Skeledirge. This is going to be a challenge. Bopper's really going to have to rack his brain and think. So he knows the strategy that Reviving Ophelia is going for, but can he counter it?
And the tricky thing is, with the way that Reviving Ophelia has built this team, there's not just one strategy that she could employ, but multiple different hard, fast attack strategies. You could run just a singular Razor Leaf user. You could run 2. You have a lot of fast attack pressure with Guzzlord as well as Skeledirge, and they each beat individual Pokemon. Skeletor's going to do really well against that Shadow Magnezone, whereas the other Razor Leafers might struggle.
They really might. So our trainers are locking in right now. This is a match that, not necessarily that I've been like hyped up for all day, but I am like, when I saw it come up, I'm very curious. So let's see. We do see that Bastiodon in the lead. I love that look from Bopper, very telling on the screen. And it sees the Bastiodon, immediately swaps into the Azumarill, and he knows what's coming in.
Oh, interesting. Actually, the Tropius and not the Shadow Victory Bell, opting for the Tropius likely because it could take a Ice Beam and survive. Ice Beam coming through, not enough to pick up a knockout, whereas it would have picked up a knockout and shield advantage for Bopper had it been that Shadow Victory Bell.
And here we are going to see, again, this is a Razor Leaf Tropius going for that Leaf Bait. The bubble's not doing much damage at all. However, there is one thing. Razor Leaf takes you a long time to get to your charged attacks. You're not really worried about them so much. You're trying to apply fast move pressure. The Ice Beam knocks out the Tropius. Bopper, surprised, shocked, has flipped the switch advantage, which is everything that Reviving Ophelia needs.
In comes Shadow Victory Bell. 2 more Razor Leafs. Bopper shaking his head, recognizing, okay, I know the 2 Pokemon Reviving Ophelia has in the back. In comes the Skeletor. Out goes the Bastiodon, switching into the Shadow Quagsire. But wait, this Quagsire does not have Mud Bomb. It only has super effective, singular super effective Aqua Tail. This is going to be a little bit tough for the Quagsire because it is down a singular Protect Shield.
It is, so Quagsire definitely is going to have to get through these Aqua Tails, which still are going to do a significant amount of damage. Shadow Quagsire having that buff. Let's take a look. That's more than most charge attacks do to a Bastion Alpha Phoebe, let's be real.
I'll be curious to see what Reviving Ophelia's play is here. Does she no shield again? No, actually opting here, maybe trying to build up to another Stone Edge before switching out, because if you look at the team sheet, Acid Spray is a charge attack that we see on that Shadow Victory Bell, which will lower the defensives of the opposing Pokemon. So if she lands it onto that Skeletor, maybe there's an option for it to get a Razor Leaf down.
No way, there's one Incinerate. Even if this was an Acid Spray, one more Incinerate is going to knock out that Shadow Victory Bell. Bopper already deep in thought, trying to think about how am I going, I don't think, I'm gonna reset. Bopper probably thinking, I don't think Reviving Ophelia is gonna go for that strategy again. So deep in thought, what is she gonna do this time?
It's tough. Sometimes players shake and bake a little bit and switch up their strategy, but other times people double down on it and just run the same line again, saying, you won't call me out on this, and here's the key pivotal moment in that game number 1, letting that Ice Beam through. Bopper saying, oh, thankfully I was able to win alignment here and get the switch advantage.
Yeah, Bopper with that head nod, thinking that is exactly what I've needed. I got this on lock. I have taken down this really normal Go Battle League line that people see a lot. A Bastiodon with 2 Razor Leaf Pokemon in the back. Something we see often in the Go Battle League ladders.
And our trainers have locked in here. We do see a bit of a change up from Reviving Ophelia. Another amazing lead for her. Going to be switching, I'm assuming, actually into the Altaria. But wait, she switches into Skeletor. Bastiodon would have been in such a great spot here.
Yes, but going for that Skeletor instead, maybe just thinking about that disarming voice. I'm looking at the Pokemon that Bopper has in the back, and yeah, this would have been a much better position for that Bastiodon.
In comes the Sky Attack. This would be neutral damage, so shielding it up. Reviving Ophelia does have a few bits and pieces of play here. Going to be able to reach another disarming voice. The question is, can she reach another one and threaten a knockout?
We will have to see. There is the disarming voice going to get the protect shield from Bopper. Bopper recognizing that switch advantage still very important here, especially against this type of team composition. Reviving Ophelia deciding to bring in that Bastiodon. Bopper nodding his head. He knows. He's like, I got this. I know exactly how this is going to play out.
Moonblast resisted by the steel typing of Bastiodon. Bastiodon able to smack down all the way through that Altaria, and unfortunately is met by this Quagsire. We saw it once before. Stone Edge into Shadow Quagsire just doesn't do enough damage.
It really doesn't. So there is that Bastiodon going to use a Protect Shield. We're going to see the swap into the Tropius, and then there is the Skeledirge to meet it. Skeledirge going to be doing a lot of damage with Incinerate. The Tropius is going to be able to throw charge attacks very quickly. Just actually going for the Leaf Blade here. We're going to go ahead and see how much damage that does. Just a little bit of chip.
Yeah, I don't think that the Razor Leafs are applying enough fast attacks damage here in order to threaten a knockout. We see the disarming voice come through. Neutral damage into that Tropius is going to knock it out. Shadow Ball into this Bastiodon is going to do a nice chunk of neutral damage. But that Quagsire, that Shadow Quagsire that you had on your caster predictions is lurking in the background with energy, with Aqua Tail ready to go.
Yeah, Shadow Quagsire ready to come out of its Pokeball and take the victory. Bopper doesn't even need to shield this. He has a Protect Shield available, but recognizes the only two moves that Bastiodon has available to it are both going to be resisted damage. So Bopper can comfortably, no shield, use the Aqua Tail and clear the Bastiodon off of the field of play.
All right, and that is going to mean that Bopper has pushed his way to day number 2 in the loser's side of the bracket. Congratulations on a tough-fought battle. Alignment was everything there for those trainers, and some key decisions in the mid-game decided everything.
Yeah, especially that Ice Beam in game number 1. I keep thinking about it, that is something that Reviving Ophelia absolutely needed to shield in order to maintain alignment. When you're running a team that is so reliant on that fast attack pressure, alignment is everything.
I did really like the switch up that she had for game number 2, bringing in that Skeledirge, trying to, change things around so that Bopper cannot completely predict what she's going to do. It's just that Bastiodon unfortunately was lined up again on that Shadow Quagsire, and that meant that Bopper had everything under his control.
Yes, so there it is, Quagsire delivering that final blow with one swish of an Aqua Tail, knocks the Bastiodon away. Now, I know personally, Alpha Phoebe, when I'm in the Go Battle League ladder, I get a lot of joy when I see a Bastiodon on my screen and I'm able to defeat it with my own team. It's certainly a point of pride for a lot of trainers to be able to accomplish that. Bastiodon's such a tough Pokemon to chew through, so when you can do it in the leaderboard, in the Go Battle League ladder, feels pretty good.
I'll give you a little bit of a sneak peek into the team that I'm running in the Go Battle League currently. It is actually 3 times strong into Bastiodon. I was running Shadow Gligar, Poliwrath, and Whiscash. All 3 of those Pokemon do extremely well into Bastiodon. All 3 also lose to Mantine, which was one of my caster picks for this weekend, but I don't actually run into Mantine all that frequently in the Go Battle League.
No, definitely more of an interesting pick, I think, for the Show 6 Pick 3 format. I think it has a little bit more flexibility there. But now I really do like your pick of Mantine, especially with Lantern no longer running Spark and no longer being quite as threatening.
And we have so much going on in terms of PvP this weekend. We also have some new events that have made their way into Pokemon Go. Currently going on, Slumbering Sands. Get those Vigoroths, those Slackoffs, and those Slackings with those visors. And Shiny Komala is also on debut.
Yes, I am so excited for the Slackoth, especially for that Vigoroth. We've seen Vigoroth featured so many times this weekend, and I'm so excited to be able to see next season. We're going to see Vigoroth with the drip, with that visor that just has these great beach vibes with the nanab berries and the pineapple berries on the visor. I'm in love. I absolutely adore it.
I've got one question for you, Stephanie. What does a Reguru do?
Doesn't do any damage.
It doesn't do any damage. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next event happening this weekend. That is going to be June 2024 Community Day for Gumi. It's not the first time that Gumi has been around Shiny, but it is potentially the first time that my co-caster Stephanie is going to be able to catch her Shiny Gumi.
I have 100% confidence that I am going to be able to catch a Shiny Gumi on its Community Day. And I also have a lot of confidence in what it's going to be able to do in this season of Shared Skies, in the Go Battle League, and in the Championship Circuit, especially at Worlds. I think we're going to see some Goodra at Worlds running that new Legacy move, that new Community Day move of Thunder Punch.
I'll be interested to see if that trainer, if those trainers include Mango. You know, he's made such a great run here at NAIC with his own Goodra. You know, you change a little bit of the style that Goodra plays in terms of its coverage when you go from running a water charged attack versus a electric one. But you also have the option for just going for the most spammy options. You could go for Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch.
I think that's the set that I would go with of those two charge attacks. I would go with Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch personally, but I would consider Pokemango the expert on Goodra, if not Tuo Butters. I would say those two are probably the experts. Tuo Butters, definitely a Goodra lover, ran it all the way through the Go Battle League leaderboards this season and had a great time with it.
Well, we'll have to get some insights at some time. Maybe we'll get an interview with him tomorrow. Or maybe, you know, the next time we run into Butters, we'll be able to pick his brain, excuse me.
Definitely. Let's go ahead and take a look. We've got our trainers getting set up, but let's go ahead and see what else we can chat about before we go ahead. We have the Scorching Steps event. This one is new to me, Alpha Phoebe. Let's go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah, so we do have Charcadet being one of the featured Pokemon. I have not been able to hatch one of those myself, but having another opportunity, and then Turtonator, shiny debut. Gotta love those shinies. Oh, and I'm also seeing it, Larvesta? A shiny Larvesta?
Oh my goodness, that is so exciting. I haven't hatched a Charcadet yet, so I don't know which I'm more excited for, Alpha Phoebe. I'm excited for both of them. Also, Turtonator, I love Turtonator as a Pokemon. It's very, very fun. And I don't have a shiny of that either. So lots of really fun things happening from eggs, and I think that's why we're calling it that Scorching Steps, because you are walking in order to hatch.
And then, you know, our co-caster also has not gotten that many Larvestas. Rosemary was trying really hard for it, but, you know, make sure that you sign up for email updates so that you get all of the information for these events as they're coming out. We have a QR code up for you on your screen, so make sure you take out your phone, get a image of that QR code, and you get taken to the sign-up list so that you get these emails directly to your inbox.
I love getting emails from the Pokemon Company. Sometimes I get emails about the Pokemon Center. Sometimes I get emails about Pokemon Go, what events are coming out soon, and it's really nice to get that email reminder about the events in game. Sometimes, you know, life comes at you fast. Sometimes things you miss a couple events once in a while, but getting those email reminders is really helpful.
And coming at us fast is the next set of battles. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage where we have Valion and the Turian ready for their final battle of the day.
That it is. So we are going to go ahead again. So we have Valion 92 on the left. We have the Turian on the right. And we are going to take a look at their teams as well. Valion running a Clodsire. Again, we saw Valion earlier today. The Turian running, I would say, a much more typical team with the Cresselia, Annihilate, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, Altaria, and Lantern. And that Lantern is running Spark.
And looking at how the teams play into each other, the Clodsire honestly looks pretty solid for Valiant, whereas it didn't look so great in previous matchups. The Lantern, it's on Spark. The Cresselia is on Grass Knot and Moonblast. No Psychic type charged attacks coming that Clodsire's way. Altaria, great matchup because you have Stone Edge. Lickitung, a very neutral matchup where Clodsire typically has a bit of an advantage because it typically has same type attack bonus attacks. And then Shadow Gligar going to be that one Pokemon that Clodsire really needs to avoid. But here we go. It is going to be Charjabug into Lantern, and the Lantern for for the Torian is again running Spark. So it's, in the past, this has been kind of a neutral matchup, but now it has to be even worse because it's doing less chip damage with those fast attacks.
And again, Valiant bringing that Shadow Skarmory. We talked about that earlier. That Skarmory is not a Pokemon we typically see as a Shadow, but that is lurking in the background. I'm curious if we're going to be seeing that switch in, but it looks like Valiant content to have the Charjabug in here and then getting the... So use the Charjabug to get this Annihilate really, really low before bringing in the Lickitung to hopefully, I think, go just for a full lick down to be able to exit with a Body Slam for the next Pokemon coming in.
Night Slash coming in, doing a little bit of chip damage. The lick down is imminent though. Just a few more. An entire Body Slam is loaded, and there's not really all that many great switches for the Torian. In comes the Lantern, able to actually reach the Thunderbolt before the Power Whip is ready, but the Torian wants to build up extra energy here and come into the subsequent matchup with that energy ready and loaded.
Ready and loaded, just like this Lantern is ready and loaded with a Surf to be able to knock out the Lickitung coming into this matchup. So we're going to see Valiant bring that Charjabug back, and look at all that energy it has ready to go, Alpha Phoebe, as the Torian uses a Surf to try to get a little bit of chip damage here.
In the back, though, that Shadow Skarmory's got a really great matchup. It's going to need to avoid this Lantern at all costs, and a no shield on this X-Scissor is a great start to that plan for Valiant.
It is, but we see that X-Scissor is going to fire into the Lantern. Now, this is not enough to knock out. There are going to have to be some Volt switches thrown. I think at least 2 in order to knock out. And this Lantern doesn't really want to give Valiant the opportunity. Valiant has to make a decision. Do I shield the Charjabug to get the next Volt switch through? Does, but not going to get the chance. Comes in with that Shadow Gligar, which is something that Skarmory is going to be really excited to see.
The Torian shaking his head, recognizing, hey, this is not the Pokemon I wanted to see in the back. It's been a long time since I've seen a Shadow Skarmory take a Shadow Dig from Gligar. It takes it just above 50%. One more wing attack to get that Skarmory down into the yellow.
Valiant only has this one Protect Shield remaining and deciding I can't use it here. My Skarmory can tank this dig. I do have plenty of health left to be able to throw 2 charged attacks. Going for the first one here, hopefully going to peel the shield away from the Torian and is very close to that second attack. 1, 2, but not quite there. So forcing Valiant to use this Protect Shield and then is going to have to throw that charged attack immediately.
Swish Clock is not quite up for the Torian. Sky Attack able to come through. The Torian so close to a potential win condition there in that end game. However, I think Valiant did have a charge attack loaded on that Charjabug, so even had it not... Oh, it looks like both
Valiant, tap the screen! Tap the screen!
I think both of our trainers had forgotten that they each had a Pokemon left in the back there, and they had already moved on to the next battle, just showing exactly how focused our trainers are for that next match.
Yeah, they are already 100% into the second game of this series. The Torian thinking about what am I going to do? How can I pivot? And Valiant thinking about, okay, what can I do to continue my momentum here as we continue continue. Let's go ahead and take a look at that replay. We see Lantern knocking out that Lickitung with Surf, and we see the Shadow Skarmory really setting up for success later on. And then we see that moment at the end where both trainers already thinking about what they're doing next and forgetting about the game that is in front of you. I think it's Speedy who often talks about, you know, you have to think about what's in front of you and what's ahead of you. He often talks about that. And trainers definitely are thinking 3 steps ahead here.
You have to be. It's exact. You know, we've made the comparison so many times, but it's exactly like chess. You can't be only thinking about what's happening right now. You also have to think about what's happening 3 turns from now or 6 turns from now. You know, turns in chess are significantly longer than turns in Pokemon Go, but, you know, you have to be thinking farther ahead into the future about what you want to do and what your opponent wants to do and how those 2 paths sort of intermingle into what hopefully is your own version of success and winning that match.
How long is a turn in chess, AlphaPhoebe?
It depends on what kind of chess you're playing. It could be, for a classical game of chess, it could be up to like 30 minutes. For something like the fastest variant of chess, where you're maybe playing a game with 1 minute on each side, you have to be making moves in like a second.
Ooh, that is very tough, but it's only half a second in Go Battle League, so we definitely have it beat. Again, Valiant taking that first game decisively against the Torian, and the Torian needing to make a reverse sweep in order to stay in the tournament. This is the losers finals. We are win or go home, and those slots are filling up for day 2. Our 32 trainers are almost completely decided at this point. We only have a few spots remaining to see which trainers are going to squeak through the door as it is closing.
We are getting ready to lock in, and there it is. We're moving into game number 2. Clodsire coming out to play Spark Lantern on the other side of the field.
Clodsire is thrilled to see Spark Lantern on the other side of the field, but remember, this Clodsire is running Poison Sting, so it's not running its super effective fast attack, so it's not gonna be relying as much on fast move pressure, just these heavy hitting charged attacks.
Surf coming through, going to do a nice bit of chip damage to the Clodsire, not even lowering it into half health. We see a Stone Edge being launched by the Clodsire to chip this Lickitung a bit. Valiant doesn't really have any amazing answers for the Lickitung afterwards. And honestly, the Clodsire might be his best answer to that Lantern as well. Building back up to an Earthquake, doing some chip damage to try to shore up this intermediary matchup between Charjabug and Lickitung.
Intermediary, that's a $5 word, AlphaPhoebe. We see the Lickitung go ahead and throw a body slam, and again, this is a pretty neutral matchup with Lickitung and Charjabug, both relying on being able to crank out these charged attacks, body slam and X Scissor, just to be able to apply a lot of neutral damage. Charjabug paces so incredibly quickly, actually going for the heavier hitting discharge, hoping to get closer to a knockout, maybe going for a Volt Switch down. Oh, nope, at the last moment does throw the X Scissor to pull a shield away from the Torian.
Yeah, 2 charge attacks still necessary. X Scissor being a little bit less of energy would have meant that maybe he could have gotten to this final one. I think it would have been close. I'm not sure on the exact amount of energy he had there had he gone for 3 X Scissors instead of a discharge plus 2 X Scissors.
And here we have the Azumarill chirping its way onto the field, going to have to shield the super effective Power Whip, looking to get that bubble down, being able to go in with energy. Remember, Valiant's Azumarill is running Hydro Pump, not Play Rough.
Ooh, that means all of this energy is walled. He's going to build up to the Hydro Pump and actually throw it. Unfortunately for Valiant, no shield from the Torian. That's a great call, and he's lost switch advantage here, which means the Clodsire is going to be onto that Shadow Glider. However, great catch here by Valiant, trying to claw his way back into this game, even though Clodsire has absolutely no claws on its body.
It doesn't have any claws, and it doesn't have any cares about that Thunderbolt. It did absolutely nothing to that purple Clodsire, who's going to use Stone Edge to start chipping away at this Shadow Gligar, already at another Stone Edge. This does a significant amount of neutral damage. No shield from the Torian.
Valion has found his way to a potential win condition here. The Torian building up a bunch of energy, going just for the aerial ace. This would be more than enough to knock out, and I think he's got a dig stored for that Azumarill in the back. Valiant, though, going to be able to get a 2 bubble down here to knock out the Shadow Gligar, and it's going to be a race in this endgame.
It is. Let's see what we are racing. The Azumarill tanks a move, has that 2-bubble advantage like you mentioned, and here is the final Pokemon, Lantern. Can Azumarill get to a Hydro Pump? Would a Hydro Pump even knock out from here? I don't think so, and the Torian has a shield.
It's really close, but I'm going to guess that the Torian... Oh, I was going to say he no shield, but the shield comes up. That's really big. The question now is... I think he's at 2 Surfs. Even though the damage from Spark has been lowered, Surf going to be almost enough to pick up a knockout here. One more Spark going to be able to do it, and unfortunately for Valion, the moveset choice that he brought into this game really held him back. Had he had Play Rough there, I think he would have won that game.
I would tend to agree, just because that energy on Azumarill had nowhere to go into Lantern. Hydro Pump ended up doing a little bit more than I thought it might have, but it just takes so much energy to get to a Hydro Pump. Let's take another look at that game. Here we're going to see that Azumarill that is going to be building up the energy from knocking out the Lantern, but Hydro Pump, it's just... It takes so much energy to be able to do that amount of damage.
And that was a really interesting play from Valion there. It looked like he waited for the entire 2 turns instead of throwing a fast attack himself, and then switched into the Clodsire. That's an incredibly heads-up play when you're using a 3-turn fast attack like Bubble, just waiting the entire duration of your opponent's fast attack and then catching it. Really caught the Torian off guard.
It did. And again, we could see the trainers already. They're like, okay, this game's done. Let's focus on game 3. We're going to be having a decisive game 3 here in the losers finals for Group N. As we've been mentioning, the door is closing to be able to get into day 2. Who is going to be able to sneak through during these last few battles? Will it be Valion with the Clodsire and Shadow Skarmory pick and really showcasing that Charge Bug as well? Or will it be the Torian, who's been really relying on the core of Shadow Gligar and that Spark Lantern?
Trainer's gonna have to turn sideways and start shimmying because the door is so tight, as you are saying. They are going to be locking in what could potentially be their final team of 3 for NAIC here in New Orleans. Trainers are thinking they have to be bringing their best team of 3 here. Everything is on the line.
As these trainers are towing the line, they are getting close. They are locking in right now, making those final decisions. We have a decision, the final decision to be made for these trainers today of which team to bring. Decisive game 3, we see Shadow Skarmory into Lickitung. Regular Skarmory into Lickitung is a fairly neutral matchup. I would imagine the Shadow Skarmory would still make it fairly neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton of knowledge about this matchup, but I have to imagine Valion is going to throw a Brave Bird at some point and then dip into another Pokemon because of how much damage that Brave Bird would do to a Lickitung. Instead, he had clicked on the Sky Attack and now letting in another Body Slam. Now Valion is no longer threatened by a Charge Attack. He could potentially build up to 100 energy, throw a Sky Attack, and then a Brave Bird after one more Steel Wing.
So here is that Sky Attack. The Torian has to decide, is this the Brave Bird? Is this something I want to shield? Decides to use the Protect Shield. We see kind of a nod of, okay, that maybe wasn't the charge attack I want to throw. Looks like tries to make maybe a snipe or a catch into the Lantern, which is going to allow Valian to bring in the Pokemon of his choosing, and it looks like he's choosing that Charjabug, which is fantastic for Valian because on the side of the Torian, there is a Shadow Gligar in the back. So Charjabug gets to avoid that terrible matchup.
And I really love that from Valian. He's saving his safest Pokemon for the unknown. The unknown being that that Shadow Gligar in the back. In comes an X-Scissor that's going to do nice neutral damage to this Lantern. One more X-Scissor would threaten a knockout, and the Torian shaking his head in acceptance, recognizing this is the last of his Lantern. It is going to be knocked off the field.
And we have, again, there is that matchup. The Charjabug was really trying to avoid in that Shadow Gligar. But since the switch timers are misaligned, the Charjabug is really kind of stuck here and isn't able to be as effective into this Shadow Gligar. We're going to see it get knocked out by the Aerial Ace. But now there's a fully healthy Lickitung with 2 shields in play for Valiant.
It's going to come down to exactly how the trainers use their energy. An attempted catch from Valian, unsuccessful, provides the Torian with a little bit more energy on that Lickitung. Had the Torian not counter-swapped into Lickitung, I think Valian would have been able to reach a Sky Attack with that Skarmory.
And we have the Body Slam locked and loaded into the Torian's shiny Lickitung. We love to see it. Not a Best Buddy Lickitung, though, unfortunately. I love seeing that little Best Buddy badge. Again, we're in that Lickitung mirror match. The Lickitung on the side of Valian has just a slight energy advantage, is going to go for the knockout of the Torian.
A bit interesting that the Torian did not throw that Body Slam first, but he's got a ton of energy on the Shadow Gligar. Going to threaten a dig here, but last second shield coming up from Valian. The question now becomes is, can the Torian threaten 2 more digs, or will he go for another Aerial Ace bait?
So the Body Slam will draw that final Protect Shield from the Torian. And we see 2 full digs loaded, going right for it. The heavier hitting attack. Valian does not shield it, and it goes through. Valian is going to lose with a shield in the bank, and you can't use it anymore. The Torian coming out victorious and moving to day number 2.
And it really all came down there in the end to that first bait. Had he no-shielded that Aerial Ace, he would have had 2 shields for those digs, and it would have been able to get to that final Body Slam. I think he was maybe just 1 or 2 licks shy of reaching it, and it would have definitely knocked out that Shadow Gligar. Let's go ahead and take a look at that game number 3 again. Charjabug able to take out that Lantern. Going to the X-Scissor. I think actually Valian might have missed throwing an additional X-Scissor into this Charjabug because of a slight overfarm.
And here we are going to see that Lickitung go down, and then the Shadow Gligar going to be able to throw a bunch of charge attacks, being able to sneak an entire dig past a Protect Shield, and then go for the fast attack down. But it was all smiles there at the end of the game. Some congratulations. Something I really love about this community, Alpha Phoebe, is just the respect that the trainers have for each other.
Now you see it time and time again on this stage. The hugs, the fist bumps, the handshakes. So much sportsmanship here in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. You love to see it.
You do love to see it, and we would love to see you come to these events, perhaps in this next newest season. Again, I cannot believe we're going to be talking about the 2025 competitive season. We are hoping to see more of you come and really enjoy this game and join our fantastic community.
And, you know, transitioning from the 2023 season to the 2024 season, I did feel like we saw a bunch of new names kind of turn up and show up at these events, and we've had a lot of tournaments being won and being
dominated by trainers who are showing up for their very first tournament ever.
Anyone can beat anyone at this game. Just takes a lot of practice, maybe a little bit of luck. You're talking about some trainers showing up. We have just a couple more battles with trainers who have certainly shown up to fight here today. We are going to be right back, but let's go ahead and show it a quick break.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here and right now. You might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godonhada's decisive battle began, and dragon, steel, fire, and ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godonhada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godonhada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Trainers, we are in our final stretch of day 1 of the North American International Championships here in New Orleans. Thank you for sticking with us. Not that it was probably much of a problem with all of these hype battles. I am Amanda, also known as Lumbreaker, here alongside my good friend Speediest Chief, who just had a really nice intro about a former world champion.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said, honestly, Amanda. But I'll tell you what.
At least it's on tape.
At least, yeah, at least we have the receipts now, right? But I'll tell you what, the chat has been incredible. I've been scrolling through, I've seen how many viewers we've had. The chat is sticking to this stream like the humidity in New Orleans. We are so grateful to all of you for being here for day 1 of NAIC. Like Amanda said, we only have a couple sets left. So if you are still with us, lock in and get ready, because these trainers are fighting for day 2 and a shot at the championship.
And we're not going to delay it any longer. We've just had word trainers are ready. We're going to take it to the field. We're going to see who's going to be going on to day 2, because we are in the loser's side of the bracket. This means this is a go big or go home moment for both Mountain Dugong and Cindy. First time we've seen her on stream.
Exactly. Go big easy or go home, right?
Oh, this guy.
Cindy on the right side of your screen, going to bring Annihilate, Lantern, Cresselia, as well as Lickitung, Dugong, and Shadow Gligar. Why does that feel so familiar?
Let me go ahead and tell you, this is the exact same team that S. James P21 ran in Indianapolis, going ahead and actually winning that regional competition. And during that tournament, he also told us as well that he picked that team from European trainer, my goodness, he's gonna Lurgan Rocket.
Lurgan Rocket, of course. And on the opposing side, Mountain Dugong, who we've already seen on stream a couple times this weekend. Again, Mountain Dugong made a splash at NAIC last season. He's back trying to make it to day number 2 with his Feraligatr, rocking the really powerful Annihilate and Dugong core. That core is actually so special because of its offensive prowess, right? You can hit 16 out of 18 typings for super effective damage with those 2 Pokemon, which gives them a lot of firepower.
Yeah, I completely agree. A big thing about this as well, when you're looking at cores, you want your cores to be able to cover each other's weaknesses, and one of Annihilate's biggest weaknesses is going to be that Gligar or other flyers, and Dugong just covers that perfectly. And with them being so meta-relevant, it's no surprise that these Pokemon have been paired together time and time again. Speaking of Annihilates, we've got 2 of them on the field. This is a very crucial moment for a lot of these trainers, because this is going to be the moment where they realize which one wins charge attack priority. The first one to be able to fire off a Shadow Ball first usually is going to be that one who wins. Both of them going for that Night Slash bait, and Mountain Dugong winning that charge attack priority. This is big information.
Very valuable information here for Cindy. She's going to throw up that first Protect Shield on the Night Slash, which would have been neutral. No boost there for Mountain Dugong, but she's going to return fire with the Night Slash. Mountain Dugong calls it immediately. He says, there is no shot. This is a Shadow Ball, and he's correct.
He's correct, and he is now ahead in shields, but not on energy. They're even par, and he knows that he wins this. At this stage, you have to wonder, trying to catch, but Mountain Dugong patient as ever, going for a couple more counters, and now going for a Night Slash. I think at this stage, he can either decide if he wants to swap out and keep that energy, or just continue to counter down and get chip damage on Lickitung. Looks like he's going into his own Lickitung, what we call the good old chip and dip strategy, getting a little bit of health off the Lickitung before swapping into your own to ensure that switch advantage.
It's very clever to keep your Annihilate with a little bit of HP and some energy in the back, because the counters in the mirror match are resisted. So that Annihilate from Mountain Dugong can definitely still reach a Shadow Ball if it comes to it. Meanwhile, he's able to chip down that Lickitung, like you said, Amanda, and try to shore up this matchup. So not only did Mountain Dugong control switch advantage, he's got Protect Shield advantage, and he's got health advantage against the opposing Lickitung.
Body slam coming through, connecting with this Lickitung. Cindy's just collecting a lot of energy, almost at 2 body slams herself, but this Lickitung is not going to be able to hang on for that much longer. Mountain Dugong still has a lot of energy on his side as well. Second body slam about to come through right about now. Nope, just charging up all that energy still.
Yeah, exactly. Wanting to overcharge in case of the switch, and here it comes. Cindy tries to surprise Mountain Dugong, but the power-up gets fired off. She's going to no-shield this, recognizing that if she loses that second shield, that Annihilate could be really problematic for her team. The counter swap here, and the Night Slash.
I actually love this play, knowing that he wins a charge attack priority, saying, okay, I'm going to negate any of that energy, forcing that last shield because Cindy has quite a bit on the Annihilate, and now going to throw herself. Mountain Dugong very content to go ahead and let the Annihilate go at this point. It's definitely done its job. It stripped Cindy of the shields of her team, and now this Gligar will just go to work. But with no shields on the other end here, and a Shadow Ball almost loaded, it's going to be putting it very, very low.
Yeah, you only get one shot, one opportunity here for the Annihilate, and the Shadow Ball is definitely the right attack to throw. That Protect Shield goes up for Mountain Dugong, finally using his first Protect Shield of the game. Now we see the Dugong come in, and typically this is a really dominant matchup, but the Protect Shield advantage might be problematic for Cindy.
It's going to be a problem. This drill run going through, this dig going through, a drill run would go through on the other side, but an Icy Wind is actually what you want to throw at that Shadow Gligar. You can take one, but will he be able to get to another one? Going for an Aerial Ace, an interesting play. Maybe not sure if he would be able to get to another attack in time, and wanting to get off as much chip damage as possible. Cindy, in the meantime, deciding whether she wants to completely farm down or going to be able to throw now at this Lickitung.
Yeah, actually the counter swap here by Mountain Dugong kind of throws a wrench into Cindy's plan. She wanted to Ice Shard down the Shadow Gligar. Now the Icy Wind's going to connect, and she might reach for her own Lickitung, but she wants this Lickitung to throw energy first. I actually like this play quite a bit.
I don't know if this will be enough, even though it's not very effective and the attack has been debuffed, but down goes the Dugong. Only one Pokemon left, but so much energy on this Lickitung here, being able to get this through. Mountain Dugong not going ahead and using Protect Shield. No, last second Protect Shield. I think he needs it at that point. He needs to be able to get off another attack, but it's going to be a race. Who will win CMP this time? It's going to be Cindy once again.
Yeah, Cindy's Annihilate couldn't win the charge attack priority in the mirror match, but her Lickitung does, and this Body Slam is definitely going to pick up the knockout. There's only a weakened Gligar in the back. It's got no energy left in the tank, and Lickitung looking for the lick down actually gets it at the last second.
Gligar one wing attack away, looks like from an Aerial Ace, which would have been enough to knock out the Lickitung at that point. Cindy going ahead, taking game 1 of this losers finals in Group O.
Yeah, that was, I gotta tell you, that was a little bit spooky at the end, right? It's like watching a scary movie and you think that the ghost is gone, and then a Gengar grabs you by the ankle. You're like, oh my gosh. Gligar almost got to the Aerial Ace there. That was a really close game number 1, but some valuable information that we got. Both trainers leading Annihilate. Cindy Protect Shielding up that first potential Shadow Ball. Turned out to be a bait. Mountain Dugong didn't buy the bait though, didn't take the bluff.
No, neither time. Mountain Dugong's Annihilate managed to get both shields off of Cindy here, which I proved pretty vital for him, but in the end, this Dugong just proved to be too strong here as it faces off against that Gligar. Even this dig is not going to be enough to knock it out. This Lickitung comes in, knocks out the Dugong, but Cindy, with all that reserved energy, was able to completely knock out the Lickitung, winning that charge attack priority, and then licking down the Gligar.
I really appreciate how Cindy threw the Body Slam immediately when she came into that Lickitung matchup. And she didn't want to risk anything, right? It's late game. You're not really sure exactly how much energy your opponent has. If she's off by just a couple of seconds, then she can risk taking a Body Slam and losing the matchup. So she definitely locked it down and recognized that she had enough left on her own Lickitung to finish the Gligar and win the match.
That's absolutely true. Now you have to wonder, since it's been so late in the day, these trainers have been going through these battles so many times, wondering who is going to be the person who is making it on to day 2. Lots of pressure, but got to leave it all on the battlefield. We're jumping right into battle number 2. A great lead for Cindy here with that Shadow Gligar against the Annihilate, and now it's going to be Mountain Dugong starting to pivot out into Lickitung to be met by Cindy's Annihilate.
Keep in mind, this might be the last game of Mountain Dugong's tournament run if he loses here, and he had a tough lead and a pretty difficult swap, but it's not unflippable, right? This Lickitung can put in a lot of work against the Annihilate unless it boosts and Annihilate is rolling.
I'd say, well, I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the case anymore. You can see Mountain Dugong shaking his head. This is a Body Slam, but Cindy recognizes, you know what? This Annihilate is just going to go to town here, completely being able to farm down. Definitely knows this one's a Body Slam. Going to go ahead, let that go through, and this Annihilate's going to come out with a ton of extra energy and a boosted attack.
Incredible no shield by Cindy there, like you said, recognizing the Power Whip energy wasn't present. Now she's got a boosted Annihilate that's going to wreak havoc. She has Shadow Ball energy. Mountain Dugong called it in game number 1. He doesn't call it this time. He's going to shield the bait.
I think even if he knows it's just a Night Slash, it's going to do so much damage because it's boosted, and there's a potential for another one. This is an interesting play by Cindy because she knows that she loses charge attack priority, and yet the Mountain Dugong didn't throw on charge attack priority there. Lets that go through, just gets a little more energy. Look how much damage.
Oh my gosh!
Double boost!
Cindy with a double boost. She is on fire here in New Orleans. Mountain Dugong is going to put that fire out, I guess, momentarily, but at the same time, Cindy still has both of her Pokemon in the pack.
A quick swap out by Mountain Dugong as well to be met by the Gligar, but now the Lickitung has come back in. These Shadow Claws are not doing much at all to this normal type Pokemon. Power Whip is reached here at the same time as the second Hydro Cannon. The Hydro Cannon is going to go through. No Protect Shield by Cindy here. Wants to keep that Lickitung. Knows it's going to be around a little bit longer. Let's see if Mountain Dugong is going to use his shield.
You saw the head shake from Mountain Dugong when the Lickitung came out. This is a very stubborn Pokemon, right? Gonna throw the Power Whip. If this lands, it's gonna be devastating.
Whoa, drum roll!
Cindy hits all of the right attacks, licks down the Feraligatr, and this is a dominant victory for Cindy. She's gonna have to absorb one more Night Slash along the way, though.
I just saw her say sorry. Mountain Dugong recognizing that the curtains are starting to close, but wanting to play it out, wanting to get as much damage off as possible, giving a Night Slash into the Lickitung. Down it goes. Cindy going on to day 2 in New Orleans.
Lots of credit to Mountain Dugong. What an incredible tournament run here at NAIC, facing off against some of the best quality opponents, not only in North America, but around the world. Was able to make it all the way here to losers finals in Group O, but Cindy will move on to day 2 in New Orleans.
And I like, if you notice on the screen as well, she has a plushie on the stage with her, and this is a nod to the first year qualifying as well, using that not Alolan, that regular Kanto Ninetales.
Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember, and I remember that because it was always a mouthful. Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember. Okay.
Why didn't she just put purple flames behind it there on the screen then?
Yeah, okay. You know, we can't all be perfectionists, Amanda, but we do our best, right? But yes, that was definitely a signature pick of Cindy, her Vancouver Regional Championship victory over Dialab. Now we're going to take a look back at this series. This is what really propelled Cindy to day number 2. The double boosted Annihilate is such a menace in this situation. Fires the Night Slash, and guess what, Amanda?
There it goes. And you can see him shaking his head. These counters are doing a lot more damage than they would. And this is so interesting of Cindy going ahead and letting that go. Recognize that Annihilate had done its job, even though it was double boosted. Didn't really get to feel much of the effect of it. But this was also a big moment. Just being able to completely Power Whip down, lick down the Feraligatr, putting her in such a dominant spot that Gligar barely saw any action at all in and off of the field.
Yeah, if you do some quick math as well, we know the Feraligatr needs 5 Shadow Claws for each Hydro Cannon. That means if you want 3 Hydro Cannons, you need 15 Shadow Claws. Yeah, how many fingers? And then for the Lickitung, it only takes about 9 of those Shadow Claws for the Power Whip. So there was a margin of about 3 Shadow Claws worth of energy where Cindy could have played around there. Maybe could have even gone straight Power Whip in that matchup. And that's super tough for Mountain Dugong to overcome.
Absolutely.
And that's why you could see him shaking his head. He said, you know, I made the wrong call, but doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because you probably get to another one regardless.
Yeah, I think Cindy's loose condition actually would have been going for a body slam and having it not be shielded and then having to try to gain up all that extra energy, because even though those Shadow Claws, all that math on the Shadow Claws wasn't doing that much damage, those Hydro Cannons really hurt the Lickitung. Hydro Cannons on basically anything but the Azumarill that we've really seen in the meta are hitting so hard. Quite a powerful Community Day charge attack.
Even Azumarill, right?
That's true, we did see that as well.
Chew through plenty of Azumarills here in New Orleans, and it's been incredible to watch because that is not a matchup that you expect to see going into tournament play. But 2 trainers taking the stage here. This is going to be really exciting because on the left side, if you recognize him from earlier, that is Javier V20, the champion of the Mexico City Niantic qualifier event. Very, very talented. In the grand finals of that tournament, right, he faced off against Marto Galde, one of the most beloved trainers from Argentina. He actually brought Guzzlord and Shadow Charizard, as well as Abomasnow. I mean, core breaker after core breaker. These Pokemon have been devastating his opponents all tournament long. He met Javier in the grand finals, and Javier was cool as a cucumber. Almost felt like he wasn't phased at all by the tooth, the fangs, the claws of any of the Pokemon that Martok could throw at him, and I really expect him to be measured and composed here in this Losers Finals as well.
I mean, he's made it to the Losers Finals. It's already an accomplishment in itself. Also did very well at the LAIC in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, earlier on in this season. So he's been doing very well in the season, looking to prove himself abroad, coming over to North American International Champions, the last one, maybe wanting to get those last push for championship points, getting to that top of the leaderboard, perhaps going for those travel awards.
I just feel like so many of these trainers are trailblazers. They're explorers, right? They conquer their local tournaments. They do well at the regional championships, maybe even international, right? In the case of Harjev. And what's the next challenge? What's the next frontier? Coming to North America. We saw Harjev come here to LAIC, to NAIC, run into really tough competition, and you can really test yourself. And that's something we don't talk about enough, Amanda. This is the last test before Worlds. Sure, you can scrimmage with your friends, you can play practice tournaments, but this is a real high-pressure tournament setting, and it's invaluable to get this kind of experience this late in the season.
Yeah, this is like the last test before the final exam in Honolulu. This is where it all is going to come down. It's going to be in the same meta as well. So this is the first time the players are getting a chance to try out these different teams. You talked up a little bit about LAIC, about Harjev. He actually ended up dropping down to the losers bracket earlier on in the tournament. We did see that against Rocha Babyface. However, he ended up being able to pass that, and he will be in day 2 as well. So, but potentially we'll see a losers bracket run from him. Trainers coming again from all over the globe, looking to compete here in New Orleans.
I'm telling you, for example, if you or I were in the bracket, I'm certain that if we saw Harjev's name paired up against us, we'd say, oh man, this is going to be a tough one. But right now on stage, Javier V20, your Mexico City Niantic qualifier champion, and Adam DHS on the right. Let's take a look here at Javier's team first.
Let's look at the Javier's team. We're talking a bit about him. We've seen him play actually a little bit earlier on stream. He was the one with that Shadow Sableye, narrowly missing out, losing that matchup. But I think obviously he's been playing well. He's been moving through the bracket. I'm anxious to see how he will play against Adam DHS, because I am seeing a Giratina Origin on that side and an Annihilate, something that Shadow Sableye is going to gobble up.
You're exactly right. Look at the targets here for Shadow Sableye. Like you said, the Ghost-type Giratina, the Ghost-type Annihilate, and as well, I mean, Shadow Sableye has great flex play into 5 out of 6 Pokemon here for Adam DHS. I think Adam's main priority, his top objective, is going to be to line up that Mandibuzz against the fellow Dark-type Pokemon in the Shadow Sableye, because otherwise, that Pokemon's going to be hard to control.
But in that way, if Adam is thinking that way, saying, I know that I need to bring my Mandibuzz, so Javier most likely will need to bring his Charjabug. How do you play around this? Giratina is actually a great answer to the Charjabug, being able to take those charge attacks very comfortably and can technically hit back to the Sableye. So it will be interesting to see what Pokemon these two trainers are going to bring. This is the last matchup that we're showing of the day. So we want to make sure that these trainers are getting all the spotlight that they deserve to see who will be making it into day 2 of NAIC.
You're exactly right, Amanda. The last matchup of the day. So I need to see some energy in chat. Send your energy to Javier, to Adam, to us, our production team, to everyone here at NAIC, because this has been a really, really fun show, and we want to close it out strong. Javier taking just a few extra seconds to lock in his team. Like you said, Amanda, the placement is so important. If you expect a Pokemon to appear, you probably want one hard answer to it and at least one kind of soft answer, something that can fight back but isn't kind of a dedicated counter, because then if you have 2 strong counters, you leave yourself open to other weaknesses. We are locked in. We are ready to go. Game 1, Losers Finals Group P.
Let's get right into these battles here. Jumping into it, we have that Shadow Quagsire up against the other Shadow Quagsire. Surprise, surprise. They're just a little bit smiling at each other here. Yeah. And just like any other mirror match, it all is going to come down to that charge attack priority.
Looking in the mirror, envisioning the Pokemon I want to be. And we got the Quagsire mirror match on the field. First, Aquatail gets fired off here. Adam DHS breaks the fast attack stalemate, firing off his first charge attack, putting that Quagsire for Javier down to the yellow.
Look how much damage that does. 2 Aquatails are pretty much going to do it at that stage. We did talk that Quagsire has a little bit of bulk, but now I'm wondering if it's a very little bit of bulk. And it looks like Javier does win that charge attack priority, as both of them have it loaded up. Adam wants to shield this up to ensure that he can also get us off his Aquatail. And now it's Javier's decision. Do I I want to let this go and come in with something else, or no, also shield? Knowing that he wins that charge attack priority, I have to wonder how these two trainers are going to play out the rest of this matchup. Will we see a potential catch on another Pokemon, or is Adam going to potentially just go straight for it, thinking that Javier won't?
Oh my goodness, we see this switch into the Mandibuzz. This is actually very counterintuitive to what I expected from Adam. I thought he was going to try to control the lead situation to put his Mandibuzz on the Sableye, but now he's given away switch advantage. He's given away his best answer to the Dark type, and now we see Skarmory come out. This is a 1000 IQ play by Javier, because if there's a Registeel in the back, Skarmory would be useless, and he makes the right call sending it out here against his fellow flying type.
Yeah, recognizing that, okay, I'm going to be able to at least whittle away at this Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is one of the bulkiest Pokemons. We lovingly call it the Umbreon of the skies because it has a very similar standing to it. This Dark Pulse is coming through. It is going to start chipping away at the Skarmory. As you can see, it's already down to the yellow. Javier hasn't even thrown any attacks on it first. Going for that Sky attack, it's going to not be doing as much as the Brave Bird, also not debuffing Skarmory, and not getting a shield from Adam.
Exactly right. Sky Attack chipping down the Mandibuzz, but Mandibuzz can take it. That's why a lot of trainers do opt for the bulky Dark and Flying type. Gonna go for the Aerial Ace. No Protect Shield here from Javier. Things are gonna get interesting because this is resisted, and that means the Skarmory can reach for another charge attack and maybe wrestle away control, switch advantage.
Yeah, if he's counting, he's gonna throw right before that is reached. This will be enough to knock out the Mandibuzz, and Adam doesn't want to use both Protect Shields in this mid matchup here. Javier has come out with that switch advantage, and he's also come out.
She brings in the Quagsire. Javier heads up play, sends in his own Quagsire to strip away that final Protect Shield. That actually could be a game changer because he needs to find ways to hit back against the Registeel, and when shields are in the way, that's really tough to do. Aqua Tail coming through here from Adam.
It's still going to be an uphill climb. Javier doesn't have this quite in the pocket just yet because Sableye doesn't have a lot of bulk, especially because it is that Shadow variant. It's not going to want to take many attacks, but Javier doesn't even know what's in the back. It definitely wants to take anything the Quagsire has over the Registeel, immediately throwing on the Aqua Tail, so he knows it's not at Stone Edge, and Javier is going to go ahead and let this go through.
You saw Javier's patience on display there, waiting the switch timer, allowing himself as much time as possible to maybe switch with that Skarmory later. Here comes Registeel. No Protect Shields for Adam. You want to fire up this foul play before the Zap Cannon is ready. Javier, keeping his principles tight to his chest, does fire it off right before that charge attack comes through from the Registeel.
Yeah, great timing. Lock-ons is one of the more difficult things to count. However, if you're counting your own fast attacks, it's a little bit easier. They're going to go ahead and correctly shield this up. Zap Cannon is the move to throw, as Focus Blast would not be doing that much to this Ghost-type Pokemon. He does get the attack drop, so this means that none of these attacks are going to be doing as much damage, but there's still so much energy, so much health left on this Sableye. Another foul play coming through.
Javier's Shadow Sableye might make the difference here. The Shadow bonus is not enough to close out the matchup. Doesn't need to catch. Registeel closing in, does make the catch! Javier sends out the Skarmory, and Registeel's Focus Blast goes nowhere.
This is absolutely negated by the Skarmory. It would have been able to knock it out anyway. Not enough in the tank. Registeel goes down. It looks like the Quagsire is going to come back in, but Sableye is ready to go, throwing another foul play and taking game number 1.
Javier isn't playing around here in the Losers Finals Group P. He takes that Game 1 victory in a close matchup versus Adam.
You know, it's one of those things where it's like the players say, oh, if you can catch, I can catch too. But catching that Aqua Tail on the Mandibuzz was a nice play by Adam, but catching that Focus Blast on the Skarmory by Javier was even better.
Great awareness there by Javier as well to recognize that the Focus Blast was the objective there for Adam. Zap Cannon takes a few more lock-ins, so if he's just one Shadow Claw too late on that swap, he probably will not get the catch, and that matchup then goes to Adam. So in a really close game number 1, Amanda, I'm wondering how you feel about Adam's approach, giving up switch advantage early, not aligning the Mandibuzz where it needed to be. Do you think that was a mistake, or do you think that he can win this game without Mandibuzz against Sableye?
Listen, I think the hardest part for him was recognizing that he lost that charge attack priority, so no matter what he did, Javier could dictate the pacing of that game. He had to try to do something in that moment there. So being able to at least get a little bit off onto that Mandibuzz was an attempt to turn the tides back in his favor. And look how close this game still became. If he was not able to catch here, Adam would have had like a that even though the Focus Blast wasn't that effective, would have been able to knock out the Sableye, and Skarmory wouldn't have had enough in the tank to take out the rest of the team.
And yeah, look at this. I mean, Skarmory just had a couple of HP remaining. I think Shadow Quagsire could have mudshot down the Skarmory. That would have been well within the realm of possibility, but Javier just denies all the win conditions to Adam and just wrestles away control of the game. He needs to keep that momentum going if he's going to take the series, though.
That's absolutely true. He just needs one more game to be able to make it into day 2. But we have seen what we call reverse sweeps plenty of times in this Pokemon Go circuit as well. I have no doubt that Adam has something cooking in his mind to be able to take a game off of Javier and perhaps even take the series.
I mean, if you're looking at Adam DHS's team, this Sableye, this Shadow Sableye from Javier,
it's trouble.
It really feels like the antidote to this combination. We talked earlier about the tough matchup. The trainer's name is escaping me right now, but no answer for Shadow Magnezone. This feels like a team with no answer for Shadow Sableye, so I don't know. Adam's got to get creative. We're going to jump right into game number 2, and this is a nice lead for Javier.
I mean, both of them are going to be applying some nice damage to each other, but Sableye does come out ahead. A safe swap, again, this is always risky to me. Like last time he safe swapped the Mandibuzz, this time he safe swapped with Skarmory. If there's a Charger Bug on the other side, there would be so much damage done. However, Javier going ahead and just staying in this, throwing the foul play, and we'll have to see if he wants to just continue to stay in, because it does have a decent matchup here, just continuing to Shadow Claw down.
Yeah, I think just being a little bit ahead on energy, right? Maybe one Shadow Claw ahead. The Sableye is already going to pace more quickly than the Skarmory, so you could definitely get off the 2 charge attacks and make this shield parity. Maybe if you're Javier, you go for one more foul play and then the switch, actually going to go on the charge attack priority tie.
I like this play because it forces Adam to make a choice. He doesn't want to save the health, even though he has all of that energy on the Skarmory. Down it goes from the sky here. Shadow Sableye has taken this so far, and I mean, if you're Adam, this is a good position to be in because the Mandibuzz will come in, but Javier can just swap right out if he wants to. He's going to go ahead and get even more energy, throwing this heavier hitting Power Gem. Does Adam want to use a shield now?
Super effective rock type attack. Shadow Sableye throws a gem at the Mandibuzz and takes it down to half health with some additional Shadow Claws. And look, it's still not done. It's going to get to the foul play unless Adam stops it, and he can't stop it.
And forcing a shield now, I think this is the harder part. They should have shielded up the Power Gem. It would have done way more damage than this foul play. But at this point, at least he's going to have an aggressive farm down. So much energy now on this Mandibuzz. And this is a big problem. But Javier knows that in the back, this is actually confusing to me. But we'll go ahead. We'll talk about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Just going ahead, just getting all of his energy, soaking it onto this water and ground type Pokemon Quagsire. Quagsire will need a Stone Edge to be able to knock it out. But this Mandibuzz is getting so low.
I think that Javier deduced that it's too risky for Adam to run double ghost types here. So he knows that it's not Annihilate in the back. He sends out the Vigoroth. This is a very tough matchup for both Pokemon, but having all of your fast and charge attacks double resisted as the Giratina is going to be incredibly brutal for the Dragon and Ghost type Pokemon against the Vigoroth.
Even though that is not very effective, the Vigoroth's still in the green. The counters and the body slams would not be doing that much to the Giratina either. This is a very long middle matchup here, although it will go in favor of Vigoroth because, again, everything is not resisted. The Shadow Balls have to be thrown at this point because it is the heavier hitting. It's something like, you know, it's chip damage. It's chip damage.
Yeah, everything is chip at this point, right? You're just trying to whittle down the Vigoroth, but it has so much leeway, so wide of an interval between these charge attacks that it can just bank so much energy. I mean, this Vigoroth is just banking bananas for days.
If you were Adam, maybe the play, if you were getting very desperate, was just to go for Ominous Wind Boost and just keep spamming that to hopefully that your attack would just do a little bit more. We didn't get to that position. Vigoroth already has another attack loaded, getting the last shield here from the Mandibuzz, and now in comes the Quagsire because it is at the Stone Edge.
Going for the Stone Edge. Javier is going to land this on the Mandibuzz. No Protect Shields left. No Pokemon in reserve. Adam is cornered. Javier lands it, and that is a 2-0 sweep.
Javier taking the game number 1 with ease, taking game number 2 in a tight victory in a fun matchup against Adam there, going on to date number 2 at the NAIC.
Incredible plays by Javier, taking what I would call measured risk, right? Like we pointed out, with Shadow Sableye on his team, he knows that it would be absurd to run 2 ghost types on the opposing side, and he took complete advantage of that. He says, if I look at this team of 6 from Adam, and I just cross Annihilate off the list, what am I left with? a bunch of Pokemon that Vigoroth has a lot of play into, and that's why he brought it in the back.
Yeah, it was an interesting play. We're going to look right at these battles again. Look how much work Sableye did. This is in the very beginning. Adam ended up swapping out the Giratina, the Skarmory, but Sableye said, that's okay. I'm not even going to bother switching out any point. I'm going to dictate exactly which Pokemon is coming into Adam's here. And as you can see, this body slam at the end, just stripping away that last shield and still able to hit the Stone Edge for the win.
Right there in the end, I think Adam needed 3 charge attacks to win the battle. He needed to break that final Protect Shield. He needs to land an Aerial Ace on both the Vigoroth and the Quagsire. He did have a lot of energy stored, but not quite enough to get the job done. Just a road too far for Adam to travel there, and unfortunately, his tournament run and his road in New Orleans will come to an end.
But as we've discussed many times on this broadcast, going away with a lot of championship points. The championship points at the International Championship is a lot more than you would get at a typical regional. Up to 64th place, you will get 130 championship points, and these trainers were well above that mark, being able to reach this far. So congratulations to Adam for an incredible run in this very stacked, very big tournament.
It's not just the championship points, it's also the quality of experience, the quality of practice that you're getting against these trainers, especially if you have Worlds in your sights. You need to be in tip-top shape. I know a lot of trainers are pushing towards those goals by putting themselves against the toughest competition, right? Iron sharpens iron.
I like that saying a lot. You have all these good sayings today. You're teaching me so many things.
Caleb always makes fun of me for that. He's like, oh, you make all these metaphors. It's kind of confusing. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's Caleb, though. That's just Caleb. But you know who's not Caleb? Javier and Pedro. And we have an interview ready with both of them.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Clearly, I'm not Caleb. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. And here we are with Javier all the way from Peru. How are you feeling, my friend?
Really excited. It was really hard to lose in the winner final, but I had to recover, and I'm really excited to pass to day 2.
Yeah, you did great. I was cheering for you. And I want to ask you, why Shadow Sableye? Is it still that good?
I'm not really sure, but I have a lot of practice with this. I know how to play it, and I wanted to play one of my favorite Pokemon here, and it's going well so far.
Yeah, it did great. You managed energy, incredible. And now, do you have any message that you want to send to someone back there at home or here, whatever?
Yeah, shout out to my family, especially my mom and girlfriend, that they will support me, my team, Peru Lions, and in general, all the community of Peru, that I know this is important for them, for having me here, and living in Peru like high.
Oh, you did great, and you will do great tomorrow, so I'm eager to see your battles tomorrow. And day 2, maybe win the whole thing. Well, we'll see tomorrow. So, back to the casters right now.
Awesome to hear from Javier. Definitely, I feel like you can have certain Pokemon that you really excel with, that you are comfortable with, and sometimes if you're not sure what to run, just run the picks that you are comfortable and familiar with, right? Pokemon,
you just got to run it back.
Run it back, as they say, right? And Shadow Sableye is definitely a case of that. Javier making his way into day number 2. But you know what, Amanda? We keep our promises around here. We told everyone watching at home we had 2 more pairs to watch today. That's it. Now it's time to take a look at our top bracket and who is moving on to day number 2. Any names jumping off the board to you?
There's a lot, like you said before, we'd love to show all of the games. We unfortunately couldn't do so, but let's go ahead and just take a moment to recognize all of these big names here. We got House Stark, Cedric, Steiner versus Freezing Sun, Elum versus Wireless, Out of Pocket versus Triptando, Rocha Babyface versus Auburn, Adib versus Magic Mason, Spartan versus Sotier, Mango, and Ashton Ash. My goodness, so many names on this winner's side of the bracket. This is going to be tomorrow. You guys aren't going to want to miss it at all.
I'm seeing 4 LATAM versus NA matchups, 1 EU versus NA matchup, and a few US versus US matchups. That is honestly incredible. To see so many international trainers in the winner side bracket is phenomenal, and it shows you that you can excel in your own local communities, in your own region, and those skills translate no matter where you go.
Absolutely. Trainers are coming in from all over the world. We've said that that's what makes international championships so darn special. If you want to watch in these matches, and why wouldn't you? You got to make sure to tune into the stream tomorrow. These are matches you're not going to want to miss. Today we started it off with a huge band playing, big dancing, a lot of sequence going on. Yeah, tomorrow, as you can see, make sure to copy this down. Tune in tomorrow. Starts at 9 a.m.
Exactly, right? If we look here, 7 a.m. Pacific time, so it's a little bit early for our friends on the West Coast, but 9 a.m. Central time. It's early, but worth it, exactly, right?
And you know what? If you're worried that you might end up missing it or going to forget any things, I have a great suggestion for you. Go ahead and make sure to follow the channels here. So you're not going to miss any of the updates. You're going to make sure you know when we're going live, what is happening. There's also been some really great updates throughout the day, too. Different battles have been shown on the Pokemon actual website as well, so people can see, oh, what are some hype matches that I maybe had missed from day one?
Exactly right. There are even more ways to stay connected, though. Make sure to scan this QR code. It's only going to be on your screen for a few seconds, so get your phone out right now. Snap a picture, right? Make sure you scan this QR code, sign up for some email updates, and keep in mind, you can tailor these updates for what you are most interested in. So this is a great way to connect with Play Pokemon as well as Pokemon overall, and there's something special for everyone.
You think that this is all we're giving you? Well, it's not. We have even more for you as well. If you guys have been following along on Twitch, make sure that you have the Twitch drops enabled, because throughout the day you've had a chance to get M.E. Weedle's Altaria and a special research. We're going to go ahead and do that again tomorrow. This is going to be not only this, the Altaria, it's going to be Swablukin, it's going to be Stardust. You're going to get some charge TMs, which almost every PvP person seems to be needing.
Yeah, and it's special research, right? And we love special research as Pokemon Go players. So if you want to play like M.E. Weedle, make sure to pick up your Altaria special research by connecting your account and getting those Twitch drops. Here we see the full graphic as well. And guess what? If you're a fan of the video game, you can also pick up this Porygon 2 from Niles Dunlop. Just make sure to use that NAIC trick room, like you said, Amanda, with a couple of binary characters in there.
Yeah, of course. It's a little bit of a trick, right? I mean, if we're getting from Porygon, we got to get those 1s and 0s. So make sure that you're writing that in correctly to be able to get this Porygon 2. If you're a VG player, I think it's going to be something that's going to be very interesting to have in your collection. And again, if we're giving away stuff for Go, if we're giving away stuff for the video game, we might as well give away some card game things as well. What do you think, Will?
Exactly. You can see the code at the bottom right there, Teal Dance NAIC 24. Make sure to pick up this beautiful card, Teal Dance Myriad Leaf Shower. That's a beautiful Ogre Pond that could be yours. You just have to make sure that your account is connected and that you have those drops enabled. It's really cool, Amanda, that we can involve trainers. We can get them connected.
I thought you said, you're really cool, Amanda, and I was like, yeah, thanks.
I wouldn't go that far.
It wasn't it, guys. So,
no. I was saying it's really cool in general how trainers can get connected and they can derive some incredible benefits from watching these streams. So we are so grateful for all of you for joining us. I hope you've had a wonderful day one. As Amanda noted, that's start time tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, 7 a.m. Pacific. You don't want to miss that either.
Yeah, we've had an absolute blast covering all of these battles. The day one has just finished, but there's still so many more battles for day two, and we still have Championship Sunday to go. We're going to crown a champion this weekend here at NAIC. You don't want to miss any of the action. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. We'll catch you in the next one.
Good games, man.
Yep.
Nice. Good game.
Good game.
Good game.
World's qualified. Let's go. Yeah. GG. Gotcha.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
Woo! Good game. Yeah.
Give me a hug.